as to that, said Steinbach with a scornful expression, which conveyed that such a danger was small indeed, for a woman beloved by a Pole. And in the matter of valour, there is no brag or bravado in a Pole, so thoroughly and seriously brave are they all. And that idiot Crevel, she went on, who wants to make a great display, and indulge his taste for inexpensive magnificence, in honour of the wedding, places me in difficulties from which I see no escape. Could Valerie confess to this man whom she adored that since the discomfiture of Baron Hulot, this Baron Henry Montes had inherited the privilege of calling on her at all hours of the day or night, and that notwithstanding her cleverness, she was still puzzled to find a cause of quarrel, in which the Brazilian might seem to be solely in the wrong? She knew the Baron's almost savage temper not unlike Lisbeth's too well not to quake, as she thought of this Othello of Rio de Janeiro. As the carriage drove up, Steinbach released Valerie, for his arm was round her waist, and took up a newspaper in which he was found. Absorbed, Valerie was stitching with elaborate care at the slippers. She was working for Crevel. How they slander her, whispered Lisbeth to Crevel, pointing to this picture. As they opened the door, look at her hair, not in the least tumbled to hear Victorine. You might have expected to find 2 turtle doves in a nest. My dear Lisbeth, cried Crevel in his favourite position, you see that to turn Lucretia into Aspasia, you have only to inspire a passion. And have I not always told you, said Lisbeth, that women like a burly profligate like you? And she would be most ungrateful too, said Crevel, for as to the money I have spent here, Grindart, and I alone can tell. And he waved a hand at the staircase. In decorating this house, which Crevel regarded as his own, Grindart had tried to compete with Claretti, in whose hands the Duc de Hérouville had placed Josepha's villa, but Crevel, incapable of understanding art, had like all sordid souls wanted to spend a certain sum fixed beforehand. Grindart, fettered by a contract, had found it impossible to embody his architectural dream. The difference between Josepha's house and that in the Rue Barbet was just that between the individual stamp on things and commonness. The objects you admired at Crevel's were to be bought in any shop. These 2 types of luxury are divided by the river million. A mirror, if unique, is worth 6,000 francs. A mirror, designed by a manufacturer, who turns them out by the dozen, costs 500. A genuine lustre by Boulle will sell at a public auction for 3,000 francs. The same thing reproduced by casting may be made for 1,000 or 1,200. One is archaeologically what a picture by Raphael is in painting, the other is a copy. At what would you value a copy of a Raphael? Thus Crevel's mansion was a splendid example of the luxury of idiots, while Josepha's was a perfect model of an artist's home. War is declared, said Crevel, going up to Madame Marneffe. She rang the bell. Go and find Monsieur Berthier, said she to the manservant, and do not return without him. If you had succeeded, said she, embracing Crevel, we would have postponed our happiness, my dear daddy, and have given a really splendid entertainment. But when a whole family is set against a match, my dear, decency requires that the wedding shall be a quiet one, especially when the lady is a widow. On the contrary, I intend to make a display of magnificence, à la Louis Roman XIV, said Crevel, who of late had held the 18th century, rather cheap. I have ordered new carriages. There is one for Monsieur, and one for Madame, 2 neat coupes, and a chaise, a handsome travelling carriage, with a splendid hammercloth on springs that tremble like Madame Hulot. Oh ho, you intend then, you have ceased to be my lamb. No, no, my friend, you will do what I intend. We will sign the contract quietly just our Sylvestres afternoon. Then on Wednesday, we will be regularly married, really married in mufti. As my poor mother would have said, we will walk to church plainly dressed, and have only a low mass. Our witnesses are Stidmann, Steinbach, Vignan, and Massol, all wide-awake men who will be at the merry by chance, and who will so far sacrifice themselves as to attend mass. Your colleague will perform the civil marriage for once in a way as early as 9:30. Mass is at 10. We shall be at home to breakfast by 11:30. I have promised our guests that we will sit at table. Till the evening there will be Bixiou, your old official chum, du Tillet, Lousteau, Vernisset, Leon de Laura Vernou, all the wittiest men in Paris, who will not know that we are married. We will play them a little trick. We will get just a little tipsy. And Lisbeth must join us. I want her to study matrimony. Bixiou shall make love to her, and enlighten her darkness. For 2 hours Madame Marneffe went on talking nonsense, and Crevel made this judicious reflection. How can so light-hearted a creature be utterly depraved, feather-brained, yes, but wicked nonsense? Well, and what did the young people say about me, said Valerie to Crevel at a moment when he sat down by her on the sofa. All sorts of horrors. They will have it that you have a criminal passion for Wenceslas, you, who are virtue itself. I love him, I should think so, my little Wenceslas, cried Valerie, calling the artist to her, taking his face in her hands, and kissing his forehead. A poor boy with no fortune, and no one to depend on, cast off by a carroty giraffe. What do you expect? Crevel Wenceslas is my poet, and I love him as if he were my own child, and make no secret of it. Bar your virtuous women see evil everywhere, and in everything. Bless me, could they not sit by a man without doing wrong? I am a spoilt child, who has had all it ever wanted, and bonbons no longer excite me. Poor things, I am sorry for them. And who slandered me so? Victorine, said Crevel. Then why did you not stop his mouth, the odious legal macaw, with the story of the 200,000 francs, and his mamma? Oh, the Baroness had fled, said Lisbeth. They had better take care, Lisbeth, said Madame Marneffe, with a frown. Either they will receive me and do it handsomely, and come to their stepmother's house all the partier. I will see them in lower depths than the Baron has reached. And you may tell them I said so. At last I shall turn nasty, on my honour. I believe that evil is the scythe with which to cut down the good. At 3 o'clock, Monsieur Berthier Cardot's successor read the marriage contract, after a short conference with Crevel, for some of the articles were made conditional on the action taken by Monsieur and Madame Victorine Hulot. Crevel settled on his wife a fortune consisting in the first place of 40,000 francs in dividends on specified securities, secondly of the house and all its contents, and thirdly of 3 million francs not invested. He also assigned to his wife every benefit allowed by law. He left all the property free of duty, and in the event of their dying without issue, each devised to the survivor the whole of their property and real estate. By this arrangement, the fortune left to Celestine and her husband was reduced to 2 millions of francs in capital. If Crevel and his second wife should have children, Celestine's share was limited to 500,000 francs, as the life interest in the rest was to accrue to Valerie. This would be about the 9th part of his whole real and personal estate. Lisbeth returned to dine in the Rue Louhil. Grand despair written on her face, she explained, and bewailed the terms of the marriage contract, but found Celestine and her husband insensible to the disastrous news. You have provoked your father, my children. Madame Marneffe swears that you shall receive Monsieur Crevel's wife and go to her house, said she. Never, said Victorine. Never, said Celestine. Never, said Hortense. Lisbeth was possessed by the wish to crush the haughty attitude assumed by all the Hulots. She seems to have arms that she can turn against you, she replied. I do not know all about it, but I shall find out. She spoke vaguely of some history of 200,000 francs, in which Adeline is implicated. The Baroness fell gently backward on the sofa she was sitting on in a fit of hysterical sobbing. Go there, go, my children, she cried. Receive the woman. Monsieur Crevel is an infamous wretch. He deserves the worst punishment imaginable. Do as the woman desires you. She is a monster. She knows all. After gasping out these words with tears and sobs, Madame Hulot collected her strength to go to her room, leaning on her daughter and Celestine. What is the meaning of all this? Cried Lisbeth, left alone with Victorine. The lawyer stood rigid in very natural dismay, and did not hear her. What is the matter, my dear Victorine? I am horrified, said he, and his face scowled darkly. Woe to anybody who hurts my mother. I have no scruples. Then I would crush that woman like a viper. If I could. What does she attack? My mother's life, my mother's honour. She said, but do not repeat it, my dear Victorine, said you should all fall lower even than your father. And she scolded Crevel roundly for not having shut your mouths with this secret, that seems to be such a terror to Adeline. A doctor was sent for the Baroness was evidently worse. He gave her a draught containing a large dose of opium, and Adeline, having swallowed it, fell into a deep sleep, but the whole family were greatly alarmed. Early next morning Victorine went out, and on his way to the courts called at the prefecture of the police, where he begged Vautrin, the head of the detective department, to send him Madame de Saint-Estève. We are forbidden, monsieur, to meddle in your affairs, but Madame de Saint-Estève is in business, and will attend to your orders, replied this famous police officer. On his return home, the unhappy lawyer was told that his mother's reason was in danger. Dr. Bianchon, Dr. Larrabit, and Professor Angard had met in consultation, and were prepared to apply heroic remedies to hinder the rush of blood to the head. At the moment when Victorine was listening to Dr. Bianchon, who was giving him at some length his reasons for hoping that the crisis might be got over, the manservant announced that a client, Madame de Saint-Estève, was waiting to see him. Victorine left Bianchon in the middle of a sentence, and flew downstairs like a madman. Is there any hereditary lunacy in the family, said Bianchon, addressing Larrabet. The doctors departed, leaving a hospital attendant, instructed by them to watch Madame Hulot. A whole life of virtue was the only sentence the sufferer had spoken since the attack. Lisbeth never left Adeline's bedside. She sat up all night, and was much admired by the two younger women. Well, my dear Madame de Saint Esteve, said Victorine, showing the dreadful old woman into his study, and carefully shutting the doors, how are we getting on? Aha, my dear friend, said she, looking at Victorine with cold irony, so you have thought things over. Have you done anything? Will you pay 50,000 francs? Yes, replied Victorine, for we must get on. Do you know that by one single phrase that woman has endangered my mother's life, and reason, so I say get on. We have got on, replied the old woman. Well, cried Victorine with a gulp. Well, you do not cry off the expenses. On the contrary, they run up to 23,000 francs already. Victorine looked helplessly at the woman. Well, could we hoodwink you, one of the shining lights of the law, said she. For that sum we have secured a maid's conscience, and a picture by Raphael is not dear. Hulot, still bewildered, sat with wide open eyes. Well then, his visitor went on, we have purchased the honesty of Mademoiselle Réanie, Tausard, a damsel, from whom Madame Marneffe has no secrets. I understand. But if you shy say so. I will play blindfold, he replied. My mother has told me that that couple deserve the worst torments. The rack is out of date, said the old woman. You answer for the result. Leave it all to me, said the woman, your vengeance is simmering. She looked at the clock, it was 6. Your avenger is dressing, the fires are lighted at the Rocher de Cancale, the horses are pawing the ground, my irons are getting hot. Oh, I know your Madame Marneffe, by heart everything is ready. And there are some boluses in the rat trap, I will tell you tomorrow morning. If the mouse is poisoned, I believe she will be. Good evening, my son. Goodbye, madame. Do you know English? Yes. Well, my son, thou shalt be king, that is to say, you shall come into your inheritance, said the dreadful old witch foreseen by Shakespeare, and who seemed to know her Shakespeare. She left Hulot amazed at the door of his study. The consultation is for tomorrow, said she with the gracious air of a regular client. She saw two persons coming, and wished to pass in their eyes a pinchbeck countess. What impudence, thought Hulot, bowing to his pretended client. Baron Montes de Montejanos was a lion, but a lion not accounted for fashionable Paris of the turf, and of the town, admired the ineffable waistcoats of this foreign gentleman, his spotless patent leather boots, his incomparable sticks, his much coveted horses, and the Negro servants who rode the horses, and who were entirely slaves, and most consumedly thrashed. His fortune was well known. He had a credit account up to 700,000 francs in the great banking house of Du Tillet, but he was always seen alone. When he went to first nights, he was in a stall. He frequented no drawing rooms. He had never given his arm to a girl on the streets. His name would not be coupled with that of any pretty woman of the world. To pass his time, he played whist at the jockey club. The world was reduced to calumny, or which it thought funnier, to laughing at his peculiarities. He went by the name of Combabus. Bixiou Leon de Laura Lausto, Florine Mademoiselle Heloise Brystout, and Nathan supping one evening with the notorious Carabine, with a large party of lions and lionesses, had invented this name with an excessively burlesque explanation. Massol, as being on the Council of State, and Claude Vignon, erewhile professor of Greek, had related to the ignorant damsels the famous anecdote preserved in Roland's ancient history concerning Combabus, that voluntary Abelard who was placed in charge of the wife of a king of Assyria, Persia, Bactria, Mesopotamia, and other geographical divisions peculiar to old Professor du Bocage, who continued the work of d'Anville, the creator of the East of Antiquity. This nickname, which gave Carabine's guests laughter for a quarter of an hour, gave rise to a series of overfree jests to which the Academy could not award the Montian prize, but among which the name was taken up, to rest thenceforth on the curly mane of the handsome Baron, called by Joseph the splendid Brasilianas, one might say a splendid catexantha. Carabine, the loveliest of her tribe, whose delicate beauty and amusing wit had snatched the sceptre of the 13th arrondissement from the hands of Mademoiselle Turquet, better known by the name of Malaga Mademoiselle Seraphine Sinnet. This was her real name, was to Du Tillet the banker what Joseph Murrah was to the Duc de Hérouville. Now on the morning of the very day when Madame de Saint-Estève had prophesied success to Victorine Carabine, had said to du Tillet, at about 7 o'clock, "If you want to be very nice, you will give me a dinner at the Rocher de Cancale, and bring Combabus. We want to know once for all whether he has a mistress. I bet that he has, and I should like to win." "He is still at the Hôtel des Princes. I will call," replied du Tillet. "We will have some fun. Ask all the youngsters, the youngster Bixiou, the youngster Laura, in short all the clan." At 7:30 that evening, in the handsomest room of the restaurant, where all Europe has dined, a splendid silver service was spread, made on purpose for entertainments where vanity pays the bill in banknotes. A flood of light fell in ripples on the chaste rims waiters, whom a provincial might have taken for diplomatists, but for their age stood solemnly as knowing themselves to be overpaid. 5 guests had arrived and were waiting for 9 more. These were first and foremost Bixiou, still flourishing in 1843, the salt of every intellectual dish, always supplied with fresh wheat, a phenomenon as rare in Paris as virtue, is Leon de Laura, the greatest living painter of landscape, and the sea, who has this great advantage over all his rivals, that he has never fallen below his first successes. The courtesans could never dispense with these 2 kings of ready wit. No supper, no dinner, was possible without them. Seraphine Sinnet dight Carabine, as the mistress and titter of the Amphitryon, was one of the first to arrive, and the brilliant lighting showed off her shoulders unrivalled in Paris, her throat as round as if turned in a lathe, without a crease, her saucy face and dress of satin, brocade in 2 shades of blue, trimmed with Honiton lace enough to have fed a whole village for a month. Pretty Jenny Cadine, not acting that evening, came in a dress of incredible splendor. Her portrait is too well known to need any description. A party is always a Longchamps of evening dress for these ladies, each anxious to win the prize for her millionaire, by thus announcing to her rivals, "This is the price I am worth." A third woman, evidently at the initial stage of her career, gazed almost shamefaced at the luxury of her 2 established and wealthy companions, simply dressed in white cashmere, trimmed with blue. Her head had been dressed with real flowers by a coiffeur of the old-fashioned school, whose awkward hands had unconsciously given the charm of ineptitude to her fair hair, still unaccustomed to any finery. She showed the timid Tito use a hackneyed phrase inseparable from a first appearance. She had come from Valognes to find in Paris some use for her distracting youthfulness, her innocence that might have stirred the senses of a dying man, and her beauty worthy to hold its own with any that Normandy has ever supplied to the theatres of the capital. The lines of that unblemished face were the ideal of angelic purity. Her milk-white skin reflected the light like a mirror. The delicate pink in her cheeks might have been laid on with a brush. She was called Cydalise, and as will be seen, she was an important pawn in the game played by Mame Nourrisson to defeat Madame Marneffe. "Your arm is not a match for your name, my child," said Jenny Cadine, to whom Carabine had introduced this masterpiece of 16, having brought her with her. And in fact Cydalise displayed to public admiration a fine pair of arms, smooth and satiny, but red with healthy young blood. "What do you want for her?" said Jenny Cadine in an undertone to Carabine. "A fortune." "What are you going to do with her?" "Well, Madame Combabus." "And what are you to get for such a job?" "Guess. A service of plate. I have 3 diamonds. I am selling them." "A green monkey." "No, a picture by Raphael." "What maggot is that in your brain?" "Josepha makes me sick with her pictures," said Carabine. "I want some better than hers." Du Tillet came with the Brazilian, the hero of the feast, the Duc de Hérouville, followed with Josepha. The singer wore a plain velvet gown, but she had on a necklace worth 120,000 francs, pearls hardly distinguishable from her skin like white camellia petals. She had stuck 1 scarlet camellia in her black hair, a patch. The effect was dazzling, and she had amused herself by putting 11 rows of pearls on each arm. As she shook hands with Jenny Cadine, the actress said, "Lend me your mittens." Josepha unclasped them one by one and handed them to her friend on a plate. "Their style," said Carabine. "Quite the Duchess. You have robbed the ocean to dress the nymph, Monsieur le Duc," she added, turning to the little Duc de Hérouville. The actress took 2 of the bracelets. She clasped the other 20 on the singer's beautiful arms, which she kissed. Lousteau, the literary cadger, La Palferine, and Malaga, Massol, Vauvenet, and Theodore Gaillard, a proprietor of one of the most important political newspapers, completed the party. The Duc de Hérouville, polite to everybody as a fine gentleman knows how to be greeted, the Comte de La Palferine with the particular nod, which while it does not imply either esteem or intimacy, conveys to all the world we are of the same race, the same blood equals, and this greeting, the shibboleth of the aristocracy, was invented to be the despair of the upper citizen class. Carabine placed Combabus on her left, and the Duc de Hérouville on her right. Seidelise was next to the Brazilian, and beyond her was Bixiou. Malaga sat by the Duke. Oysters appeared at 7 o'clock. At 8, they were drinking iced punch. Everyone is familiar with the bill of fare of such a banquet. By 9 o'clock, they were talking as people talk after 42 bottles of various wines drunk by 14 persons. Dessert was on the table, the odious dessert of the month of April. Of all the party, the only one affected by the heady atmosphere was Seidelise, who was humming a tune none of the party, with the exception of the poor country girl, had lost their reason. The drinkers and the women were the experienced elite of the society that sups. Their wits were bright, their eyes glistened, but with no loss of intelligence, though the talk drifted into satire, anecdote, and gossip conversation, hitherto confined to the inevitable circle of racing horses, hammerings on the bourse, the different occupations of the lions themselves, and the scandals of the town, showed a tendency to break up into intimate tete-a-tete, the dialogues of two hearts. And at this stage, at a signal from Carabine to Leon de Laura, Bixiou, La Palferine, and du Tillet, love came under discussion. A doctor in good society never talks of medicine. True nobles never speak of their ancestors. Men of genius do not discuss their work, said Josepha. Why should we talk business if I got the opera put off in order to dine here? It was assuredly not to work so. Let us change the subject, dear children. But we are speaking of real love, my beauty, said Malaga, of the love that makes a man fling all to the dogs, father, mother, wife, children, and retire to Clichy. Talk away then, don't know ya, said the singer. The slang words borrowed from the street Arab, and spoken by these women, may be a poem on their lips, helped by the expression of the eyes and face. What do not I love you, Josepha, said the Duke in a low voice. You perhaps may love me truly, said she in his ear, and she smiled, but I do not love you in the way they describe, with such love as makes the world dark. In the absence of the man beloved, you are delightful to me, useful but not indispensable, and if you were to throw me over tomorrow, I could have 3 dukes for one. Is true love to be found in Paris? Asked Leon de Laura. Men have not even time to make a fortune. How can they give themselves over to true love, which swamps a man as water melts sugar? A man must be enormously rich to indulge in it, for love annihilates him. For instance, like our Brazilian friend over there, as I said long ago, extremes defeat themselves. A true lover is like an eunuch. Women have ceased to exist for him. He is mystical. He is like the true Christian, an anchorite of the desert sea, our noble Brazilian. Every one at table looked at Henry Montes de Montejanos, who was shy at finding every eye centered on him. He has been feeding there for an hour, without discovering any more than an ox at pasture. That he is sitting next to, I will not say in such company, the loveliest but the freshest woman in all Paris. Everything is fresh here, even the fish. It is what the house is famous for, said Carabine. Baron Montes looked good-naturedly at the painter and said, Very good, I drink to your very good health, and bowing to Leon de Laura, he lifted his glass of port wine, and drank it with much dignity. Are you then truly in love? Asked Malaga of her neighbour, thus interpreting his toast. The Brazilian refilled his glass, bowed to Carabine, and drank again. To the lady's health, then said the courtesan in such a droll tone that Laura du Tillet and Bixiou burst out laughing. The Brazilian sat like a bronze statue. This impassibility provoked Carabine. She knew perfectly well that Montes was devoted to Madame Marneffe, but she had not expected this dogged fidelity, this obstinate silence of conviction. A woman is as often gauged by the attitude of her lover as a man is judged from the tone of his mistress. The Baron was proud of his attachment to Valerie, and of hers to him. His smile had to these experienced connoisseurs a touch of irony. He was really grand to look upon. Wine had not flushed him, and his eyes, with their peculiar lustre as of tarnished gold, kept the secrets of his soul. Even Carabine said to herself, What a woman she must be, how she has sealed up that heart. He is a rock, said Bixiou, in an undertone, imagining that the whole thing was a practical joke, and never suspecting the importance to Carabine of reducing this fortress. While this conversation, apparently so frivolous, was going on at Carabine's right, the discussion of love was continued on her left between the Duc de Hérouville, Lausto, Josepha, Jenny Cadine, and Massol. They were wondering whether such rare phenomena were the result of passion, obstinacy, or affection. Josepha, bored to death by it all, tried to change the subject. You are talking of what you know nothing about. Is there a man among you who ever loved a woman beneath him enough to squander his fortune and his children's, to sacrifice his future, and blight his past, to risk going to the hulks, for robbing the government, to kill an uncle and a brother, to let his eye be so effectually blinded that he did not even perceive that it was done to hinder his seeing the abyss into which, as a crowning jest, he was being driven? Do till it, has a cash-box under his left breast, Leon de Laura, has his wit. Bixiou would laugh at himself for a fool if he loved anyone but himself. Massol has a minister's portfolio in the place of a heart. Lousteau can have nothing but viscera, since he could endure to be thrown over by Madame de Baudray. Monsieur le Duc is too rich to prove his love by his ruin. Vauvenet is not in it. I do not regard a bill-broker as one of the human race, and you have never loved, nor I, nor Jenny Cadine, nor Malaga. For my part, I never, but once even saw the phenomenon I have described. It was, and she turned to Jenny Cadine, that poor Baron Hulot, whom I am going to advertise for like a lost dog, for I want to find him. Oh ho, said Carabine to herself, and looking keenly at Josepha, then Madame Nerison has 2 pictures by Raphael, since Josepha is playing my hand. Poor fellow, said Vauvenet, he was a great man, magnificent, and what a figure, what a style, the air of Francis Roman one, what a volcano, and how full of ingenious ways of getting money. He must be looking for it now wherever he is, and I make no doubt he extracts it, even from the walls built of bones that you may see in the suburbs of Paris near the city gates. And all that, said Bixiou, for that little Madame Marneffe, there is a precious hussy for you. She is just going to marry my friend Crevel, said du Tillet. And she is madly in love with my friend Steinbach, Leon de Laura put in. These 3 phrases were like so many pistol shots fired point-blank at Montes. He turned white, and the shock was so painful that he rose with difficulty. You are a set of blackguards, cried he. You have no right to speak the name of an honest woman in the same breath with those fallen creatures above, all not to make it a mark for your slander. He was interrupted by unanimous bravos and applause. Bixiou, Leon de Laura, Vauvenet, du Tillet, and Massol set the example, and there was a chorus. Hurrah for the Emperor, said Bixiou. Crown him, cried Vauvenet. 3 groans for such a good dog. Hurrah for Brazil, cried Loust. So my copper-coloured Baron, it is our Valerie that you love, and you are not disgusted, said Leon de Laura. His remark is not parliamentary, but it is grand, observed Massol. But my most delightful customer, said du Tillet, you were recommended to me. I am your banker. Your innocence reflects on my credit. Yes, tell me, you are a reasonable creature, said the Brazilian to the banker. Thanks on behalf of the company, said Bixiou with a bow. Tell me the real facts. Montes went on, heedless of Bixio's interjection. Well then, replied du Tillet, I have the honour to tell you that I am asked to the Crevel wedding. Aha, Combabus holds a brief for Madame Marneffe, said Josepha, rising solemnly. She went round to Montes with a tragic look, patted him kindly on the head, looked at him for a moment with comical admiration, and nodded sagely. Hulot was the first instance of love through fire and water, said she. This is the second, but it ought not to count as it comes from the tropics. Montes had dropped into his chair again, when Josepha gently touched his forehead, and looked at du Tillet as he said, If I am the victim of a Paris jest, if you only wanted to get at my secret, and he sent a flashing look round the table, embracing all the guests in a flaming glance that blazed with the sun of Brazil, I beg of you, as a favour to tell me, so, he went on in a tone of almost childlike entreaty, but do not vilify the woman I love. Nay, indeed, said Carabine in a low voice, but if on the contrary you are shamefully betrayed, cheated, tricked by Valerie, if I should give you the proof in an hour in my own house, what then? I cannot tell you before all these egos, said the Brazilian. Carabine understood him to say maggots, baboons. Well, say no more, she replied, smiling. Do not make yourself a laughing-stock, for all the wittiest men in Paris come to my house, we will talk it over. Montes was crushed proofs, he stammered, consider. Only too many, replied Carabine, and if the mere suspicion hits you so hard, I fear for your reason. Is this creature obstinate, I ask you? He is worse than the late lamented King of Hollandai, say Lousteau, Bixiou, Massol. All the crew of you, are you not invited to breakfast with Madame Marneffe the day after tomorrow? Said Leon de Laura. Yes, said du Tillet, I have the honour of assuring you, Baron, that if you had by any chance thought of marrying Madame Marneffe, you are thrown out like a bill in Parliament, beaten by a blackball called Crevel. My friend, my old comrade Crevel, has 80,000 francs a year. And you, I suppose, did not show such a good hand, for if you had, you, I imagine, would have been preferred. Montes listened with a half-absent, half-smiling expression, which struck them all with terror. At this moment, the head-waiter came to whisper to Carabine that a lady, a relation of hers, was in the drawing-room, and wished to speak to her. Carabine rose, and went out to find Madame Neurison decently veiled with black lace. "Well, child, am I to go to your house? Has he taken the hook?" "Yes, mother, and the pistol is so fully loaded, that my only fear is that it will burst," said Carabine. About an hour later Montes Sidelize and Carabine, returning from the Rocher de Kenkill, entered Carabine's little sitting-room in the Rue St. George's. Madame Neurison was sitting in an armchair by the fire. "Here is my worthy old aunt," said Carabine. "Yes, child, I came in person to fetch my little allowance. You would have forgotten me, though you are kind-hearted, and I have some bills to pay tomorrow, buying and selling clothes. I am always short of cash. Who is this at your heels? The gentleman looks very much put out about something." The dreadful Madame Neurison at this moment, so completely disguised as to look like a respectable old body, rose to embrace Carabine, one of the 100-and-odd courtesans she had launched on their horrible career of vice. "He is an Othello who is not to be taken in, whom I have the honor of introducing to you, Monsieur le Baron Montes de Montejanos. Oh, I have heard him talked about, and know his name. You are nicknamed Combabus, because you love but one woman, and in Paris that is the same as loving no one at all. And is it, by chance, the object of your affections who is fretting you, Madame Marneffe? Crevel's woman, I tell you what, my dear sir, you may bless your stars instead of cursing them. She is a good for-nothing baggage, is that little woman. I know her tricks." "Get along," said Carabine, into whose hand Madame Neurison had slipped a note, while embracing her. "You do not know your Brazilians. They are wrong-headed creatures that insist on being impaled through the heart. The more jealous they are, the more jealous they want to be. Monsieur talks of dealing death all round, but he will kill nobody, because he is in love. However, I have brought him here to give him the proofs of his discomfiture, which I have got from that little Steinbach." Montes was drunk. He listened, as if the women were talking about somebody else. Carabine went to take off her velvet wrap, and read a facsimile of a note as follows: "Dear Pussy dines with Popinot this evening, and will come to fetch me from the opera at 11. I shall go out at about 5:30, and count on finding you at our Paradise order. Dinner to be sent in from the Maison d'Or dress, so as to be able to take me to the opera. We shall have 4 hours to ourselves. Return this note to me, not that your Valerie doubts you. I would give you my life, my fortune, and my honor, but I am afraid of the tricks of chance. Here, Baron, this is the note sent to Count Steinbach this morning." Read the address. "The original document is burnt." Montes turned the note over and over, recognized the writing, and was struck by a rational idea, which is sufficient evidence of the disorder of his brain. "And pray," said he, looking at Carabine, "what object have you in torturing my heart? For you must have paid very dear for the privilege of having the note in your possession long enough to get it lithographed." "Foolish man," said Carabine at a nod from Madame Neurison, "don't you see that poor child Sidelicia girl of 16 who has been pining for you these 3 months, till she has lost her appetite for food or drink, and who is heartbroken because you have never even glanced at her?" Sidelize put her handkerchief to her eyes with an appearance of emotion. "She is furious," Carabine went on, "though she looks as if butter would not melt in her mouth. Furious to see the man she adores duped by a villainous hussy. She would kill Valerie." "Oh, as for that," said the Brazilian, "that is my business." "What killing?" said old Neurison. "No, my son, we don't do that here nowadays." "Oh," said Montes, "I am not a native of this country. I live in a parish where I can laugh at your laws, and if you give me proof—" "Well, that note, is that nothing?" "No," said the Brazilian, "I do not believe in the writing. I must see for myself." "See," cried Carabine, taking the hint at once from a gesture of her supposed aunt, "you shall see, my dear tiger, all you wish to see on one condition. And that is, look at Sidelize." At a wink from Madame Neurison, Sidelize cast a tender look at the bear. "Will you be good to her? Will you make her a home?" asked Carabine. "A girl of such beauty is well worth a house and a carriage. It would be a monstrous shame to leave her to walk the streets, and besides, she is in debt." "How much do you owe?" asked Carabine, nipping Sidelize's arm. "She is worth all she can get," said the old woman. "The point is that she can find a buyer." "Listen," cried Montes, fully aware at last of this masterpiece of womankind, "you will show me Valerie." "And Count Steinbach certainly," said Madame Neurison. For the past 10 minutes the old woman had been watching the Brazilian, she saw that he was an instrument tuned up to the murderous pitch she needed, and above all so effectually blinded that he would never heed who had led him on to it, and she spoke. Seidelise, my Brazilian jewel, is my niece, so her concerns are partly mine. All this catastrophe will be the work of a few minutes for a friend of mine. Let's the furnished room to Count Steinbach, where Valerie is at this moment, taking coffee, a queer sort of coffee. But she calls it her coffee, so let us understand each other. Brazili like Brazil, it is a hot country. What is to become of my niece? You old ostrich, said Montes, the plumes in the woman's bonnet catching his eye. You interrupted me. If you show Maif, I see Valerie and that artist together. As you would wish to be, said Carabine, that is understood. Then I will take this girl and carry her away. Where? Asked Carabine. To Brazil, replied the Baron. I will make her my wife. My uncle left me 10 leagues square of entailed estate. That is how I still have that house and home. I have 100 Negroes, nothing but Negroes and Negresses and Negro brats, all bought by my uncle. Nephew to a nigger driver, said Carabine, with a grimace that needs some consideration. Seidelise, child, are you fond of the blacks? Pooh, Carabine, no nonsense, said the old woman. The deuce is in it, monsieur, and I are doing business. If I take up another Frenchwoman, I mean to have her to myself. The Brazilian went on. I warn you, mademoiselle, I am king there, and not a constitutional king. I am czar. My subjects are mine by purchase, and no one can escape from my kingdom, which is 100 leagues from any human settlement, hemmed in by savages on the interior, and divided from the sea by a wilderness as wide as France. I should prefer a garret here. So thought I, said Montes, since I sold all my land and possessions at Rio to come back to Madame Marneffe. A man does not make such a voyage for nothing, remarked Madame Nerisson. You have a right to look for love for your own sake, particularly being so good-looking. Oh, he is very handsome, said she to Carabine. Very handsome, handsomer than the postilion de Longjumeau, replied the courtesan. Seidelise took the Brazilian's hand, but he released it as politely as he could. I came back from Madame Marneffe. The man went on where he had left off, but you do not know why I was 3 years thinking about it. No, savage, said Carabine. Well, she had so repeatedly told me that she longed to live with me alone in a desert. Oh ho, he is not a savage after all, cried Carabine, with a shout of laughter. He is of the highly civilized tribe of flats. She had told me this so often, Montes went on regardless of the courtesan's mockery, that I had a lovely house fitted up in the heart of that vast estate. I came back to France to fetch Valerie, and the first evening I saw her. Saw her is very proper, said Carabine, I will remember it. She told me to wait till that wretched Marneffe was dead, and I agreed and forgave her for having admitted the attentions of Hulot. Whether the devil had her in hand I don't know, but from that instant, that woman has humoured my every whim, complied with all my demands. Never for one moment has she given me cause to suspect her. That is supremely clever, said Carabine to Madame Nerisson, who nodded in sign of assent. My faith in that woman, said Montes, and he shed a tear, was a match for my love. Just now I was ready to fight everybody at table. So I saw, said Carabine. And if I am cheated, if she is going to be married, if she is at this moment in Steinbach's arms, she deserves 1,000 deaths. I will kill her, as I would smash a fly. And how about the gendarmes, my son, said Madame Nerisson, with a smile that made your flesh creep. And the police agents, and the judges, and the assizes, and all the set-out, added Carabine. You are bragging, my dear fellow, said the old woman, who wanted to know all the Brazilian schemes of vengeance. I will kill her, he calmly repeated. You called me a savage. Do you imagine that I am fool enough to go like a Frenchman and buy poison at the chemist's shop during the time, while we were driving her? I thought out my means of revenge. If you should prove to be right as concerns Valerie, one of my Negroes has the most deadly of animal poisons, and incurable. Anywhere but in Brazil, I will administer it to Seidelise, who will give it to me. Then by the time when death is a certainty to Crevel and his wife, I shall be beyond the Azores with your cousin, who will be cured. And I will marry her. We have our own little tricks, we savages, Seidelise said, he looking at the country girl. Is the animal I need? How much does she owe? 100,000 francs, said Seidelise. She says little but to the purpose, said Carabine, in a low tone to Madame Nerisson. I am going mad, cried the Brazilian in a husky voice, dropping onto a sofa. I shall die of this. But I must see, for it is impossible. A lithographed note. What is to assure me that it is not a forgery? Baron Hulot was in love with Valerie, said he, recalling Josepha's harangue, the proof that he did not love is that she is still alive. I will not leave her living for anybody else, if she is not wholly mine. Montes was terrible to behold. He bellowed, he stormed, he broke everything he touched. Rosewood was as brittle as glass. How he destroys things, said Carabine, looking at the old woman. My good boy, said she, giving the Brazilian a little slap. Roland, the furious, is very fine in a poem, but in a drawing-room he is prosaic and expensive. My son, said old Nurison, rising to stand in front of the crestfallen baron, I am of your way of thinking. When you love in that way, and are joined, till death does you part, life must answer for love. The one who first goes carries everything away. It is a general wreck. You command my esteem, my admiration, my consent, especially for your inoculation, which will make me a friend of the Negro. But you love her, you will hark back. I, if she is so infamous, I... Well, come now, you are talking too much. It strikes me a man who means to be avenged, and who says he has the ways and means of a savage, doesn't do, that if you want to see your object in her paradise, you must take Sentimentalizes and walk straight in with her on your arm, as if the servant had made a mistake. But no scandal if you mean to be revenged. You must eat the leek, seem to be in despair, and allow her to bully you. Do you see, said Madame Nurison, finding the Brazilian quite amazed by so subtle a scheme. All right, old ostrich, he replied, come along, I understand. Goodbye, little one, said the old woman to Carabine. She signed to Sentimentalizes to go on with Montes, and remained a minute with Carabine. Now, child, I have but one fear, and that is that he will strangle her. I should be in a very tight place. We must do everything gently. I believe you have won your picture by Raphael. But they tell me it is only a Mignard. Never mind, it is much prettier. All the Raphaels are gone black, I am told, whereas this one is as bright as a Girodit. All I want is to crow over Josepha, and it is all the same to me whether I have a Mignard or a Raphael. That thief had on such pearls this evening you would sell your soul for them. Sentimentalizes, Montes and Madame Nurison got into a hackney coach that was waiting at the door. Madame Nurison whispered to the driver the address of a house in the same block as the Italian Opera House, which they could have reached in 5 or 6 minutes from the Rue St. George's, but Madame Nurison desired the man to drive along the Rue Le Pelletier, and to go very slowly so as to be able to examine the carriages in waiting. Brazilian, said the old woman, look out for your angel's carriage and servants. The Baron pointed out Valerie's carriage as they passed it. She has told them to come for her at 10 o'clock, and she is gone in a cab to the house where she visits Count Steinbach. She has dined there, and will come to the opera in half an hour. It is well contrived, said Madame Nurison. Thus you see how she has kept you so long in the dark. The Brazilian made no reply. He had become the tiger, and had recovered the imperturbable cool ferocity that had been so striking at dinner. He was as calm as a bankrupt the day after he has stopped payment. At the door of the house stood a hackney coach with 2 horses of the kind known as a compagnie générale from the company that runs them. Stay here in the box, said the old woman to Montes. This is not an open house like a tavern. I will send for you. The paradise of Madame Marneffe and Wenceslas was not at all like that of Creville, who, finding it useless now, had just sold his to the Comte Maxime de Trailles. This paradise, the paradise of all comers, consisted of a room on the 4th floor opening to the landing. In a house close to the Italian Opera, on each floor of this house there was a room which had originally served as the kitchen to the apartments on that floor, but the house having become a sort of inn, let out for clandestine love affairs, at an exorbitant price, the owner, the real Madame Nurison, an old clothes buyer in the Rue Neuve Saint-Marc, had wisely appreciated the great value of these kitchens and had turned them into a sort of dining rooms. Each of these rooms, built between thick party walls, and with windows to the street, was entirely shut in by very thick double doors on the landing. Thus the most important secrets could be discussed over a dinner, with no risk of being overheard. For greater security, the windows had shutters. Inside and out, these rooms, in consequence of this peculiarity, were let for 1,200 francs a month. The whole house, full of such paradises and mysteries, was rented by Madame Nurison, the first, for 28,000 francs of clear profit, after paying her housekeeper, Madame Nurison, the second, for she did not manage it herself. The paradise let to Count Steinbach had been hung with chintz. The cold hard floor of common tiles, reddened with encaustic, was not felt through a soft thick carpet. The furniture consisted of 2 pretty chairs and a bed in an alcove, just now half hidden by a table loaded with the remains of an elegant dinner, while 2 bottles with long necks and an empty champagne bottle in ice strewed the field of Bacchus cultivated by Venus. There were also the property, no doubt, of Valerie, a low easy chair, and a man's smoking chair. and a pretty toilet chest of drawers in rosewood, the mirror handsomely framed à la pompadour, a lamp hanging from the ceiling, gave a subdued light increased by wax candles on the table and on the chimney shelf. This sketch will suffice to give an idea urbi et orbi of clandestine passion in the squalid style, stamped on it in Paris in 1840, how far alas from the adulterous love, symbolized by Vulcan's nets 3,000 years ago. When Montes and Cydalise came upstairs, Valerie, standing before the fire where a log was blazing, was allowing Wenceslas to lace her stays. This is a moment when a woman who is neither too fat nor too thin, but like Valerie elegant and slender displays, divine beauty, the rosy skin mostly soft, invites the sleepiest eye. The lines of her figure, so little hidden, are so charmingly outlined by the white pleats of the shift, and the support of the stays, that she is irresistible like everything that must be parted from. With a happy face smiling at the glass, a foot impatiently marking time, a hand put up to restore order among the tumbled curls, and eyes expressive of gratitude, with the glow of satisfaction, which like a sunset warms the least details of the countenance, everything makes such a moment a mine of memories. Any man who dares look back on the early eras of his life may perhaps recall some such reminiscences, and understand, though not excuse, the follies of Hulot and Crevel. Women are so well aware of their power at such a moment that they find in it what may be called the aftermath of the meeting. Come, after 2 years' practice, you do not yet know how to lace a woman's stays. You are too much a Pole there. It is 10 o'clock, my Wenceslas, said Valerie, laughing at him. At this very moment, a mischievous waiting woman, by inserting a knife, pushed up the hook of the double doors that formed the whole security of Adam and Eve. She hastily pulled the door open, for the servants of these dens have little time to waste, and discovered one of the bewitching tableaux de genre, which Gavarni has so often shown at the salon. In here, madame, said the girl, and Cydalise went in, followed by Montes. But there is some one here. Excuse me, madame, said the country girl in alarm. What, why, it is Valerie, cried Montes, violently slamming the door. Madame Marneffe, too genuinely agitated to dissemble her feelings, dropped onto the chair by the fireplace. 2 tears rose to her eyes, and at once dried away. She looked at Montes, saw the girl, and burst into a cackle of forced laughter. The dignity of the insulted woman redeemed the scantiness of her attire. She walked close up to the Brazilian, and looked at him so defiantly that her eyes glittered like knives. So that, said she, standing face to face with the Baron and pointing to Cydalise, that is the other side of your fidelity, you who have made me promises that might convert a disbeliever in love, you, for whom I have done so much, have even committed crimes. You are right, monsieur. I am not to compare with a child of her age, and of such beauty. I know what you are going to say, she went on, looking at Wenceslas, whose undress was proof too clear to be denied. This is my concern. If I could love you, after such gross treachery, for you have spied upon me. You have paid for every step up these stairs, paid the mistress of the house and the servant, perhaps even Rhaenia, noble deed. If I had any remnant of affection for such a mean wretch, I could give him reasons that would renew his passion, but I leave you, monsieur, to your doubts, which will become remorse. Wenceslas, my gown. She took her dress and put it on, looked at herself in the glass, and finished dressing without heeding the Baron, as calmly as if she had been alone in the room. Wenceslas, are you ready? Go first. She had been watching Montes in the glass and out of the corner of her eye, and fancied she could see in his pallor an indication of the weakness which delivers a strong man over to a woman's fascinations. She now took his hand, going so close to him that he could not help inhaling the terrible perfumes which men love, and by which they intoxicate themselves. Then, feeling his pulses beat high, she looked at him reproachfully. You have my full permission to go and tell your history to Monsieur Crevel. He will never believe you. I have a perfect right to marry him, and he becomes my husband the day after tomorrow. I shall make him very happy. Goodbye. Try to forget me. Oh, Valerie, cried Henry Montes, clasping her in his arms, that is impossible. Come to Brazil. Valerie looked in his face and saw him her slave. Well, if you still love me, Henry, 2 years hence I will be your wife, but your expression at this moment strikes me as very suspicious. I swear to you that they made me drink that false friends threw this girl on my hands, and that the whole thing is the outcome of chance, said Montes. Then I am to forgive you? She asked with a smile. But you will marry all the same? Asked the Baron, in an agony of jealousy. 80,000 francs a year, said she with almost comical enthusiasm, and Crevel loves me so much that he will die of it. Ah, I understand, said Montes. Well then, in a few days we will come to an understanding, said she. And she departed triumphant. I have no scruples, thought the Baron, standing transfixed for a few minutes. What that woman believes, she can make use of his passion to be quit of that dolt, as she counted on Marneffe's decease, shall be the instrument of divine wrath. 2 days later, those of du Tillet's guests who had demolished Madame Marneffe tooth and nail were seated round her table an hour after she has shed her skin, and changed her name for the illustrious name of a Paris mayor. This verbal treason is one of the commonest forms of Parisian levity. Valerie had had the satisfaction of seeing the Brazilian in the church for Crevel. Now so entirely, the husband had invited him out of bravado, and the Baron's presence at the breakfast astonished no one. All these men of wit and of the world were familiar with the meanness of passion, the compromises of pleasure. Steinbach's deep melancholy, he was beginning to despise the woman whom he had adored as an angel was considered to be in excellent taste. The Pole thus seemed to convey that all was at an end between Valerie and himself. Lisbeth came to embrace her dear Madame Crevel, and to excuse herself for not staying to the breakfast on the score of Adeline's sad state of health. Be quite easy, said she to Valerie, they will call on you, and you will call on them. Simply hearing the words, 200,000 francs has brought the Baroness to death's door. Oh, you have them all hard and fast by that tale, but you must tell it to me. Within a month of her marriage, Valerie was at her 10th quarrel with Steinbach. He insisted on explanations as to Henry Monty's, reminding her of the words spoken in their paradise, and not content with speaking to her in terms of scorn. He watched her so closely that she never had a moment of liberty, so much was she fettered by his jealousy on one side, and Crevel's devotion on the other. Bereft now of Lisbeth, whose advice had always been so valuable, she flew into such a rage as to reproach Wenceslas for the money she had lent him. This so effectually roused Steinbach's pride that he came no more to the Crevel's house. So Valerie had gained her point, which was to be rid of him for a time, and enjoy some freedom. She waited till Crevel should make a little journey into the country to see Count Popinot, with a view to arranging for her introduction to the Countess, and was then able to make an appointment to meet the Baron, whom she wanted to have at her command for a whole day, to give him those reasons which were to make him love her more than ever. On the morning of that day, Réanie, who estimated the magnitude of her crime by that of the bribe she received, tried to warn her mistress, in whom she naturally took more interest than in strangers, still, as she had been threatened with madness, and ending her days in the Salpêtrière in case of indiscretion, she was cautious. Madame, you're so well off now, said she, why take on again with that Brazilian? I do not trust him at all. You are very right, Réanie, and I mean to be rid of him. Oh, Madame, I am glad to hear it. He frightens me, does that big Moor. I believe him to be capable of anything. Silly child, you have more reason to be afraid for him when he is with me. At this moment Lisbeth came. My dear little pet nanny, what an age since we met, cried Valerie. I am so unhappy. Crevel bores me to death, and Wenceslas is gone or quarrelled. I know, said Lisbeth, and that is what brings me here. Victorine met him at about 5 in the afternoon, going into an eating-house at 25 sous, and he brought him home hungry by working on his feelings to the Rue Louhil. Grande Hortense, seeing Wenceslas lean and ill, and badly dressed, held out her hand. This is how you throw me over. Monsieur Henry, Madame, the manservant announced in a low voice to Valerie. Leave me now, Lisbeth, I will explain it all tomorrow. But as will be seen, Valerie was ere long not in a state to explain anything to anybody. Towards the end of May, Baron Hulot's pension was released by Victorine's regular payment to Baron Nucingen. As everybody knows, pensions are paid half-yearly, and only on the presentation of a certificate that the recipient is alive. And as Hulot's residence was unknown, the arrears unpaid on Vauvenet's demand remained to his credit in the Treasury. Vauvenet now signed his renunciation of any further claims, and it was still indispensable to find the pensioner before the arrears could be drawn. Thanks to Bianchen's care, the Baroness had recovered her health, and to this Josepha's good heart had contributed by a letter of which the orthography betrayed the collaboration of the Duc de Hérouville. This was what the singer wrote to the Baroness after 20 days of anxious search. Madame la Baronne, Monsieur Hulot was living 2 months since in the Rue des Bernardins with Elodie Chardin, a lacemender for whom he had left Mademoiselle Bijou, but he went away without word, leaving everything behind him, and no one knows where he went. I am not without hope, however, and I have put a man on this track who believes he has already seen him in the boulevard Bourdon. The poor Jewess means to keep the promise she made to the Christian. Will the angel pray for the devil that must sometimes happen in heaven? I remain with the deepest respect always your humble servant, Joseph Mere. The lawyer Mater Hulot de Hervey, hearing no more of the dreadful Madame Nourrisson, seeing his father-in-law married, having brought back his brother-in-law to the family fold, suffering from no importunity on the part of his new stepmother, and seeing his mother's health improve daily, gave himself up to his political and judicial duties, swept along by the tide of Paris life, in which the hours count for days. One night towards the end of the session, having occasion to write up a report to the Chamber of Deputies, he was obliged to sit at work, till late at night. He had gone into his study at 9 o'clock, and while waiting till the manservant should bring in the candles with green shades, his thoughts turned to his father. He was blaming himself for leaving the inquiry so much to the singer, and had resolved to see Monsieur Chapuzot himself on the morrow, when he saw in the twilight, outside the window, a handsome old head, bald and yellow, with a fringe of white hair. "Would you please to give order, sir, that a poor hermit is to be admitted, just come from the desert, and who is instructed to beg for contributions towards rebuilding a holy house." This apparition, which suddenly reminded the lawyer of a prophecy uttered by the terrible Nourrisson, gave him a shock. "Let in that old man," said he to the servant. "He will poison the place." So replied the man, "He has on a brown gown which he has never changed since he left Syria, and he has no shirt." "Show him in," repeated the master. The old man came in. Victorine's keen eye examined this so-called pilgrim hermit, and he saw a fine specimen of the Neapolitan friars, whose frocks are akin to the rags of the Lazzaroni, whose sandals are tatters of leather, as the friars are tatters of humanity. The get-up was so perfect that the lawyer, though still on his guard, was vexed with himself for having believed it to be one of Madame Nourrisson's tricks. "How much do you want of me?" "Whatever you feel that you ought to give me." Victorine took a 5-franc piece from a little pile on his table and handed it to the stranger. "That is not much on account of 50,000 francs, said the pilgrim of the desert. This speech removed all Victorine's doubts. "And has heaven kept its word?" he said with a frown. "The question is an offence, my son," said the hermit. "If you do not choose to pay, till after the funeral you are in your rights. I will return in a week's time." "The funeral?" cried the lawyer, starting up. "The world moves on," said the old man as he withdrew, "and the dead move quickly in Paris." When Hulot, who stood looking down, was about to reply, the stalwart old man had vanished. "I don't understand one word of all this," said Victorine to himself, "but at the end of the week I will ask him again about my father. If we have not yet found him, where does Madame Nourrisson's, that was her name, pick up such actors?" On the following day, Dr. Bianchon allowed the Baroness to go down into the garden, after examining Lisbeth, who had been obliged to keep to her room for a month, by a slight bronchial attack. The learned doctor, who dared not pronounce a definite opinion on Lisbeth's case, till he had seen some decisive symptoms, went into the garden with Adeline to observe the effect of the fresh air on her nervous trembling after 2 months of seclusion. He was interested and allured by the hope of curing this nervous complaint, on seeing the great physician sitting with them, and sparing them a few minutes, the Baroness and her family conversed with him on general subjects. "Your life is a very full, and a very sad one," said Madame Hulot. "I know what it is to spend one's days in seeing poverty and physical suffering." "I know, madame," replied the doctor, "all the scenes of which charity compels you to be a spectator, but you will get used to it in time, as we all do. It is the law of existence. The confessor, the magistrate, the lawyer would find life unendurable if the spirit of the state did not assert itself above the feelings of the individual, could we live at all. But for that is not the soldier in time of war, brought face to face with spectacles even more dreadful than those we see, and every soldier that has been under fire is kind-hearted. We medical men have the pleasure now and again of a successful cure, as you have that of saving a family from the horrors of hunger, depravity, or misery, and of restoring it to social respectability. But what comfort can the magistrate find, the police agent, or the attorney, who spend their lives in investigating the basest schemes of self-interest, the social monster, whose only regret is when it fails, but on whom repentance never dawns? One half of society spends its life in watching the other half. A very old friend of mine is an attorney now retired, who told me that for 15 years past notaries and lawyers have distrusted their clients quite as much as their adversaries. Your son is a pleader. Has he never found himself compromised by the client for whom he held a brief? "Very often," said Victorine with a smile. "And what is the cause of this deep-seated evil?" asked the Baroness. "The decay of religion," said Bianchon, "and the preeminence of finance, which is simply solidified selfishness. Money used not to be everything, there were some kinds of superiority, that ranked above it nobility genius service done to the state. But nowadays the law takes wealth as the universal standard, and regards it as the measure of public capacity. Certain magistrates are ineligible to the chamber. Jean-Jacques Rousseau would be ineligible. The perpetual subdivision of a state compels every man to take care of himself from the age of 20. Well then, between the necessity for making a fortune and the depravity of speculation, there is no check or hindrance, for the religious sense is wholly lacking in France, in spite of the laudable endeavours of those who are working for a Catholic revival. And this is the opinion of every man who like me studies society at the core. And you have few pleasures, said Hortense. The true physician, madame, is in love with his science, replied the doctor. He is sustained by that passion as much as by the sense of his usefulness to society. At this very time you see in me a sort of scientific rapture, and many superficial judges would regard me as a man devoid of feeling. I have to announce a discovery tomorrow to the College of Medicine, for I am studying a disease that had disappeared, a mortal disease for which no cure is known in temperate climates, though it is curable in the West Indies. A malady known here in the Middle Ages. A noble fight is that of the physician against such a disease. For the last 10 days I have thought of nothing but these cases, for there are two, a husband and wife. Are they not connections of yours? For you, madame, are surely Monsieur Crevel's daughter, said he, addressing Celestine. What is my father your patient? Asked Celestine, living in the Rue Barbet-Jouy. Precisely so, said Bianchon. And the disease is inevitably fatal, said Victorine in dismay. I will go to see him, said Celestine, rising. I positively forbid it, Madame Bianchon quietly said. The disease is contagious. But you go there, monsieur, replied the young woman. Do you think that a daughter's duty is less binding than a doctor's? Madame, a physician knows how to protect himself against infection, and the rashness of your devotion proves to me that you would probably be less prudent than Roman one. Celestine, however, got up and went to her room, where she dressed to go out. Monsieur, said Victorine to Bianchon, have you any hope of saving Monsieur and Madame Crevel? I hope, but I do not believe that I may, said Bianchon. The case is to me quite inexplicable. The disease is peculiar to Negroes, and the American tribes whose skin is differently constituted to that of the white races. Now, I can trace no connection with the copper-coloured tribes, with Negroes or half-castes in Monsieur or Madame Crevel. And though it is a very interesting disease to us, it is a terrible thing for the sufferers. The poor woman, who is said to have been very pretty, is punished for her sins, for she is now squalidly hideous. If she is still anything at all, she is losing her hair and teeth. Her skin is like a leper's. She is a horror to herself. Her hands are horrible, covered with greenish pustules. Her nails are loose, and the flesh is eaten away by the poisoned humours. And the cause of such a disease? Asked the lawyer. Oh, said the doctor, the cause lies in a form of rapid blood poisoning. It degenerates with terrific rapidity. I hope to act on the blood. I am having it analysed, and I am now going home to ascertain the result of the labours of my friend Professor Duval, the famous chemist, with a view to trying one of those desperate measures by which we sometimes attempt to defeat death. The hand of God is there, said Adeline in a voice husky with emotion, though that woman has brought sorrows on me, which have led me in moments of madness to invoke the vengeance of heaven. I hope God knows. I hope you may succeed, doctor. Victorine felt dizzy. He looked at his mother, his sister, and the physician, by turns quaking lest they should read his thoughts. He felt himself a murderer. Hortense, for her part, thought God was just. Celestine came back to beg her husband to accompany her. If you insist on going, madame, and you too, monsieur, keep at least a foot between you and the bed of the sufferer. That is the chief precaution. Neither you nor your wife must dream of kissing the dying man. And indeed you ought to go with your wife, Monsieur Hulot, to hinder her from disobeying my injunctions. Adeline and Hortense, when they were left alone, went to sit with Lisbeth. Hortense had such a virulent hatred of Valerie that she could not contain the expression of it. Cousin Lisbeth, she exclaimed, my mother and I are avenged. That venomous snake is herself. Bittench is rotting in her bed. Hortense, at this moment, you are not a Christian. You ought to pray to God to vouchsafe repentance to this wretched woman. What are you talking about? Said Betty, rising from her couch. Are you speaking of Valerie? Yes, replied Adeline. She is past hope dying of some horrible disease of which the mere description makes one shudder. Lisbeth's teeth chattered. A cold sweat broke out all over her. The violence of the shock showed how passionate her attachment to Valerie had been. I must go there, said she. But the doctor forbids your going out. I do not care, I must go. Poor Crevel, what a state he must be in, for he loves that woman. He is dying too, replied Countess Steinbach. All our enemies are in the devil's clutches. In God's hands, my child. Lisbeth dressed in the famous yellow Indian shawl and her black velvet bonnet, and put on her boots in spite of her relations' remonstrances. She set out, as if driven by some irresistible power. She arrived in the Rue Barbet a few minutes after Monsieur and Madame Hulot, and found 7 physicians there brought by Bianchon to study this unique case. He had just joined them. The physicians assembled in the drawing-room were discussing the disease. Now one and now another went into Valerie's room or Crevel's to take a note, and returned with an opinion based on this rapid study. These princes of science were divided in their opinions. One, who stood alone in his views, considered it a case of poisoning of private revenge, and denied its identity with the disease known in the Middle Ages. 3 others regarded it as a specific deterioration of the blood and the humours. The rest, agreeing with Bianchon, maintained that the blood was poisoned by some hitherto unknown morbid infection. Bianchon produced Professor Duval's analysis of the blood. The remedies to be applied, though absolutely empirical, and without hope, depended on the verdict in this medical dilemma. Lisbeth stood as if petrified 3 yards away from the bed where Valerie lay dying, as she saw a priest from St. Thomas d'Aquin standing by her friend's pillow, and a sister of charity in attendance. Religion could find a soul to save in a mass of rottenness, which of the 5 senses of man had now only that of sight. The sister of charity, who alone had been found to nurse Valerie, stood apart. Thus the Catholic religion, that divine institution, always actuated by the spirit of self-sacrifice under its twofold aspect of the spirit and the flesh, was tending this horrible and atrocious creature, soothing her deathbed, by its infinite benevolence and inexhaustible stores of mercy. The servants, in horror, refused to go into the room of either their master or mistress. They thought only of themselves, and judged their betters as righteously stricken. The smell was so foul that, in spite of open windows and strong perfumes, no one could remain long in Valerie's room. Religion alone kept guard there. How could a woman so clever as Valerie fail to ask herself to what end these 2 representatives of the church remained with her? The dying woman had listened to the words of the priest. Repentance had risen on her darkened soul, as the devouring malady had consumed her beauty. The fragile Valerie had been less able to resist the inroads of the disease than Crevel. She would be the first to succumb, and indeed had been the first attacked. If I had not been ill myself, I would have come to nurse you, said Lisbeth at last, after a glance at her friend's sunken eyes. I have kept my room this fortnight or 3 weeks, but when I heard of your state from the doctor I came at once. Poor Lisbeth, you at least love me still, I see, said Valerie. Listen, I have only a day or 2 left to think, for I cannot say to live. You see, there is nothing left of me. I am a heap of mud. They will not let me see myself in a glass well. It is no more than I deserve. Oh, if I might only win mercy, I would gladly undo all the mischief I have done. Oh, said Lisbeth, if you can talk like that, you are indeed a dead woman. Do not hinder this woman's repentance, leave her in her Christian mind, said the priest. There is nothing left, said Lisbeth in consternation. I cannot recognize her eyes or her mouth, not a feature of her is there, and her wit has deserted her. Oh, it is awful. You don't know, said Valerie, what death is, what it is to be obliged to think of the morrow of your last day on earth, and of what is to be found in the graveworms for the body and for the soul. What, Lisbeth, I know there is another life, and I am given over to terrors which prevent my feeling the pangs of my decomposing body. I, who could laugh at a saint, and say to Crevel that the vengeance of God took every form of disaster, well, I was a true prophet. Do not trifle with sacred things, Lisbeth. If you love me, repent as I do. I said, Lisbeth, I see vengeance wherever I turn in nature. Insects even die to satisfy the craving for revenge when they are attacked. And do not these gentlemen tell you, and she looked at the priest, that God is revenged, and that his vengeance lasts through all eternity? The priest looked mildly at Lisbeth and said, You, madame, are an atheist. But look what I have come to, said Valerie. And where did you get this gangrene? Asked the old maid, unmoved from her peasant incredulity. I had a letter from Henry, which leaves me in no doubt as to my fate. He has murdered me, and just when I meant to live honest, Lito die an object of disgust. Lisbeth, give up all notions of revenge. Be kind to that family, to whom I have left by my will everything I can dispose of. Go, child, though you are the only creature who at this hour does not avoid me with horror. Go, I beseech you, and leave me. I have only time to make my peace with God. She is wandering in her wits, said Lisbeth to herself as she left the room. The strongest affection known, that of a woman for a woman, had not such heroic constancy. As the church Lisbeth, stifled by the miasma, went away, she found the physicians still in consultation, but Bianchen's opinion carried the day, and the only question now was how to try the remedies. At any rate we shall have a splendid post-mortem, said one of his opponents, and there will be 2 cases to enable us to make comparisons. Lisbeth went in again with Bianchen, who went up to the sick woman, without seeming aware of the malodorous atmosphere. Madame, said he, we intend to try a powerful remedy which may save you. And if you save my life, said she, shall I be as good-looking as ever? Possibly, said the judicious physician. I know you're possibly, said Valerie. I shall look like a woman who has fallen into the fire. No, leave me to the church. I can please no one now, but God, I will try to be reconciled to him. And that will be my last flirtation. Yes, I must try to come round God. That is my poor Valerie's last jest, that is all herself, said Lisbeth in tears. Lisbeth thought it her duty to go into Crevel's room, where she found Victorine and his wife sitting about a yard away from the stricken man's bed. Lisbeth, said he, they will not tell me what state my wife is in. You have just seen her. How is she? She is better, she says she is saved, replied Lisbeth, allowing herself this play on the word to soothe Crevel's mind. That is well, said the mayor. I feared lest I had been the cause of her illness. A man is not a traveller in perfumery for nothing. I had blamed myself. If I should lose her, what would become of me? On my honour, my children, I worship that woman. He sat up in bed and tried to assume his favourite position. Oh, Papa, cried Celestine, if only you could be well again, I would make friends with my stepmother. I make a vow. Poor little Celestine, said Crevel, come and kiss me. Victorine held back his wife, who was rushing forward. You do not know, perhaps, said the lawyer gently, that your disease is contagious, monsieur. To be sure, replied Crevel, and the doctors are quite proud of having rediscovered in me some long-lost plague of the Middle Ages, which the faculty has had cried like lost property. It is very funny. Papa, said Celestine, be brave, and you will get the better of this disease. Be quite easy, my children. Death thinks twice of it before carrying off a mayor of Paris, said he with monstrous composure. And if after all my district is so unfortunate as to lose a man, it has twice honoured with its suffrage. So you see what a flow of words I have. Well, I shall know how to pack up and go. I have been a commercial traveller. I am experienced in such matters. Ah, my children, I am a man of strong mind. Papa, promise me to admit the church. Never, replied Crevel. What is to be said? I drank the milk of revolution. I have not Baron Holbach's wit, but I have his strength of mind. I am more regents than ever, more musketeer Abbe Dubois, and Marechal de Richelieu. By the holy poker, my wife, who is wandering in her head, has just sent me a man in a gaunto, me the admirer of Beranger, the friend of Lisette, the son of Voltaire, and Rousseau the doctor, to feel my pulse as it were, and see if sickness had subdued me. You saw Monsieur l'Abbe, said he. Well, I imitated the great Montesquieu. Yes, I looked at the doctor, see, like this, and he turned to show 3/4 face like his portrait, and extended his hand authoritatively, and I said, the slave was here. He showed his order, but he nothing gained. His order is a pretty jest, showing that even in death Monsieur le Président de Montesquieu preserved his elegant wit, for they had sent him a Jesuit. I admire that passage. I cannot say of his life, but of his death the passage. An author joke the passage from life to death, the passage Montesquieu. Victorine gazed sadly at his father-in-law, wondering whether folly and vanity were not forces on a par with true greatness of soul. The causes that act on the springs of the soul seem to be quite independent of the results. Can it be that the fortitude which upholds a great criminal is the same as that which a champsonette so proudly walks to the scaffold? By the end of the week Madame Crevel was buried after dreadful sufferings, and Crevel followed her within 2 days. Thus the marriage contract was annulled. Crevel was heir to Valerie. On the very day after the funeral the friar called again on the lawyer, who received him in perfect silence. The monk held out his hand without a word, and without a word Victorine Hulot gave him 80,000 franc notes taken from a sum of money found in Crevel's desk. Young Madame Hulot inherited the estate of Presles, and 30,000 francs a year. Madame Crevel had bequeathed a sum of 300,000 francs to Baron Hulot. Her scrofulous boy Stanislas was to inherit at his majority the Hotel Crevel, and 80,000 francs. Among the many noble associations founded in Paris by Catholic charity, there is one originated by Madame de la Chanterie, for promoting civil and religious marriages between persons who have formed a voluntary but illicit union, legislators, who draw large revenues from the registration fees, and the bourgeois dynasty, which benefits by the notary's profits, affect to overlook the fact that 3/4 of the poorer class cannot afford 15 francs for the marriage contract. The pleaders, a sufficiently vilified body, gratuitously defend the cases of the indigent, while the notaries have not as yet agreed to charge nothing for the marriage contract of the poor. As to the revenue collectors, the whole machinery of government would have to be dislocated to induce the authorities to relax their demands. The registrar's office is deaf and dumb. Then the church too receives a duty on marriages in France. The church depends largely on such revenues. Even in the house of God, it traffics in chairs and kneeling stools in a way that offends foreigners, though it cannot have forgotten the anger of the Saviour who drove the money changers out of the temple. If the church is so loath to relinquish its dues, it must be supposed that these dues, known as vestry dues, are one of its sources of maintenance, and then the fault of the church is the fault of the state. The cooperation of these conditions at a time when charity is too greatly concerned with the Negroes and the petty offenders discharged from prison to trouble itself about honest folks in difficulties, results in the existence of a number of decent couples who have never been legally married for lack of 30 francs, the lowest figure for which the notary, the registrar, the mayor, and the church will unite 2 citizens of Paris. Madame de la Chantery's fund, founded to restore poor households to their religious and legal status, hunts up such couples, and with all the more success because it helps them in their poverty before attacking their unlawful union. As soon as Madame Hulot had recovered, she returned to her occupations, and then it was that the admirable Madame de la Chantery came to beg that Adeline would add the legalization of these voluntary unions to the other good works of which she was the instrument. One of the Baroness' first efforts in this cause was made in the Armenhouse-looking district, formerly known as La Petite Pologne, Little Poland, bounded by the Rue du Rocher, Rue de la Pépinière, and Rue de Miromesnil. There exists there a sort of offshoot of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau. To give an idea of this part of the town, it is enough to say that the landlords of some of the houses tenanted by working men, without work, by dangerous characters, and by the very poor employed in unhealthy toil, dare not demand their rents, and can find no bailiffs bold enough to evict insolvent lodgers at the present time. Speculating builders, who are fast changing the aspect of this corner of Paris, and covering the waste ground lying between the Rue d'Amsterdam and the Rue Faubourg du Roule, will no doubt alter the character of the inhabitants, for the trowel is a more civilizing agent than is generally supposed by erecting substantial and handsome houses with porters at the doors, by bordering the streets with footwalks and sharp speculation, while raising the rents disperses the squalid class families bereft of furniture and lodgers that cannot pay, and so these districts are cleared of such objectionable residents, and the dens vanish into which the police never venture but under the sanction of the law. In June 1844, the purlieus of the Place de Laborde were still far from inviting the genteel pedestrian who by chance should turn out of the Rue de la Pépinière into one of those dreadful side streets, would have been dismayed to see how vile a Bohemia dwelt cheek by jowl with the aristocracy in such places as these, haunted by ignorant poverty and misery, driven to bay flourish the last public letter writers who are to be found in Paris. Wherever you see the 2 words écrivain public written in a fine copy hand on a sheet of letter paper, stuck to the window pane of some low entresol or mud-splashed ground-floor room, you may safely conclude that the neighbourhood is the lurking place of many unlettered folks, and of much vice and crime. The outcome of misery, for ignorance is the mother of all sorts of crime. A crime is in the first instance a defect of reasoning powers. While the Baroness had been ill, this quarter, to which she was a minor providence, had seen the advent of a public writer, who settled in the passage du Soleil-Sun alias Spot, of which the name is one of the antitheses dear to the Parisian, for the passage is especially dark. This writer, supposed to be a German, was named Wieder, and he lived on matrimonial terms with a young creature of whom he was so jealous that he never allowed her to go anywhere excepting to some honest stove and flue-fitters in the Rue Saint-Lazare. Italians, as such fitters always are, but long since established in Paris. These people had been saved from a bankruptcy which would have reduced them to misery by the Baroness acting in behalf of Madame de la Chantery. In a few months, comfort had taken the place of poverty, and religion had found a home in hearts which once had cursed heaven with the energy peculiar to Italian stove-fitters. So one of Madame Hulot's first visits was to this family. She was pleased at the scene that presented itself to her eyes at the back of the house, where these worthy folks lived in the Rue Saint-Lazare. not far from the Rue du Rocher, high above the stores and workshops now well filled, where toiled a swarm of apprentices and workmen all Italians from the valley of Domo di Arsalathe masters. Family occupied a set of rooms which hard work had blessed with abundance. The Baroness was hailed like the Virgin Mary in person. After a quarter of an hour's questioning, Adeline, having to wait for the father to inquire how his business was prospering, pursued her saintly calling as a spy, by asking whether they knew of any families needing help. "Ah, dear lady, you who could save the damned from hell," said the Italian wife, "there is a girl quite near here to be saved from perdition." "A girl well known to you?" asked the Baroness. "She is the granddaughter of a master my husband formerly worked for, who came to France in 1798, after the Revolution, by name Giudice. Old Giudice in Napoleon's time was one of the principal stove-fitters in Paris. He died in 1819, leaving his son a fine fortune. But the younger Giudice wasted all his money on bad women, till at last he married one who was sharper than the rest, and she had this poor little girl who is just turned 15. "And what is wrong with her?" asked Adeline, struck by the resemblance between this Giudice and her husband. "Well, madame, this child named Atala ran away from her father, and came to live close by here with an old German of 80 at least named Vida, who does odd jobs for people who cannot read and write. Now, if this old sinner who bought the child of her mother, they say, for 1,500 francs would but marry her, as he certainly has not long to live, and as he is said to have some few thousand of francs a year, well, the poor thing, who is a sweet little angel, would be out of mischief, and above want, which must be the ruin of her. Thank you very much for the information. I may do some good, but I must act with caution. Who is the old man?" "Oh, madame, he is a good old fellow. He makes the child very happy, and he has some sense too, for he left the part of town where the Judices live, as I believe, to snatch the child from her mother's clutches. The mother was jealous of her, and I dare say she thought she could make money out of her beauty, and make a mademoiselle of the girl. Atala remembered us and advised her gentleman to settle near us, and as the good man sees how decent we are, he allows her to come here. But get them married, madame, and you will do an action worthy of you. Once married, the child will be independent and free from her mother, who keeps an eye on her, and who, if she could make money by her, would like to see her on the stage or successful in the wicked life she meant her to lead. Why doesn't the old man marry her?" "There was no necessity for it, you see," said the Italian, "and though old Vida is not a bad old fellow, I fancy he is sharp enough to wish to remain the master, while if he once got married, the poor man is afraid of the stone that hangs round every old man's neck." "Could you send for the girl to come here?" said Madame Hulot. "I should see her quietly, and find out what could be done." The stove-fitter's wife signed to her eldest girl, who ran off 10 minutes later. She returned leading by the hand a child of 15 and a half, a beauty of the Italian type. Mademoiselle Giudice inherited from her father that ivory skin, which, rather yellow by day, is by artificial light of lily witness, eyes of oriental beauty, form and brilliancy, close curling lashes, like black feathers, hair of ebony hue, and that native dignity of the Lombard race, which makes the foreigner, as he walks through Milan on a Sunday, fancy that every porter's daughter is a princess. Atala, told by the stove-fitter's daughter that she was to meet the great lady of whom she had heard so much, had hastily dressed in a black silk gown, a smart little cape, and neat boots. A cap with a cherry-coloured bow, added to the brilliant effect of her colouring. The child stood in an attitude of artless curiosity, studying the Baroness out of the corner of her eye, for her palsied trembling puzzled her greatly. Adeline sighed deeply as she saw this jewel of womanhood in the mire of prostitution, and determined to rescue her to virtue. "What is your name, my dear?" "Atala, madame." "And can you read and write?" "No, madame, but that does not matter, as monsieur can." "Did your parents ever take you to church? Have you been to your first communion? Do you know your catechism?" "Madame, papa wanted to make me do something of the kind you speak of, but mamma would not have it." "Your mother?" exclaimed the Baroness. "Is she bad to you then?" "She was always beating me, I don't know why, but I was always being quarrelled over by my father and mother." "Did you ever hear of God?" cried the Baroness. The girl looked up wide-eyed. "Oh yes, papa and mamma often said, 'Good God,' and 'In God's name and God's thunder,'" said she with perfect simplicity. "Then you never saw a church? Did you never think of going into one?" "A church, Notre Dame, the Pantheon. I have seen them from a distance when papa took me into town, but that was not very often. There are no churches like those in the Faubourg." "Which Faubourg did you live in?" "In the Faubourg." "Yes, but which?" In the Rue de Charonne, madame. The inhabitants of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine never call that notorious district other than the Faubourg to them. It is the one and only Faubourg, and manufacturers generally understand the words as meaning the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Did no one ever tell you what was right or wrong? Mamma used to beat me when I did not do what pleased her. But did you not know that it was very wicked to run away from your father and mother, to go to live with an old man? Atala Judici gazed at the Baroness with a haughty stare, but made no reply. She is a perfect little savage, murmured Adeline. There are a great many like her in the Faubourg, madame, said the stove-fitter's wife. But she knows nothing, not even what is wrong. Good heavens, why do you not answer me, said Madame Hulot, putting out her hand to take Atala's. Atala indignantly withdrew a step. You are an old fool, said she. Why, my father and mother had had nothing to eat for a week. My mother wanted me to do much worse than that, I think, for my father thrashed her, and called her a thief. However, Monsieur Vider paid all their debts, and gave them some money, a bagful, and he brought me away, and poor papa was crying, but we had to part. Was it wicked, she asked. And are you very fond of Monsieur Vider? Fond of him, said she, I should think so. He tells me beautiful stories, madame, every evening, and he has given me nice gowns and linen, and a shawl. Why, I am figged out like a princess, and I never wear sabots now, and then I have not known what it is to be hungry these 2 months past, and I don't live on potatoes now. He brings me bonbons and burnt almonds and chocolate almonds errant. They good. I do anything he pleases for a bag of chocolate. Then my old daddy is very kind. He takes such care of me, and is so nice. I know now what my mother ought to have been. He is going to get an old woman to help me, for he doesn't like me to dirty my hands with cooking. For the past month too he has been making a little money, and he gives me 3 francs every evening that I put into a money box. Only, he will never let me out, except to come here, and he calls me his little kitten. Mamma never called me anything but bad names and thief and vermin. Well then, my child, why should not Daddy Vider be your husband? But he is, madame, said the girl, looking at Adeline with calm pride, without a blush, her brow smooth, her eyes steady. He told me that I was his little wife, but it is a horrid bore to be a man's wife if it were not for the burnt almonds. Good heaven, said the Baroness to herself, what monster can have had the heart to betray such perfect, such holy innocence, to restore this child to the ways of virtue? Would surely atone for many sins. I knew what I was doing, thought she, remembering the scene with Crevel, but Shesh knows nothing. Do you know Monsieur Salmon? Asked Atala with an insinuating look. No, my child, but why do you ask? Really and truly, said the artless girl. You have nothing to fear from this lady, said the Italian woman. She is an angel. It is because my good old boy is afraid of being caught by Salmon, and he is hiding, and I wish he could be free. Why? On then he would take me to Babino, perhaps to the Ambigue. What a delightful creature, said the Baroness, kissing the girl. Are you rich? Asked Atala, who was fingering the Baroness' lace ruffles. Yes and no, replied Madame Hulot. I am rich for dear little girls like you, when they are willing to be taught their duties as Christians by a priest, and to walk in the right way. What way is that? Said Atala. I walk on my 2 feet. The way of virtue. Atala looked at the Baroness with a crafty smile. Look at Madame, said the Baroness, pointing to the stove-fitter's wife. She has been quite happy, because she was received into the bosom of the church. You married like the beasts that perish. I said, Atala, why, if you will give me as much as Daddy Vider gives me, I shall be quite happy unmarried again. It is a grind. Do you know what it is too? But when once you are united to a man, as you are, the Baroness put in, virtue requires you to remain faithful to him. Till he dies, said Atala with a knowing flash. I shall not have to wait long. If you only knew how Daddy Vider coughs and blows poof poof, and she imitated the old man. Virtue and morality require that the church representing God, and the mayor representing the law, should consecrate your marriage. Madame Hulot went on. Look at Madame, she is legally married. Will it make it more amusing? Asked the girl. You will be happier, said the Baroness, for no one could then blame you. You would satisfy God. Ask her if she was married without the sacrament of marriage. Atala looked at the Italian. How is she any better than I am? She asked. I am prettier than she is. Yes, but I am an honest woman, said the wife, and you may be called by a bad name. How can you expect God to protect you if you trample every law, human and divine, underfoot? Said the Baroness. Don't you know that God has paradise in store for those who obey the injunctions of his church? What is there in paradise? Are there playhouses? Paradise, said Adeline, is every joy you can conceive of it, is full of angels with white wings you see God. In all his glory you share his power, you are happy, for every minute of eternity. Atala listened to the lady as she might have listened to music, but Adeline, seeing that she was incapable of understanding her thought, she had better take another line of action, and speak to the old man. Go home then, my child, and I will go to see Monsieur Vider. Is he a Frenchman? He is an Alsatian, madame, but he will be quite rich soon if you would pay what he owes to that vile Samanon. He would give you back your money, for in a few months he will be getting 6,000 francs a year, he says. And we are to go to live in the country a long way off in the Vosges. At the word Vosges the Baroness sat lost in reverie. It called up the vision of her native village. She was roused from her melancholy meditation by the entrance of the stove-fitter, who came to assure her of his prosperity. In a year's time, madame, I can repay the money you lent us, for it is God's money, the money of the poor, and wretched if ever I make a fortune come to me for what you want, and I will render through you the help to others which you first brought us. Just now, said Madame Hulot, I do not need your money, but I ask your assistance in a good work. I have just seen that little Judici who is living with an old man, and I mean to see them regularly and legally married. Our old Vider, he is a very worthy old fellow, with plenty of good sense. The poor old man has already made friends in the neighbourhood. Though he has been here but 2 months, he keeps my accounts for me. He is, I believe, a brave colonel who served the Emperor well. And how he adores Napoleon! He has some orders, but he never wears them. He is waiting till he is straight again, for he is in debt, poor old boy. In fact, I believe he is hiding, threatened by the law. Tell him that I will pay his debts if he will marry the child. Oh, that will soon be settled. Suppose you were to see him, madame, it is not 2 steps away in the passage du Soleil. So the lady and the stove-fitter went out. This way, madame, said the man, turning down the Rue de la Pépinière. The alley runs, in fact, from the bottom of this street, through to the Rue du Rocher, halfway down this passage, recently opened through, where the shops let at a very low rent the Baroness saw on a window, screened up to a height, with a green gauze curtain, which excluded the prying eyes of the passer-by, the words "Écrivain public," and on the door the announcement "Business transacted, petitions drawn up, accounts audited, etc. with secrecy and dispatch." The shop was like one of those little offices where travellers by omnibus wait the vehicles to take them on to their destination. A private staircase led up, no doubt, to the living rooms on the entresol, which were let with the shop. Madame Hulot saw a dirty writing table of some light wood, some letterboxes, and a wretched second-hand chair, a cap with a peak, and a greasy green shade for the eyes, suggested either precautions for disguise or weak eyes, which was not unlikely in an old man. He is upstairs, said the stove-fitter. I will go up and tell him to come down. Adeline lowered her veil and took a seat. A heavy step made the narrow stairs creak, and Adeline could not restrain a piercing cry when she saw her husband, Baron Hulot, in a grey knitted jersey, old grey flannel trousers, and slippers. What is your business, madame? Said Hulot with a flourish. She rose, seized Hulot by the arm, and said in a voice hoarse with emotion, "At last I have found you." Adeline, exclaimed the Baron in bewilderment, and he locked the shop door. Joseph, go out the back way, he added to the stove-fitter. My dear, she said, forgetting everything in her excessive joy, you can come home to us. All we are rich. Your son draws 160,000 francs a year. Your pension is released. There are 15,000 francs of arrears you can get on showing that you are alive. Valerie is dead, and left you 300,000 francs. Your name is quite forgotten by this time. You may reappear in the world, and you will find a fortune awaiting you at your son's house. Come, our happiness will be complete. For nearly 3 years, I have been seeking you, and I felt so sure of finding you that a room is ready waiting for you. Oh, come away from this, come away from the dreadful state I see you in. I am very willing, said the bewildered Baron, but can I take the girl? Hector, give her up. Do that much for your Adeline, who has never before asked you to make the smallest sacrifice. I promise you, I will give the child a marriage portion. I will see that she marries well, and has some education. Let it be said of one of the women who have given you happiness that she too is happy, and do not relapse into vice, into the mire. So it was you, said the Baron with a smile, who wanted to see me married. Wait a few minutes, he added. I will go upstairs and dress. I have some decent clothes in a trunk. Adeline, left alone and looking round the squalid shop, melted into tears. He has been living here, and we rolling in wealth, said she to herself. Poor man, he has indeed been punished, who was elegance itself. The stove-fitter returned to make his bow to his benefactress, and she desired him to fetch a coach when he came back. She begged him to give little Atala Judici a home, and to take her away at once, and tell her that if she will place herself under the guidance of Monsieur the Cure of the Madeleine, on the day when she attends her first communion, I will give her 30,000 francs, and find her a good husband, some worthy young man. My eldest son then, madame, he is 22, and he worships the child. The Baron now came down, there were tears in his eyes. You are forcing me to desert the only creature who had ever begun to love me at all as you do, said he in a whisper to his wife. She is crying bitterly, and I cannot abandon her so. Be quite easy, Hector, she will find a home with honest people, and I will answer for her conduct. Well then, I can go with you, said the Baron, escorting his wife to the cab. Hector the Baron d'Hervey once more had put on a blue coat, and trousers, a white waistcoat, a black stock and gloves. When the Baroness had taken her seat in the vehicle, Atala slipped in like an eel. Oh, madame, she said, let me go with you, I will be so good, so obedient, I will do whatever you wish, but do not part me from my daddy Vidor, my kind daddy, who gives me such nice things. I shall be beaten. Come, come, Atala, said the Baron, this lady is my wife who must part. She as old as that and shaking like a leaf, said the child, look at her head, and she laughingly mimicked the Baroness' palsy. The stove-fitter, who had run after the girl, came to the carriage door. Take her away, said Adeline. The man put his arms round Atala, and fairly carried her off. Thanks for such a sacrifice, my dearest, said Adeline, taking the Baron's hand, and clutching it with delirious joy. How much you are altered, you must have suffered so much, what a surprise for Hortense, and for your son. Adeline talked as lovers talk, who meet after a long absence of 100 things at once. In 10 minutes the Baron and his wife reached the Rue Louhel Grand, and there Adeline found this note awaiting her. Madame la Baronne, Monsieur le Baron Hulot d'Hervey lived for 1 month in the Rue de Charonne under the name of Thoric, an anagram of Hector he is now. In the passage du Soleil, by the name of Vidor, he says he is an Alsatian and does writing, and he lives with a girl named Atala. Judici, be very cautious, madame, for search is on foot. The Baron is wanted, on what score I know not. The actress has kept her word, and remains as ever. Madame la Baronne, your humble servant. J. Roman 1000. The Baron's return was hailed with such joy as reconciled him to domestic life. He forgot little Atala Judici, for excesses of profligacy had reduced him to the volatility of feeling that is characteristic of childhood. But the happiness of the family was dashed by the change that had come over him. He had been still hale when he had gone away from his home. He had come back almost 100 broken bent, and his expression even debased. A splendid dinner improvised by Celestine reminded the old man of the singers' banquets. He was dazzled by the splendor of his home. A feast in honor of the return of the prodigal father, said he in a murmur to Adeline. Hush, said she, all is forgotten. And Lisbeth, he asked, not seeing the old maid. I am sorry to say that she is in bed, replied Hortense. She can never get up, and we shall have the grief of losing her ere long. She hopes to see you after dinner. At daybreak next morning, Victorine Hulot was informed by the porter's wife that soldiers of the municipal guard were posted all round the premises. The police demanded Baron Hulot, the bailiff, who had followed the woman, laid a summons in due form before the lawyer and asked him whether he meant to pay his father's debts. The claim was for 10,000 francs at the suit of an usurer named Samanon, who had probably lent the Baron 2,000 or 3,000 at most. Victorine desired the bailiff to dismiss his men and paid. But is it the last, he anxiously wondered. Lisbeth, miserable already at seeing the family so prosperous, could not survive this happy event. She grew so rapidly worse that Bianchon gave her but a week to live, conquered at last in the long struggle in which she had scored so many victories. She kept the secret of her hatred, even through a painful death from pulmonary consumption. And indeed she had the supreme satisfaction of seeing Adeline, Hortense, Hulot, Victorine, Steinbach, Celestine, and their children standing in tears round her bed and mourning for her, as the angel of the family. Baron Hulot, enjoying a course of solid food, such as he had not known for nearly 3 years, recovered flesh and strength, and was almost himself again. This improvement was such a joy to Adeline that her nervous trembling perceptibly diminished. She will be happy after all, said Lisbeth to herself on the day before she died, as she saw the veneration with which the Baron regarded his wife, of whose sufferings he had heard from Hortense and Victorine. And vindictiveness hastened Cousin Betty's end. The family followed her weeping to the grave. The Baron and Baroness, having reached the age which looks for perfect rest, gave up the handsome rooms on the first floor to the Count and Countess Steinbach, and took those above the Baron by his son's exertions, found an official position in the management of a railroad in 1845, with a salary of 6,000 francs, which, added to the 6,000 of his pension and the money left to him by Madame Crevel, secured him an income of 24,000 francs. Hortense, having enjoyed her independent income during the 3 years of separation from Wenceslas Victorin, now invested the 200,000 francs he had in trust in his sister's name, and he allowed her 12,000 francs. Wenceslas, as the husband of a rich woman, was not unfaithful, but he was an idler. He could not make up his mind to begin any work, however trifling. Once more, he became the artist in partibus. He was popular in society, and consulted by amateurs. In short, he became a critic like all the feeble folk who fall below their promise. Thus each household, though living as one family, had its own fortune. The Baroness, taught by bitter experience, left the management of matters to her son, and the Baron was thus reduced to his salary in hope that the smallness of his income would prevent his relapsing into mischief, and by some singular good fortune, on which neither the mother nor the son had reckoned, Hulot seemed to have forsworn the fair sex. His subdued behaviour, ascribed to the course of nature, so completely reassured the family that they enjoyed to the full his recovered amiability and delightful qualities. He was unfailingly attentive to his wife and children, escorted them to the play, reappeared in society, and did the honours to his son's house with exquisite grace. In short, this reclaimed prodigal was the joy of his family. He was a most agreeable old man, a ruin, but full of wit, having retained no more of his vice than made it an added social grace. Of course everybody was quite satisfied, and easy. The young people and the Baroness lauded the model father to the skies, forgetting the death of the two uncles. Life cannot go on without much forgetting. Madame Victorin, who managed this enormous household with great skill, due no doubt to Lisbeth's training, had found it necessary to have a mancook. This again necessitated a kitchenmaid. Kitchenmaids are in these days ambitious creatures, eager to detect the chef's secrets, and to become cooks as soon as they have learnt to stir a sauce. Consequently, the kitchenmaid is liable to frequent change. At the beginning of 1845, Celestine engaged as kitchenmaid a sturdy Normandy peasant come from Isigny, short-waisted, with strong red arms, a common face as dull as an occasional piece at the play, and hardly to be persuaded out of wearing the classical linen cap peculiar to the women of Lower Normandy. This girl, as buxom as a wet nurse, looked as if she would burst the blue cotton check in which she clothed her person. Her florid face might have been hewn out of stone, so hard were its tawny outlines. Of course no attention was paid to the advent in the house of this girl, whose name was Agathe, an ordinary wide-awake specimen, such as is daily imported from the provinces. Agathe had no attractions for the cook. Her tongue was too rough, for she had served in a suburban in waiting on Carter's, and instead of making a conquest of her chief and winning from him the secrets of the high art of the kitchen, she was the object of his great contempt. The chef's attentions were in fact devoted to Louise. The Countess Steinbach's maid, the country girl, thinking herself illused, complained bitterly that she was always sent out of the way on some pretext when the chef was finishing a dish or putting the crowning touch to a sauce. "I am out of luck," said she, "and I shall go to another place." And yet she stayed, though she had twice given notice to quit. One night Adeline, roused by some unusual noise, did not see Hector in the bed he occupied near hers, for they slept side by side in 2 beds, as beseemed an old couple. She lay awake an hour, but he did not return. Seized with a panic, fancying some tragic end had overtaken him, an apoplectic attack perhaps, went upstairs to the floor occupied by the servants, and then was attracted to the room where Agathe slept, partly by seeing a light below the door, and partly by the murmur of voices. She stood still in dismay on recognizing the voice of her husband, who, a victim to Agathe's charms to vanquish this strapping wench's not disinterested resistance, went to the length of saying, "My wife has not long to live, and if you like you may be a baroness." Adeline gave a cry, dropped her candlestick, and fled. 3 days later the baroness, who had received the last sacraments, was dying, surrounded by her weeping family. Just before she died, she took her husband's hand and pressed it, murmuring in his ear, "My dear, I had nothing left to give up to you, but my life. In a minute or 2 you will be free, and can make another Baron Hulot." And rare sight, tears oozed from her dead eyes. This desperateness of vice had vanquished the patience of the angel, who on the brink of eternity gave utterance to the only reproach she had ever spoken in her life. The Baron left Paris 3 days after his wife's funeral 11 months after Victorin heard indirectly of his father's marriage to Mademoiselle Agathe Piquetard, solemnized at Isigny on the 1st February 1846. Parents may hinder their children's marriage, but children cannot interfere with the insane acts of their parents in their second childhood, said Mater Hulot to Mater Popinot, the second son of the Minister of Commerce, who was discussing this marriage. Addendum. The following personages appear in other stories of the human comedy. Beauvisage Filias, the member for Arcis, Berthia Parisian notary, cousin Pons, Bianchian Horace, Father Goriot, the atheist's mass, César Bairato, the commission in lunacy, lost illusions, a distinguished provincial at Paris, a bachelor's establishment, the secrets of a princess, the government clerks, Pirette, a study of woman, scenes from a courtesan's life, Honorint, the seamy side of history, the magic skin, a second home, a prince of Bohemia, letters of two brides, the muse of the department, the imaginary mistress, the middle classes, the country parson. In addition, Roman 1000 Bianchian narrated the following: another study of woman, La Grande Bretèque, Bixu Jean Jacques, the purse, a bachelor's establishment, the government clerks, Modeste Mignonne, scenes from a courtesan's life, the firm of Nucingen, the muse of the department, the member for Arcis, Beatrix, a man of business, Goddessart Roman II, the unconscious humorists, cousin Pons, Braulard, a distinguished provincial at Paris, cousin Pons, Bridau Joseph, the purse, a bachelor's establishment, a distinguished provincial at Paris, a start in life, Modeste Mignonne, another study of woman, Pierre Grassou, letters of two brides, the member for Arcis, Bricetout Heloise, cousin Pons, the middle classes, Cadine Jenny, Beatrix, the unconscious humorists, the member for Arcis, Chano, cousin Pons, Chocardel Mademoiselle, Beatrix, a prince of Bohemia, a man of business, the member for Arcis, Culval Flavie Minoret Madame, the government clerks, the middle classes, Carlin Jacqueline, scenes from a courtesan's life, the unconscious humorists, Crevel Celestin, César Bairato, cousin Pons, Esgrignon Victurnien Comte then Marquis D, jealousies of a country town, letters of two brides, a man of business, the secrets of a princess, Falcon Jean, the Chouans, the muse of the department, Graf Wolfgang, cousin Pons, Grassou Pierre, Pierre Grassou, a bachelor's establishment, the middle classes, cousin Pons, Grindart, César Bairato, lost illusions, a distinguished provincial at Paris, a start in life, scenes from a courtesan's life, Beatrix, the middle classes, Hannequin Leopold, Albert Savarus, Beatrix, cousin Pons, here are Uval Duc D, the hated son, jealousies of a country town, Modeste Mignonne, Hulot Marshall, the Chouans, the muse of the department, Hulot Victorin, the member for Arcis, La Bastille au Briar Madame Ernest de, Modeste Mignonne, the member for Arcis, La Baudre Madame Palidor Milord, the muse of the department, a prince of Bohemia. La Chanterie Baron Henry Le Chanteur de, the seamy side of history. Laginski Kant Adam Mitgislas, another study of woman, the imaginary mistress. La Palferine Kant de, a prince of Bohemia, a man of business. Beatrix, the imaginary mistress. La Roche Hugon Marshal de, domestic peace. The peasantry, a daughter of Eve. The member for Arcis, the middle classes. Lebas Joseph, at the sign of the cat and racket. César Birato. Lebas Madame Joseph Virginie, at the sign of the cat and racket. César Birato. Lebas, the muse of the department. Lefebvre Robert, the Gonderville mystery. Lenoncourt Givry Ducte, letters of two brides. The member for Arcis. Laura Leondith, the unconscious humorists. A bachelor's establishment, a start in life. Pierre Grassou, Honorint, Beatrix. Lausto Etienne, a distinguished provincial at Paris. A bachelor's establishment. Scenes from a courtesan's life. A daughter of Eve. Beatrix, the muse of the department. A prince of Bohemia. A man of business. The middle classes. The unconscious humorists. Masolde, scenes from a courtesan's life. The magic skin. A daughter of Eve. The unconscious humorists. Montaurin Marquis de Younger, brother of Alphonse. The Chouans, the seamy side of history. Montcornet Merchel Kant de, domestic peace. Lost illusions, a distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life. The peasantry, a man of business. Navarrene's Ducte, a bachelor's establishment. Colonel Chabert, the muse of the department. The 13 jealousies of a country town. The peasantry, scenes from a courtesan's life. The country parson, the magic skin. The Gonderville mystery. The secrets of a princess. Nerison Madame, scenes from a courtesan's life. The unconscious humorists. Nucingen Baron Frederick de, the firm of Nucingen. Father Goriot. Pirette. César Birato. Lost illusions, a distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life. Another study of woman. The secrets of a princess. A man of business. The muse of the department. The unconscious humorists. Paz Thadi, the imaginary mistress. Popinot Anselmi. César Birato. Gaudissart the Great. Cousin Pons. Popinot Madame Anselmi. César Birato. A prince of Bohemia. Cousin Pons. Popinot Vicomte. Cousin Pons. Rastignac Eugene de, Father Goriot, a distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life. The ball at Sceaux, the commission in lunacy. A study of woman. Another study of woman. The magic skin. The secrets of a princess. A daughter of Eve. The Gonderville mystery. The firm of Nucingen. The member for Arcis. The unconscious humorists. Rivet Achille. Cousin Pons. Rochified Marquis Arthur de. Beatrix. Ronceret Madame Fabienne du. Beatrix. The muse of the department. The unconscious humorists. Samanant, a distinguished provincial at Paris. The government clerks is a man of business. Sinit Seraphine, the unconscious humorists. Steinbach Count Wenceslas, the imaginary mistress. Stidman, modeste mignonne. Beatrix, the member for Arcis. Cousin Pons, the unconscious humorists. Tillet Ferdinand Du, César Bairato, the firm of Nucingen. The middle classes, a bachelor's establishment. Pirette, Melmoth reconciled, a distinguished provincial at Paris. The secrets of a princess, a daughter of Eve. The member for Arcis, the unconscious humorists. Trails Comte Maxime de César Bairato, Father Goriot, Gobseck, Ursule Mirawit, a man of business. The member for Arcis, the secrets of a princess. The member for Arcis, Beatrix, the unconscious humorists. Turque Marguerite, the imaginary mistress. The muse of the department, a man of business. Vauvenet, the unconscious humorists. Vernisset Victor de, the seamy side of history. Beatrix, Vernufelischen, a bachelor's establishment. Lost illusions, a distinguished provincial at Paris. Scenes from a courtesan's life, a daughter of Eve. Vignon Claude, a distinguished provincial at Paris. A daughter of Eve. Honorint, Beatrix, the unconscious humorists. Cousin Pons, by Honore de Balzac, translated by Ellen Merridge. Cousin Pons. Towards 3 o'clock in the afternoon of one October day in the year 1840, for a man of 60 or thereabouts, whom anybody might have credited with more than his actual age, was walking along the Boulevard des Italiens, with his head bent down as if he were tracking someone. There was a smug expression about the mouth. He looked like a merchant who has just done a good stroke of business, or a bachelor emerging from a boudoir in the best of humours with himself. And in Paris, this is the highest degree of self-satisfaction ever registered by a human countenance. As soon as the elderly person appeared in the distance, a smile broke out over the faces of the frequenters of the boulevard, who daily from their chairs watch the passers-by and indulge in the agreeable pastime of analysing them. That smile is peculiar to Parisians. It says so many things: cynical, quizzical, pitying. But nothing save the rarest of human curiosities can summon that look of interest to the faces of Parisians, sated as they are with every possible sight. A saying recorded of Hyacinth, an actor celebrated for his repartees, will explain the archaeological value of the old gentleman, and the smile repeated like an echo by all eyes. Somebody once asked Hyacinth where the hats were made that set the house in a roar as soon as he appeared. "I don't have them made," he said, "I keep them so also." Among the million actors who make up the great troupe of Paris, there are unconscious hyacinths who keep all the absurd freaks of vanished fashions upon their backs, and the apparition of some bygone decade will startle you into laughter as you walk the streets in bitterness of soul over the treason of one who was your friend in the past. In some respects the passer-by adhered so faithfully to the fashions of the year 1806 that he was not so much a burlesque caricature as a reproduction of the Empire period to an observer. Accuracy of detail, in a revival of this sort, is extremely valuable, but accuracy of detail, to be properly appreciated, demands the critical attention of an expert flaneur, while the man in the street who raises a laugh as soon as he comes in sight is bound to be one of those outrageous exhibitions which stare you in the face, as the saying goes, and produce the kind of effect which an actor tries to secure for the success of his entry. The elderly person, a thin spare man, wore a nut-brown spencer over a coat of uncertain green, with white metal buttons. A man in a spencer in the year 1844. It was as if Napoleon himself had vouchsafed to come to life again for a couple of hours. The spencer, as its name indicates, was the invention of an English lord, vain doubtless of his handsome shape. Some time before the Peace of Amiens, this nobleman solved the problem of covering the bust without destroying the outlines of the figure, and encumbering the person with the hideous boxcoat, now finishing its career on the backs of aged hackney cabmen, but elegant figures being in the minority, the success of the Spencer was short-lived in France English, though it was. At the sight of the Spencer, men of 40 or 50 mentally invested the wearer with top-boots, pistachio-coloured kerseymere small clothes, adorned with a knot of ribbon, and beheld themselves in the costumes of their youth. Elderly ladies thought of former conquests, but the younger men were asking each other why the aged Alcibiades had cut off the skirts of his overcoat. The rest of the costume was so much in keeping with the Spencer that you would not have hesitated to call the wearer an empire man, just as you call a certain kind of furniture empire furniture. Yet the newcomer only symbolized the empire for those who had known that great and magnificent epic. At any rate, de visu, for a certain accuracy of memory, was needed for the full appreciation of the costume, and even now the empire is so far away that not every one of us can picture it in its Gallo-Grecian reality. The stranger's hat, for instance, tipped to the back of his head, so as to leave almost the whole forehead bare, recalled a certain jaunty air with which civilians and officials attempted to swagger it with military men, but the hat itself was a shocking specimen of the 15-franc variety. Constant friction, a pair of enormous ears had left their marks which no brush could efface from the underside of the brim. The silk tissue, as usual, fitted badly over the cardboard foundation, and hung in wrinkles here and there, and some skindices apparently had attacked the nap in spite of the hand which rubbed it down of a morning. Beneath the hat, which seemed ready to drop off at any moment, lay an expanse of countenance grotesque and droll as the faces which the Chinese alone of all people can imagine for their quaint curiosities. The broad visage was as full of holes as a colander honeycombed with the shadows of the dints hollowed out like a Roman mask. It set all the laws of anatomy at defiance. Close inspection failed to detect the substructure. Where you expected to find a bone, you discovered a layer of cartilaginous tissue, and the hollows of an ordinary human face were here filled out with flabby bosses. A pair of grey eyes, redrimmed and lashless, looked forlornly out of a countenance which was flattened, something after the fashion of a pumpkin, and surmounted by a Don Quixote nose that rose out of it like a monolith above a plain. It was the kind of nose, as Cervantes must surely have explained somewhere, which denotes an inborn enthusiasm for all things, greater tendency, which is apt to degenerate into credulity. And yet, though the man's ugliness was something almost ludicrous, it aroused not the slightest inclination to laugh. The exceeding melancholy, which found an outlet in the poor man's faded eyes, reached the mocker himself, and froze the jibes on his lips, for all at once the thought arose that this was a human creature to whom nature had forbidden any expression of love or tenderness, since such expression could only be painful or ridiculous to the woman he loved. In the presence of such misfortune, a Frenchman is silent to him. It seems the most cruel of all afflictions to be unable to please. The man so ill-favoured was dressed after the fashion of shabby gentility, a fashion which the rich not seldom try to copy. He wore low shoes beneath gaiters of the pattern worn by the imperial guard, doubtless for the sake of economy, because they kept the socks clean. The rusty tinge of his black breeches, like the cut and the white or shiny line of the creases, assigned the date of the purchase some 3 years back. The roomy garments failed to disguise the lean proportions of the wearer, due apparently rather to constitution than to a Pythagorean regimen, for the worthy man was endowed with thick lips and a sensual mouth, and when he smiled displayed a set of white teeth which would have done credit to a shark. A shawl waistcoat, likewise of black cloth, was supplemented by a white underwaistcoat, and yet again beneath this gleamed the edge of a red knitted underjacket, to put you in mind of Garrett's 5 waistcoats, a huge white muslin stock, with a conspicuous bow, invented by some exquisite to charm the charming sex in 1809, projected so far above the wearer's chin that the lower part of his face was lost as it were in a muslin abyss. A silk watchguard, plated to resemble the keepsakes made of hair, meandered down the shirt front, and secured his watch from the improbable theft. The greenish coat, though older by some 3 years than the breeches, was remarkably neat. The black velvet collar and shining metal buttons, recently renewed, told of carefulness which descended even to trifles. The particular manner of fixing the hat on the occiput, the triple waistcoat, the vast cravat engulfing the chin, the gaiters, the metal buttons on the greenish coatole, these reminiscences of imperial fashions were blended with a sort of afterwaft and lingering perfume of the coquetry of the incroyable, with an indescribable finical, something in the folds of the garments, a certain air of stiffness and correctness in the demeanour that smacked of the school of David, that recalled Jacob's spindle-legged furniture. At first sight, moreover, you set him down either for the gentleman by birth fallen a victim to some degrading habit, or for the man of small independent means, whose expenses are calculated to such a nicety that the breakage of a windowpane, a rent in a coat, or a visit from the philanthropic pest, who asks you for subscriptions to charity absorbs the whole of a month's little surplus of pocket money. If you had seen him that afternoon, you would have wondered how that grotesque face came to be lighted up with a smile. Usually, surely, it must have worn the dispirited passive look of the obscure toiler, condemned to labor, without ceasing for the barest necessaries of life. Yet when you noticed that the odd-looking old man was carrying some object evidently precious in his right hand, with a mother's care concealing it under the skirts of his coat, to keep it from collisions in the crowd, and still more when you remarked that important air, always assumed by an idler when entrusted with a commission, you would have suspected him of recovering some piece of lost property, some modern equivalent of the Marquise's poodle. You would have recognized the assiduous gallantry of the man of the empire, returning in triumph from his mission, to some charming woman of 60 reluctant, as yet to dispense with the daily visit of her elderly attentive. In Paris only among great cities will you see such spectacles as this, for of her boulevards Paris makes a stage where a never-ending drama is played gratuitously by the French nation in the interests of art. In spite of the rashly assumed Spencer, you would scarcely have thought, after a glance at the contours of the man's bony frame, that this was an artist, that conventional type, which is privileged in something of the same way as a Paris gamin to represent riotous living to the bourgeois and Philistine mind, the most mirific joviality, in short, to use the old Rabelaisian word, newly taken into use. Yet this elderly person had once taken the medal, and the travelling scholarship. He had composed the first cantata crowned by the Institut at the time of the re-establishment of the Académie de Rome. He was Roman 1000 Sylvain Pons, in fact Roman 1000 Sylvain Pons, whose name appears on the covers of well-known sentimental songs trilled by our mothers, to say nothing of a couple of operas played in 1815 and 1816, and divers unpublished scores. The worthy soul was now ending his days as the conductor of an orchestra in a boulevard theatre, and a music master in several young ladies' boarding schools, a post for which his face particularly recommended him. He was entirely dependent upon his earnings, running about to give private lessons at his age. Think of it, how many a mystery lies in that unromantic situation. But the last man to wear the Spencer carried something about him besides his empire associations, a warning, and a lesson was written large over that triple waistcoat. Wherever he went he exhibited without fee or charge, one of the many victims of the fatal system of competition which still prevails in France in spite of a century of trial without result. For Poussin de Marigny, brother of the Pompadour and director of fine arts, somewhere about 1746, invented this method of applying pressure to the brain that was 100 years ago. Try, if you can count upon your fingers, the men of genius among the prizemen of those 100 years. In the first place, no deliberate effort of schoolmaster or administrator can replace the miracles of chance, which produce great men of all the mysteries of generation. This most defies the ambitious modern scientific investigator. In the second, the ancient Egyptians, we are told, invented incubator stoves for hatching eggs. What would be thought of Egyptians who should neglect to fill the beaks of the callow fledglings? Yet this is precisely what France is doing. She does her utmost to produce artists by the artificial heat of competitive examination, but the sculptor, painter, engraver, or musician once turned out by this mechanical process, she no more troubles herself about them and their fate than the dandy cares for yesterday's flower in his buttonhole. And so it happens that the really man is a Greuze, a Watteau, a Felician, David, a Pagnesi, a Géricault, a Decamps, an Auber, a David Diengers, and Eugene Delacroix, or a Meissonier, artists who take but little heed of Grand Prix, and spring up in the open field under the rays of that invisible sun called vocation. To resume, the government sent Sylvain Pons to Rome to make a great musician of himself, and in Rome Sylvain Pons acquired a taste for the antique and works of art. He became an admirable judge of those masterpieces of the brain and hand which are summed up by the useful neologism bric-a-brac, and when the child of Euterpe returned to Paris somewhere about the year 1810, it was in the character of a rabid collector, loaded with pictures, statuettes, frames, woodcarving, ivories, enamels, porcelains, and the like. He had sunk the greater part of his patrimony, not so much in the purchases themselves, as on the expenses of transit, and every penny inherited from his mother had been spent in the course of a 3 years' travel in Italy. After the residence in Rome came to an end, he had seen Venice, Milan, Florence, Bologna, and Naples leisurely, as he wished to see them, as a dreamer of dreams, and a philosopher careless of the future. For an artist, looks to his talent for support, as the fille de joie counts upon her beauty. All through those splendid years of travel, Pons was as happy as was possible to a man with a great soul, a sensitive nature, and a face so ugly that any success with the fair, to use the stereotyped formula of 1809, was out of the question. The realities of life always fell short of the ideals which Pons created for himself. The world without was not in tune with the soul within, but Pons had made up his mind to the dissonance. Doubtless, the sense of beauty that he had kept pure and living in his inmost soul was the spring from which the delicate, graceful, and ingenious music flowed, and won him reputation between 1810 and 1814. Every reputation founded upon the fashion or the fancy of the hour, or upon the short-lived follies of Paris, produces its Pons. No place in the world is so inexorable in great things, no city of the globe so disdainfully indulgent in small. Pons' notes were drowned before long in floods of German harmony and the music of Rossini, and if in 1824 he was known as an agreeable musician, a composer of various drawing-room melodies, judge if he was likely to be famous in 183 in 1840, for the year in which the single drama of this obscure life began. Sylvain Pons was of no more value than an antediluvian semiquaver. Dealers in music had never heard of his name, though he was still composing on scanty pay for his own orchestra or for neighboring theatres. And yet the worthy man did justice to the great masters of our day. A masterpiece finely rendered brought tears to his eyes, but his religion never bordered on mania. As in the case of Hoffmann's Chryslers, he kept his enthusiasm to himself. His delight, like the paradise reached by opium or hashish, lay within his own soul. The gift of admiration, of comprehension, the single faculty by which the ordinary man becomes the brother of the poet, is rare in the city of Paris, that in whither all ideas like travellers come to stay for a while. So rare is it that Pons surely deserves our respectful esteem. His personal failure may seem anomalous, but he frankly admitted that he was weak in harmony. He had neglected the study of counterpoint. There was a time when he might have begun his studies afresh, and held his own among modern composers, when he might have been not certainly a Rossini but a Herold, but he was alarmed by the intricacies of modern orchestration, and at length in the pleasures of collecting, he found such ever-renewed compensation for his failure, that if he had been made to choose between his curiosities and the fame of Rossini, will it be believed, Pons would have pronounced for his beloved collection. Pons was of the opinion of Chenevard, the print collector, who laid it down as an axiom that you only fully enjoy the pleasure of looking at your Ruysdael Hobbema, Holbein, Raphael, Murillo, Greuze, Sebastian del Piombo, Giorgione, Albrecht, Dürer, or what not when you have paid less than 60 francs for your picture. Pons never gave more than 100 francs for any purchase. If he laid out as much as 50 francs, he was careful to assure himself beforehand that the object was worth 3,000. The most beautiful thing in the world, if it cost 300 francs, did not exist for Pons. Rare had been his bargains, but he possessed the three qualifications for success: a stag's legs, an idler's disregard of time, and the patience of a Jew. This system, carried out for 40 years in Rome or Paris alike, had borne its fruits. Since Pons returned from Italy, he had regularly spent about 2,000 francs a year upon a collection of masterpieces of every sort and description, a collection hidden away from all eyes but his own, and now his catalogue had reached the incredible number of 1907. Wandering about Paris between 1811 and 1816, he had picked up many a treasure for 10 francs, which would fetch 1,000 or 1,200 today. Some 4,000 to 5,000 canvases change hands annually in Paris picture sales, and these Pons had sifted through year by year. Pons had Sevres porcelain pate tender bought of Auvergnats, those satellites of the Black Band who sacked chateaux and carried off the marvels of Pompadour France in their tumbrel carts. He had in fact collected the drifted wreck of the 17th and 18th centuries. He recognized the genius of the French school, and discerned the merit of the Lepoters and Lavally Poussins, and the rest of the great obscure creators of the genre. Louis Quinze and the genre Louis sees our modern craftsmen now draw, without acknowledgement from them, pore incessantly over the treasures of the cabinet des estampes, borrow adroitly, and give out their pastiches for new inventions. Pons had obtained many a piece by exchange, and therein lies the ineffable joy of the collector. The joy of buying bric-a-brac is a secondary delight. In the giving-take of barter lies the joy of joys. Pons had begun by collecting snuff-boxes and miniatures. His name was unknown in bric-a-bracology, for he seldom showed himself in sales-rooms or in the shops of well-known dealers. Pons was not aware that his treasures had any commercial value. The late lamented Ducemarade tried his best to gain Pons' confidence, but the prince of bric-a-brac died before he could gain an entrance to the Pans Museum, the one private collection which could compare with the famous Sauvageot Museum Pans and Roman 1000 Sauvageot, indeed resembled each other in more ways than one Roman 1000 Sauvageot. Like Pans was a musician, he was likewise a comparatively poor man, and he had collected his bric-a-brac in much the same way, with the same love of art, the same hatred of rich capitalists with well-known names, who collect for the sake of running up prices as cleverly as possible. There was yet another point of resemblance between the pair. Pans, like his rival competitor and antagonist, felt in his heart an insatiable craving after specimens of the craftsman's skill and miracles of workmanship. He loved them, as a man might love a fair mistress. An auction in the sale-rooms in the Rue des Junors, with its accompaniments of hammer strokes and brokers' men, was a crime of lesser bric-a-brac. In Pan's eyes, Pan's Museum was for his own delight at every hour, for the soul created to know and feel all the beauty of a masterpiece has this in common with the Lovatades: joy is as great as the joy of yesterday. Possession never palls, and a masterpiece happily never grows old, so the object that he held in his hand with such fatherly care could only be a find carried off with what affection amateurs alone know. After the first outlines of this biographical sketch, everyone will cry at once why this is the happiest man on earth in spite of his ugliness, and in truth no spleen, no dullness can resist the counter-irritant supplied by a craze, the intellectual moxer of a hobby. You who can no longer drink of the cup of pleasure, as it has been called through all ages, try to collect something, no matter what people have been known to collect placards, so shall you receive the small change for the gold ingot of happiness. Have you a hobby, you have transferred pleasure to the plane of ideas. And yet you need not envy the worthy Pans. Such envy, like all kindred sentiments, would be founded upon a misapprehension. With a nature so sensitive, with a soul that lived by tireless admiration of the magnificent achievements of art, of the high rivalry between human toil and the work of nature, Pans was a slave to that one of the 7 deadly sins with which God surely will deal least hardly. Pans was a glutton, and narrow income, combined with a passion for bric-a-brac, condemned him to a regimen so abhorrent to a discriminating palate that, bachelor as he was, he had cut the knot of the problem by dining out every day. Now, in the time of the Empire, celebrities were more sought after than at present, perhaps because there were so few of them, perhaps because they made little or no political pretension in those days. Besides, you could set up for a poet, a musician, or a painter with so little expense. Pans, being regarded as the probable rival of Nicolo Père and Burton, used to receive so many invitations that he was forced to keep a list of engagements, much as barristers note down the cases for which they are retained. And Pans behaved like an artist. He presented his amphitrions with copies of his songs. He obliged at the pianoforte. He brought them orders for boxes at the Fado, his own theatre. He organized concerts. He was not above taking the fiddle himself sometimes in a relation's house, and getting up a little impromptu dance. In those days, all the handsome men in France were away at the wars exchanging sabriquets with the handsome men of the coalition. Pans was said to be not ugly, but peculiar-looking, after the grand rule laid down by Molière in Illuminates' famous couplets. But if he sometimes heard himself described as a charming man, after he had done some fair lady a service, his good fortune went no further than words. It was between the years 1810 and 1816 that Pans contracted the unlucky habit of dining out. He grew accustomed to see his hosts taking pains over the dinner, procuring the first and best of everything, bringing out their choicest vintages, seeing carefully to the dessert, the coffee, the liqueurs, giving him of their best, in short the best moreover of those times of the Empire, when Paris was glutted with kings and queens and princes, and many a private house emulated royal splendours. People used to play at royalty then, as they play nowadays at Parliament, creating a whole host of societies, with presidents, vice-presidents, secretaries, and what not agricultural societies, industrial societies, societies for the promotion of sericulture, viticulture, the growth of flax, and so forth. Some have even gone so far as to look about them for social evils, in order to start a society to cure them. But to return to Pans, a stomach thus educated is sure to react upon the owner's moral fibre. The demoralization of the man varies directly with his progress in culinary sapience. Voluptuousness, lurking in every secret recess of the heart, lays down the law therein. Honor and resolution are battered in breach. The tyranny of the palate has never been described as a necessity of life. It escapes the criticism of literature. Yet no one imagines how many have been ruined by the table. The luxury of the table is indeed, in this sense, the courtesan's one competitor in Paris, besides representing in a manner the credit side in another account, where she figures as the expenditure. With Pan's decline and fall as an artist came his simultaneous transformation from invited guest to parasite and hanger-on. He could not bring himself to quit dinners, so excellently served for the Spartan broth of a 2 franc ordinary. Alas, alas! A shudder ran through him at the mere thought of the great sacrifices which independence required him to make. He felt that he was capable of sinking to even lower depths for the sake of good living, if there were no other way of enjoying the first and best of everything, of guzzling vulgar but expressive word, nice little dishes, carefully prepared. Pans lived like a bird, pilfering his meal, flying away when he had taken his fill, singing a few notes by way of return. He took a certain pleasure in the thought that he lived at the expense of society, which asked of him what but the trifling toll of grimaces, like all confirmed bachelors, who hold their lodgings in horror and live as much as possible in other people's houses. Pans was accustomed to the formulas and facial contortions which do duty for feeling in the world. He used compliments as small change, and as far as others were concerned, he was satisfied with the labels they bore, and never plunged a too curious hand into the sack. This not intolerable phase lasted for another 10 years. Such years Pan's life was closing with a rainy autumn. All through those years, he contrived to dine without expense. By making himself necessary in the houses which he frequented, he took the first step in the downward path. By undertaking a host of small commissions, many and many a time Pans ran on errands instead of the porter or the servant. Many a purchase he made for his entertainers. He became a kind of harmless, well-meaning spy sent by one family into another. But he gained no credit with those for whom he trudged about, and so often sacrificed self-respect. Pans is a bachelor, said they. He is at a loss to know what to do with his time. He is only too glad to trot about for us. What else would he do? Very soon the cold which old age spreads about itself began to set in, the communicable cold, which sensibly lowers the social temperature, especially if the old man is ugly and poor. Old and ugly and poor is not this to be thrice old. Pans. Winter had begun, the winter which brings the reddened nose and frost-nipped cheeks, and the numbed fingers. Numb in how many ways? Invitations very seldom came for Pans now. So far from seeking the society of the parasite, every family accepted him much as they accepted the taxes. They valued nothing that Pans could do for them. Real services from Pans counted for naught. The family circles in which the worthy artist revolved had no respect for art or letters. They went down on their knees to practical results. They valued nothing but the fortune or social position acquired. Since the year 1830, the bourgeoisie is afraid of intellect and genius. But Pan's spirit and manner were not haughty enough to overawe his relations, and naturally he had come at last to be accounted less than nothing with them, though he was not altogether despised. He had suffered acutely among them, but like all timid creatures, he kept silence as to his pain, and so by degrees schooled himself to hide his feelings, and learned to take sanctuary in his inmost self. Many superficial persons interpret this conduct by the short word selfishness, and indeed the resemblance between the egoist and the solitary human creature is strong enough to seem to justify the harsher verdict. And this is especially true in Paris, where nobody observes others closely, where all things pass swift as waves, and last as little as a ministry. So Cousin Pans was accused of selfishness behind his back, and if the world accuses anyone, it usually finds him guilty, and condemns him into the bargain. Pans bowed to the decision. Do any of us know how such a timid creature is cast down by an unjust judgment? Who will ever paint all that the timid suffer? This state of things, now growing daily worse, explains the sad expression on the poor old musician's face. He lived by capitulations of which he was ashamed. Every time we sin against self-respect, at the bidding of the ruling passion, we rivet its hold upon us. The more that passion requires of us, the stronger it grows, every sacrifice increasing, as it were the value of a satisfaction for which so much has been given up, till the negative sum total of renouncements looms very large in a man's imagination. Pans, for instance, after enduring the insolently patronizing looks of some bourgeois, encased in buckram of stupidity, sipped his glass of port, or finished his quail with breadcrumbs, and relished something of the savour of revenge. Besides, it is not too dear at the price, he said to himself. After all, in the eyes of the moralist, there were extenuating circumstances. In Pans' case, man only lives in fact by some personal satisfaction. The passionless, perfectly righteous man is not human, he is a monster, an angel wanting wings. The angel of Christian mythology has nothing but a head on earth. The righteous person is the sufficiently tiresome Grandison, for whom the very Venus of the crosswords is sexless. Setting aside one or two commonplace adventures, in Italy, in which probably the climate accounted for his success, No woman had ever smiled upon pawns, plenty of men are doomed to this fate. Pawns was an abnormal birth, the child of parents well stricken in years. He bore the stigma of his untimely genesis. His cadaverous complexion might have been contracted in the flask of spirit wine, in which science preserves some extraordinary fetus artist. Though he was with his tender, dreamy, sensitive soul, he was forced to accept the character which belonged to his face. It was hopeless to think of love, and he remained a bachelor, not so much of choice as of necessity. Then gluttony, the sin of the continent monk, beckoned to pawns. He rushed upon temptation, as he had thrown his whole soul into the adoration of art, and the cult of music, good cheer and bric-a-brac gave him the small change for the love which could spend itself in no other way. As for music, it was his profession, and where will you find the man who is in love with his means of earning a livelihood? For it is with a profession, as with marriage in the long length, you are sensible of nothing but the drawbacks. Brillat-Savarin has deliberately set himself to justify the gastronome, but perhaps even he has not dwelt sufficiently on the reality of the pleasures of the table. The demands of digestion upon the human economy produce an internal wrestling bout of human forces, which rivals the highest degree of amorous pleasure. The gastronome is conscious of an expenditure of vital power, an expenditure so vast that the brain is atrophied, as it were, that a second brain located in the diaphragm may come into play, and the suspension of all the faculties is in itself a kind of intoxication. A boa constrictor gorged with an ox is so stupid with excess that the creature is easily killed. What man on the wrong side of 40 is rash enough to work after dinner and remark in the same connection that all great men have been moderate eaters? The exhilarating effect of the wing of a chicken upon invalids recovering from serious illness and long confined to a stinted and carefully chosen diet has been frequently remarked. The sober pawns, whose whole enjoyment was concentrated in the exercise of his digestive organs, was in the position of chronic convalescence. He looked to his dinner to give him the utmost degree of pleasurable sensation, and hitherto he had procured such sensations daily. Who dares to bid farewell to old habit? Many a man on the brink of suicide has been plucked back on the threshold of death by the thought of the café where he plays his nightly game of dominoes. In the year 1835, chance avenged Pons for the indifference of womankind by finding him a prop for his declining years, as the saying goes, and he who had been old from his cradle found a support in friendship. Pons took to himself the only life partner permitted to him among his kind, an old man and a fellow musician. But for La Fontaine's fable Les Deux Armies, this sketch should have borne the title of The Two Friends. But to take the name of this divine story would surely be a deed of violence, a profanation from which every true man of letters would shrink. The title ought to be borne alone, and forever by the fabulist's masterpiece, the revelation of his soul and the record of his dreams. Those three words were set once, and forever by the poet at the head of a page, which is his by a sacred right of ownership, for it is a shrine before which all generations all over the world will kneel so long as the art of printing shall endure. Pons' friend gave lessons on the pianoforte. They met and struck up an acquaintance in 1834, one prize day at a boarding school, and so congenial were their ways of thinking and living that Pons used to say that he had found his friend too late for his happiness. Never perhaps did two souls so much alike find each other in the great ocean of humanity, which flowed forth in disobedience to the will of God from its source in the Garden of Eden. Before very long the two musicians could not live without each other. Confidences were exchanged, and in a week's time they were like brothers. Schmuck, for that was his name, had not believed that such a man as Pons existed, nor had Pons imagined that a schmuck was possible. Here already you have a sufficient description of the good couple, but it is not every mind that takes kindly to the concise synthetic method, and a certain amount of demonstration is necessary if the credulous are to accept the conclusion. This pianist, like all other pianists, was a German like the eminent Liszt, and the great Mendelssohn and Staebelt and Dussek and Mayer and Mozart and Doelher and Thalberg and Dreschkock and Hiller and Leopold Hertz, Wowertz, Karl Wolf, Pixis and Clara Wieck, and all Germans generally speaking. Schmuck was a great musical composer doomed to remain a music master, so utterly did his character lack the audacity which a musical genius needs if he is to push his way to the front. A German's naivete does not invariably last him through his life. In some cases, it fails after a certain age, and even as a cultivator of the soil brings water from afar by means of irrigation channels, so from the springs of his youth does the Teuton draw the simplicity which disarms suspicion, the perennial supplies with which he fertilizes his labors in every field of science, art, or commerce. A crafty Frenchman here and there will turn a Parisian tradesman's stupidity to good account in the same way, but Schmuck had kept his child's simplicity much as Pons continued to wear his relics of the empire all unsuspectingly. The true and noble-hearted German was at once the theatre and the audience, making music within himself for himself alone in this city of Paris. He lived as a nightingale lives among the thickets, and for 20 years he sang on mateless, till he met with a second self in Pons Si une fille d'Eve. Both Pons and Schmuck were abundantly given both by heart and disposition to the peculiarly German sentimentality, which shows itself alike in childlike ways, in a passion for flowers, in that form of nature worship which prompts a German to plant his gardens with big glass globes for the sake of seeing miniature pictures of the view which he can behold about him of a natural size, in the inquiring turn of mind that sets a learned Teuton trudging 300 miles in his gaiters in search of a fact which smiles up in his face from a wayside spring, or lurks laughing under the jessamine leaves in the backyard, or to take a final instance in the German craving to endow every least detail in creation with a spiritual significance, a craving which produces sometimes Hoffmann's tipsiness in type, sometimes the folios with which Germany hedges the simplest questions round, about lest haply any fool should fall into her intellectual excavations, and indeed if you fathom these abysses, you find nothing but a German at the bottom. Both friends were Catholics. They went to Mass and performed the duties of religion together, and like children found nothing to tell their confessors. It was their firm belief that music is to feeling and thought as thought and feeling are to speech, and of their converse on this system there was no end. Each made response to the other in orgies of sound, demonstrating their convictions each for each like lovers. Schmuck was as absent-minded as Pons was wide-awake. Pons was a collector. Schmuck, a dreamer of dreams. Schmuck was a student of beauty seen by the soul. Pons, a preserver of material beauty. Pons would catch sight of a china cup and buy it in the time that Schmuck took to blow his nose, wondering the while within himself whether the musical phrase that was ringing in his brain, the motif from Rossini or Bellini or Beethoven or Mozart, had its origin or its counterpart in the world of human thought and emotion. Schmuck's economies were controlled by an absent mind. Pons was a spendthrift through passion, and for both the result was the Samothy had not a penny on St. Sylvester's Day. Perhaps Pons would have given way under his troubles if it had not been for this friendship, but life became bearable when he found someone to whom he could pour out his heart. The first time that he breathed a word of his difficulties, the good German had advised him to live as he himself did, and eat bread and cheese at home sooner than dine abroad at such a cost. Alas, Pons did not dare to confess that heart and stomach were at war within him, that he could digest affronts which pained his heart, and cost what it might. A good dinner that satisfied his palate was a necessity to him, even as your gay Lothario must have a mistress to tease. In time Schmuck understood, not just at once, for he was too much of a Teuton to possess that gift of swift perception in which the French rejoice. Schmuck understood and loved poor Pons the better. Nothing so fortifies a friendship as a belief on the part of one friend that he is superior to the other. An angel could not have found a word to say to Schmuck, rubbing his hands over the discovery of the hold that gluttony had gained over Pons. Indeed, the good German adorned their breakfastable next morning with delicacies of which he went in search himself, and every day he was careful to provide something new for his friend, for they always breakfasted together at home. If anyone imagines that the pair could not escape ridicule in Paris, where nothing is respected, he cannot know that city when Schmuck and Pons united their riches and poverty. They hit upon the economical expedient of lodging together, each paying half the rent of the very unequally divided second floor of a house in the Rue de Normandie in the Marais. And as it often happened that they left home together and walked side by side along their beat of boulevard, the idlers of the quarter dubbed them the pair of nutcrackers, a nickname which makes any portrait of Schmuck quite superfluous, for he was to Pons as the famous statue of the nurse of Niobe in the Vatican is to the tribune Venus. Mme. Sibot, portress of the house in the Rue de Normandie, was the pivot on which the domestic life of the nutcrackers turned, but Mme. Sibot plays so large a part in the drama, which grew out of their double existence, that it will be more appropriate to give her portrait on her first appearance in this scene of Parisian life. One thing remains to be said of the characters of the pair of friends, but this one thing is precisely the hardest to make clear to 99 readers out of 100, in this 47th year of the 19th century perhaps, by reason of the prodigious financial development brought about by the railway system. It is a little thing, and yet it is so much. It is a question, in fact, of giving an idea of the extreme sensitiveness of their natures. Let us borrow an illustration from the railways. if only by way of retaliation as it were for the loans which they levy upon us. The railway train of today, tearing over the metals, grinds away fine particles of dust grains so minute that a traveller cannot detect them with the eye. But let a single one of those invisible motes find its way into the kidneys, it will bring about that most excruciating and sometimes fatal disease known as gravel, and our society, rushing like a locomotive along its metalled track, is heedless of the all but imperceptible dust made by the grinding of the wheels. But it was otherwise with the two musicians. The invisible grains of sand sank perpetually into the very fibres of their being, causing them intolerable anguish of heart. Tender exceedingly to the pain of others, they wept for their own powerlessness to help, and their own susceptibilities were almost morbidly acute. Neither age nor the continual spectacle of the drama of Paris life had hardened two souls still young and childlike and pure. The longer they lived, indeed, the more keenly they felt their inward suffering, for so it is, alas, with natures unsullied by the world, with the quiet thinker, and with such poets among the poets as have never fallen into any excess. Since the old men began housekeeping together, the day's routine was very nearly the same for them. Both they worked together in harness in the fraternal fashion of the Paris cab-horse, rising every morning, summer and winter, at 7 o'clock, and setting out after breakfast to give music lessons in the boarding schools, in which upon occasion they would take lessons for each other. Towards noon Pons repaired to his theatre, if there was a rehearsal on hand, but all his spare moments were spent in sauntering on the boulevards. Night found both of them in the orchestra at the theatre, for Pons had found a place for Schmuck, and upon this wise. At the time of their first meeting, Pons had just received that marshal's baton of the unknown musical composer, an appointment as conductor of an orchestra. It had come to him unasked by a favour of Count Popinot, a bourgeois hero of July at that time, a member of the government. Count Popinot had the licence of a theatre in his gift, and Count Popinot had also an old acquaintance of the kind that the successful man blushes to meet as he rolls through the streets of Paris in his carriage. It is not pleasant to see his boyhood's chum down at heel, with a coat of many improbable colours, and trousers innocent of straps, and a head full of soaring speculations on too grand a scale to tempt shy, easily scared capital. Moreover, this friend of his youth, Gaudissart by name, had done not a little in the past towards founding the fortunes of the great house of Popinot. Popinot, now a count and a peer of France after twice holding a portfolio, had no wish to shake off the illustrious Gaudissart. Quite otherwise, the pomps and vanities of the court of the citizen king had not spoiled the sometime druggist's kind heart. He wished to put his ex-commercial traveller in the way of renewing his wardrobe and replenishing his purse, so when Gaudissart, always an enthusiastic admirer of the fair sex, applied for the licence of a bankrupt theatre, Popinot granted it on condition that Pons, a parasite of the Hotel Popinot, should be engaged as conductor of the orchestra, and at the same time the Count was careful to send certain elderly amateurs of beauty to the theatre, so that the new manager might be strongly supported financially by wealthy admirers of feminine charms, revealed by the costume of the ballet. Gaudissart and company, who, be it said, made their fortune hit upon the grand idea of operas for the people, and carried it out in a boulevard theatre in 1834. A tolerable conductor who could adapt or even compose a little music upon occasion was a necessity for ballets and pantomimes, but the last management had so long been bankrupt that they could not afford to keep a transposer and copyist. Pons therefore introduced Schmuck to the company as copier of music, a humble calling which requires no small musical knowledge, and Schmuck, acting on Pons' advice, came to an understanding with the chef de service at the Opera Comique, so saving himself the clerical drudgery. The partnership between Pons and Schmuck produced one brilliant result. Schmuck, being a German harmony, was his strong point. He looked over the instrumentation of Pons' compositions, and Pons provided the airs here and there. An amateur among the audience admired the new pieces of music, which served as accompaniment to 2 or 3 great successes, but they attributed the improvement vaguely to progress. No one cared to know the composer's name. Like occupants of the baignoires lost to view of the house to gain a view of the stage, Pons and Schmuck eclipsed themselves by their success in Paris, especially since the Revolution of July. No one can hope to succeed unless he will push his way quibuscumque vis, and with all his might through a formidable host of competitors. But for this feat, a man needs thews and sinews, and our two friends, be it remembered, had that affection of the heart which cripples all ambitious effort. Pons, as a rule, only went to his theatre towards 8 o'clock when the piece in favour came on, and overtures and accompaniments needed the strict ruling of the baton. Most minor theatres are lax in such matters, and Pons felt the more at ease because he himself had been by no means grasping in all his dealings with the management, and Schmuck, if need be, could take his place. Time went by, and Schmuck became an institution in the orchestra. The illustrious Gaudissart said nothing, but he was well aware of the value of Pan's collaborator. He was obliged to include a pianoforte in the orchestra. Following the example of the leading theatres, the instrument was placed beside the conductor's chair, and Schmuck played without increase of salary a volunteer supernumerary. As Schmuck's character, his utter lack of ambition or pretense, became known, the orchestra recognized him as one of themselves. And as time went on, he was entrusted with the often needed miscellaneous musical instruments, which form no part of the regular band of a boulevard theatre. For a very small addition to his stipend, Schmuck played the viola dam or hautboy violoncello, and harp, as well as the piano, the castanets for the cachucha, the bells, saxhorn, and the like. If the Germans cannot draw harmony from the mighty instruments of liberty, yet to play all instruments of music comes to them by nature. The two old artists were exceedingly popular at the theatre, and took its ways philosophically. They had put as it were scales over their eyes, lest they should see the offences that needs must come when a corps de ballet is blended with actors and actresses, one of the most trying combinations ever created by the laws of supply and demand, for the torment of managers, authors, and composers alike. Every one esteemed Pons with his kindness and his modesty, his great self-respect and respect for others. For a pure and limpid life wins something like admiration from the worst nature in every social sphere, and in Paris a fair virtue meets with something of the success of a large diamond, so great a rarity. It is no actor, no dancer, however brazen, would have indulged in the mildest practical joke at the expense of either Pons or Schmuck. Pons very occasionally put in an appearance in the foyer, but all that Schmuck knew of the theatre was the underground passage from the street door to the orchestra. Sometimes, however, during an interval, the good German would venture to make a survey of the house, and ask a few questions of the first flute, a young fellow from Strasbourg, who came of a German family at Kail. Gradually, under the flute's tuition, Schmuck's childlike imagination acquired a certain amount of knowledge of the world. He could believe in the existence of that fabulous creature, the lorette, the possibility of marriages at the 13th arrondissement, the vagaries of the leading lady, and the contraband traffic carried on by box-openers. In his eyes, the more harmless forms of vice were the lowest depths of Babylonish iniquity. He did not believe the stories, he smiled at them for grotesque inventions. The ingenious reader can see that Pons and Schmuck were exploited, to use a word much in fashion, but what they lost in money, they gained in consideration and kindly treatment. It was after the success of the ballet, with which a run of success began for the Gaudissart company, that the management presented Pons with a piece of platea group of figures, attributed to Benvenuto Cellini. The alarming costliness of the gift caused talk in the green room. It was a matter of 1,200 francs. Pons, poor honest soul, was for returning the present, and Gaudissart had a world of trouble to persuade him to keep it. "Ah," said the manager afterwards, when he told his partner of the interview, "if we could only find actors up to that sample." In their joint life outwardly, so quiet, there was the one disturbing element, weakness, to which Pons sacrificed the insatiable craving to dine out whenever Schmuck happened to be at home. While Pons was dressing for the evening, the good German would bewail this deplorable habit. "Gif only he was any fatter vor it," he many a time cried. And Schmuck would dream of curing his friend of his degrading vice, for a true friend's instinct in all that belongs to the inner life is unerring as a dog's sense of smell. A friend knows by intuition the trouble in his friend's soul, and guesses at the cause, and ponders it in his heart. Pons, who always wore a diamond ring on the little finger of his right hand, an ornament permitted in the time of the Empire but ridiculous today. Pons, who belonged to the troubadour time, the sentimental periods of the First Empire, was too much a child of his age, too much of a Frenchman, to wear the expression of divine serenity which softened Schmuck's hideous ugliness from Pons' melancholy looks. Schmuck knew that the profession of parasite was growing daily more difficult and painful, and in fact in that month of October 1840, the number of houses at which Pons dined was naturally much restricted, reduced to move round and round the family circle. He had used the word family in far too wide a sense, as will shortly be seen. Roman 1000 Camusot, the rich silk mercer of the Rue des Bourdonnais, had married Pons' first cousin Emile Pons, only child and heiress of one of the well-known firm of Pons Brothers Court, embroiderers. Pons' own father and mother retired from a firm founded before the Revolution of 1789, leaving their capital in the business, until Emile Pons' father sold it in 1815 to Roman 1000 rivet. Roman 1000 Camusat had since lost his wife, and married again, and retired from business some 10 years, and now, in 1844, he was a member of the Board of Trade, a deputy, and what not but the Camusat clan were friendly, and Pan's good man still considered that he was some kind of cousin to the children of the second marriage who were not relations, or even connected with him in any way. The second Mme Camusat, being a Emil Cardot Pans, introduced himself as a relative into the tolerably numerous Cardot family, a second bourgeois tribe, which taken with its connections formed quite as strong a clan as the Camusats, for Cardot, the notary brother of the second Mme Camusat, had married a Emil Chifferville, and the well-known family of Chifferville, the leading firm of manufacturing chemists, was closely connected with the whole drug trade, of which Roman 1000 Anselmi Popinot was for many years the undisputed head, until the Revolution of July plunged him into the very centre of the dynastic movement. As everybody knows, so Pans, in the wake of the Camusats and Cardots, reached the Chiffervilles, and thence the Popinots, always in the character of a cousin's cousin. The above concise statement of Pan's relations with his entertainers explains how it came to pass that an old musician was received in 1844 as one of the family in the houses of 4 distinguished persons, to wit Roman 1000 Leconte Popinot, peer of France and twice in office, Roman 1000 Cardot, retired notary, mayor and deputy of an arrondissement in Paris, Roman 1000 Camusat, senior, a member of the Board of Trade and the Municipal Chamber, and a peerage, and lastly Roman 1000 Camusat de Marville, Camusat's son, by his first marriage, and Pan's one genuine relation, albeit even he was a first cousin once removed. This Camusat, president of a chamber of the Court of Appeal in Paris, had taken the name of his estate at Marville to distinguish himself from his father and a younger half-brother. Cardot, the retired notary, had married his daughter to his successor, whose name was Berthier, and Pans transferred, as part of the connection, acquired a right to dine with the Berthiers in the presence of a notary, as he put it. This was the bourgeois empyrean, which Pans called his family, that upper world in which he so painfully reserved his right to a knife and fork. Of all these houses, some 10 in all, the one in which Pans ought to have met with the kindest reception should by rights have been his own cousins, and indeed he paid most attention to President Camusat's family, but alas, Mme Camusat de Marville, daughter of the seer Therian usher of the cabinet, to Louis Roman 18 and Charles Roman 10, had never taken very kindly to her husband's first cousin. Once removed, Pans had tried to soften this formidable relative. He wasted his time, for in spite of the pianoforte lessons, which he gave gratuitously to Emil Camusat, a young woman with hair somewhat inclined to red, it was impossible to make a musician of her. And now at this very moment, as he walked with that precious object in his hand, Pans was bound for the President's house, where he always felt as if he were at the Tuileries itself, so heavily did the solemn green curtains, the carmelite brown hangings, thick piled carpets, heavy furniture, and general atmosphere of magisterial severity oppress his soul. Strange as it may seem, he felt more at home in the Hotel Popinot, Rue Bassodou, Rampart, probably because it was full of works of art, for the master of the house, since he entered public life, had acquired a mania for collecting beautiful things by way of contrast, no doubt, for a politician is obliged to pay for secret services of the ugliest kind. President de Marville lived in the Rue de Hanover, in a house which his wife had bought 10 years previously on the death of her parents, for the seer and Dame Therian left their daughter about 150,000 francs, the savings of a lifetime. With its north aspect, the house looks gloomy enough seen from the street, but the back looks towards the south over the courtyard, with a rather pretty garden beyond it, as the President occupied the whole of the first floor, once the abode of a great financier of the time of Louis Roman 14, and the second was let to a wealthy old lady. The house wore a look of dignified repose, befitting a magistrate's residence. President Camusat had invested all that he inherited from his mother, together with the savings of 20 years, in the purchase of the splendid Marville estate, a chateau as fine a relic of the past as you will find today in Normandy, standing in 100 acres of park land, and a fine dependent farm, nominally bringing in 12,000 francs per annum, though as it cost the President at least 1,000 crowns to keep up a state almost princely in our days. His yearly revenue, all told, as the saying is, was a bare 9,000 francs. With this and his salary, the President's income amounted to about 20,000 francs, but though to all appearance a wealthy man, especially as one half of his father's property would one day revert to him, as the only child of the first marriage, he was obliged to live in Paris, as befitted his official position, and Roman 1000 and Mme de Marville spent almost the whole of their incomes, indeed before the year 1830, for they felt pinched. This family schedule sufficiently explains why Emile de Marville, aged 23, was still unwed in spite of 100,000 francs of dowry and tempting prospects frequently skillfully, but so far vainly held out for the past 5 years. Pons had listened to Mme la Président's lamentations, as she beheld one young lawyer after another led to the altar, while all the newly appointed judges at the tribunal were fathers of families already, and she all this time had displayed Emile de Marville's brilliant expectations before the undazzled eyes of young Vicomte Popinot, eldest son of the great man of the drug trade, he of whom it was said by the envious tongues of the neighbourhood of the Rue des Lombards that the Revolution of July had been brought about at least as much for his particular benefit as for the sake of the Orleans branch. Arrived at the corner of the Rue de Choiseul and the Rue de Hanover, Pons suffered from the inexplicable emotions which torment clear consciences for a panic terror, such as the worst of scoundrels might feel at sight of a policeman, an agony caused solely by a doubt as to Mme de Marville's probable reception of him, that grain of sand grating continually on the fibres of his heart, so far from losing its angles grew more and more jagged, and the family in the Rue de Hanover always sharpened the edges. Indeed, their unceremonious treatment and Pons' depreciation in value among them had affected the servants, and while they did not exactly fail in respect, they looked on the poor relation as a kind of beggar. Pons' archenemy in the house was the lady's-maid, a thin and wizened spinster, Madeleine Vivet, by name. This Madeleine, in spite of nay perhaps on the strength of a pimpled complexion and a viper-like length of spine, had made up her mind that some day she would be Mme Pons, but in vain she dangled 20,000 francs of savings before the old bachelor's eyes. Pons had declined happiness accompanied by so many pimples from that time forth the Dido of the antechamber, who fain had called her master, and mistress cousin wreaked her spite in petty ways upon the poor musician. She heard him on the stairs, and cried audibly, "Oh, here comes the sponger." She stinted him of wine when she waited at dinner in the footman's absence. She filled the water-glass to the brim, to give him the difficult task of lifting it without spilling a drop, or she would pass the old man over altogether, till the mistress of the house would remind her, and in what a tone it brought the colour to the poor cousin's face, or she would spill the gravy over his clothes. In short, she waged petty war after the manner of a petty nature, knowing that she could annoy an unfortunate superior with impunity. Madeleine Vivet was Mme de Marville's maid and housekeeper. She had lived with Roman 1000 and Mme Camusot de Marville. Since their marriage, she had shared the early struggles in the provinces when Roman 1000 Camusot was a judge at Alencon. She had helped them to exist when Roman 1000 Camusot, president of the Tribunal of Mantes, came to Paris in 1828 to be an examining magistrate. She was therefore too much one of the family not to wish, for reasons of her own, to revenge herself upon them beneath her desire to pay a trick upon her haughty and ambitious mistress, and to call her master her cousin. There surely lurked a long-stifled hatred, built up like an avalanche upon the pebble of some past grievance. "Here comes your Roman 1000 Pons." Madame, still wearing that spencer of his Madeleine, came to tell the president. He really might tell me how he manages to make it look the same for 25 years together. Mme Camusot de Marville, hearing a man's footstep in the little drawing-room between the large drawing-room and her bedroom, looked at her daughter and shrugged her shoulders. "You always make these announcements so cleverly that you leave me no time to think, Madeleine." "Jean is out, madame. I was all alone." Roman 1000 Pons rang the bell. I opened the door, and as he is almost one of the family, I could not prevent him from coming after me. "There, he is taking off his spencer." "Poor little puss," said the president, addressing her daughter. "We are caught. We shall have to dine at home. Now let us see," she added, seeing that the dear puss wore a piteous face. "Must we get rid of him for good?" "Oh, poor man," cried Emile Camusot, "deprive him of one of his dinners." Somebody coughed significantly in the next room, by way of warning that he could hear. "Very well, let him come in," said Mme Camusot, looking at Madeleine with another shrug. "You are here so early, cousin, that you have come in upon us just as mother was about to dress," said Cecile Camusot in a coaxing tone, but cousin Pons had caught sight of the president's shrug, and felt so cruelly hurt that he could not find a compliment, and contented himself with the profound remark, "You are always charming, my little cousin." Then turning to the mother, he continued with a bow, "You will not take it amiss, I think, if I have come a little earlier than usual, dear cousin. I have brought something for you. You once did me the pleasure of asking me for it." Poor Pons, every time he addressed the president's wife or Cecile, As cousin he gave them excruciating annoyance. As he spoke he drew a long narrow cherrywood box, marvellously carved from his coat pocket. Oh, did I had forgot, the lady answered dryly. It was a heartless speech, was it not? Did not those few words deny all merit to the pains taken for her by the cousin whose one offence lay in the fact that he was a poor relation? But it is very kind of you, cousin, she added. How much do I owe you for this little trifle? Pons quivered inwardly at the question. He had meant the trinket as a return for his dinners. I thought that you would permit me to offer it you, he faltered out. What said Mme Camusot? Oh, but there need be no ceremony between us. We know each other well enough to wash our linen among ourselves. I know very well that you are not rich enough to give more than you get, and to go no further, it is quite enough that you should have spent a good deal of time in running among the dealers. If you were asked to pay the full price of the fan, my dear cousin, you would not care to have it answered. Poor Pons, hurt and insulted. It is one of Watteau's masterpieces, painted on both sides, but you may be quite easy, cousin, I did not give 1/100th part of its value, as a work of art. To tell a rich man that he is poor, you might as well tell the Archbishop of Granada that his homilies show signs of senility. Mme. la Présidente, proud of her husband's position of the estate of Marville and her invitations to court balls, was keenly susceptible on this point, and what was worse, the remark came from a poverty-stricken musician to whom she had been charitable. Then the people of whom you buy things of this kind are very stupid, are they? She asked quickly. Stupid dealers are unknown in Paris, Pons answered almost dryly. Then you must be very clever, put in Cecile, by way of calming the dispute. Clever enough to know a Lancret, a Watteau, a Pater, or Greuze, when I see it, little cousin, but anxious most of all to please your dear mamma. Mme de Marville, ignorant and vain, was unwilling to appear to receive the slightest trifle from the parasite, and here her ignorance served her admirably. She did not even know the name of Watteau, and on the other hand, if anything can measure the extent of the collector's passion, which in truth is one of the most deeply seated of all passions, rivaling the very vanity of the author, if anything can give an idea of the lengths to which a collector will go, it is the audacity which Pons displayed on this occasion, as he held his own against his lady cousin. For the first time in 20 years, he was amazed at his own boldness. He made Cecile see the beauties of the delicate carving on the sticks of this wonder, and as he talked to her his face grew serene and gentle again. But without some sketch of the President, it is impossible fully to understand the perturbation of heart from which Pons suffered. Mme de Marville had been short and fair, plump and fresh at 46. She was as short as ever, but she looked dried up, an arched forehead, and thin lips that had been softly coloured once lent a soured look to a face naturally disdainful, and now grown hard and unpleasant, with a long course of absolute domestic rule time, had deepened her fair hair to a harsh chestnut hue. The pride of office, intensified by suppressed envy, looked out of eyes that had lost none of their brightness nor their satirical expression. As a matter of fact, Mme Camusot de Marville felt almost poor in the society of self-made wealthy bourgeois with whom Pons dined. She could not forgive the rich retail druggist, ex-president of the Commercial Court, for his successive elevations as deputy member of the government, count, and peer of France. She could not forgive her father-in-law for putting himself forward, instead of his eldest son, as deputy of his arrondissement, after Popinot's promotion to the peerage after 18 years of services in Paris. She was still waiting for the post of counsellor of the Court of Cassation for her husband. It was Camusot's own incompetence, well known at the law courts, which excluded him from the council. The Home Secretary of 1844 even regretted Camusot's nomination to the presidency of the Court of Indictments in 1834, though thanks to his past experience as an examining magistrate, he made himself useful in drafting decrees. These disappointments had told upon Mme de Marville, who moreover had formed a tolerably correct estimate of her husband. A temper naturally shrewish was soured, till she grew positively terrible. She was not old, but she had aged. She deliberately set herself to extort by fear all that the world was inclined to refuse her, and was harsh and rasping as a file caustic to excess. She had few friends among women. She surrounded herself with prim elderly matrons of her own stamp, who lent each other mutual support, and people stood in awe of her as, for poor Pons, his relations with this fiend in petticoats were very much those of a schoolboy with the master, whose one idea of communication is the ferule. The President had no idea of the value of the gift. She was puzzled by her cousin's sudden access of audacity. "Then where did you find this?" inquired Cecile, as she looked closely at the trinket. "In the Rue de Lappe, a dealer in second-hand furniture. There had just brought it back with him from a chateau that is being pulled down near Dreux Aulnay. Mme de Pompadour used to spend part of her time there. Before she built Menars, some of the most splendid woodcarving ever known has been saved from destruction. Léonard, our most famous living woodcarver, had kept a couple of oval frames for models, as the ne plus ultra of the art, so fine it is there were treasures in that place. My man found the fan in the drawer of an inlaid whatnot which I should certainly have bought if I were collecting things of the kind, but it is quite out of the question. A single piece of Risener's furniture is worth 3,000 or 4,000 francs. People here in Paris are just beginning to find out that the famous French and German marquetry workers of the 16th, 17th and 18th centuries composed perfect pictures in wood. It is a collector's business to be ahead of the fashion. Why, in 5 years' time, the Frankenthal ware, which I have been collecting these 20 years, will fetch twice the price of Sèvres pot à tender. What is Frankenthal ware? Asked Cécile. That is the name of the porcelain made by the Elector of the Palatinate. It dates further back than our manufactory at Sèvres, just as the famous gardens at Heidelberg, laid waste by Turenne, had the bad luck to exist before the Garden of Versailles. Sèvres copied Frankenthal to a large extent in justice to the Germans. It must be said that they have done admirable work in Saxony and in the Palatinate. Mother and daughter looked at one another as if Pons were speaking Chinese. No one can imagine how ignorant and exclusive Parisians are. They only learn what they are taught, and that only when they choose. And how do you know the Frankenthal ware when you see it? By the mark, cried Pons with enthusiasm. There is a mark on every one of those exquisite masterpieces. Frankenthal ware is marked with a C and T for Charles Theodore interlaced, and crowned on old Dresden china. There are 2 crossed swords, and the number of the order in gilt figures. Vincennes bears a hunting horn, Vienna a V closed, and barred. You can tell Berlin by the 2 bars, Mayence by the wheel, and Sèvres by the 2 crossed LS. The Queen's porcelain is marked A for Antoinette with a royal crown above it. In the 18th century, all the crowned heads of Europe had rival porcelain factories, and workmen were kidnapped. Watteau designed services for the Dresden factory. They fetch frantic prices at the present day. One has to know what one is about with them too, for they are turning out imitations now at Dresden. Wonderful things they used to make, they will never make the like again. Oh, pshaw! No, cousin, some inlaid work, and some kinds of porcelain will never be made again, just as there will never be another Raphael, nor Titian, nor Rembrandt, nor Van Eyck, nor Cranach. Well now, there are the Chinese. They are very ingenious, very clever. They make modern copies of their Grand Mandarin porcelain, as it is called, but a pair of vases of genuine Grand Mandarin vases of the largest size are worth 6, 8 and 10,000 francs, while you can buy the modern replicas for a couple of hundred. You are joking. You are astonished at the prices, but that is nothing, cousin. A dinner service of Sèvres pate tender, and pate tender is not porcelain. A complete dinner service of Sèvres pate tender, for 12 persons, is not merely worth 100,000 francs, but that is the price charged on the invoice. Such a dinner service cost 15,000 francs at Sèvres in 1750. I have seen the original invoices. But let us go back to this fan, said Cécile, evidently in her opinion the trinket was an old-fashioned thing. You can understand that as soon as your dear mamma did me the honour of asking for a fan, I went round of all the curiosity shops in Paris. But I found nothing fine enough. I wanted nothing less than a masterpiece for the dear President, and thought of giving her one that once belonged to Marie Antoinette, the most beautiful of all celebrated fans. But yesterday I was dazzled by this divine chef d'oeuvre, which certainly must have been ordered by Louis Roman XV himself. Do you ask how I came to look for fans in the Rue de Lappe, among an Auvergnat stock of brass and iron, and ormolu furniture? Well, I myself believe that there is an intelligence in works of art. They know art lovers, they call to them CHTTT. Mme de Marville shrugged her shoulders and looked at her daughter. Pons did not notice the rapid pantomime. I know all those sharpers, continued Pons, so I asked him anything fresh today, Daddy Monostrolfer. He always lets me look over his lots before the big buyers commend at that. He began to tell me how Léonard, that did such beautiful work for the government in the Chapelle de Dreux, had been at the Aulnay sale and rescued the carved panels out of the clutches of the Paris dealers, while their heads were running on china and inlaid furniture. I did not do much myself, he went on, but I may make my travelling expenses out of this, and he showed me a whatnot, a marvel, Boucher's designs executed in marquetry, and with such art one could have gone down on one's knees before it. Look, sir, he said, I have just found this fan in a little drawer. It was locked, I had to force it open. You might tell me where I can sell it, and with that he brings out this little carved cherrywood box. See, Says he it is the kind of pompadour that looks like decorated Gothic. Yes, I told him the box is pretty, the box might suit me. But as for the fan monostral, I have no pawns to give the old trinket to, and they make very pretty new ones nowadays. You can buy miracles of painting on vellum, cheaply enough. There are 2,000 painters in Paris, you know. And I opened out the fan carelessly, keeping down my admiration, looked indifferently at those two exquisite little pictures, touched off with an ease fit to send you into raptures. I held Mme de Pompadour's fan in my hand. Watteau had done his utmost for this. What do you want for the whatnot? 1,000 francs. I have had a bid already. I offered him a price for the fan corresponding with the probable expenses of the journey. We looked each other in the eyes, and I saw that I had my man. I put the fan back into the box lest my Auvergnat should begin to look at it, and went into ecstasies over the box. Indeed, it is a jewel if I take it, said I. It is for the sake of the box tempts me. As for the whatnot, you will get more than 1,000 francs for that. Just see how the brass is wrought. It is a model. There is business in it. It has never been copied. It is a unique specimen, made solely for Mme de Pompadour, and so on till my man, all on fire for his whatnot, forgets the fan, and lets me have it for a mere trifle, because I have pointed out the beauties of his piece of Risener's furniture. So here it is. But it needs a great deal of experience to make such a bargain as that. It is a duel eye to eye, and who has such eyes as a Jew or an Auvergnat? The old artist's wonderful pantomime, his vivid, eager way of telling the story of the triumph of his shrewdness over the dealer's ignorance, would have made a subject for a Dutch painter, but it was all thrown away upon the audience. Mother and daughter exchanged cold, contemptuous glances. What an oddity, they seemed to say. So it amuses you, remarked Mme de Marville. The question sent a cold chill through Pons. He felt a strong desire to slap the president. Why, my dear cousin, that is the way to hunt down a work of art. You are face to face with antagonists that dispute the game with you. It is craft against craft. A work of art in the hands of a Norman, an Auvergnat, or a Jew, is like a princess guarded by magicians in a fairy tale. And how can you tell that this is by what do you call him? Watteau, cousin, one of the greatest 18th century painters in France. Look, do you not see that it is his work, pointing to a pastoral scene, court-shepherd swains and shepherdesses, dancing in a ring, the movement, the life in it, the colouring there, it is painted with a stroke of the brush as a writing master makes a flourish with a pen, not a trace of effort here, and turn it over. Look, a ball in a drawing room's summer and winter. And what ornaments, and how well preserved it is. The hingepin is gold, you see, and on cleaning it I found a tiny ruby at either side. If it is so, cousin, I could not think of accepting such a valuable present from you. It would be better to lay up the money for yourself, said Mme de Marville, but all the same she asked no better than to keep the splendid fan. It is time that it should pass from the service of vice into the hands of virtue, said the good soul, recovering his assurance. It has taken a century to work the miracle. No princess at court, you may be sure, will have anything to compare with it, for unfortunately men will do more for a pompadour than for a virtuous queen. Such is human nature. Very well, Mme de Marville said, laughing, I will accept your present, Cecile, my angel. Go to Madeleine, and see that dinner is worthy of your cousin. Mme de Marville wished to make matters, even her request made aloud, in defiance of all rules of good taste, sounded so much like an attempt to repay at once the balance due to the poor cousin that Pons flushed red like a girl, found out in fault. The grain of sand was a little too large for some moments. He could only let it work in his heart. Cecile, a red-haired young woman with a touch of pedantic affectation, combined her father's ponderous manner with a trace of her mother's hardness. She went and left poor Pons face to face with the terrible president. How nice she is, my little Lily, said the mother. She still called her Cecile by this baby name. Charming, said Pons, twirling his thumbs. I cannot understand these times in which we live, broke out the president. What is the good of having a president of the Court of Appeal in Paris, and a commander of the Legion of Honor for your father, and for a grandfather the richest wholesale silk merchant in Paris, a deputy and a millionaire that will be a peer of France some of these days? The president's zeal for the new government had in fact recently been rewarded with a commander's ribbon thanks to his friendship with Popinot, said the envious Popinot himself. Modest though he was, had, as has been seen, accepted the title of count for his son's sake. He told his numerous friends. Men look for nothing but money nowadays, said cousin Pons. No one thinks anything of you unless you are rich, and what would it have been if heaven had spared my poor little Charles, cried the lady. Oh, with 2 children you would be poor, returned the cousin. It practically means the division of the property, but you need not trouble yourself. Cousin Cecile is sure to marry sooner or later. She is the most accomplished girl I know." To such depths had Pons fallen by adapting himself to the company of his entertainers in their houses. He echoed their ideas, and said the obvious thing after the manner of a chorus in a Greek play. He did not dare to give free play to the artist's originality, which had overflowed in bright repartee when he was young. He had effaced himself till he had almost lost his individuality, and if the real Pons appeared as he had done a moment ago, he was immediately repressed. But I myself was married with only 20,000 francs for my portion. In 1819, cousin, and it was you, a woman with a head on your shoulders, and the royal protection of Louis Roman 18. Be still, my child is a perfect angel, she is clever, she has a warm heart, she will have 100,000 francs on her wedding day, to say nothing of the most brilliant expectations, and yet she stays on our hands, and so on for 20 minutes. Mme de Marville talked on about herself, and her Cécile pitying herself after the manner of mothers in bondage to marriageable daughters. Pons had dined at the house every week for 20 years, and Camusot de Marville was the only cousin he had in the world, but he had yet to hear the first word spoken as to his own affairs. Nobody cared to know how he lived here, and elsewhere the poor cousin was a kind of sink, down which his relatives poured domestic confidences. His discretion was well known indeed, was he not bound over to silence when a single imprudent word would have shut the door of 10 houses upon him, and he must combine his role of listener with a second part. He must applaud continually, smile on every one, accuse nobody, defend nobody from his point of view. Every one must be in the right. And so in the house of his kinsman Pons, no longer counted as a man, he was a digestive apparatus. In the course of a long tirade, Mme Camusot de Marville avowed with due circumspection that she was prepared to take almost any son-in-law with her eyes shut. She was even disposed to think that at 48 or so, a man with 20,000 francs a year was a good match. Cécile is in her 23rd year. If it should fall out so unfortunately that she is not married before she is 5 or 26, it will be extremely hard to marry her at all. When a girl reaches that age, people want to know why she has been so long on hand. We are a good deal talked about in our set. We have come to the end of all the ordinary excuses. She is so young, she is so fond of her father and mother, that she doesn't like to leave them. She is so happy at home, she is hard to please, she would like a good name. We are beginning to look silly. I feel that distinctly, and besides, Cécile is tired of waiting, poor child, she suffers. In what way? Pons was noodle enough to ask. Why, because it is humiliating to her to see all her girl friends married before her, replied the mother with a duenna's air. But cousin, has anything happened since the last time that I had the pleasure of dining here? Why do you think of men of 48? Pons inquired humbly. This has happened, returned the president. We were to have had an interview with a court councillor. His son is 30 years old, and very well todo, and Roman 1,000 de Marville would have obtained a post in the audit office for him, and paid the money. The young man is a supernumerary there at present, and now they tell us that he has taken it into his head to rush off to Italy in the train of a duchess from the Bal Mabel. It is nothing but a refusal in disguise. The fact is, the young man's mother is dead. He has an income of 30,000 francs, and more to come at his father's death, and they don't care about the match for him. You have just come in the middle of all this, dear cousin, so you must excuse our bad temper. While Pons was casting about for the complimentary answer, which invariably occurred to him too late when he was afraid of his host, Madeleine came in, handed a folded note to the president, and waited for an answer. The note ran as follows. Dear Mamma, if we pretend that this note comes to you from Papa at the Palais, and that he wants us both to dine with his friend, because proposals have been renewed, then the cousin will go, and we can carry out our plan of going to the Popinots. Who brought the master's note? The president asked quickly. A lad from the Salle du Palais, the withered waiting woman unblushingly answered, and her mistress knew at once that Madeleine had woven the plot with Cécile, now at the end of her patience. Tell him that we will both be there at 5:30. Madeleine had no sooner left the room than the president turned to cousin Pons with that insincere friendliness which is about as grateful to a sensitive soul as a mixture of milk and vinegar to the palate of an epicure. Dinner is ordered, dear cousin, you must dine without us. My husband has just sent word from the court that the question of the marriage has been reopened, and we are to dine with the councillor. We need not stand on ceremony at all, do, just as if you were at home. I have no secrets from you, I am perfectly open with you. As you see, I am sure you would not wish to break off the little darling's marriage. I, cousin, on the contrary, I should like to find someone for her, but in my circle, "Oh, that is not at all likely," said the president, cutting him short, insolently. "Then you will stay, will you not? Cecile will keep you company while I dress." "Oh, I can dine somewhere else, cousin." Cruelly hurt though he was by her way of casting up his poverty to him, the prospect of being left alone with the servants was even more alarming. "But why should you? Dinner is ready, you may just as well have it. If you do not, the servants will eat it." At that atrocious speech Pons started up as if he had received a shock from a galvanic battery, bowed stiffly to the lady, and went to find his Spencer now. It so happened that the door of Cecile's bedroom beyond the little drawing-room stood open, and looking into the mirror, he caught sight of the girl shaking with laughter as she gesticulated, and made signs to her mother. The old artist understood beyond a doubt that he had been the victim of some cowardly hoax. Pons went slowly down the stairs. He could not keep back the tears. He understood that he had been turned out of the house, but why and wherefore he did not know. "I am growing too old," he told himself. "The world has a horror of old age and poverty, two ugly things. After this, I will not go anywhere unless I am asked." Heroic resolve. Downstairs the great gate was shut, as it usually is in houses occupied by the proprietor. The kitchen stood exactly opposite the porter's lodge, and the door was open. Pons was obliged to listen, while Madeleine told the servants the whole story amid the laughter of the servants. She had not expected him to leave so soon. The footman loudly applauded a joke at the expense of a visitor who was always coming to the house, and never gave you more than 3 francs at the year's end. "Yes," put in the cook, "but if he cuts up rough and does not come back, there will be 3 francs the less for some of us on New Year's Day." How is he to know?" retorted the footman. "Pooh," said Madeleine, "a little sooner or a little later, what difference does it make? The people at the other houses, where he dines, are so tired of him that they are going to turn him out." "The gate, if you please." Madeleine had scarcely uttered the words when they heard the old musician's call to the porter. It sounded like a cry of pain. There was a sudden silence in the kitchen. He heard the footman said, "Well, and if he did, so much the worser, or rather, so much the better," retorted Madeleine. "He is an errant skinflint." Poor Pons had lost none of the talk in the kitchen. He heard it all, even to the last word. He made his way home along the boulevards in the same state, physical and mental, as an old woman, after a desperate struggle with burglars. As he went, he talked to himself in quick, spasmodic jerks. His honor had been wounded, and the pain of it drove him on as a gust of wind whirls away a straw. He found himself at last in the Boulevard du Temple. How he had come thither, he could not tell. It was 5 o'clock, and strange to say, he had completely lost his appetite. But if the reader is to understand the revolution which Pons' unexpected return at that hour was to work in the Rue de Normandie, the promised biography of Mme. Sibot must be given in this place. Anyone passing along the Rue de Normandie might be pardoned for thinking that he was in some small provincial town. Grass runs to seed in the street, everybody knows everybody else, and the sight of a stranger is an event. The houses date back to the reign of Henry Roman IV, when there was a scheme afoot for a quarter in which every street was to be named after a French province, and all should converge in a handsome square to which La France should stand godmother. The Quartier de l'Europe was a revival of the same idea. History repeats itself everywhere in the world, and even in the world of speculation. The house in which the 2 musicians used to live is an old mansion with a courtyard in front and a garden at the back, but the front part of the house, which gives upon the street, is comparatively modern, built during the 18th century when the Marais was a fashionable quarter. The friends lived at the back on the 2nd floor of the old part of the house. The whole building belongs to Roman 1000 Pillarolt, an old man of 80, who left matters very much in the hands of Roman 1000, and Mme. Sibot his porters for the past 26 years. Now, as a porter cannot live by his lodge alone, the aforesaid Sibot had other means of gaining a livelihood, and supplemented his 5% on the rental, and his faggot from every cartload of wood by his own earnings. As a tailor in time, Sibot ceased to work for the master tailors. He made a connection among the little tradespeople of the quarter, and enjoyed a monopoly of the repairs, renovations, and fine drawing of all the coats and trousers in 3 adjacent streets. The lodge was spacious and wholesome, and boasted a 2nd room, wherefore the Sibot couple were looked upon as among the luckiest porters in the arrondissement. Sibot, small and stunted, with a complexion almost olive-coloured by reason of sitting day in day out in Turk fashion on a table level with the barred window, made about 12 or 14 francs a week. He worked still, though he was 58 years old. But 58 is the porter's golden age. He is used to his lodge. He and his room fit each other like the shell and the oyster, and he is known in the neighbourhood. Mme Sibat, sometime opener of oysters at the Cadran Blue, after all the adventures which come unsought to the belle of an oyster bar, left her post for love of Sibat at the age of 28. The beauty of a woman of the people is short-lived, especially if she is planted espalier fashion at a restaurant door. Her features are hardened by puffs of hot air from the kitchen. The color of the heel-taps of customers' bottles finished in the company of the waiters gradually filters into her complexion. Oh, beauty is full-blown so soon as the beauty of an oyster-opener, luckily, for Mme Sibat lawful wedlock, and a portress life were offered to her just in time, while she still preserved a comeliness of a masculine order slandered by rivals of the Rue de Normandie, who called her a great blousy thing. Mme Sibat might have sat as a model to Rubens. Those flesh tints reminded you of the appetizing sheen on a pat of Isigny butter, but plump as she was, no woman went about her work with more agility. Mme Sibat had attained the time of life when women of her stamp are obliged to shave, which is as much as to say that she had reached the age of 48. A porter's wife, with a moustache, is one of the best possible guarantees of respectability and security that a landlord can have. If Delacroix could have seen Mme Sibat leaning proudly on her broom handle, he would assuredly have painted her as Bellona. Strange as it may seem, the circumstances of the Sibat's man and wife in the style of an indictment were one day to affect the lives of the two friends, wherefore the chronicler, as in duty bound, must give some particulars as to the Sibat's lodge. The house brought in about 8,000 francs, for there were 3 complete sets of apartments back and front on the side nearest the Rue de Normandie, as well as the 3 floors in the older mansion between the courtyard and the garden, and a shop kept by a marine store dealer named Ramonenc, which fronted on the street. During the past few months, this Ramonenc had begun to deal in old curiosities, and knew the value of Pan's collection so well that he took off his hat whenever the musician came in or went out. A sou in the liver on 8,000 francs therefore brought in about 400 francs to the Sibats. They had no rent to pay, and no expenses for firing. Sibats' earnings amounted on an average to 700 or 800 francs, add tips at New Year, and the pair had altogether an income of 1,600 francs, every penny of which they spent, for the Sibats lived and fared better than working people usually do. One can only live once. La Sibat used to say she was born during the Revolution, you see, and had never learned her catechism. The husband of this portress with the unblenching tawny eyes was an object of envy to the whole fraternity, for La Sibat had not forgotten the knowledge of cookery picked up at the Cadran Bleu. So it had come to pass that the Sibats had passed the prime of life, and saw themselves on the threshold of old age, without 100 francs put by for the future. Well clad and well fed, they enjoyed among the neighbours, it is true, the respect due to 26 years of strict honesty, for if they had nothing of their own, they hadn't nothing belonging to nobody else. According to La Sibat, who was a prodigal of negatives, there wasn't never such a love of a man. She would say to her husband, "Do you ask? Why, you might as well ask the reason of her indifference in matters of religion." Both of them were proud of a life lived in open day, of the esteem in which they were held for 6 or 7 streets round about, and of the autocratic rule permitted to them by the proprietor they called him. But in private they groaned because they had no money lying at interest. Sibat complained of pains in his hands and legs, and his wife would lament that her poor dear Sibat should be forced to work at his age. And indeed the day is not far distant when a porter, after 30 years of such a life, will cry shame upon the injustice of the government, and clamour for the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, every time that the gossip of the quarter brought news of such and such a servant maid left an annuity of 300 or 400 francs after 8 or 10 years of service. The porters' lodges would resound with complaints, which may give some idea of the consuming jealousies in the lowest walks of life in Paris. Oh, indeed it will never happen to the like of us to have our names mentioned in a will. We have no luck, but we do more than servants, for all that we fill a place of trust, we give receipts, we are on the lookout for squalls, and yet we are treated like dogs, neither more nor less, and that's the truth. Some find fortune, and some misfortune, said Sibat, coming in with a coat. If I had left Sibat here in his lodge, and taken a place as cook, we should have our 30,000 francs out at interest, cried Mme Sibat, standing chatting with a neighbour, her hands on her prominent hips. But I didn't understand how to get on in life, housed inside of a snug lodge and firing found, and want for nothing, but that is all. In 1836, when the friends took up their abode on the 2nd floor, they brought about a sort of revolution in the Sibat household. It befell on this wise: Schmuck, like his friend Pons, usually arranged that the porter or the porter's wife should undertake the cares of housekeeping, and being both of one mind on this point when they came to live in the Rue de Normandie, Mme. Sibat became their housekeeper at the rate of 25 francs per month, 12 francs, 50 centimes for each of them. Before the year was out, the emeritus portress reigned in the establishment of the two old bachelors, as she reigned everywhere in the house belonging to Roman 1000 Pillarolt, great uncle of Mme. La Comtesse Popinot. Their business was her business, she called them my gentlemen, and at last finding the pair of nutcrackers, as mild as lambs, easy to live with, and by no means suspicious, perfect children, in fact the heart of a woman of the people, prompted her to protect, adore, and serve them with such thorough devotion, that she read them a lecture now and again, and saved them from the impositions which swell the cost of living in Paris. For 25 francs a month, the two old bachelors inadvertently acquired a mother. As they became aware of Mme. Sibat's full value, they gave her outspoken praises and thanks and little presents, which strengthened the bonds of the domestic alliance. Mme. Sibat 1,000 times preferred appreciation to money payments. It is a well-known fact that the sense that one is appreciated makes up for a deficiency in wages, and Sibat did all that he could for his wife's two gentlemen, and ran errands and did repairs at half-price for them. The second year brought a new element into the friendship between the large and the second floor, and Schmuck concluded a bargain which satisfied his indolence and desire for a life without cares. For 30 sous per day, or 4 to 5 francs per month, Mme. Sibat undertook to provide Schmuck with breakfast and dinner, and Pons, finding his friend's breakfast very much to his mind, concluded a separate treaty for that meal only at the rate of 18 francs. This arrangement, which added nearly 90 francs every month to the takings of the porter and his wife, made two inviolable beings of the lodgers. They became angels, cherubs, divinities. It is very doubtful whether the king of the French, who is supposed to understand economy, is as well served as the pair of nutcrackers used to be in those days. For them the milk issued pure from the can. They enjoyed a free perusal of all the morning papers, taken by other lodgers, later risers, who were told, if need be, that the newspapers had not come. Yet Mme. Sibat moreover kept their clothes, their rooms, and the landing as clean as a Flemish interior. As for Schmuck, he enjoyed unhoped-for happiness. Mme. Sibat had made life easy for him. He paid her about 6 francs a month, and she took charge of his linen washing and mending. Altogether his expenses amounted to 6 francs per month, for he spent 15 francs on tobacco, and 6 francs multiplied by 12 produces the sum total of 792 francs. Add 220 francs for rent, rates and taxes, and you have 1,012 francs. Sibat was Schmuck's tailor. His clothes cost him on average 150 francs, which further swells the total to the sum of 1,200 on 1,200 francs per annum. This profound philosopher lived. How many people in Europe, whose one thought it is to come to Paris and live, there will be agreeably surprised to learn that you may exist in comfort upon an income of 1,200 francs in the Rue de Normandie in the Marais, under the wing of a Mme. Sibat. Mme. Sibat, to resume the story, was amazed beyond expression to see Pons' good man return at 5 o'clock in the evening. Such a thing had never happened before, and not only so, but her gentleman had given her no greeting, had not so much as seen her. Well, well, Sibat, said she to her spouse, Roman 1,000 Pons has come in for 1,000,000 or gone out of his mind. That is how it looks to me, said Sibat, dropping the coat sleeve in which he was making a dart in tailor's language. The savoury odour of a stew pervaded the whole courtyard as Pons returned mechanically home. Mme. Sibat was dishing up Schmuck's dinner, which consisted of scraps of boiled beef from a little cookshop, not above doing a little trade of this kind. These morsels were fricasseed in brown butter with thin slices of onion until the meat and vegetables had absorbed the gravy, and this true porter's dish was browned to the right degree, with that fricassee prepared with loving care for Sibat and Schmuck, and accompanied by a bottle of beer and a piece of cheese. The old German music master was quite content. Not King Solomon in all his glory, be sure, could dine better than Schmuck. A dish of boiled beef fricasseed, with onions, scraps of sauté chicken or beef, and parsley or venison or fish, served with a sauce of La Sibat's own invention, a sauce with which a mother might unsuspectingly eat her child. Such was Schmuck's ordinary, varying with the quantity and quality of the remnants of food supplied by boulevard restaurants to the cookshop. In the Rue Boucherat, Schmuck took everything that Gut Montame Zippard gave him and was content, and so from day to day Gut Montame Zippard cut down the cost of his dinner until it could be served for 20 sous. It won't be long afore I find out what is the matter with him, poor dear, said Mme. Sibat to her husband, for here is Roman 1,000 Schmuck's dinner all ready for him. As she spoke, she covered the deep earthenware dish with a plate, and notwithstanding her age, She climbed the stair and reached the door before Schmuck opened it to Pons. "Vat is de matter mit, you mein gut friend?" asked the German, scared by the expression of Pons' face. "I will tell you all about it, but I have come home to have dinner with you." "Tinner," cried Schmuck in ecstasy, "but it is impossible," the old German added as he thought of his friend's gastronomical tastes. And at that very moment, he caught sight of Mme. Sibat listening to the conversation, as she had a right to do as his lawful housewife. Struck with one of those happy inspirations, which only enlighten a friend's heart, he marched up to the portress and drew her out to the stairhead. "Montame Zippard," he said, "der gut Pons is fond of gut dings, schust go round to der Katran Plu, and order a dainty little tinner, mit anchovies und macaroni, ein tinner for Lugullus in Vact." "What is that?" inquired la Sibat. "Oh, returned Schmuck, it is vila la portuois bourgeois. He meant a nice fish ein Patel off Porto and nice dings, der furry, best day half like griquettes of rice und es smoked pack and bay, for it und say nodings, I will gif you back de money tomorrow morning." Back went Schmuck radiant, and rubbing his hands, but his expression slowly changed to a look of bewildered astonishment, as he heard Pons' story of the troubles that had but just now overwhelmed him in a moment. He tried to comfort Pons by giving him a sketch of the world from his own point of view. Paris, in his opinion, was a perpetual hurly-burly. The men and women in it were whirled away by a tempestuous waltz. It was no use expecting anything of the world, which only looked at the outsides of things and not at their interior. For the 100th time, he related how that the only 3 pupils for whom he had really cared, for whom he was ready to die, the 3 who had been fond of him, and even allowed him a little pension of 900 francs, each contributing 300 to the amount. His favourite pupils had quite forgotten to come to see him, and so swift was the current of Parisian life which swept them away that if he called at their houses, he had not succeeded in seeing them once in 3 years. It is a fact, however, that Schmuck had always thought fit to call on these great ladies at 10 o'clock in the morning. Still, his pension was paid quarterly through the medium of solicitors. "And yet they are hearts of gold," he concluded, "they are my little Saint Cecilia's charming women, Montame de Bordentura, Montame de Fantiness, and Montame du Dillet Gif. I see dem at all it is at die jams illusies, and they do not see me yet. They are ver fond of me, and I might go to dine mit dem, and they would be ver bleast to see me, and I might go to der country houses, but I would much rather be mit mine friend Barnes, because I can see him whenever I like and every day." Pons took Schmuck's hand and grasped it between his own. All that was passing in his inmost soul was communicated in that tight pressure. And so, for a while, the friends sat like 2 lovers meeting at last after a long absence. "Tine here every day," broke out Schmuck inwardly, blessing Mme. de Marville for her hardness of heart. "Look here, we shall go a prick-a-pracking toadsters, and der Teufel shall never show his tail here." We shall go prick-a-pracking toadsters. For the full comprehension of those truly heroic words, it must be confessed that Schmuck's ignorance of bric-a-brac was something of the densest. It required all the strength of his friendship to keep him from doing heedless damage in the sitting-room and study, which did duty as a museum for Pons. Schmuck, wholly absorbed in music, a composer for love of his art, took about as much interest in his friends' little trifles as a fish might take in a flower show at the Luxembourg. Supposing that it had received a ticket of admission, a certain, or which he certainly felt, for the Marvels, was simply a reflection of the respect which Pons showed his treasures. When he dusted them to Pons' exclamations of admiration, he was wont to reply with a "yes, it is ver bretty," as a mother answers babadgestures with meaningless baby talk. 7 times since the friends had lived together, Pons had exchanged a good clock for a better one, till at last he possessed a timepiece in Boule. First and best manner, for Boule had 2 manners, as Raphael had 3 in the first. He combined ebony and copper in the second, contrary to his conviction, sacrificed to tortoiseshell inlaid work. In spite of Pons' learned dissertations, Schmuck never could see the slightest difference between the magnificent clock in Boule first manner and its 6 predecessors. But for Pons' sake, Schmuck was even more careful among the chimcracks than Pons himself, so it should not be surprising that Schmuck's sublime words comforted Pons in his despair. For "we shall go prick-a-pracking toadsters" meant being interpreted, "I will put money into bric-a-brac, if you will only dine here." "Dinner is ready," Mme. Sibat announced with astonishing self-possession. It is not difficult to imagine Pons' surprise when he saw and relished the dinner, due to Schmuck's friendship. Sensations of this kind, that came so rarely in a lifetime, are never the outcome of the constant close relationship by which friend daily says to friend, "You are a second self to me," for for this too becomes a matter of use and want. It is only by contact with the barbarism of the world, without that the happiness of that intimate life is revealed to us as a sudden glad surprise. It is the outer world which renews the bond between friend and friend, lover and lover, all their lives long, wherever two great souls are knit together by friendship or by love. Pons brushed away 2 big tears. Schmuck himself wiped his eyes, and though nothing was said, the two were closer friends than before. Little friendly nods and glances exchanged across the table were like balm to Pons, soothing the pain caused by the sand dropped in his heart by the president's wife. As for Schmuck, he rubbed his hands till they were sore, for a new idea had occurred to him, one of those great discoveries which cause a German no surprise, unless they sprout up suddenly in a Teuton brain frostbound by the awe and reverence due to sovereign princes. Mein gut Bonds, began Schmuck. I can guess what you mean. You would like us both to dine together here every day. Gif only I was rich enough to live like dis every day, began the good German in a melancholy voice. But here Mme Sibat appeared upon the scene. Pons had given her an order for the theatre from time to time, and stood in consequence almost as high in her esteem and affection as her boarder Schmuck. Lord love you, said she, for 3 francs, and wine extra, I can give you both such a dinner every day, that you will be ready to lick the plates as clean as if they were washed. It is a fact, Schmuck remarked, dat die dinners dat Montame Zippard cooks for me are better as de messes they eat at their royal table. In his eagerness, Schmuck, usually so full of respect for the powers that be, so far forgot himself as to imitate the irreverent newspapers which scoffed at the fixed-price dinners of royalty. Really, said Pons, very well, I will try tomorrow. And at that promise, Schmuck sprang from one end of the table to the other, sweeping off tablecloth, bottles and dishes as he went, and hugged Pons to his heart, so might gas rush to combine with gas. That happiness, cried he. Mme Sibat was quite touched. Monsieur is going to dine here every day, she cried proudly. That excellent woman departed downstairs again, in ignorance of the event which had brought about this result, entered her room like Joseph in William Tell, set down the plates and dishes on the table with a bang, and called aloud to her husband. Sibat, run to the Café Turc for 2 small cups of coffee, and tell the man at the stove that it is for me. Then she sat down and rested her hands on her massive knees, and gazed out of the window at the opposite wall. I will go tonight, and see what Ma'am Fontaine says. She thought Madame Fontaine told fortunes on the cards for all the servants in the quarter of the Marais. Since these 2 gentlemen came here, we have put 2,000 francs in the savings bank. 2,000 francs in 8 years. What luck! Would it be better to make no profit out of Roman 1,000 pounds dinner, and keep him here at home? Ma'am Fontaine's hen will tell me that. 3 years ago, Mme Sibat had begun to cherish a hope that her name might be mentioned in her gentleman's, while she had redoubled her zeal, since that covetous thought tardily sprouted up in the midst of that so honest moustache. Pons hitherto had dined abroad, eluding her desire to have both of her gentlemen entirely under her management. His troubadour collector's life had scared away certain vague ideas which hovered in La Sibat's brain, but now her shadowy projects assumed the formidable shape of a definite plan, dating from that memorable dinner. 15 minutes later, she reappeared in the dining-room with 2 cups of excellent coffee, flanked by a couple of tiny glasses of Kirschwasser. Long live Montame Zippard, cried Schmuck, she half guessed right. The Dinerout bemoaned himself a little, while Schmuck met his lamentations with coaxing fondness like a home pigeon, welcoming back a wandering bird. Then the pair set out for the theatre. Schmuck could not leave his friend in the condition to which he had been brought by the Camusat's mistresses and servants. He knew Pons so well, he feared lest some cruel sad thought should seize on him at his conductor's desk, and undo all the good done by his welcome home to the nest. And Schmuck brought his friend back on his arm through the streets at midnight. A lover could not be more careful of his lady. He pointed out the edges of the curbstones. He was on the lookout whenever they stepped on or off the pavement, ready with a warning if there was a gutter to cross. Schmuck could have wished that the streets were paved with cotton down. He would have had a blue sky overhead, and Pons should hear the music which all the angels in heaven were making for him. He had won the lost province in his friend's heart. For nearly 3 months Pons and Schmuck dined together. Every day Pons was obliged to retrench at once, for dinner at 4 to 5 francs a month and wine at 35 meant precisely 80 francs less to spend on bric-a-brac. And very soon, in spite of all that Schmuck could do, in spite of his little German jokes, Pons fell to regretting the delicate dishes, the liqueurs, the good coffee, the table talk, the insincere politeness, the guests and the gossip, and the houses where he used to dine on the wrong side of 60. A man cannot break himself of a habit of 36 years' growth. Wine at 130 francs per hogshead is scarcely a generous liquid in a gourmet's glass. Every time that Pons raised it to his lips he thought with infinite regret of the exquisite wines in his entertainer's cellars. In short, at the end of 3 months, the cruel pangs which had gone near to break Pons' sensitive heart had died away. He forgot everything but the charms of society, and languished for them like some elderly slave of a petticoat, compelled to leave the mistress who too repeatedly deceives him in vain. He tried to hide his profound and consuming melancholy. It was too plain that he was suffering from one of the mysterious complaints which the mind brings upon the body. A single symptom will throw light upon this case of nostalgia, as it were produced by breaking away from an old habit in itself. It is trifling one of the myriad nothings, which are as rings in a coat of chainmail enveloping the soul in a network of iron. One of the keenest pleasures of Pons' old life, one of the joys of the dinner-table parasite at all times, was the surprise, the thrill produced by the extra dainty dish, added triumphantly to the bill of fare by the mistress of a bourgeois house, to give a festal air to the dinner. Pons' stomach hankered after that gastronomical satisfaction. Mme Sibat, in the pride of her heart, enumerated every dish beforehand. A salt and savour once periodically recurrent had vanished utterly from daily life. Dinner proceeded without le plat couvert, as our grandsires called it. This lay beyond the bounds of Schmuck's powers of comprehension. Pons had too much delicacy to grumble, but if the case of unappreciated genius is hard, it goes harder still with the stomach, whose claims are ignored. Slighted affection, a subject of which too much has been made, is founded upon an illusory longing for. If the creature fails, love can turn to the Creator who has treasures to bestow. But the stomach, nothing can be compared to its sufferings, for in the first place one must live. Pons thought wistfully of certain creme-shirley, the poetry of cookery, of certain white sauces, masterpieces of the art of truffled chickens fit to melt your heart, and above these, and more than all these, of the famous Rhine carp, only known at Paris, served with what condiments. There were days when Pons, thinking upon Count Popinot's cook, would sigh aloud. Ah, Sophie! Any passer-by, hearing the exclamation, might have thought that the old man referred to a lost mistress, but his fancy dwelt upon something rarer, on a fat Rhine carp, with a sauce thin in the sauceboat, creamy upon the palate, a sauce that deserved the Montian prize. The conductor of the orchestra, living on memories of past dinners, grew visibly leaner. He was pining away, a victim to gastric nostalgia. By the beginning of the 4th month, towards the end of January 1845, Pons' condition attracted attention at the theatre. The flute, a young man named Wilhelm, like almost all Germans and Schwab, to distinguish him from all other Wilhelms, if not from all other Schwabs, judged it expedient to open Schmuck's eyes to his friend's state of health. It was a first performance of a piece in which Schmuck's instruments were all required. "The old gentleman is failing," said the flute. "There is something wrong somewhere. His eyes are heavy, and he doesn't beat time as he used to do," added Wilhelm Schwab, indicating Pons, as he gloomily took his place. "Dat is always de way gif, a man is 60 years old," answered Schmuck. The Highland widow in the Chronicles of the Canongate sent her son to his death to have him beside her for 24 hours, and Schmuck could have sacrificed Pons for the sake of seeing his face every day across the dinner table. "Everybody in the theatre is anxious about him," continued the flute, "and as the première danseuse Emil Breistout says, he makes hardly any noise now when he blows his nose." And indeed a peal like a blast of a horn used to resound through the old musician's bandana handkerchief. Whenever he raised it to that lengthy and cavernous feature, the president's wife had more frequently found fault with him on that score than on any other. "I would gif a good deal to amuse him," said Schmuck, "he gets so dull. Roman 1000 Pons always seems so much above the like of us poor devils, that upon my word I didn't dare to ask him to my wedding," said Wilhelm Schwab. "I am going to be married." "How?" demanded Schmuck. "Oh, quite properly," returned Wilhelm Schwab, taking Schmuck's quaint inquiry for a jibe of which that perfect Christian was quite incapable. "Come, gentlemen, take your places," called Pons, looking round at his little army, as the stage manager's bell rang for the overture. The piece was a dramatized fairy tale, a pantomime called The Devil's Betrothed, which ran for 200 nights. In the interval, after the first act, Wilhelm Schwab and Schmuck were left alone in the orchestra, with a house at a temperature of 32 degrees Réaumur. "Tell me your history," said Schmuck. "Look there, do you see that young man in the box yonder? Do you recognize him?" "Never a pit." "Ah, that is because he is wearing yellow gloves and shines with all the radiance of riches, but that is my friend Fritz Brunner out of Frankfurt on the Main." Dat used to come to see du blav und sit beside you in der orchestra. The same, you would not believe he could look so different, would you? The hero of the promise story was a German of that particular type, in which the sombre irony of Goethe's Mephistopheles is blended with a homely cheerfulness found in the romances of Auguste Lafontaine of Pacific memory, but the predominating element in the compound of artlessness and guile of shopkeeper's shrewdness, and the studied carelessness of a member of the jockey club, was that form of disgust which set a pistol in the hands of a young, whether bored to death less by Charlotte than by German princes. It was a thoroughly German face, full of cunning, full of simplicity, stupidity, and courage, the knowledge which brings weariness, the worldly wisdom which the veriest child's trick leaves at fault, the abuse of beer and tobacco, these were there to be seen in it. And to heighten the contrast of opposed qualities, there was a wild diabolical gleam in the fine blue eyes with the jaded expression. Dressed with all the elegance of a city man, Fritz Brunner sat in full view of the house, displaying a bold crown of the tint, beloved by Titian, and a few stray fiery red hairs on either side of it, a remnant spared by debauchery, and want that the prodigal might have a right to spend money with the hairdresser when he should come into his fortune, a face once fair and fresh, as the traditional portrait of Jesus Christ had grown harder since the advent of a red moustache. A tawny beard lent it an almost sinister look. The bright blue eyes had lost something of their clearness in the struggle with distress. The countless courses by which a man sells himself and his honor in Paris had left their traces upon his eyelids, and carved lines about the eyes into which a mother once looked with a mother's rapture, to find a copy of her own fashioned by God's hand. This precocious philosopher, this wizened youth, was the work of a stepmother. Herewith begins the curious history of a prodigal son of Frankfurt-on-the-Main, most extraordinary and astounding portent ever beheld by that well-conducted if central city. Gideon Brunner, father of the aforesaid Fritz, was one of the famous innkeepers of Frankfurt, a tribe who make Lowither-ized incisions in travellers' purses with the connivance of the local bankers, an innkeeper, and an honest Calvinist to boot. He had married a converted Jewess, and laid the foundations of his prosperity with the money she brought him. When the Jewess died, leaving a son, Fritz, 12 years of age, under the joint guardianship of his father and maternal uncle, a furrier at Leipzig, head of the firm of Verlas and Company Brunner Sr., was compelled by his brother-in-law, who was by no means as soft as his peltry, to invest little Fritz's money, a goodly quantity of current coin of the realm, with the house of Al-Sarchild. Not a penny of it was he allowed to touch, so by way of revenge for the Israelites' pertinacity, Brunner Sr. married again. It was impossible, he said, to keep his huge hotel single-handed. It needed a woman's eye and hand. Gideon Brunner's second wife was an innkeeper's daughter, a very pearl, as he thought, but he had had no experience of only daughters spoiled by father and mother. The second Mme. Brunner behaved as German girls may be expected to behave when they are frivolous and wayward. She squandered her fortune. She avenged the first Mme. Brunner by making her husband as miserable a man as you could find in the compass of the free city of Frankfurt-on-the-Main, where the millionaires, it is said, are about to pass a law compelling womankind to cherish and obey them alone. She was partial to all the varieties of vinegar commonly called Rhine wine in Germany. She was fond of articles Paris, of horses and dress. Indeed, the one expensive taste which she had not was a liking for women. She took a dislike to little Fritz, and would perhaps have driven him mad if that young offspring of Calvinism and Judaism had not had Frankfurt for his cradle, and the firm of Verlas at Leipzig for his guardian uncle. Verlas, however deep in his furs, confined his guardianship to the safe keeping of Fritz's silver marks, and left the boy to the tender mercies of this stepmother. That hyena in woman's form was the more exasperated against the pretty child, the lovely Jewess son, because she herself could have no children in spite of efforts worthy of a locomotive engine. A diabolical impulse prompted her to plunge her young stepson at 21 years of age into dissipations contrary to all German habits. The wicked German hoped that English horses, Rhine vinegar and Goethe's marguerites would ruin the Jewess child and shorten his days, for when Fritz came of age, Uncle Verlas had handed over a very pretty fortune to his nephew, but while roulette at Baden and elsewhere, and boon companions, Wilhelm Schwab among them, devoured the substance accumulated by Uncle Verlas, the prodigal son himself remained, by the will of Providence, to point a moral to younger brothers in the free city of Frankfurt. Parents held him up as a warning, and an awful example to their offspring, to scare them into steady attendance in their castern counting-houses lined with silver marks. But so far from perishing in the flower of his age, Fritz Brunner had the pleasure of laying his stepmother in one of those charming little German cemeteries in which the Teuton indulges his unbridled passion for horticulture under the specious pretext of honouring his dead. And as the second Mme Brunner expired, while the authors of her being were yet alive, Brunner senior was obliged to bear the loss of the sums of which his wife had drained his coffers, to say nothing of other ills which had told upon a Herculean constitution, till at the age of 67 the innkeeper had wizened and shrunk, as if the famous Borgia's poison had undermined his system for 10 whole years. He had supported his wife, and now he inherited nothing. The innkeeper was a second ruin of Heidelberg, repaired continually, it is true, by travellers' hotel bills, much as the remains of the castle of Heidelberg itself are repaired to sustain the enthusiasm of the tourists who flock to see so fine and well-preserved a relic of antiquity. At Frankfurt the disappointment caused as much talk as a failure. People pointed out Brunner, saying, "See what a man may come to with a bad wife that leaves him nothing, and a son brought up in the French fashion." In Italy and Germany, the French nation is the root of all evil, the target for all bullets, but the god pursuing his way for the rest. See Lefranc de Pompignan's ode. The wrath of the proprietor of the Grand Hotel de Holland fell on others besides the travellers, whose bills were swelled with his resentment, when his son was utterly ruined. Gideon, regarding him as the indirect cause of all his misfortunes, refused him bread and salt fire lodging, and tobacco, force of the paternal malediction in a German, and an innkeeper could no farther go, whereupon the local authorities, making no allowance for the father's misdeeds, regarded him as one of the most illused persons in Frankfurt on the Main, came to his assistance, fastened a quarrel on Fritz une querelle d'Allemande, and expelled him from the territory of the free city. Justice in Frankfurt is no whit wiser nor more humane than elsewhere, albeit the city is the seat of the German Diet. It is not often that a magistrate traces back the stream of wrongdoing and misfortune to the holder of the urn, from which the first beginnings trickled forth. If Brunner forgot his son's friends speedily followed the old innkeeper's example. Or if the journalists, the dandies, and some few fair Parisians among the audience wondered how that German with the tragical countenance had cropped up on a first night, to occupy a side box all to himself, when fashionable Paris filled the house, if these could have seen the history played out upon the stage before the prompter's box, they would have found it far more interesting than the transformation scenes of the Devil's Betrothed, though indeed was the 200,000th representation of a sublime allegory performed aforetime in Mesopotamia, 3,000 years before Christ was born. Fritz betook himself on foot to Strasbourg, and there found what the prodigal son of the Bible failed to find, to wit a friend, and herein is revealed the superiority of Alsace, where so many generous hearts beat to show Germany the beauty of a combination of Gallic wit and Teutonic solidity. Wilhelm Schwab, but lately left in possession of 100,000 francs, by the death of both parents, opened his arms, his heart, his house, his purse to Fritz, as for describing Fritz's feelings when dusty down on his luck, and almost like a leper he crossed the Rhine, and found a real 20-franc piece, held out by the hand of a real friend. That moment transcends the powers of the prose writer. Pindar alone could give it forth to humanity in Greek, that should rekindle the dying warmth of friendship in the world. Put the names of Fritz and Wilhelm beside those of Damon and Pythias Castor, and Pollux Orestes, and Pylades Dubruil, and P. Major Schmuck and Pons, and all the names that we imagine for the two friends of Monomatoppa, for La Fontaine, man of genius, though he has made of them two disembodied spirits that lack reality. The two new names may join the illustrious company, and with so much the more reason since that Wilhelm, who had helped to drink Fritz's inheritance, now proceeded with Fritz's assistance to devour his own substance, smoking, needless to say, every known variety of tobacco. The pair, strange to relate, squandered the property in the dullest, stupidest, most commonplace fashion in Strasbourg brasseries, in the company of ballet girls of the Strasbourg theatres, and little Alsatians, who had not a rag of a tattered reputation left. Every morning they would say, "We really must stop this, and make up our minds, and do something or other with the money that is left." Pooh, Fritz would retort, "Just one more day, and tomorrow, tomorrow." In the lives of prodigal sons, today is a prodigious coxcomb, but tomorrow is a very poltroon, taking fright at the big words of his predecessor. Today is the truculent captain of old-world comedy, tomorrow the clown of modern pantomime. When the two friends had reached their last 1,000-franc note, they took places in the mail coach styled Royal, and departed for Paris, where they installed themselves in the attics of the Hotel du Rhin, in the Rue du Mail, the property of one Graf, formerly Gideon Brunner's headwaiter. Fritz found a situation as clerk in the Keller's Bank, on Graf's recommendation, with a salary of 600 francs, and a place as bookkeeper was likewise found for Wilhelm in the business of Graff, the fashionable tailor brother of Graff of the Hotel du Rhin, who found the scantilipied employment for the pair of prodigals for the sake of old times, and his apprenticeship at the Hotel de Holland. These two incidents, recognition of a ruined man by a well-told friend and a German innkeeper interesting himself in two penniless fellow-countrymen, give, no doubt, an air of improbability to the story. But truth is so much the more like fiction, since modern writers of fiction have been at such untold pains to imitate truth. It was not long before Fritz, a clerk with 600 francs, and Wilhelm, a bookkeeper with precisely the same salary, discovered the difficulties of existence in a city so full of temptations in 1837. The second year of their abode, Wilhelm, who possessed a pretty talent for the flute, entered Pan's orchestra, to earn a little occasional butter to put on his dry bread. As to Fritz, his only way to an increase of income lay through the display of the capacity for business inherited by a descendant of the Verlas family. Yet in spite of his assiduity, in spite of abilities, which possibly may have stood in his way, his salary only reached the sum of 2,000 francs in 1843. Penury, that divine stepmother, did for the two men all that their mothers had not been able to do for them. Poverty taught them thrift, and worldly wisdom, poverty, gave them her grand rough education, the lessons which she drives with hard knocks into the heads of great men, who seldom know a happy childhood. Fritz and Wilhelm, being but ordinary men, learned as little as they possibly could in her school. They dodged the blows, shrank from her hard breast and bony arms, and never discovered the good fairy lurking within, ready to yield to the caresses of genius. One thing, however, they learned thoroughly: discovered the value of money, and vowed to clip the wings of riches if ever a second fortune should come to their door. This was the history which Wilhelm Schwab related in German at much greater length to his friend, the pianist, ending with, "Well, Papa Schmuck, the rest is soon explained. Old Brunner is dead. He left 4 millions. He made an immense amount of money out of Baden railways, though neither his son nor Roman 1,000 Graff, with whom we lodge, had any idea that the old man was one of the original shareholders. I am playing the flute here for the last time this evening. I would have left some days ago, but this was a first performance, and I did not want to spoil my part." "Gut, mein friend," said Schmuck, "but who is Die Preit?" "She is Emil Graff, the daughter of our host, the landlord of the Hotel du Rhin. I have loved Emily these 7 years. She has read so many immoral novels that she refused all offers for me without knowing what might come of it. She will be a very wealthy young lady. Her uncles, the tailors in the Rue de Richelieu, will leave her all their money. Fritz is giving me the money we squandered at Strasbourg 5 times over. He is putting 1,000,000 francs in a banking house, Roman 1,000 Graff. The tailor is adding another 500,000 francs, and Emily's father not only allows me to incorporate her portion 150,000 francs with the capital, but he himself will be a shareholder with as much again. So the firm of Brunner, Schwab and Company will start with 2,500,000 francs. Fritz has just bought 1,500,000 francs worth of shares in the Bank of France to guarantee our account with them. That is not all Fritz's fortune. He has his father's house property, supposed to be worth another 1,000,000, and he has let the Grand Hotel de Holland already to a cousin of the Graffs." "You look sad when you look at your friend," remarked Schmuck, who had listened with great interest. "Can you be jealous of him?" "I am jealous for Fritz's happiness," said Wilhelm. "Does that face look as if it belonged to a happy man? I am afraid of Paris. I should like to see him do, as I am doing. The old tempter may awake again. Of our 2 heads his carries, the less ballast his dress and the opera-glass, and the rest of it make me anxious. He keeps looking at the lorettes in the house. Oh, if you only knew how hard it is to marry Fritz. He has a horror of going a-courting. As you say, you would have to give him a drop into a family, just as in England they give a man a drop into the next world." During the uproar that usually marks the end of a first night, the flute delivered his invitation to the conductor. Pons accepted gleefully, and for the first time in 3 months Schmuck saw a smile on his friend's face. They went back to the Rue de Normandie in perfect silence. That sudden flash of joy had thrown a light on the extent of the disease, which was consuming Pons. Oh, that a man so truly noble, so disinterested, so great in feeling, should have such a weakness. This was the thought that struck the stoic Schmuck dumb with amazement. He grew woefully sad, for he began to see that there was no help for it. He must even renounce the pleasure of seeing his gut Bonds opposite him at the dinner table, for the sake of Pons' welfare. And he did not know whether he could give him up. The mere thought of it drove him distracted. Meantime Pons' proud silence and withdrawal to the Mons Aventinus of the Rue de Normandie had, as might be expected, impressed the president. Not that she troubled herself much about her parasite now that she was freed from him. She thought with her charming daughter that Cousin Pons had seen through her little Lily's joke. But it was otherwise with her husband, the president. Camusat de Marville, a short and stout man grown solemn since his promotion at the court, admired Cicero, preferred the opera comique to the Italians, compared the actors one with another, and followed the multitude step by step. He used to recite all the articles in the ministerialist journals, as if he was saying something original, and in giving his opinion at the council board, he paraphrased the remarks of the previous speaker. His leading characteristics were sufficiently well known. His position compelled him to take everything seriously, and he was particularly tenacious of family ties. Like most men who are ruled by their wives, the president asserted his independence in trifles in which his wife was very careful not to thwart him. For a month, he was satisfied with the president's commonplace explanations of Pons' disappearance, but at last it struck him as singular that the old musician, a friend of 40 years' standing, should first make them so valuable a present as a fan that belonged to Mme de Pompadour, and then immediately discontinue his visits. Count Popinot had pronounced the trinket masterpiece when its owner went to court. The fan had been passed from hand to hand, and her vanity was not a little gratified by the compliments it received. Others had dwelt on the beauties of the 10 ivory sticks, each one covered with delicate carving, the like of which had never been seen. A Russian lady, Russian ladies are apt to forget that they are not in Russia, had offered her 6,000 francs for the marvel one day at Count Popinot's house, and smiled to see it in such hands. Truth to tell, it was a fan for a duchess. It cannot be denied that poor Cousin Pons understands rubbish of that sort, said Cecile the day after the bid. Rubbish, cried her parent. Why, government is just about to buy the late Roman 1000 Le Conseiller Ducemerod's collection for 300,000 francs, and the state and the municipality of Paris between them are spending nearly 1,000,000 francs over the purchase and repair of the Hôtel de Cluny, to house the rubbish. As you call it, such rubbish, dear child, he resumed, is frequently all that remains of vanished civilizations. An Etruscan jar, and a necklace which sometimes fetch 40 and 50,000 francs, is rubbish, which reveals the perfection of art at the time of the siege of Troy, proving that the Etruscans were Trojan refugees in Italy. This was the president's cumbrous way of joking. The short fat man was heavily ironical with his wife and daughter. The combination of various kinds of knowledge required to understand such rubbish, Cecile, he resumed, is a science in itself, called archaeology. Archaeology comprehends architecture, sculpture, painting, goldsmiths, work, ceramics, cabinet making, a purely modern art, lace, tapestry, in short, human handiwork of every sort and description. Then Cousin Pons is learned, said Cecile. Ah, by the by, why is he never to be seen nowadays? Asked the president. He spoke with the air of a man in whom thousands of forgotten and dormant impressions have suddenly begun to stir and shaping themselves into one idea reach consciousness, with a ricochet, as sportsmen say. He must have taken offence at nothing at all, answered his wife. I dare say I was not as fully sensible as I might have been of the value of the fan that he gave me. I am ignorant enough, as you know of. You, one of Servin's best pupils, and you don't know Watteau, cried the president. I know Gerard and David and Gros and Griaudit and Roman 1000 de Forbin and Roman 1000 Turpin de Cris. You ought what, sir? Demanded the lady, gazing at her husband with the air of a queen of Sheba. To know a Watteau when you see it, my dear. Watteau is very much in fashion, answered the president with meekness that told plainly how much he owed to his wife. This conversation took place a few days before that night of first performance of The Devil's Betrothed, when the whole orchestra noticed how ill Pons was looking. But by that time all the circle of dinner-givers, who were used to seeing Pons' face at their tables, and to send him on errands, had begun to ask each other for news of him, and uneasiness increased when it was reported by some who had seen him that he was always in his place at the theatre. Pons had been very careful to avoid his old acquaintances whenever he met them in the streets, but one day it so fell out that he met Count Popinot, the ex-cabinet minister, face to face in the bric-a-brac dealer's shop in the New Boulevard, Beaumarchais. The dealer was none other than that Monestral of whom Pons had spoken to the president, one of the famous and audacious vendors whose cunning enthusiasm leads them to set more and more value daily on their wares. For curiosities, they tell you, are growing so scarce that they are hardly to be found at all nowadays. Ah, my dear Pons, how comes it that we never see you now? We miss you very much, and Mme Popinot does not know what to think of your desertion. Roman 1000, Le Comte, said the good man, I was made to feel in the house of a relative, that at my age one is not wanted in the world. I have never had much consideration shown me. But at any rate I had not been insulted. I have never asked anything of any man, he broke out with an artist's pride. I have often made myself useful in return for hospitality, but I have made a mistake. It seems I am indefinitely beholden to those who honor me, by allowing me to sit at table with them, my friends, and my relatives, well and good. I have sent in my resignation as smellfeast at home. I find daily something which no other house has offered me, real friend. The old artist's power had not failed him with tone and gesture. He put such bitterness into the words that the peer of France was struck by them. He drew Pons aside. Come now, my old friend, what is it, what has hurt you? Could you not tell me in confidence? You will permit me to say that at my house, surely you have always met with consideration. You are the one exception, said the artist, and besides you are a great lord and a statesman, you have so many things to think about that would excuse anything if there were need for it. The diplomatic skill that Popinot had acquired in the management of men and affairs was brought to bear upon Pons, till at length the story of his misfortunes in the president's house was drawn from him. Popinot took up the victim's cause so warmly that he told the story to Mme Popinot as soon as he went home, and that excellent and noble-natured woman spoke to the president on the subject at the first opportunity, as Popinot himself likewise said a word or two to the president. There was a general explanation in the family of Camusot de Marville. Camusot was not exactly master in his own house, but this time his remonstrance was so well founded in law, and in fact that his wife and daughter were forced to acknowledge the truth, they both humbled themselves, and threw the blame on the servants first bidden, and then chidden, only obtained pardon by a full confession, which made it clear to the president's mind that Pons had done rightly to stop away. The president displayed himself before the servants in all his masculine and magisterial dignity, after the manner of men who are ruled by their wives. He informed his household that they should be dismissed forthwith, and forfeit any advantages which their long term of service in his house might have brought them, unless from that time forward his cousin, and all those who did him the honor of coming to his house, were treated as he himself was, at which speech Madeleine was moved to smile. You have only one chance of salvation, as it is, continued the president. Go to my cousin, make your excuses to him, and tell him that you will lose your situations, unless he forgives you, for I shall turn you all away if he does not. Next morning the president went out fairly early to pay a call on his cousin. Before going down to the court, the apparition of Roman 1000 Le President de Marville, announced by Mme Sibot, was an event in the house. Pons, thus honored for the first time in his life, saw reparation ahead. At last, my dear cousin, said the president, after the ordinary greetings, at last I have discovered the cause of your retreat. Your behavior increases. If that were possible, my esteem for you I have but one word to say in that connection. My servants have all been dismissed. My wife and daughter are in despair. They want to see you to have an explanation. In all this, my cousin, there is one innocent person, and he is an old judge. You will not punish me, will you, for the escapade of a thoughtless child, who wished to dine with the Popinots especially, when I come to beg for peace, admitting that all the wrong has been on our side, an old friendship of 36 years. Even suppose that there had been a misunderstanding, has still some claims come sign a treaty of peace, by dining with us tonight. Pons involved himself in a diffuse reply, and ended by informing his cousin that he was to sign a marriage contract that evening, how that one of the orchestra was not only going to be married, but also about to fling his flute to the winds to become a banker. Very well, tomorrow. Mme la Comtesse Popinot has done me the honor of asking me cousin, she was so kind as to write. The day after tomorrow then. Roman 1000 Brunner, a German, my first flute's future partner, returns the compliment paid him today by the young couple. You are such pleasant company that it is not surprising that people dispute for the honor of seeing you very well next Sunday, within a week, as we say at the courts. On Sunday we are to dine with Roman 1000 Graf, the flute's father-in-law. Very well, on Saturday, between now and then, you will have time to reassure a little girl, who has shed tears already over her fault. God asks no more than repentance. You will not be more severe than the Eternal Father with poor little Cecile. Pons thus reached on his weak side again, plunged into formulas more than polite, and went as far as the stairhead with the president. An hour later the president's servants arrived in a troop on poor Pons' second floor. They behaved after the manner of their kind. They cringed and fawned, they wept. Madeleine took Roman 1000 Pons aside, and flung herself resolutely at his feet. It is all my fault, and monsieur knows quite well that I love him here. She burst into tears. It was vengeance boiling in my veins. Monsieur ought to throw all the blame of the unhappy affair on that we are all to lose our pensions. Monsieur, I was mad, and I would not have the rest suffer for my fault. I can see now well enough that fate did not make me for monsieur. I have come to my senses. I aimed too high, but I love you still, monsieur. These 10 years I have thought of nothing but the happiness of making you happy and looking after things here. What a lot! Oh, if monsieur but knew how much I love him. But monsieur must have seen it through all my mischief-making. If I were to die tomorrow, what would they find? A will in your favor, monsieur? Yes, monsieur, in my trunk under my best things. Madeleine had set a responsive chord. Vibrating the passion inspired in another may be unwelcome, but it will always be gratifying to self-love. This was the case with the old bachelor. After generously pardoning Madeleine, he extended his forgiveness to the other servants, promising to use his influence with his cousin, the president, on their behalf. It was unspeakably pleasant to Pons to find all his old enjoyments restored to him, without any loss of self-respect. The world had come to Pons. He had risen in the esteem of his circle, but Schmuck looked so downcast and dubious when he heard the story of the triumph that Pons felt hurt when, however, the kind-hearted German saw the sudden change wrought in Pons' face. He ended by rejoicing with his friend, and made a sacrifice of the happiness that he had known during those 4 months, that he had had Pons all to himself. Mental suffering has this immense advantage over physical ills: when the cause is removed it ceases at once. Pons was not like the same man that morning. The old man, depressed and visibly failing, had given place to the serenely contented Pons, who entered the president's house that October afternoon with the Marquise de Pompadour's fan in his pocket. Schmuck, on the other hand, pondered deeply over this phenomenon, and could not understand it. Your true Stoic never can understand the courtier that dwells in a Frenchman. Pons was a born Frenchman of the Empire, a mixture of 18th-century gallantry and that devotion to womankind so often celebrated in songs of the type of Partant pour la Syrie. So Schmuck was fain to bury his chagrin beneath the flowers of his German philosophy, but a week later he grew so yellow that Mme. Sibbart exerted her ingenuity to call in the parish doctor. The leech had fears of icterus, and left Mme. Sibbart frightened half out of her wits by the Latin word for an attack of the jaundice. Meantime the two friends went out to dinner together, perhaps for the first time in their lives for Schmuck. It was a return to the fatherland for Johann Graf of the Hotel du Rhin, and his daughter Emily Wolfgang Graf. The tailor and his wife Fritz Brunner and Wilhelm Schwab were Germans, and Pons and the notary were the only Frenchmen present at the banquet. The Grafs of the tailor's business owned a splendid house in the Rue de Richelieu, between the Rue Nouvelles Petits Champs and the Rue Valido. They had brought up their niece for Emily's father, not without reason, had feared contact with the very mixed society of an inn for his daughter. The good tailor Grafs, who loved Emily as if she had been their own daughter, were giving up the ground floor of their great house to the young couple, and here the bank of Brunner, Schwab and Company was to be established. The arrangements for the marriage had been made about a month ago. Some time must elapse before Fritz Brunner, author of all this felicity, could settle his deceased father's affairs, and the famous firm of tailors had taken advantage of the delay to redecorate the first floor, and to furnish it very handsomely for the bride and bridegroom. The offices of the bank had been fitted into the wing, which united a handsome business house with the hotel at the back between courtyard and garden. On the way from the Rue de Normandie to the Rue de Richelieu, Pons drew from the abstracted Schmuck the details of the story of the modern prodigal son, for whom death had killed the fatted innkeeper. Pons, but newly reconciled with his nearest relatives, was immediately smitten with a desire to make a match between Fritz Brunner and Cecile de Marville. Chance ordained that the notary was none other than Berthier, old Cardot's son-in-law and successor, the sometime second clerk with whom Pons had been wont to dine. "Our Roman 1000 Berthier, you hear," he said, holding out a hand to his host of former days. "We have not had the pleasure of seeing you at dinner lately. How is it?" returned the notary. "My wife has been anxious about you. We saw you at the first performance of The Devil's Betrothed, and our anxiety became curiosity." "Old folk are sensitive," replied the worthy musician. "They make the mistake of being a century behind the times. But how can it be helped? It is quite enough to represent one century. They cannot entirely belong to the century which sees them die." "Ah," said the notary with a shrewd look, "one cannot run 2 centuries at once." "By the by," continued Pons, drawing the young lawyer into a corner, "why do you not find some one for my cousin Cecile de Marville?" "Ah, why," answered Berthier, "in this century, when luxury has filtered down to our very porters' lodges, a young fellow hesitates, before uniting his lot with the daughter of a president of the Court of Appeal in Paris. If she brings him only 100,000 francs in the rank of life, in which Emile de Marville's husband would take the wife, was never yet known, that did not cost her husband 3,000 francs a year. The interest on 100,000 francs would scarcely find her in pin money. A bachelor with an income of 15 or 20,000 francs can live on an entresol. He is not expected to cut any figure. He need not keep more than one servant, and all his surplus income he can spend on his amusements. He puts himself in the hands of a good tailor, and need not trouble any further about keeping up appearances. Far-sighted mothers make much of him. He is one of the kings of fashion in Paris. But a wife changes everything. A wife means a properly furnished house, continued the lawyer. She wants the carriage for herself. If she goes to the play, she wants a box, while the bachelor has only a stall to pay for. In short, a wife represents the whole of the income which the bachelor used to spend on himself. Suppose that husband and wife have 30,000 francs a year between them. Practically, the sometime bachelor is a poor devil who thinks twice before he drives out to Chantilly. Bring children on the Seine, is pinched for money at once. Now as Roman 1000 and Mme de Marville are scarcely turned 50, Cecile's expectations are bills that will not fall due for 15 or 20 years to come, and no young fellow cares to keep them so long in his portfolio. The young featherheads who are dancing the polka with lorettes at the Jardin Mabille are so cankered with self-interest that they don't stand in need of us to explain both sides of the problem to them. Between ourselves, I may say that Emile de Marville scarcely sets hearts throbbing so fast, but that their owners can perfectly keep their heads, and they are full of these antimatrimonial reflections. If any eligible young man in full possession of his senses, and an income of 20,000 francs, happens to be sketching out a program of marriage that will satisfy his ambitions, Emile de Marville does not altogether answer the description. And why not, asked the bewildered musician. Oh, said the notary, well, a young man nowadays may be as ugly as you and I, my dear Pons, but he is almost sure to have the impertinence to want 600,000 francs. A girl of good family, with wit and good looks, and good breeding, flawless perfection, in short. Then it will not be easy to marry her. She will not be married so long as Roman 1000 and Mme de Marville cannot make up their minds to settle Marville on her. When she marries, if they had chosen, she might have been the Vicomtesse Popinot by now. But here comes Roman 1000 Brunner. We are about to read the deed of partnership and the marriage contract. Greetings and introductions over the relations made. Pons promised to sign the contract. He listened to the reading of the documents, and towards 5:30, the party went into the dining room. The dinner was magnificent, as a city merchant's dinner can be, when he allows himself a respite from money-making. Graf of the Hotel du Rhin was acquainted with the first provision dealers in Paris. Never had Pons nor Schmuck fared so sumptuously. The dishes were a rapture to think of. Italian paste, delicate of flavour, unknown to the public. Smelts fried, as never smelts were fried before. Fish from Lake Leman, with a real Genovese sauce, and a cream for plum pudding, which would have astonished the London doctor, who is said to have invented it. It was nearly 10 o'clock before they rose from table. The amount of wine, German and French, consumed at that dinner would amaze the contemporary dandy. Nobody knows the amount of liquor that a German can imbibe, and yet keep calm and quiet. To have even an idea of the quantity, you must dine in Germany, and watch bottle succeed to bottle, like wave rippling after wave along the sunny shores of the Mediterranean, and disappear as if the Teuton possessed the absorbing power of sponges or sea sand. Perfect harmony prevails. Meanwhile, there is none of the racket that there would be over the liquor in France. The talk is as sober as a moneylender's extempore speech. Countenances flush like the faces of the brides in frescoes by Cornelius or Schnorr, imperceptibly, that is to say, and reminiscences are poured out slowly, while the smoke puffs from the pipes. About 10:30, that evening, Pons and Schmuck found themselves sitting on a bench out in the garden with the ex-flute between them. They were explaining their characters' opinions and misfortunes, with no very clear idea as to why or how they had come to this point. In the thick of a potpourri of confidences, Wilhelm spoke of his strong desire to see Fritz married, expressing himself with vehement and vinous eloquence. What do you say to this program for your friend Brunner? Cried Pons in confidential tones. A charming and sensible young lady of 24, belonging to a family of the highest distinction. The father holds a very high position as a judge. There will be 100,000 francs paid down, and 1,000,000 to come. Wait, answered Schwab, I will speak to Fritz this instant. The pair watched Brunner and his friend as they walked round and round the garden. Again and again they passed the bench. Sometimes one spoke, sometimes the other. Pons was not exactly intoxicated. His head was a little heavy, But his thoughts on the contrary seemed all the lighter he watched Fritz Brunner's face through the rainbow mist of fumes of wine, and tried to read auguries favourable to his family. Before very long, Schwab introduced his friend and partner to Roman 1,000 pounds. Fritz Brunner expressed his thanks for the trouble which Pons had been so good as to take. In the conversation, which followed, the two old bachelors Schmuck and Pons extolled the estate of matrimony, going so far as to say without any malicious intent that marriage was the end of man tea, and ices, punches and cakes were served in the future home of the betrothed couple. The wine had begun to tell upon the honest merchants, and the general hilarity reached its height when it was announced that Schwab's partner thought of following his example. At 2 o'clock that morning, Schmuck and Pons walked home along the boulevards, philosophizing apert de racin, as they went on the harmony pervading the arrangements of this our world below. On the morrow of the banquet, cousin Pons betook himself to his fair cousin the president, overjoyed. Poor dear noble Solto, return good for evil surely. He had attained to a sublime height, as every one will allow, for we live in an age when the Montian prize is given to those who do their duty by carrying out the precepts of the gospel. Ah, said Pons to himself, as he turned the corner of the Rue de Choiseul, they will lie under immense obligations to their parasite. Any man less absorbed in his contentment, any man of the world, any distrustful nature, would have watched the president's wife and daughter very narrowly on this first return to the house. But the poor musician was a child. He had all the simplicity of an artist, believing in goodness as he believed in beauty. So he was delighted when Cecile and her mother made much of him, after all the vaudevilles, tragedies and comedies which had been played under the worthy man's eyes for 12 long years. He could not detect the insincerity and grimaces of social comedy, no doubt, because he had seen too much of it. Anyone who goes into society in Paris and knows the type of woman dried up body and soul by a burning thirst for social position and a fierce desire to be thought virtuous, anyone familiar with the sham piety and the domineering character of a woman whose word is law in her own house, may imagine the lurking hatred she bore this husband's cousin whom she had wronged. All the demonstrative friendliness of mother and daughter was lined with a formidable longing for revenge, evidently postponed for the first time in Emilie de Marville's life. She had been put in the wrong, and that in the sight of the husband over whom she tyrannized, and not only so, she was obliged to be amiable to the author of her defeat. You can scarcely find a match for this position save in the hypocritical dramas, which are sometimes kept up for years in the Sacred College of Cardinals, or in chapters of certain religious orders. At 3 o'clock, when the president came back from the law courts, Pons had scarcely made an end of the marvellous history of his acquaintance Roman 1000 Frederick Brunner. Cecile had gone straight to the point. She wanted to know how Frederick Brunner was dressed, how he looked, his height and figure, the colour of his hair and eyes. And when she had conjectured a distinguished air for Frederick, she admired his generosity of character. Think of his giving 500,000 francs to his companion in misfortune. Oh, mamma, I shall have a carriage and a box at the Italian. Cecile grew almost pretty as she thought that all her mother's ambitions for her were about to be realized, that the hopes which had almost left her were to come to something after all. As for the president, all that she said was, my dear little girl, you may perhaps be married within the fortnight. All mothers with daughters of 23 address them as little girl. Still, added the president, in any case, we must have time to make inquiries. Never will I give my daughter to just anybody. As to inquiries, said Pons, Berthier is drawing up the deeds. As to the young man himself, my dear cousin, you remember what you told me. Well, he is quite 40 years old. He is bold. He wishes to find in family life a haven after a storm. I did not dissuade him. Every man has his tastes. One reason the more for a personal interview, returned the president. I am not going to give my daughter to a valetudinarian. Very good, cousin, you shall see my suitor in 5 days, if you like, for with your views, a single interview would be enough. Cecile and her mother signified their rapture. Frederick is decidedly a distinguished amateur. He begged me to allow him to see my little collection at his leisure. You have never seen my pictures and curiosities. Come and see them. He continued, looking at his relatives. You can come simply as 2 ladies brought by my friend Schmuck, and make Roman 1000 Brunner's acquaintance, without betraying yourselves. Frederick need not in the least know who you are. Admirable, cried the president. The attention they paid to the once scorned parasite may be left to the imagination. Poor Pons that day became the president's cousin. The happy mother drowned her dislike in floods of joy, her looks, her smiles, her words, sent the old man into ecstasies over the good that he had done over the future that he saw by glimpses. Was he not sure to find dinners such as yesterday's banquet over the signing of the contract, multiplied indefinitely by 3 in the houses of Brunner, Schwab, and Graf? He saw before him a land of plenty of de Cockagny, a miraculous succession of plats couverts of delicate surprise dishes of exquisite wines. "If Cousin Pons brings this through," said the president, addressing his wife, "after Pons had departed we ought to settle an income upon him equal to his salary at the theatre." "Certainly," said the lady, and Cecile was informed that if the proposed suitor found favour in her eyes, she must undertake to induce the old musician to accept a munificence in such bad taste. Next day the president went to Berthier. He was anxious to make sure of Roman 1000 Frederick Brunner's financial position. Berthier, forewarned by Mme de Marville, had asked his new client Schwab to come. Schwab, the banker, was dazzled by the prospect of such a match for his friend. Everybody knows how deeply a German venerates social distinctions, so much so that in Germany a wife takes her husband's official title, and is the Frau General, the Frau Rath, and so forth. Schwab, therefore, was as accommodating as a collector, who imagines that he is cheating a dealer. "In the first place," said Cecile's father, "as I shall make over my estate of Marville to my daughter, I should wish the contract to be drawn up on the dotal system. In that case, Roman 1000 Brunner would invest 1,000,000 francs in land to increase the estate, and by settling the land on his wife, he would secure her and his children from any share in the liabilities of the bank." Berthier stroked his chin. "He is coming on well, is Roman 1000, le President," thought he. When the dotal system had been explained to Schwab, he seemed much inclined that way for his friend. He had heard Fritz say that he wished to find some way of insuring himself against another lapse into poverty. "There is a farm and pasture land worth 1,200,000 francs in the market at this moment," remarked the president. "If we take up shares in the Bank of France, to the amount of 1,000,000 francs, that will be quite enough to guarantee our account," said Schwab. "Fritz does not want to invest more than 2,000,000 francs in business. He will do as you wish, I am sure, Roman 1000, le President." The president's wife and daughter were almost wild with joy when he brought home this news. Never surely did so rich a capture swim so complacently into the nets of matrimony. "You will be Mme Brunner de Marville," said the parent, addressing his child. "I will obtain permission for your husband to add the name to his, and afterwards he can take out letters of naturalization. If I should be a peer of France some day, he will succeed me." The 5 days were spent by Mme de Marville in preparations on the great day. She dressed Cecile herself, taking as much pains as the admiral of the British fleet takes over the dressing of the pleasure yacht for Her Majesty of England when she takes a trip to Germany. Pons and Schmuck on their side cleaned, swept, and dusted Pons' museum rooms and furniture with the agility of sailors cleaning down a manifold. There was not a speck of dust on the carved wood, not an inch of brass, but it glistened. The glasses over the pastels obscured nothing of the work of Latter Greuze and Lyotard, illustrious painter of the chocolate girl, miracles of an art alas so fugitive. The inimitable luster of Florentine bronze took all the varying hues of the light. The painted glass glowed with colour, every line shone out brilliantly, every object threw in its phrase, in a harmony of masterpieces arranged by 2 musicians, both of whom alike had attained to be poets. With a tact which avoided the difficulties of a late appearance on the scene of action, the women were the first to arrive. They wished to be on their own ground. Pons introduced his friend Schmuck, who seemed to his fair visitors to be an idiot. Their heads were so full of the eligible gentleman with the 4 millions of francs that they paid but little attention to the worthy Pons' dissertations upon matters of which they were completely ignorant. They looked with indifferent eyes at Petitot's enamels spaced over crimson velvet, set in 3 frames of marvellous workmanship, flowers by Van Huysum David, and Heim butterflies, painted by Abraham Mignon van Eycks, undoubted Cranachs and Albrecht, Durers, the Giorgione, the Sebastian del Piombo, Bacuets and Hobbema Gericault. The rarities of painting, none of these things so much as aroused their curiosity. They were waiting for the sun to arise and shine upon these treasures. Still, they were surprised by the beauty of some of the Etruscan trinkets and the solid value of the snuff-boxes, and out of politeness they went into ecstasies over some Florentine bronzes, which they held in their hands. When Mme Sibot announced Roman 1000 Brunner, they did not turn. They took advantage of a superb Venetian mirror, framed in huge masses of carved ebony, to scan this phoenix of eligible young men. Frederick, forewarned by Wilhelm, had made the most of the little hair that remained to him. He wore a neat pair of trousers, a soft shade of some dark colour, a silk waistcoat of superlative elegance, and the very newest cut-a shirt with openwork, its linen handwoven by a Friesland woman, and a blue and white cravat his watch chain like the head of his cane, came from Messrs. Florent and Channer, and the coat cut by old Graf himself was of the very finest cloth. The suede gloves proclaimed the man who had run through his mother's fortune. You could have seen the banker's neat little brougham and pair of horses mirrored in the surface of his speckless varnished boots, even if 2 pairs of sharp ears had not already caught the sound of wheels outside in the Rue de Normandie. When the prodigal of 20 years is a kind of chrysalis from which a banker emerges at the age of 40, the said banker is usually an observer of human nature, and so much the more shrewd if, as in Brunner's case, he understands how to turn his German simplicity to good account. He had assumed for the occasion the abstracted air of a man who is hesitating between family life and the dissipations of bachelorhood. This expression, in a Frenchified German, seemed to Cecile to be in the highest degree romantic. The descendant of the Verlas was a second Werther in her Iceware. Is the girl who will not allow herself to weave a little novel about her marriage. Cecile thought herself the happiest of women, when Brunner, looking round at the magnificent works of art so patiently collected during 40 years, waxed enthusiastic, and Pons, to his no small satisfaction, found an appreciative admirer of his treasures for the first time in his life. He is poetical, the young lady said to herself. He sees millions in the things. A poet is a man that cannot count, and leaves his wife to look after his money, an easy man to manage, and amuse with trifles. Every pane in the 2 windows was a square of Swiss-painted glass. The least of them was worth 1,000 francs, and Pons possessed 16 of these unrivaled works of art, for which amateurs seek so eagerly nowadays. In 1815, the panes could be bought for 6 or 10 francs apiece. The value of the glorious collection of pictures, flawless great works, authentic, untouched since they left the master's hands, could only be proved in the fiery furnace of a saleroom. Not a picture, but was set in a costly frame. There were frames of every kind, Venetians carved with heavy ornaments like English plate of the present day, Romans distinguishable among the others for a certain dash that artists call flaffla, Spanish wreaths, in bold relief, Flemings and Germans with quaint figures, tortoiseshell frames, inlaid with copper and brass and mother of pearl and ivory, frames of ebony and boxwood in the styles of Louis XIII, Louis XIV, Louis Quinze, and Louis XVI. In short, it was a unique collection of the finest models. Pons, luckier than the art museums of Dresden and Vienna, possessed a frame by the famous Brustolonide Michael Angelo of woodcarvers. Emile de Marville naturally asked for explanations of each new curiosity, and was initiated into the mysteries of art by Brunner. Her exclamations were so childish. She seemed so pleased to have the value and beauty of the paintings, carvings, or bronzes pointed out to her that the German gradually thawed and looked quite young again, and both were led on further than they intended at this purely accidental first meeting. The private view lasted for 3 hours. Brunner offered his arm when Cecile went downstairs. As they descended slowly and discreetly, Cecile, still talking fine art, wondered that Roman 1000 Brunner should admire her cousin's gimcracks so much. Do you really think that these things that we have just seen are worth a great deal of money? Mademoiselle, if your cousin would sell his collection, I would give 800,000 francs for it this evening, and I should not make a bad bargain. The pictures alone would fetch more than that at a public sale. Since you say so, I believe it, returned she. The things took up so much of your attention that it must be so. On Mademoiselle, protested Brunner, for all answer to your reproach, I will ask your mother's permission to call, so that I may have the pleasure of seeing you again. How clever she is, that little girl of mine, thought the president, following closely upon her daughter's heels. Aloud, she said, with the greatest pleasure, Monsieur, I hope that you will come at dinner time with our cousin Pons. The president will be delighted to make your acquaintance. Thank you, cousin. The lady squeezed Pons' arm with deep meaning. She could not have said more if she had used the consecrated formula, let us swear an eternal friendship. The glance which accompanied that thank you, cousin, was a caress. When the young lady had been put into the carriage, and the jobbed brougham had disappeared down the Rue Charlotte, Brunner talked bric-a-brac to Pons, and Pons talked marriage. Then you see no obstacle, said Pons. Oh, said Brunner, she is an insignificant little thing, and the mother is a trifle prim. We shall see. A handsome fortune one of these days, more than 1 million. Goodbye till Monday, interrupted the millionaire. If you should care to sell your collection of pictures, I would give you 500,000 or 600,000 francs. Ah, said Pons, he had no idea that he was so rich, but they are my great pleasure in life, and I could not bring myself to part with them. I could only sell my collection to be delivered after my death. Very well, we shall see. Here we have two affairs afoot, said Pons. He was thinking only of the marriage. Brunner shook hands and drove away in his splendid carriage. Pons watched it out of sight. He did not notice that Ramonink was smoking his pipe in the doorway. That evening, Mme de Marville went to ask advice of her father-in-law, and found the whole Popinot family at the Camusat's house. It was only natural that a mother who had failed to capture an eldest son should be tempted to take her little revenge, so Mme de Marville threw out hints of the splendid marriage that her Cecile was about to make. Whom can Cecile be going to marry was the question upon all lips, and Cecile's mother, without suspecting that she was betraying her secret, let fall words and whispered confidences, afterwards supplemented by Mme Berthier, till gossip circulating in the bourgeois empyrean, where Pons accomplished his gastronomical evolutions, took something like the following form. Cecile de Marville is engaged to be married to a young German, a banker from philanthropic motives, for he has 4 millions. He is like a hero in a novel, a perfect Werther, charming and kind-hearted. He has sown his wild oats, and he is distractedly in love with Cecile. It is a case of love at first sight, and so much the more certain since Cecile had all Pons' paintings of Madonnas for rivals, and so forth and so forth. 2 or 3 of the set came to call on the president ostensibly to congratulate, but really to find out whether or not the marvellous tale were true for their benefit. Mme de Marville executed the following admirable variations on the theme of son-in-law, which mothers may consult, as people used to refer to the complete letter writer. A marriage is not an accomplished fact, she told Mme Chifferville, until you have been in the mayor's office, and the church. We have only come as far as a personal interview, so I count upon your friendship, to say nothing of our hopes. You are very fortunate, madame. Marriages are so difficult to arrange in these days. What can one do? It was chance, but marriages are often made in that way. Ah well, so you are going to marry Cecile, said Mme Cardat. Yes, said Cecile's mother, fully understanding the meaning of the so. We were very particular, or Cecile would have been established before this, but now we have found everything we wish: money, good temper, good character, and good looks, and my sweet little girl certainly deserves nothing less. Roman 1000 Brunner is a charming young man, most distinguished. He is fond of luxury, he knows life, he is wild about Cecile, he loves her sincerely, and in spite of his 3 or 4 millions, Cecile is going to accept him. We had not looked so high for her, still store is no sore. It was not so much the fortune as the affection inspired by my daughter which decided us. The president told Mme Lebers Roman 1000 Brunner is in such a hurry that he wants the marriage to take place with the least possible delay. Is he a foreigner? Yes, madame, but I am very fortunate, I confess. No, I shall not have a son-in-law, but a son. Roman 1000 Brunner's delicacy has quite won our hearts. No, one would imagine how anxious he was to marry under the dotal system. It is a great security for families. He is going to invest 1,200,000 francs in grazing land, which will be added to Marville some day. More variations followed on the morrow. For instance, Roman 1000 Brunner was a great lord, doing everything in lordly fashion. He did not haggle if Roman 1000 de Marville could obtain letters of naturalization qualifying Roman 1000 Brunner for an office under government, and the Home Secretary surely could strain a point for Roman 1000 de Marville. His son-in-law would be a peer of France. Nobody knew how much money Roman 1000 Brunner possessed. He had the finest horses and the smartest carriages in Paris, and so on and so on. From the pleasure with which the Camusats published their hopes, it was pretty clear that this triumph was unexpected. Immediately after the interview in Pons Museum, Roman 1000 de Marville, at his wife's instance, begged the Home Secretary, his chief, and the attorney for the Crown to dine with him on the occasion of the introduction of this phoenix of a son-in-law. The 3 great personages accepted the invitation, albeit it was given on short notice. They all saw the part that they were to play in the family politics, and readily came to the father's support. In France, we are usually pretty ready to assist the mother of marriageable daughters to hook an eligible son-in-law. The Count and Countess Popinot likewise lent their presence to complete the splendor of the occasion, although they thought the invitation in questionable taste. There were 11 in all. Cecile's grandfather, old Camusat, came of course with his wife to a family reunion, purposely arranged to elicit a proposal from Roman 1000 Brunner. The Camusat de Marvilles had given out that the guest of the evening was one of the richest capitalists in Germany, a man of taste. He was in love with the little girl, a future rival of the Nucingens, Kellers, Dutilitz, and their like. "It is our day," said the president with elaborate simplicity, when she had named her guests one by one. "For the German whom she already regarded as her son-in-law, we have only a few intimate friends. First, my husband's father, who, as you know, is sure to be raised to the peerage Roman 1000 Lecomte, and Mme la Comtesse Popinot, whose son was not thought rich enough for Cecile the Home Secretary, our first president, our attorney, for the crown, our personal friends. In short, we shall be obliged to dine rather late tonight, because the chamber is sitting, and people cannot get away before 6. Brunner looked significantly at Pons, and Pons rubbed his hands as if to say, "Our friends, you see, my friends." Mme de Marville, as a clever tactician, had something very particular to say to her cousin, that Cecile and her Werther might be left together. For a moment Cecile chattered away volubly, and contrived that Frederick should catch sight of a German dictionary, a German grammar, and a volume of Goethe hidden away in a place where he was likely to find them. "Are you learning German?" asked Brunner, flushing red. "For laying traps of this kind, the Frenchwoman has not her match." "Oh, how naughty you are," she cried. "It is too bad of you, monsieur, to explore my hiding places like this. I want to read Goethe in the original," she added. "I have been learning German for 2 years." "Then the grammar must be very difficult to learn, for scarcely 10 pages have been cut," Brunner remarked with much candor. Cecile, abashed, turned away to hide her blushes. A German cannot resist a display of this kind. Brunner caught Cecile's hand, made her turn, and watched her confusion under his gaze, after the manner of the heroes of the novels of Auguste Lafontaine, of chaste memory. "You are adorable," said he. Cecile's petulant gesture replied, "So are you. Who could help liking you?" "It is all right, mamma," she whispered to her parent, who came up at that moment with Pons. The sight of a family party on these occasions is not to be described. Everybody was well satisfied to see a mother put her hand on an eligible son-in-law. Compliments, double-barreled and double-charged, were paid to Brunner, who pretended to understand nothing, to Cecile, on whom nothing was lost, and to the president, who fished for them. Pons heard the blood singing in his ears. The light of all the blazing gas jets of the theatre footlights seemed to be dazzling his eyes, when Cecile, in a low voice, and with the most ingenious circumspection, spoke of her father's plan, of the annuity of 1,200 francs. The old artist positively declined the offer, bringing forward the value of his fortune in furniture, only now made known to him by Brunner. The Home Secretary, the first president, the attorney for the crown, the Popinots, and those who had other engagements all went, and before long no one was left, except Roman 1000 Camusot Senior, and Cardot the old notary, and his assistant and son-in-law Berthier Pons, worthy soul, looking round, and seeing no one but the family, blundered out a speech of thanks to the president and his wife for the proposal which Cecile had just made to him. So it is with those who are guided by their feelings, they act upon impulse. Brunner, hearing of an annuity offered in this way, thought that it had very much the look of a commission paid to Pons. He made an Israelite's return upon himself. His attitude told of more than cool calculation. Meanwhile Pons was saying to his astonished relations, "My collection, or its value, will in any case go to your family, whether I come to terms with our friend Brunner, or keep it." The Camusots were amazed to hear that Pons was so rich. Brunner, watching, saw how all these ignorant people looked favourably upon a man, once believed to be poor, so soon as they knew that he had great possessions. He had seen too already that Cecile was spoiled by her father and mother. He amused himself, therefore, by astonishing the good bourgeois. "I was telling mademoiselle," said he, "that Roman 1000 Pons pictures were worth that sum to me, but the prices of works of art have risen so much of late, that no one can tell how much the collection might sell for at public auction. The 60 pictures might fetch 1,000,000 francs several, that I saw the other day were worth 50,000 apiece." "It is a fine thing to be your heir," remarked old Cardot, looking at Pons. "My heir is my cousin Cecile here," answered Pons, insisting on the relationship. There was a flutter of admiration at this. "She will be a very rich heiress," laughed old Cardot, as he took his departure. Camusot Senior, the president, and his wife Cecile Brunner Berthier, and Pons were now left together, for it was assumed that the formal demand for Cecile's hand was about to be made. No sooner was Cardot gone, indeed, than Brunner began with an inquiry which augured well. "I think I understood," he said, turning to Mme de Marville, "that mademoiselle is your only daughter." "Certainly," the lady said proudly. "Nobody will make any difficulties," Pons, good soul, put in by way of encouraging Brunner to bring out his proposal. But Brunner grew thoughtful, and an ominous silence brought on a coolness of the strangest kind. The president might have admitted that her little girl was subject to epileptic fits, The president, thinking that Cecile ought not to be present, signed to her to go. She went still. Brunner said nothing. They all began to look at one another. The situation was growing awkward. Camusot Sr., a man of experience, took the German to Mme de Marvel's room ostensibly to show him Pons' fan. He saw that some difficulty had arisen and signed to the rest to leave him alone with Cecile's suitor designate. "Here is the masterpiece," said Camusot, opening out the fan. Brunner took it in his hand and looked at it. "It is worth 5,000 francs, he said after a moment. "Did you not come here, sir, to ask for my granddaughter?" inquired the future peer of France. "Yes, sir," said Brunner, "and I beg you to believe that no possible marriage could be more flattering to my vanity. I shall never find any one more charming nor more amiable, nor a young lady who answers to my ideas like Emile Cecile. But—" "Oh no, buts," old Camusot broke in, "or let us have the translation of your buts at once, my dear sir." "I am very glad, sir, that the matter has gone no further on either side," Brunner answered gravely. "I had no idea that Emile Cecile was an only daughter. Anybody else would consider this an advantage, but to me, believe me, it is an insurmountable obstacle too." "What, sir?" cried Camusot, amazed beyond measure. "Do you find a positive drawback in an immense advantage? Your conduct is really extraordinary. I should very much like to hear the explanation of it." "I came here this evening, sir," returned the German phlegmatically, "intending to ask Roman 1,000 le President for his daughter's hand. It was my desire to give Emile Cecile a brilliant future by offering her so much of my fortune as she would consent to accept. But an only daughter is a child whose will is law to indulgent parents who has never been contradicted. I have had the opportunity of observing this in many families where parents worship divinities of this kind, and your granddaughter is not only the idol of the house, but Mme la President, you know what I mean. I have seen my father's house turned into a hell, sir, from this very cause. My stepmother, the source of all my misfortunes, an only daughter idolized by her parents, the most charming betrothed imaginable, after marriage became a fiend incarnate. I do not doubt that Emile Cecile is an exception to the rule, but I am not a young man. I am 40 years old, and the difference between our ages entails difficulties which would put it out of my power to make the young lady happy, when Mme la President always carried out her daughter's every wish, and listened to her as if Mademoiselle was an oracle. What right have I to expect Emile Cecile to change her habits and ideas, instead of a father and mother, who indulge her every whim? She would find an egotistic man of 40. If she should resist, the man of 40 would have the worst of it. So as an honest man I withdraw. If there should be any need to explain my visit here, I desire to be entirely sacrificed." "If these are your motives, sir," said the future peer of France, "however singular they may be, they are plausible." "Do not call my sincerity in question, sir," Brunner interrupted quickly. "If you know of a penniless girl, one of a large family, well brought up, but without fortune, as happens very often in France, and if her character offers me security, I will marry her." A pause followed. Frederick Brunner left Cecile's grandfather, and politely took leave of his host and hostess. When he was gone, Cecile appeared a living commentary upon her Werther's leave-taking. She was ghastly pale. She had hidden in her mother's wardrobe, and overheard the whole conversation. "Refused," she said in a low voice for her mother's ear. "And why?" asked the president, fixing her eyes upon her embarrassed father-in-law. "Upon the fine pretext that an only daughter is a spoilt child," replied that gentleman, "and he is not altogether wrong there," he added, seizing an opportunity of putting the blame on the daughter-in-law, who had worried him not a little for 20 years. "It will kill my child," cried the president. "And it is your doing," she exclaimed, addressing Pons, as she supported her fainting daughter, for Cecile thought well to make good her mother's words by sinking into her arms. The president and his wife carried Cecile to an easy-chair, where she swooned outright. The grandfather rang for the servants. "It is a plot of his weaving, I see it all now," said the infuriated mother. Pons sprang up as if the trump of doom were sounding in his ears. "Yes," said the lady, her eyes like 2 springs of green bile. "This gentleman wished to repay a harmless joke by an insult. Who will believe that that German was right in his mind? He is either an accomplice in a wicked scheme of revenge, or he is crazy. I hope, Roman 1,000 Pons, that in future you will spare us the annoyance of seeing you in the house where you have tried to bring shame and dishonor." Pons stood like a statue with his eyes fixed on the pattern of the carpet. "Well, are you still here, monster of ingratitude?" cried she, turning round on Pons, who was twirling his thumbs. "Your master and I are never at home, remember, if this gentleman calls," she continued, turning to the servants. "Jean, go for the doctor, and bring hartshorn Madeleine." In the president's eyes, the reason given by Brunner was simply an excuse. There was something else behind. But at the same time, the fact that the marriage was broken off was only the more certain. A woman's mind works swiftly in great crises, and Mme de Marville had hit at once upon the one method of repairing the check. She chose to look upon it as a scheme of revenge. This notion of ascribing a fiendish scheme to Pons satisfied family honor. Faithful to her dislike of the cousin, she treated a feminine suspicion as a fact. Women, generally speaking, hold a creed peculiar to themselves, a code of their own to them. Anything which serves their interests or their passions is true. The president went a good deal further in the course of the evening. She talked the president into her belief, and next morning found the magistrate convinced of his cousin's culpability. Everyone, no doubt, will condemn the lady's horrible conduct, but what mother in Mme Camusot's position will not do the same? Put the choice between her own daughter and an alien, she will prefer to sacrifice the honor of the latter. There are many ways of doing this, but the end in view is the same. The old musician fled down the staircase in haste, but he went slowly along the boulevards to his theatre. He turned in mechanically at the door, and mechanically he took his place and conducted the orchestra. In the interval, he gave such random answers to Schmuck's questions that his old friend dissembled his fear that Pons' mind had given way to so childlike a nature. The recent scene took the proportions of a catastrophe. He had meant to make everyone happy, and he had aroused a terrible slumbering feeling of hate. Everything had been turned topsy-turvy. He had at last seen mortal hate in the president's eyes, tones, and gesture. On the morrow, Mme Camusot de Marville made a great resolution. The president likewise sanctioned the step now forced upon them by circumstances. It was determined that the estate of Marville should be settled upon Cécile at the time of her marriage, as well as the house in the Rue de Hanover, and 100,000 francs. In the course of the morning, the president went to call upon the Comtesse Popinot, for she saw plainly that nothing but a settled marriage could enable them to recover after such a check. To the Comtesse Popinot she told the shocking story of Pons' revenge, Pons' hideous hoax. It all seemed probable enough when it came out that the marriage had been broken off simply on the pretext that Cécile was an only daughter. The president next dwelt artfully upon the advantage of adding de Marville to the name of Popinot, and the immense dowry at the present price fetched by land in Normandy at 2%. The property represented 900,000 francs and the house in the Rue de Hanover about 250,000. No reasonable family could refuse such an alliance. The Comte and Comtesse Popinot accepted, and as they were now touched by the honor of the family, which they were about to enter, they promised to help explain away yesterday evening's mishap. And now in the house of the elder Camusot, before the very persons who had heard Mme de Marville singing Frederick Brunner's praises, but a few days ago that lady, to whom nobody ventured to speak on the topic, plunged courageously into explanations. Really nowadays, she said, one could not be too careful if a marriage was in question, especially if one had to do with foreigners. And why, madame? What has happened to you? Asked Mme Chifferville. Do you not know about our adventure with that Brunner, who had the audacity to aspire to marry Cécile? His father was a German that kept a wine shop, and his uncle is a dealer in rabbit skins. Is it possible so clear-sighted as you are? Murmured a lady. These adventurers are so cunning, but we found out everything through Berthier. His friend is a beggar that plays the flute. He is friendly with a person who lets furnished lodgings in the Rue du Mail, and some tailor or other. We found out that he had led a most disreputable life, and no amount of fortune would be enough for a scamp that has run through his mother's property. Why, Emile de Marville would have been wretched, said Mme Berthier. How did he come to your house? Asked old Mme Lebers. It was Roman 1,000 pounds out of revenge. He introduced this fine gentleman to us to make us ridiculous. This Brunner, it is the same name as Fontaine in French. Thighs Brunner, that was made out to be such a grandee, has poor enough health. He is bald, and his teeth are bad. The first sight of him was enough for me. I distrusted him from the first. But how about the great fortune that you spoke of? A young married woman asked shyly. The fortune was not nearly so large as they said, these tailors and the landlord, and he all scraped the money together among them, and put all their savings into this bank that they are starting. What is a bank for those that begin in these days? Simply a license to ruin themselves. A banker's wife may lie down at night a millionaire, and wake up in the morning with nothing but her settlement. At first word, at the very first sight of him, we made up our minds about this gentleman. Is not one of us, you can tell by his gloves, by his waistcoat, that he is a working man, the son of a man that kept a pot-house somewhere in Germany. He has not the instincts of a gentleman. He drinks beer, and he smokes Madame 25 pipes a day. What would have become of poor Lily? It makes me shudder even now to think of it. God has indeed preserved us. And besides, Cecile never liked him. Who would have expected such a trick from a relative, an old friend of the house that had dined with us twice a week? For 20 years, we have loaded him with benefits, and he played his game so well that he said Cecile was his heir before the Keeper of the Seals, and the Attorney General, and the Home Secretary, that Brunner and Roman £1,000 had their story ready, and each of them said that the other was worth millions. No, I do assure you, all of you would have been taken in by an artist's hoax like that. In a few weeks' time, the united forces of the Camusat and Popinot families gained an easy victory in the world, for nobody undertook to defend the unfortunate pawns, that parasite, that curmudgeon, that skinflint, that smooth-faced humbug, on whom everybody heaped scorn. He was a viper cherished in the bosom of the family. He had not his match for spite. He was a dangerous mountebank, whom nobody ought to mention. About a month after the perfidious Werther's withdrawal, poor Pons left his bed for the first time after an attack of nervous fever, and walked along the sunny side of the street, leaning on Schmuck's arm. Nobody in the Boulevard du Temple laughed at the pair of nutcrackers, for one of the old men looked so shattered, and the other so touchingly careful of his invalid friend. By the time that they reached the Boulevard Poissonnière, a little colour came back to Pons' face. He was breathing the air of the boulevards. He felt the vitalizing power of the atmosphere of the crowded street, the life-giving property of the air that is noticeable in quarters where human life abounds, in the filthy Roman ghetto, for instance, with its swarming Jewish population, where malaria is unknown perhaps to the sight of the streets. The great spectacle of Paris, the daily pleasure of his life, did the invalid good. They walked on side by side, though Pons now and again left his friend to look at the shop windows opposite the Theatre des Variétés. He saw Count Popinot, and went up to him very respectfully, for of all men Pons esteemed and venerated the ex-minister. The peer of France answered him severely. "I am at a loss to understand, sir, how you can have no more tact than to speak to a near connection of a family, whom you tried to brand with shame and ridicule, by a trick which no one but an artist could devise. Understand this, sir, that from today we must be complete strangers to each other. Mme. La Comtesse Popinot, like everyone else, feels indignant at your behaviour to the Marvels." And Count Popinot passed on, leaving Pons' thunderstruck. Passion, justice, policy, and great social forces never take into account the condition of the human creature, whom they strike down. The statesman, driven by family considerations to crush Pons, did not so much as see the physical weakness of his redoubtable enemy. "That is it, mine poor friend," exclaimed Schmuck, seeing how white Pons had grown. "It is a fresh stab in the heart," Pons replied, leaning heavily on Schmuck's arm. "I think that no one save God in heaven can have any right to do good, and that is why all those who meddle in his work are so cruelly punished." The old artist's sarcasm was uttered with a supreme effort. He was trying, excellent creature, to quiet the dismay visible in Schmuck's face. "So I dink," Schmuck replied simply. Pons could not understand it. Neither the Camusats nor the Popinots had sent him notice of Cecile's wedding. On the Boulevard des Italiens, Pons saw Roman 1000 Cardot coming towards them. Warned by Count Popinot's allocution, Pons was very careful not to accost the old acquaintance with whom he had dined once a fortnight for the last year. He lifted his hat, but the other mayor and deputy of Paris threw him an indignant glance, and went by. Pons turned to Schmuck. "Do go and ask him what it is that they all have against me," he said to the friend who knew all the details of the catastrophe that Pons could tell him. "Menser," Schmuck began diplomatically, "mine friend Pons is just recovering from an illness. You have no doubt failed to recognize him." "Not in the least. But mit vat can you reproach him? You have a monster of ingratitude for a friend, sir. If he is still alive, it is because nothing kills ill weeds. People do well to mistrust artists. They are as mischievous and spiteful as monkeys. This friend of yours tried to dishonor his own family, and to blight a young girl's character in revenge for a harmless joke. I wish to have nothing to do with him. I shall do my best to forget that I have known him, or that such a man exists. All the members of his family, and my own, share the wish, sir. So do all the persons who once did the said Pons the honor of receiving him. But Menser, you are a reasonable man. If you will permit me, I shall explain die affair." "You are quite at liberty to remain his friend, sir, if you are minded that way," returned Cardot, "but you need go no further, for I must give you warning that, in my opinion, those who try to excuse or defend his conduct are just as much to blame." "To justify it," Yes, for his conduct can neither be justified nor qualified, and with that word the deputy for the Seine went his way, he would not hear another syllable. I have 2 powers in the state against me, smiled poor Pons, when Schmuck had repeated these savage speeches. Everybody is against us, Schmuck answered dolorously. Let us go ave pefor, we shall meet odor fools. Never before in the course of a truly ovine life had Schmuck uttered such words, as these never before had his almost divine meekness been ruffled. He had smiled childlike on all the mischances that befell him, but he could not look and see his sublime Pons maltreated his Pons, his unknown Aristides the genius resigned to his lot, the nature that knew no bitterness, the treasury of kindness, the heart of gold. Alcest's indignation filled Schmuck's soul, was moved to call Pons amphitrions fools, for his pacific nature that impulse equaled the wrath of Roland. With wise foresight Schmuck turned to go home by the way of the Boulevard du Temple. Pons, passively submitting like a fallen fighter heedless of blows. But chance ordered that he should know that all his world was against him, the House of Peers, the Chamber of Deputies, strangers, and the family, the strong, the weak, and the innocent, all combined to send down the avalanche. In the Boulevard Poissonnière Pons caught sight of that very Roman 1000 Cardot's daughter, who young as she was had learned to be charitable to others. Through trouble of her own her husband knew a secret by which he kept her in bondage. She was the only one among Pons' hostesses whom he called by her Christian name. He addressed Mme Berthier as Félicie, and he thought that she understood him. The gentle creature seemed to be distressed by the sight of cousin Pons, as he was called, though he was in no way related to the family of the second wife of a cousin by marriage. There was no help for it, however. Félicie Berthier stopped to speak to the invalid. I did not think you were cruel, cousin, she said, but if even a quarter of all that I hear of you is true, you are very false. Oh, do not justify yourself, she added quickly, seeing Pons' significant gesture. It is useless for 2 reasons. In the first place, I have no right to accuse or judge or condemn anybody, for I myself know so well how much may be said for those who seem to be most guilty. Secondly, your explanation would do no good. Roman 1000 Berthier drew up the marriage contract for Emile de Marville, and the Vicomte Popinot. He is so exasperated that if he knew that I had so much as spoken 1 word to you, 1 word, for the last time, he would scold me. Everybody is against you. So it seems indeed, Madame Pons, said his voice shaking, as he lifted his hat respectfully. Painfully, he made his way back to the Rue de Normandie. The old German knew, from the heavy weight on his arm, that his friend was struggling bravely against failing physical strength. That third encounter was like the verdict of the Lamb at the foot of the throne of God. And the anger of the angel of the poor, the symbol of the peoples, is the last word of heaven. They reached home without another word. There are moments in our lives when the sense that our friend is near is all that we can bear. Our wounds smart under the consoling words that only reveal the depths of pain. The old pianist, you see, possessed a genius for friendship, the tact of those who, having suffered much, knew the customs of suffering. Pons was never to take a walk again. From one illness he fell into another. He was of a sanguine-bilious temperament. The bile passed into his blood, and a violent liver attack was the result. He had never known a day's illness in his life. Till a month ago, he had never consulted a doctor. So La Cibot, with almost motherly care and intentions, at first of the very best, called in the doctor of the quarter. In every quarter of Paris, there is a doctor whose name and address are only known to the working classes, to the little tradespeople and the porters, and in consequence he is called the doctor of the quarter. He undertakes confinement cases. He lets blood. He is in the medical profession pretty much what the general servant of the advertising column is in the scale of domestic service. He must perforce be kind to the poor and tolerably expert by reason of much practice, and he is generally popular. Dr. Poulain, called in by Mme Cibot, gave an inattentive ear to the old musician's complainings. Pons groaned out that his skin itched. He had scratched himself all night long, till he could scarcely feel. The look of his eyes, with the yellow circles about them, corroborated the symptoms. Had you some violent shock a couple of days ago? The doctor asked the patient. Yes, alas. You have the same complaint that this gentleman was threatened with, said Dr. Poulain, looking at Schmuck as he spoke. It is an attack of jaundice, but you will soon get over it, he added, as he wrote a prescription. But in spite of that comfortable phrase, the doctor's eyes had told another tale, as he looked professionally at the patient, and the death sentence, though hidden under stereotyped compassion, can always be read by those who wish to know the truth. Mme Cibot gave a spy's glance at the doctor, and read his thought. His bedside manner did not deceive her. She followed him out of the room. Do you think he will get over it? Asked Mme Cibot at the stairhead. My dear Mme Sibat, your lodger is a dead man, not because of the bile in the system, but because his vitality is low still. With great care your patient may pull through. Somebody ought to take him away for a change. How is he to go? Asked Mme Sibat. He has nothing to live upon, but his salary. His friend has just a little money from some great ladies, very charitable ladies, in return for his services. It seems they are 2 children. I have looked after them for 9 years. I spend my life watching people die, not of their disease, but of another bad and incurable complaint, want of money. Said the doctor, how often it happens that so far from taking a fee, I am obliged to leave a 5-franc piece on the mantelshelf when I go. Poor dear Roman 1,000 poulain, cried Mme Sibat. Ah, if you hadn't only the 100,000 livres a year, what some stingy folks has in the quarter, regular devils from hell, they are. You would be like Providence on earth. Dr. Poulain had made the little practice by which he made a bare subsistence, chiefly by winning the esteem of the porters' lodges in his district, so he raised his eyes to heaven and thanked Mme Sibat with a solemn face worthy of Tartuffe. Then you think that with careful nursing our dear patient will get better, my dear Roman 1,000 poulain? Yes, if this shark has not been too much for him. Poor man, who can have vexed him? There isn't nobody like him on earth, except his friend Roman 1,000 schmuck. I will find out what is the matter, and I will undertake to give them that upset my gentleman a hauling over the coals. Look here, my dear Mme Sibat, said the doctor as they stood in the gateway, one of the principal symptoms of his complaint is great irritability, and as it is hardly to be supposed that he can afford a nurse, the task of nursing him will fall to you. So, are you talking of Monsieur Punch? Asked the marine store dealer. He was sitting smoking on the curb post in the gateway, and now he rose to join in the conversation. Yes, Daddy Ramonenk. All right, said Ramonenk. Ash to Munishi ish better off than Monsieur Monistral, and the big men in the curiosity line. I know enough in the art line to tell you this dear man has treasures. He spoke with a broad Auvergne dialect. Look here, I thought you were laughing at me the other day when my gentlemen were out, and I showed you the old rubbish upstairs, said Mme Sibat. In Paris, where walls have ears, where doors have tongues, and window bars have eyes, there are few things more dangerous than the practice of standing to chat in a gateway. Partings are like postscripts to a letter, indiscreet utterances that do as much mischief to the speaker as to those who overhear them. A single instance will be sufficient as a parallel to an event in this history. In the time of the Empire, when men paid considerable attention to their hair, one of the first coiffeurs of the day came out of a house where he had just been dressing a pretty woman's head. This artist in question enjoyed the custom of all the lower floor inmates of the house, and among these there flourished an elderly bachelor, guarded by a housekeeper who detested her master's next of kin, the sidevant young man falling seriously ill, the most famous of doctors of the day. They were not as yet styled the princes of science, had been called in to consult upon his case, and it so chanced that the learned gentlemen were taking leave of one another in the gateway. Just as the hairdresser came out, they were talking as doctors usually talk among themselves. When the farce of a consultation is over, he is a dead man, quoth Dr. Haudry. He had not a month to live, added Despline, unless a miracle takes place. These were the words overheard by the hairdresser. Like all hairdressers, he kept up a good understanding with his customers' servants' prodigious greed, sent the man upstairs again. He mounted to the sidevant young man's apartment, and promised the servant mistress a tolerably handsome commission to persuade her master to sink a large portion of his money in an annuity. The dying bachelor, 56 by count of years, and twice as old as his age by reason of amorous campaigns, owned, among other property, a splendid house in the Rue de Richelieu, worth at that time about 250,000 francs. It was this house that the hairdresser coveted, and on agreement to pay an annuity of 30,000 francs so long as the bachelor lived, it passed into his hands. This happened in 1806, and in this year 1846, the hairdresser is still paying that annuity. He has retired from business. He is 70 years old. The sidevant young man is in his dotage, and as he has married his Mme Everard, he may last for a long while. Yet as the hairdresser gave the woman 30,000 francs, his bit of real estate has cost him first and last more than 1,000,000, and the house at this day is worth 800,000 or 900,000 francs. Like the hairdresser Ramonenk, the Auvergnat had overheard Brunner's parting remark in the gateway on the day of Cecile's first interview with that phoenix of eligible men. Ramonenk at once longed to gain a sight of Pons Museum, and as he lived on good terms with his neighbours, the Sibats, it was not very long before the opportunity came. One day, when the friends were out, the sight of such treasures dazzled him. He saw a good haul in dealer's phrase, which being interpreted means a chance to steal a fortune. He had been meditating this for 5 or 6 days. I am so far from joking, he said in reply to Mme Sibat's remark that we will talk the thing over, and if the good gentleman will take an annuity of 50,000 francs, I will stand a hamper of wine if 50,000 francs, interrupted the doctor. What are you thinking about? Why, if the good man is so well off as that with me in attendance and Mme Sibat to nurse him, he may get better for a liver complaint, is a disease that attacks strong constitutions. 50 did I say? Why, a gentleman here on your very doorstep offered him 700,000 francs simply for the picture Vouchstra. While Ramonink made this announcement, Mme Sibat was looking at Dr. Poulain. There was a strange expression in her eyes. The devil might have kindled that sinister glitter in their tawny depths. Oh come, we must not pay any attention to such idle tales, said the doctor, well pleased, however, to find that his patient could afford to pay for his visits. If my dear Mme Sibat here would let me come and bring an expert since the gentleman upstairs-ish in bed, I will certainly find the money in a couple of hours, even if 700,000 francs-ish in question. All right, my friend, said the doctor. Now, Mme Sibat, be careful never to contradict the invalid. You must be prepared to be very patient with him, for he will find everything irritating and wearisome, even your services. Nothing will please him. You must expect grumbling. He will be uncommonly hard to please, said La Sibat. Look here, mind what I tell you, the doctor said, in a tone of authority. Roman 1,000 pounds life is in the hands of those that nurse him. I shall come perhaps twice a day. I shall take him first on my round. The doctor's profound indifference to the fate of a poor patient had suddenly given place to a most tender solicitude when he saw that the speculator was serious, and that there was a possible fortune in question. He will be nursed like a king, said Madame Sibat, forcing up enthusiasm. She waited till the doctor turned the corner into the Rue Charlotte. Then she fell to talking again with the dealer in old iron. Ramonink had finished smoking his pipe, and stood in the doorway of his shop, leaning against the frame. He had purposely taken this position. He meant the portress to come to him. The shop had once been a café. Nothing had been changed there since the Auvergnat discovered it, and took over the lease. You could still read Café de Normandie on the strip left above the windows. In all modern shops, Ramonink had found somebody, probably a housepainter's apprentice, who did the work for nothing, to paint another inscription in the remaining space below Ramonink. It ran: dealer in marine stores furniture, bought, painted in small black letters. All the mirrors, tables, seats, shelves, and fittings of the Café de Normandie had been sold, as might have been expected, before Ramonink took possession of the shop, as it stood paying a yearly rent of 600 francs for the place, with a back shop, a kitchen, and a single room above where the headwaiter used to sleep. For the house belonging to the Café de Normandie was let separately. Of the former splendour of the café, nothing now remained save the plain light green paper on the walls, and the strong iron bolts and bars of the shop front. When Ramonink came hither in 1831, after the Revolution of July, he began by displaying a selection of broken doorbells, cracked plates, old iron, and the obsolete scales and weights abolished by a government which alone fails to carry out its own regulations for pence and halfpence of the time of Louis Roman XVI, are still in circulation after a time. This Auvergnat, a match for 5 ordinary Auvergnats, bought up old saucepans and kettles, old picture frames, old copper and chipped china. Gradually, as the shop was emptied and filled, the quality of the stock in trade improved. Like Nicolet's farces, Ramonink persisted in an unfailing and prodigiously profitable martingale, a system which any philosophical idler may study as he watches the increasing value of the stock kept by this intelligent class of trader. Picture frames and copper succeed to tinware, argan lamps, and damaged crockery. China marks the next transition, and after no long tarriance in the omnium gatherum stage, the shop becomes a museum some day or other. The dusty windows are cleaned, the interior is restored, the Auvergnat relinquishes velveteen and jackets for a greatcoat, and there he sits like a dragon, guarding his treasure, surrounded by masterpieces. He is a cunning connoisseur. By this time he has increased his capital tenfold. He is not to be cheated. He knows the tricks of the trade. The monster among his treasures looks like some old hag among a score of young girls that she offers to the public. Beauty and miracles of art are alike indifferent to him. Subtle and dense as he is, he has a keen eye to profits. He talks roughly to those who know less than he does. He has learned to act a part. He pretends to love his pictures, or again, he lets you know the price he himself gave for the things he offers to let you see the memoranda of the sale. He is a Proteus in 1 hour. He can be Jacques, Janot, Curouge, Mondor, Hapagan, or Nicodeme. The third year found armour and old pictures, and some tolerably fine clocks in Ramoninck's shop. He sent for his sister, and La Ramoninck came on foot all the way from Auvergne to take charge of the shop. While her brother was away, a big and very ugly woman, dressed like a Japanese idol, a half-idiotic creature with a vague staring gaze, she would not bate a centime of the prices fixed by her brother in the intervals of business. She did the work of the house and solved the apparently insoluble problem how to live on the mists of the Seine. The Ramoninck's diet consisted of bread and herrings, with the outside leaves of lettuce or vegetable refuse, selected from the heaps deposited in the kennel before the doors of eating-houses. The two between them did not spend more than 5 pence a day on food, bread included, and La Ramoninck earned the money by sewing or spinning. Ramoninck came to Paris in the first instance to work as an errand boy between the years 1825 and 1830. He ran errands for dealers in curiosities in the Boulevard Beaumarchais or coppersmiths in the Rue de Lappe. It is the usual start in life in his line of business. Jews, Normans, Auvergnats and Savoyards, those 4 different races of men, all have the same instincts and make their fortunes in the same way. They spend nothing, make small profits, and let them accumulate at compound interest. Such is their trading charter, and that charter is no delusion. Ramoninck at this moment had made it up with his old master Monestral. He did business with wholesale dealers. He was a chiner, the technical word, plying his trade in the banlieue, which, as everybody knows, extends for some 40 leagues round Paris. After 14 years of business, he had 60,000 francs in hand, and a well-stocked shop. He lived in the Rue de Normandie, because the rent was low, but casual customers were scarce. Most of his goods were sold to other dealers, and he was content with moderate gains. All his business transactions were carried on in the Auvergne dialect, or charabia as people call it. Ramoninck cherished a dream. He wished to establish himself on a boulevard, to be a rich dealer in curiosities, and do a direct trade with amateurs some day. And indeed within him there was a formidable man of business. His countenance was the more inscrutable because it was glazed over by a deposit of dust and particles of metal glued together by the sweat of his brow, for he did everything himself, and the use and want of bodily labour had given him something of the stoical impassibility of the old soldiers of 1799. In personal appearance Ramoninck was short and thin. His little eyes were set in his head in porcine fashion. A Jew's slyness and concentrated greed looked out of those dull blue circles, though in his case the false humility that masks the Hebrew's unfathomed contempt for the Gentile was lacking. The relations between the Cibots and the Ramoninks were those of benefactors and recipients. Mme Cibot, convinced that the Auvergnats were wretchedly poor, used to let them have the remainder of her gentlemen's dinners at ridiculous prices. The Ramoninks would buy a pound of broken bread crusts and crumbs for a farthing, a pouring a full of cold potatoes for something less, and other scraps in proportion. Ramoninck shrewdly allowed them to believe that he was not in business on his own account. He worked for Monestral. The rich shopkeepers preyed upon him, he said, and the Cibots felt sincerely sorry for Ramoninck. The velveteen jacket, waistcoat, and trousers particularly affected by Auvergnats were covered with patches of Cibots' making, and not a penny had the little tailor charged for repairs, which kept the 3 garments together after 11 years of wear. Thus we see that all Jews are not in Israel. You are not laughing at me, Ramoninck, are you? Asked the portress. Is it possible that Roman 1,000 pounds has such a fortune living as he does? There is not 100 francs in the place. Amateurs are all like that, Ramoninck remarked sententiously. Then do you think that my gentleman has worth of 700,000 francs, eh? In pictures alone, continued Ramoninck, it is needless, for the sake of clearness in the story, to give any further specimens of his frightful dialect. If he would take 50,000 francs for one up there, that I know of, I would find the money if I had to hang myself. Do you remember those little frames full of enamelled copper on crimson velvet, hanging among the portraits? Well, those are Petitot's enamels, and there is a cabinet minister, as used to be a druggist, that will give 3,000 francs apiece for them. La Cibot's eyes opened wide. There are 30 of them in the pair of frames, she said. Very well, you can judge for yourself how much he is worth. Mme Cibot's head was swimming. She wheeled round in a moment. Came the thought that she would have a legacy. She would sleep sound on old pawns, or like the other servant mistresses, whose annuities had aroused such envy in the Marais. Her thoughts flew to some commune in the neighbourhood of Paris. She saw herself strutting proudly about her house in the country, looking after her garden and poultry yard, ending her days, served like a queen, along with her poor dear Cibot, who deserved such good fortune, like all angelic creatures whom nobody knows nor appreciates. Her abrupt unthinking movement told Ramonenc that success was sure in the China's way of business. China, it explained, goes about the country picking up bargains at the expense of the ignorantin. The China's way of business, the one real difficulty, is the problem of gaining an entrance to a house. No one can imagine the Scapin's roguery, the tricks of a Escanerel, the wiles of a Dorine, by which the China contrives to make a footing for himself. These comedies are as good as a play, and founded indeed on the old stock theme of the dishonesty of servants. For 30 francs in money or goods, servants, and especially country servants, will sometimes conclude a bargain on which the China makes a profit of 1,000 or 2,000 francs. If we could but know the history of such, and such a service of Sevres porcelain pate tender, we should find that all the intellect, all the diplomatic subtlety displayed at Munster, Nijmegen, Utrecht, Ryswick, and Vienna was surpassed by the China. His is the more frank comedy, his methods of action fathom depths of personal interest, quite as profound as any that plenipotentiaries can explore in their difficult search for any means of breaking up the best cemented alliances. I have set La Cibot nicely on fire, Ramonenc told his sister when she came to take up her position again on the ramshackle chair. And now, he continued, I shall go to consult the only man that knows our Jew, a good sort of Jew, that did not ask more than 15% of us for his money. Ramonenc had read La Cibot's heart. To will is to act with women of her stamp. Let them see the end in view, they will stick at nothing to gain it, and pass from scrupulous honesty to the last degree of scoundrelism. In the twinkling of an eye, honesty, like most dispositions of mind, is divided into 2 classes, negative and positive. La Cibot's honesty was of the negative order. She and her like are honest until they see their way clear to gain money belonging to somebody else. Positive honesty, the honesty of the bank collector, can wade knee-deep through temptations. A torrent of evil thoughts invaded La Cibot's heart and brain so soon as Ramonenc's diabolical suggestion opened the floodgates of self-interest. La Cibot climbed, or to be more accurate, fled up the stairs, opened the door on the landing, and showed a face disguised in false solicitude in the doorway of the room where Pons and Schmuck were bemoaning themselves. As soon as she came in, Schmuck made her a warning sign for true friend and sublime German that he too had read the doctor's eyes, and he was afraid that Mme. Cibot might repeat the verdict. Mme. Cibot answered by a shake of the head indicative of deep woe. Well, my dear monsieur, asked she, how are you feeling? She sat down on the foot of the bed, hands on hips, and fixed her eyes lovingly upon the patient. But what a glitter of metal there was in them, a terrible tiger-like gleam if anyone had watched her. I feel very ill, answered poor Pons. I have not the slightest appetite left. Oh, the world, he groaned, squeezing Schmuck's hand. Schmuck was sitting by his bedside, and doubtless the sick man was talking of the causes of his illness. I should have done far better to follow your advice, my good Schmuck, and dined here every day, and given up going into this society that has fallen on me with all its weight like a tumbrel cart crushing an egg. And why? Come, don't complain, Roman 1,000 pounds, said La Cibot. The doctor told me just how it is. Schmuck tugged at her gown end. You will pull through, she continued, only we must take great care of you. Be easy, you have a good friend beside you, and without boasting, a woman as will nurse you like a mother nurses her first child. I nursed Cibot round once when Dr. Poulain had given him over. He had the shroud up to his eyes, as the saying is, and they gave him up for dead. Well, you have not come to that yet, God be thanked. Ill though you may be, count on me. I would pull you through all by myself. I would keep still, don't you fidget like that. She pulled the coverlet over the patient's hands as she spoke. There's sunny, Roman 1,000 Schmuck, and I will sit up with you of nights. A prince won't be no better nursed. And besides, you needn't refuse yourself nothing that's necessary, you can afford it. I have just been talking things over with Cibot, for what would he do without me, poor dear? Well, and I talked him round. We are both so fond of you that he will let me stop up with you of a night, and that is a good deal to ask of a man like him, for he is as fond of me as ever he was the day we were married. I don't know how it is the lodge, you see, we are always there together. Don't you throw off the things like that, she cried, making a dash for the bedhead, to draw the coverlet over Pons' chest. If you are not good, and don't do just as Dr. Poulain says, and Dr. Poulain is the image of Providence on earth, I will have no more to do with you. You must do as I tell you. Yes, Montame Zippard, he will do vat you tell him, put in Schmuck. He vants to live for his poor friend Schmuck's sake, ill £. And of all things don't fidget yourself, continued La Cibot, for your illness makes you quite bad enough without your making it worse for want of patience. God sends us our troubles, my dear good gentleman, he punishes us for our sins. Haven't you nothing to reproach yourself with? with some poor little bit of a fault or other. The invalid shook his head. Oh, go on, you were young once, you had your fling, there is some love-child of yours somewhere cold, and starving and homeless. What monsters men are, their love doesn't last only for a day. And then in a jiffy, they forget, they don't so much as think of the child at the breast for months, poor women. But no one has ever loved me except Schmuck, and my mother, poor Pons broke in sadly. Oh come, you aren't no saint, you were young in your time, and a fine-looking young fellow you must have been at 20, I should have fallen in love with you myself, so nice as you are. I always was as ugly as a toad, Pons put in desperately. You say that because you are modest, nobody can't say that you aren't modest. My dear Mme Sibat, no, I tell you I always was ugly, and I never was loved in my life. You indeed, cried the portress, you want to make me believe at this time of day that you are as innocent as a young maid at your time of life. Tell that to your granny, a musician at a theatre too. Why, if a woman told me that, I wouldn't believe her. Montame Zippard, you irritate him, cried Schmuck, seeing that Pons was writhing under the bedclothes. You hold your tongue too, you are a pair of old libertines. If you were ugly it don't make no difference, there was never so ugly a saucepan lid. But it found a part to match, as the saying is, there is Sibat. He got one of the handsomest oysterwomen in Paris to fall in love with him. And you are infinitely better looking than him. You are a nice pair, you are. Come now, you have sown your wild oats, and God will punish you for deserting your children like Abraham. Exhausted though he was, the invalid gathered up all his strength to make a vehement gesture of denial. Do lie quiet, if you have it won't prevent you from living as long as Methuselah. Then pray let me be quiet, groaned Pons. I have never known what it is to be loved, I have had no child, I am alone in the world. Really, returned the portress, you are so kind, and that is what women like you see it draws theme, and it looked to me impossible that when you were in your prime. Take her away, Pons whispered to Schmuck, she sets my nerves on edge. Then there's Roman 1000, Schmuck, he has children, you old bachelors are not all like that. I cried, Schmuck springing to his feet. Vi. Come then, you have none to come after you either, you both sprung up out of the earth like mushrooms. Look here, calm mit me, said Schmuck. The good German manfully took Mme Sibat by the waist, and carried her off into the next room in spite of her exclamations. At your age you would not take advantage of a defenseless woman, cried La Sibat, struggling in his arms. Don't make a noise. You two, the better one of the two, returned La Sibat. Ah, it is my fault for talking about love to two old men who have never had nothing to do with women. I have roused your passions, cried she, as Schmuck's eyes glittered with wrath. Help, help, police. You are a stupid, said the German. Look here, wat tid de doctor say? You are a ruffian to treat me so, wept La Sibat, now released me, that would go through fire and water for you both. Ah, well, well, they say that is the way with men, and true. It is. There is my poor Sibat, he would not be rough with me like this, and I treated you like my children, for I have none of my own, and yesterday, yes, only yesterday, I said to Sibat, God knew well what he was doing, dear, I said, when he refused us children, for I have 2 children there upstairs by the holy crucifix, and the soul of my mother, that was what I said to him. But vat did der doctor say? Schmuck demanded, furiously stamping on the floor for the first time in his life. Well, said Mme Sibat, drawing Schmuck into the dining room, he just said this, that our dear darling love lying ill there would die if he wasn't carefully nursed. But I am here in spite of all your brutality, for brutal you were, you, that I thought so gentle, and you are one of that sort. Ah, now you would not abuse a woman at your age, great blackguard. Placard, I will you not understand that I laugh nobody but Barnes. Well and good, you will let me alone, won't you, said she, smiling at Schmuck. You had better, for if Sibat knew that anybody had attempted his honor, he would break every bone in his skin. Take great care of him, dear Montame Zippard, answered Schmuck, and he tried to take the portress' hand. Oh, look here now again. Just listen to me, you shall have all dot I have give fee save him. Very well, I will go round to the chemist's, to get the things that are wanted. This illness is going to cost a lot, you see, sir, and what will you do? I shall vork Barnes shall be nursed like ein Prince. So he shall Roman 1000, Schmuck, and look here, don't you trouble about nothing. Sibat and I between us have saved a couple of 1,000 francs, they are yours. I have been spending money on you this long time, I have. Gut Vommen, cried Schmuck, brushing the tears from his eyes, vat ein Hurt. Wipe your tears, they do me honor, this is my reward, said La Sibat melodramatically. There isn't no more disinterested creature on earth than me, but don't you go into the room with tears in your eyes, or Roman 1000 Pons will be thinking himself worse than he is. Schmuck was touched by this delicate feeling. He took La Cibat's hand and gave it a final squeeze. "Spare me," cried the exoisterseller, leering at Schmuck. Barnes the good German said, when he returned, "Montame Zippard is an anchel tease an anchel dat brattles, but an anchel all dare same." "Do you think so? I have grown suspicious in the past month," said the invalid, shaking his head. "After all I have been through, one comes to believe in nothing but God and my friend." "Get better and we will live like kings, all three of us," exclaimed Schmuck. Cibat panted the portress as she entered the lodge. "Oh my dear, our fortune is made. My two gentlemen haven't nobody to come after them, no natural children, no nothing. In short, oh, I shall go round to Ma'am Fontaine's and get her to tell my fortune on the cards, then we shall know how much we are going to have." "Wife," said the little tailor, "it's ill counting on dead men's shoes." "Oh, I say, are you going to worry me?" asked she, giving her spouse a playful tap. "I know what I know. Dr. Poulain has given up Roman £1,000, and we are going to be rich. My name will be down in the will. Ill see to that. Draw your needle in and out, and look after the lodge. You will not do it for long now. We will retire and go into the country, out at Batignolles, a nice house and a fine garden. You will amuse yourself with gardening, and I shall keep a servant." "Well, neighbour, and how are things going on upstairs?" The words were spoken with the thick Auvergnat accent, and Ramonenc put his head in at the door. "Do you know what the collection is worth?" No, not yet. One can't go at that rate, my good man. I have begun myself by finding out more important things." "More important!" exclaimed Ramonenc. "Why, what things can be more important?" "Come, let me do the steering, ragamuffin," said La Cibat authoritatively. "But 30% on 700,000 francs, persisted the dealer in old iron. "You could be your own mistress for the rest of your days on that." "Be easy, Daddy Ramonenc. When we want to know the value of the things that the old man has got together, then we will see." La Cibat went for the medicine ordered by Dr. Poulain, and put off her consultation with Mme. Fontaine until the morrow. The oracle's faculties would be fresher and clearer in the morning, she thought, and she would go early before everybody else came, for there was often a crowd at Mme. Fontaine's. Mme. Fontaine was at this time the oracle of the Marais. She had survived the rival of 40 years, the celebrated Émile Lenormand. No one imagines the part that fortunetellers play among Parisians of the lower classes, nor the immense influence which they exert over the uneducated general servants, portresses, kept women, workmen, all the many in Paris who live on hope. Consult the privileged beings who possess the mysterious power of reading the future. The belief of the occult science is far more widely spread than scholars, lawyers, doctors, magistrates, and philosophers imagine. The instincts of the people are ineradicable. One among those instincts, so foolishly styled superstition, runs in the blood of the populace and tinges no less the intellects of better educated folk. More than one French statesman has been known to consult the fortunetellers' cards. For skeptical minds, astrology in French, so oddly termed astrologie judiciaire, is nothing more than a cunning device for making a profit out of one of the strongest of all the instincts of human nature, wit, curiosity. The skeptical mind consequently denies that there is any connection between human destiny and the prognostications obtained by the 7 or 8 principal methods known to astrology, and the occult sciences, like many natural phenomena, are passed over by the freethinker or the materialist philosopher, id est by those who believe in nothing but visible and tangible facts in the results given by the chemist's retort, and the scales of modern physical science. The occult sciences still exist, they are at work, but they make no progress, for the greatest intellects of 2 centuries have abandoned the field. If you only look at the practical side of divination, it seems absurd to imagine that events in a man's past life and secrets known only to himself can be represented on the spur of the moment by a pack of cards which he shuffles and cuts for the fortuneteller to lay out in piles according to certain mysterious rules. But then the steam engine was condemned as absurd. Aerial navigation is still said to be absurd, so in their time were the inventions of gunpowder, printing, spectacles, engraving, and that latest discovery of all, daguerreotype. If any man had come to Napoleon to tell him that a building or a figure is at all times and in all places represented by an image in the atmosphere, that every existing object has a spectral intangible double, which may become visible, the emperor would have sent his informant to Charenton for a lunatic, just as Richelieu before his day sent that Norman martyr Salomon de Cox to the Bicêtre for announcing his immense triumph. The idea of navigation by steam, yet Daguerre's discovery, amounts to nothing more nor less than this. And if for some clairvoyant eyes God has written each man's destiny over his whole outward and visible form, if a man's body is the record of his fate, why should not the hand in a manner epitomize the body, since the hand represents the deed of man, and by his deeds he is known? Herein lies the theory of palmistry. Does not society imitate God? At the sight of a soldier we can predict that he will fight, of a lawyer that he will talk, of a shoemaker that he shall make shoes or boots, of a worker of the soil that he shall dig the ground and dung it. And is it a more wonderful thing that such an one with the seer's gift should foretell the events of a man's life from his hand? To take a striking example, genius is so visible in a man that a great artist cannot walk about the streets of Paris, but the most ignorant people are conscious of his passing. He is a sun, as it were, in the mental world, shedding light that colors everything in its path, and who does not know an idiot at once by an impression, the exact opposite of the sensation of the presence of genius? Most observers of human nature in general and Parisian nature in particular can guess the profession or calling of the man in the street. The mysteries of the witches' Sabbath, so wonderfully painted in the 16th century, are no mysteries for us. The Egyptian ancestors of that mysterious people of Indian origin, the gypsies of the present day, simply used to drug their clients with hashish, a practice that fully accounts for broomstick rides and flights up the chimney, the real seeming visions, so to speak, of old crones transformed into young damsels, the frantic dances, the exquisite music, and all the fantastic tales of devil worship. So many proven facts have been first discovered by occult science that some day we shall have professors of occult science, as we already have professors of chemistry and astronomy. It is even singular that here in Paris, where we are founding chairs of Manchu and slave, and literatures so little professable, to coin a word, as the literatures of the North, which so far from providing lessons, stand very badly in need of them, when the curriculum is full of the everlasting lectures on Shakespeare and the 16th century. It is strange that someone has not restored the teaching of the occult philosophies, once the glory of the University of Paris, under the title of Anthropology. Germany, so childlike and so great, has outstripped France in this particular. In Germany, they have professors of a science of far more use than a knowledge of the heterogeneous philosophies, which all come to the same thing at bottom. Once admit that certain beings have the power of discerning the future in its germ form of the cause, as the great inventor sees a glimpse of the industry latent in his invention, or a science in something that happens every day unnoticed by ordinary eyescience. Allow this, and there is nothing to cause an outcry in such phenomena, no violent exception to nature's laws, but the operation of a recognized faculty, possibly a kind of mental somnambulism, as it were. If, therefore, the hypothesis upon which the various ways of divining the future are based seem absurd, the facts remain. Remark that it is not really more wonderful that the seer should foretell the chief events of the future than that he should read the past. Past and future, on the skeptic's system, equally lie beyond the limits of knowledge. If the past has left traces behind it, it is not improbable that future events have, as it were, their roots in the present. If a fortune teller gives you minute details of past facts known only to yourself, why should he not foresee the events to be produced by existing causes? The world of ideas is cut out, so to speak, on the pattern of the physical world. The same phenomena should be discernible in both, allowing for the difference of the medium. As, for instance, a corporeal body actually projects an image upon the atmosphere, spectral double, detected and recorded by the daguerreotype, so also ideas having a real and effective existence leave an impression, as it were, upon the atmosphere of the spiritual world. They likewise produce effects and exist spectrally, to coin a word to express phenomena for which no words exist, and certain human beings are endowed with the faculty of discerning these forms or traces of ideas. As for the material means employed to assist the seer, the objects arranged by the hands of the consultant, that the accidents of his life may be revealed to him, is the least inexplicable part of the process. Everything in the material world is part of a series of causes and effects. Nothing happens without a cause. Every cause is a part of a whole, and consequently the whole leaves its impression on the slightest accident. Rabelais, the greatest mind among moderns, resuming Pythagoras, Hippocrates, Aristophanes, and Dante, pronounced 3 centuries ago that man is a microcosm, a little world. 300 years later, the great seer Swedenborg declared that the world was a man. The prophet and the precursor of incredulity meet thus in the greatest of all formulas. Everything in human life is predestined, so it is also with the existence of the planet. The least event, the most futile phenomena, are all subordinate parts of a scheme. Great things, therefore great designs and great thoughts, are of necessity reflected in the smallest actions, and that so faithfully that should a conspirator shuffle and cut a pack of playing cards, he will write the history of his plot, for the eyes of the seer-styled gypsy fortune-teller charlatan, or what not if you once admit fate, which is to say the chain of links of cause and effect astrology, has a locus standi, and becomes what it was of yore, a boundless science requiring the same faculty of deduction, by which Cuvier became so great a faculty to be exercised spontaneously, however, and not merely in nights of study in the closet. For 7 centuries, astrology and divination have exercised an influence not only as at present over the uneducated, but over the greatest minds, over kings and queens, and wealthy people. Animal magnetism, one of the great sciences of antiquity, had its origin in occult philosophy. Chemistry is the outcome of alchemy. Phrenology and neurology are no less the fruit of similar studies. The first illustrious workers in these two, all appearance untouched fields, made one mistake, the mistake of all inventors, that is to say, they erected an absolute system on a basis of isolated facts, for which modern analysis as yet cannot account. The Catholic Church, the law of the land, and modern philosophy, in agreement, for once combined to prescribe, persecute, and ridicule the mysteries of the Kabbalah, as well as the adepts. The result is a lamentable interregnum of century in occult philosophy, but the uneducated classes, and not a few cultivated people, women especially, continue to pay a tribute to the mysterious power of those who can raise the veil of the future. They go to buy hope, strength, and courage of the fortune-teller, in other words, to ask of him all that religion alone can give. So the art is still practiced in spite of a certain amount of risk. The 18th century encyclopedists procured tolerance for the sorcerer. He is no longer amenable to a court of law, unless indeed he lends himself to fraudulent practices, and frightens his clients to extort money from them, in which case he may be prosecuted on a charge of obtaining money under false pretenses. Unluckily, the exercise of the sublime art is only too often used as a method of obtaining money under false pretenses, and for the following reasons. The seer's wonderful gifts are usually bestowed upon those who are described by the epithets rough and uneducated. The rough and uneducated are the chosen vessels into which God pours the elixirs, at which we marvel. From among the rough and uneducated prophets arise an apostle Peter, or St. Peter, the hermit, wherever mental power is imprisoned, and remains intact and entire for want of an outlet, in conversation, in politics, in literature, in the imaginings of the scholar, in the efforts of the statesman, in the conceptions of the inventor, or the soldier's toils of war. The fire within is apt to flash out in gleams of marvelously vivid light, like the sparks hidden in an unpolished diamond. Let the occasion come, and the spirit within kindles and glows, finds wings to traverse space, and the godlike power of beholding all things, the coal of yesterday, under the play of some mysterious influence, becomes a radiant diamond. Better educated people, manicided and highly polished, continually giving out all that is in them, can never exhibit this supreme power save by one of the miracles which God sometimes vouchsafes to work. For this reason, the soothsayer is almost always a beggar, whose mind is virgin soil, a creature coarse, to all appearance a pebble borne along the torrent of misery, and left in the ruts of life, where it spends nothing of itself save in mere physical suffering. The prophet, the seer, in short, is some Martin le Laboureur making a Louis Roman 18 tremble, by telling him a secret known only to the king himself, or it is a Emile Lenormand, or a domestic servant like Mme Fontaine, or again, perhaps it is some half-idiotic negress, some herdsman living among his cattle, who receives the gift of vision, some Hindu fakir, seated by a pagoda mortifying the flesh, till the spirit gains the mysterious power of the somnambulist. Asia indeed through all time has been the home of the heroes of occult science. Persons of this kind, recovering their normal state, are usually just as they were before. They fulfill in some sort the chemical and physical functions of bodies, which conduct electricity at times, inert metal at other times, a channel filled with a mysterious current. In their normal condition, they are given to practices which bring them before the magistrate, yea, verily, like the notorious Balthazar, even unto the criminal court. And so to the hulks you could hardly find a better proof of the immense influence of fortune-telling upon the working classes than the fact that poor Pan's life and death hung upon the prediction that Mme Fontaine was to make from the cards. Although a certain amount of repetition is inevitable in a canvas so considerable and so full of detail as a complete picture of French society in the 19th century, it is needless to repeat the description of Mme Fontaine's den, already given in Les Comedians, sans le savoir. Suffice it to say that Mme Sibat used to go to Mme Fontaine's house in the Rue Violet du Temple as regularly as frequenters of the Café Anglais drop in at that restaurant For lunch Mme Sibat being a very old customer, often introduced young persons and old gossips consumed with curiosity to the wise one. The old servant who acted as provost marshal flung open the door of the sanctuary, with no further ceremony than the remark, "It's Mme Sibat, come in, there's nobody here." "Well, child, what can bring you here so early of a morning?" asked the sorceress, as Mme Fontaine might well be called, for she was 78 years old, and looked like one of the Parsi. "Something has given me a turn," said La Sibat. "I want the Grand Dieu, it is a question of my fortune." Therewith she explained her position, and wished to know if her sordid hopes were likely to be realized. "Do you know what the Grand Dieu means?" asked Mme Fontaine with much solemnity. "No, I haven't, never seen the trick. I am not rich enough. 100 francs, it's not as if it cost so much. Where was the money to come from? But now I can't help myself, I must have it." "I don't do it often, child," returned Mme Fontaine. "I only do it for rich people on great occasions, and they pay me 25 louis for doing it. It tires me, you see. It wears me out, the spirit rives my inside here. It is like going to the Sabbath, as they used to say. But when I tell you that it means my whole future, my dear good Ma'am Fontaine, well, as it is you that have come to consult me so often, I will submit myself to the spirit," replied Mme Fontaine with a look of genuine terror on her face. She rose from her filthy old chair by the fireside, and went to a table covered with a green cloth so worn that you could count the threads. A huge toad sat dozing there beside a cage, inhabited by a black dishevelled-looking fa. "Astaroth, here, my son," she said, and the creature looked up intelligently at her, as she rapped him on the back with a long knitting needle. "And you, Mademoiselle Cleopatra Tension," she continued, tapping the ancient fowl on the beak. Then Mme Fontaine began to think for several seconds. She did not move, she looked like a corpse, her eyes rolled in their sockets and grew white. Then she rose stiff and erect, and a cavernous voice cried, "Here I am." Automatically, she scattered millet for Cleopatra, took up the pack of cards, shuffled them convulsively, and held them out to Mme Sibat, to cut, sighing heavily all the time at the sight of that image of death, in the filthy turban and uncanny-looking bedjacket, watching the black fowl as it pecked at the millet grains, calling to the toad Astaroth to walk over the cards that lay out on the table. A cold thrill ran through Mme Sibat. She shuddered. Nothing but strong belief can give strong emotions an assured income. To be or not to be, that was the question. The sorceress opened a magical work, and muttered some unintelligible words in a sepulchral voice, looked at the remaining millet seeds, and watched the way in which the toad retired. Then, after 7 or 8 minutes, she turned her white eyes on the cards and expounded them. "You will succeed, although nothing in the affair will fall out as you expect. You will have many steps to take, but you will reap the fruits of your labors. You will behave very badly. It will be with you as it is with all those who sit by a sickbed, and covet part of the inheritance. Great people will help you in this work of wrongdoing. Afterwards, in the death agony, you will repent. 2 escaped convicts, a short man with red hair, and an old man with a bald head, will murder you for the sake of the money you will be supposed to have in the village, whither you will retire with your second husband. Now, my daughter, it is still open to you to choose your course." The excitement which seemed to glow within, lighting up the bony hollows about the eyes, was suddenly extinguished. As soon as the horoscope was pronounced, Mme Fontaine's face wore a dazed expression. She looked exactly like a sleepwalker aroused from sleep, gazed about her with an astonished air, recognized Mme Sibat, and seemed surprised by her terrified face. "Well, child," she said in a totally different voice, "are you satisfied?" Mme Sibat stared stupidly at the sorceress, and could not answer. "Ah, you would have the Grand Dieu. I have treated you as an old acquaintance. I only want 100 francs. "Sibat going to die," gasped the portress. "So I have been telling you very dreadful things, have I?" asked Mme Fontaine with an extremely ingenuous air. "Why, yes," said La Sibat, taking 100 francs from her pocket, and laying them down on the edge of the table. "Going to be murdered, think of it. Ah, there it is, you would have the Grand Dieu, but don't take on so. All the folk that are murdered on the cards don't die." "But is it possible, Ma'am Fontaine?" "Oh, I know nothing about it, my pretty dear. You would rap at the door of the future. I pull the cord and it came." "It what?" asked Mme Sibat. "Well then, the spirit," cried the sorceress impatiently. "Goodbye, Ma'am Fontaine," exclaimed the portress. "I did not know what the Grand Dieu was like. You have given me a good fright, that you have." "The mistress will not put herself in that state twice in a month," said the servant, as she went with La Sibat to the landing. "She would do herself to death if she did. It tires her, so she will eat cutlets now, and sleep for 3 hours afterwards. Out in the street, La Cibot took counsel of herself as she went along, and after the manner of all who ask for advice of any sort or description, she took the favourable part of the prediction, and rejected the rest. The next day found her confirmed in her resolutions. She would set all in train to become rich by securing a part of Pan's collection, nor for some time had she any other thought than the combination of various plans to this end. The faculty of self-concentration seen in rough, uneducated persons, explained on a previous page, the reserve power accumulated in those whose mental energies are unworn by the daily wear and tear of social life, and brought into action so soon as that terrible weapon, the fixed idea, is brought into play. All this was preeminently manifested in La Cibot, even as the fixed idea works miracles of evasion, and brings forth prodigies of sentiment. So greed transformed the portress, till she became as formidable as a Nucingen at bay, as subtle beneath her seeming stupidity as the irresistible La Palferine. About 7 o'clock one morning, a few days afterwards, she saw Remonink taking down his shutters. She went across to him. "How could one find out how much the things yonder in my gentleman's rooms are worth?" she asked in a wheedling tone. "Oh, that is quite easy," replied the owner of the old curiosity shop. "If you will play fair and above board with me, I will tell you of somebody, a very honest man, who will know the value of the pictures to a farthing." "Who?" "Roman 1000 Magus, a Jew. He only does business to amuse himself now. Eli Magus has appeared so often in the Comédie Humaine that it is needless to say more of him here. Suffice it to add that he had retired from business, and as a dealer was following the example set by Pons, the amateur well-known valuers like Henry Messrs Pidgeot and Mort Thert Georges, and Rohan, the experts of the Musée, in fact, were but children compared with Eli Magus. He could see a masterpiece beneath the accumulated grime of a century. He knew all schools and the handwriting of all painters. He had come to Paris from Bordeaux, and so long ago as 1835 he had retired from business, without making any change for the better in his dress. So faithful is the race to old tradition. The persecutions of the Middle Ages compelled them to wear rags to snuffle and whine, and groan over their poverty in self-defense, till the habits induced by the necessities of other times have come to be, as usual, instinctive, a racial defect. Eli Magus had amassed a vast fortune by buying and selling diamonds, pictures, lace enamels, delicate carvings, old jewelry and rarities of all kinds, a kind of commerce which has developed enormously of late, so much so indeed that the number of dealers has increased tenfold during the last 20 years in this city of Paris, whither all the curiosities in the world come to rub against one another. And for pictures there are but 3 marts in the world: Rome, London, and Paris. Eli Magus lived in the Chaussée des Minims, a short broad street leading to the Place Royale. He had bought the house, an old-fashioned mansion, for a song, as the saying is, in 1831, yet there were sumptuous apartments within it, decorated in the time of Louis Roman 15, for it had once been the Hotel Molincourt, built by the great president of the Cour des Aides, and its remote position had saved it at the time of the Revolution. You may be quite sure that the old Jew had sound reasons for buying house property contrary to the Hebrew law and custom. He had ended, as most of us end, with a hobby that bordered on a craze. He was as miserly as his friend, the late lamented Gobseck. But he had been caught by the snare of the eyes, by the beauty of the pictures, in which he dealt. As his taste grew more and more fastidious, it became one of the passions which princes alone can indulge when they are wealthy, and art lovers, as the second king of Prussia, found nothing that so kindled enthusiasm as the spectacle of a grenadier over 6 feet high, and gave extravagant sums for a new specimen to add to his living museum of a regiment. So the retired picture dealer was roused to passion pitch only by some canvas in perfect preservation, untouched since the master laid down the brush, and what was more, it must be a picture of the painter's best time. No great sales therefore took place, but Eli Magus was there. Every mart knew him. He travelled all over Europe. The ice-cold, money-worshipping soul in him kindled at the sight of a perfect work of art, precisely as a libertine weary of fair women is roused from apathy by the sight of a beautiful girl, and sets out afresh upon the quest of flawless loveliness, a Don Juan among fair works of art. A worshipper of the ideal, Eli Magus had discovered joys that transcend the pleasure of a miser gloating over his gold, lived in a seraglio of great paintings. His masterpieces were housed, as became the children of princes. The whole first floor of the great old mansion was given up to them. The rooms had been restored under Eli Magus orders, and with what magnificence! The windows were hung with the richest Venetian brocade, the most splendid carpets from the Savonnerie, covered the parquetry, flooring the frames of the pictures, nearly 100 in number, were magnificent specimens regilded cunningly by Servies the one gilder in Paris, whom Illuminates thought sufficiently painstaking. The old Jew himself had taught him to use the English leaf, which is infinitely superior to that produced by French goldbeaters. Servies is among gilders as Thuvenin among bookbinders, an artist among craftsmen, making his work a labour of love. Every window in that gallery was protected by iron-barred shutters. Illuminates himself lived in a couple of attics on the floor above the furniture, was wretched, the rooms were full of rags, and the whole place smacked of the ghetto. Illuminates was finishing his days without any change in his life. The whole of the ground floor was given up to the picture trade, for the Jew still dealt in works of art. Here he stored his canvases, here also packing cases were stowed on their arrival from other countries, and still there was room for a vast studio where Mort, most skilful of restorers of pictures, a craftsman whom the Musée ought to employ, was almost always at work for Magus. The rest of the rooms on the ground floor were given up to Magus, daughter the child of his old age, a Jewess as beautiful as a Jewess can be when the Semitic type reappears in its purity and nobility in a daughter of Israel. Nomi was guarded by 2 servants, fanatical Jewesses, to say nothing of an advanced guard, a Polish Jew, Abramko, by name, once involved in a fabulous manner in political troubles from which Illuminates saved him as a business speculation. Abramko, porter of the silent, grim, deserted mansion, divided his office and his lodge with 3 remarkably ferocious animals, an English bulldog, a Newfoundland dog, and another of the Pyrenean breed. Behold the profound observations of human nature upon which Illuminates based his feeling of security, for secure he felt. He left home without misgivings, slept with both ears shut, and feared no attempt upon his daughter, his chief treasure, his pictures, or his money. In the first place, Abramko's salary was increased every year by 200 francs so long as his master should live, and Magus moreover was training Abramko as a moneylender in a small way. Abramko never admitted anybody until he had surveyed them through a formidable grated opening. He was a Hercules for strength. He worshipped Illuminates as Sancho Panza worshipped Don Quixote. All day long the dogs were shut up without food. At nightfall Abramko let them loose, and by a cunning device the old Jew kept each animal at his post in the courtyard or the garden, by hanging a piece of meat just out of reach on the top of a pole. The animals guarded the house, and sheer hunger guarded the dogs. No odor that reached their nostrils could tempt them from the neighborhood of that piece of meat. They would not have left their places at the foot of the poles for the most engaging female of the canine species, if a stranger by any chance intruded. The dogs suspected him of ulterior designs upon their rations, which were only taken down in the morning by Abramko himself. When he awoke, the advantages of this fiendish scheme are patent. The animals never barked. Magus' ingenuity had made savages of them. They were treacherous as Mohicans. And now for the result. One night burglars, emboldened by the silence, decided too hastily that it would be easy enough to clean out the old Jew's strong box. One of their number, told off to advance to the assault, scrambled up the garden wall, and prepared to descend this. The bulldog allowed him to do. The animal, knowing perfectly well what was coming, waited for the burglar to reach the ground. But when that gentleman directed a kick at him, the bulldog flew at the visitor's shins, and making but one bite of it, snapped the ankle bone clean in 2. The thief had the courage to tear him away, and returned walking upon the bare bone of the mutilated stump, till he reached the rest of the gang, when he fell fainting, and they carried him off. The police news, of course, did not fail to report this delightful night incident, but no one believed in it. Magus at this time was 75 years old, and there was no reason why he should not live to 100. Rich man though he lived like the Ramonencs. His necessary expenses, including the money he lavished on his daughter, did not exceed 3,000 francs. No life could be more regular. The old man rose as soon as it was light, breakfasted on bread rubbed with a clove of garlic, and ate no more food until dinner time. Dinner, a meal frugal enough for a convent, he took at home all the forenoons. He spent among his treasures, walking up and down the gallery where they hung in their glory. He would dust everything himself, furniture and pictures. He never wearied of admiring. Then he would go downstairs to his daughter, drink deep of a father's happiness, and start out upon his walks through Paris to attend sales or visit exhibitions, and the like. If Illuminates found a great work of art under the right conditions, the discovery put new life into the man. Here was a bit of sharp practice, a bargain to make a battle of Marengo. To win he would pile ruse on ruse to buy the new sultana as cheaply as possible. Magus had a map of Europe on which all great pictures were marked. His co-religionists in every city spied out business for him, and received a commission on the purchase, And then what rewards for all his pains? The two lost Raphaels so earnestly sought after by Raphael lovers are both in his collection. Illuminates owns the original portrait of Giorgione's mistress. The woman for whom the painter died, the so-called originals, are merely copies of the famous picture, which is worth 500,000 francs, according to its owner's estimation. This Jew possesses Titian's masterpiece, an entombment, painted for Charles Roman V, sent by the great man to the great emperor with a holograph letter now fastened down upon the lower part of the canvas, and Magus has yet another Titian, the original sketch, from which all the portraits of Philip Roman II were painted. His remaining 97 pictures are all of the same rank and distinction, wherefore Magus laughs at our national collection, raked by the sunlight, which destroys the fairest paintings pouring in through panes of glass that act as lenses. Picture galleries can only be lighted from above. Magus opens and closes his shutters himself. He is as careful of his pictures as of his daughter, his second idol, and well the old picture referencier knows the laws of the lives of pictures. To hear him talk, a great picture has a life of its own. It is changeable, it takes its beauty from the color of the light. Magus talks of his paintings as Dutch fanciers used to talk of their tulips. He will come home on purpose to see some one picture in the hour of its glory, when the light is bright and clean. And Magus himself was a living picture among the motionless figures. On the wall a little old man, dressed in a shabby overcoat, a silk waistcoat renewed twice in a score of years, and a very dirty pair of trousers, with a bald head, a face full of deep hollows, a wrinkled callous skin, a beard that had a trick of twitching its long white bristles, a menacing pointed chin, a toothless mouth, eyes bright as the eyes of his dogs in the yard, and a nose like an obelisk. There he stood in his gallery, smiling at the beauty called into being by genius. A Jew, surrounded by his millions, will always be one of the finest spectacles which humanity can give. Robert Medal, our great actor, cannot rise to this height of poetry, sublime though he is. Paris, of all the cities of the world, holds most of such men as Magus, strange beings with a strange religion in their heart of hearts. The London eccentric always finds that worship, like life, brings weariness and satiety in the end. The Parisian monomaniac lives cheerfully in concubinage with his crotchet to the last. Often shall you meet in Paris some pawns, some Magus, dressed badly enough, with his face turned from the rising sun, like the countenance of the perpetual secretary of the Academy, apparently heeding nothing, conscious of nothing, paying no attention to shop windows, nor to fair passers-by walking at random, so to speak, with nothing in his pockets, and to all appearance an equally empty head. Do you ask to what Parisian tribe this manner of man belongs? He is a collector, a millionaire, one of the most impassioned souls upon earth. He and his like are capable of treading the miry ways that lead to the police court, if so they may gain possession of a cup, a picture, or some such rare unpublished piece as Magus once picked up one memorable day in Germany. This was the expert to whom Ramonenc, with much mystery, conducted La Cibot. Ramonenc always asked advice of Magus when he met him in the streets, and more than once Magus had lent him money through Abramco. Knowing Ramonenc's honesty, the Chaussee des Minims is close to the Rue de Normandie, and the two fellow conspirators reached the house in 10 minutes. You will see the richest dealer in curiosities, the greatest connoisseur in Paris, Ramonenc had said, and Mme. Cibot therefore was struck dumb with amazement to be confronted with a little old man in a greatcoat too shabby for Cibot to mend, standing watching a painter at work upon an old picture in the chilly room on the vast ground floor. The old man's eyes, full of cold feline malignance, were turned upon her, and La Cibot shivered. What do you want? Ramonenc asked this person. It is a question of valuing some pictures. There is nobody but you in Paris who can tell a poor tinker fellow like me how much he may give when he has not thousands to spend like you. Where is it? Here is the portress of the house where the gentleman lives. She does for him, and I have arranged with her. Who is the owner? Roman 1,000 pounds, put in La Cibot. Don't know the name, said Magus with an innocent air, bringing down his foot very gently upon his artist's toes. Mort the painter, knowing the value of Pond's collection, had looked up suddenly at the name. It was a move too hazardous to try with anyone but Ramonenc and La Cibot, but the Jew had taken the woman's measure at sight, and his eye was as accurate as a jeweller's scales. It was impossible that either of the couple should know how often Magus and old Pons had matched their claws, and in truth, both rabid amateurs were jealous of each other. The old Jew had never hoped for a sight of a seraglio, so carefully guarded it seemed to him that his head was swimming. Pons' collection was the one private collection in Paris which could vie with his own. Pons' idea had occurred to Magus 20 years later, But as a dealer amateur, the door of Pan's museum had been closed to him. As for Doucemarade, Pons and Magus had at heart the same jealousy. Neither of them cared about the kind of celebrity dear to the ordinary collector. And now for Eli Magus came his chance to see the poor musician's treasures, an amateur of beauty hiding in a boudoir, or a stolen glance at a mistress concealed from him by his friend might feel as Eli Magus felt at that moment. Lacibat was impressed by Ramonenque's respect for this singular person. Real power, moreover, even when it cannot be explained, is always felt. The portress was supple and obedient. She dropped the autocratic tone which she was wont to use in her lodge, and with the tenants accepted Magus' conditions and agreed to admit him into Pan's museum that very day. So the enemy was to be brought into the citadel, and a stab dealt to Pan's very heart. For 10 years Pons had carried his keys about with him. He had forbidden Lacibat to allow anyone, no matter whom, to cross his threshold, and Lacibat had so far shared Schmuck's opinions of bric-a-brac that she had obeyed him, the good Schmuck, by speaking of the splendors as chimcracks, and deploring his friend's mania had taught Lacibat to despise the old rubbish, and so secured Pan's museum from invasion for many a long year. When Pons took to his bed, Schmuck filled his place at the theatre and gave lessons for him at his boarding schools. He did his utmost to do the work of two, but Pan's sorrows weighing heavily upon his mind, the task took all his strength. He only saw his friend in the morning, and again at dinner-time his pupils, and the people at the theatre, seeing the poor German look so unhappy, used to ask for news of Pons, and so great was his grief that the indifferent would make the grimaces of sensibility which Parisians are wont to reserve for the greatest calamities. The very springs of life had been attacked. The good German was suffering from Pan's pain as well as from his own. When he gave a music lesson, he spent half the time in talking of Pons, interrupting himself to wonder whether his friend felt better today, and the little schoolgirls listening heard lengthy explanations of Pons' symptoms. He would rush over to the Rue de Normandie in the interval between 2 lessons for the sake of a quarter of an hour with Pons. When at last he saw that their common stock was almost exhausted, when Mme. Sibat, who had done her best to swell the expenses of the illness, came to him and frightened him, then the old music master felt that he had courage of which he never thought himself capable, courage that rose above his anguish. For the first time in his life he set himself to earn money. Money was needed at home. One of the schoolgirl pupils, really touched by their troubles, asked Schmuck how he could leave his friend alone. Montem Cell, he answered with the sublime smile of those who think no evil. Wie half Montem Zippard ein Drescher Montem Isel, ein Beryl Barnes is nursed like ein Prince. So while Schmuck trotted about the streets, Lacibat was mistress of the house, and ruled the invalid. How should Pons superintend his self-appointed guardian angel, when he had taken no solid food for a fortnight, and lay there so weak and helpless, that Lacibat was obliged to lift him up, and carry him to the sofa while she made the bed. Lacibat's visit to Eli Magus was paid as might be expected. While Schmuck breakfasted, she came in again just as the German was bidding his friend goodbye, for since she learned that Pons possessed a fortune, she never left the old bachelor. She brooded over him and his treasures like a hen. From the depths of a comfortable easy-chair at the foot of the bed she poured forth for Pons' delectation the gossip in which women of her class excel with Machiavellian skill. She had contrived to make Pons think that she was indispensable to him. She coaxed, and she wheedled, always uneasy, always on the alert. Mme. Fontaine's prophecy had frightened Lacibat. She vowed to herself that she would gain her ends by kindness. She would sleep secure on Roman 1,000 Pons legacy, but her rascality should keep within the limits of the law. For 10 years, she had not suspected the value of Pons' collection. She had a clear record behind her of 10 years of devotion, honesty and disinterestedness. It was a magnificent investment, and now she proposed to realize in one day. Ramonenque's hint of money had hatched the serpent's egg, the craving for riches that had lain dormant within her for 20 years. Since she had cherished that craving, it had grown in force with the ferment of all the evil that lurks in the corners of the heart. How she acted upon the counsels whispered by the serpent will presently be seen. Well, she asked of Schmuck, has this cherub of ours had plenty to drink? Is he better? He is not doing very well, Tier Montem Zippard, not very well, said poor Schmuck, brushing away the tears from his eyes. Pooh, you make too much of it, my dear Roman 1,000 Schmuck. We must take things as we find them. Sibat might be at death's door, and I should not take it to heart as you do. Come, the cherub has a good constitution, and he has been steady. It seems you see you have no idea what an age sober people live. He is very ill, it is true, but with all the care I take of him, I shall bring him round. Be easy. Look after your affairs. I will keep him company, and see that he drinks his pints of barley water. If you veer not here, I should die of anxiety. said Schmuck, squeezing his kind housekeeper's hand in both his own to express his confidence in her. La Cibot wiped her eyes as she went back to the invalid's room. "What is the matter, Mme Cibot?" asked Pons. "It is Roman 1000 Schmuck that has upset me. He is crying as if you were dead," said she. "If you are not well you are not so bad, yet that nobody need cry over you. But it has given me such a turn. Oh dear, how silly it is of me to get so fond of people, and to think more of you than of Cibot, for after all you aren't nothing to me, you are only my brother by Adam's side. And yet whenever you are in the question it puts me in such a taking upon my word, it does I would cut off my hand, me left hand of Corsito, see you coming, and going eating your meals and screwing bargains out of dealers, as usual. If I had had a child of my own, I think I should have loved it, as I love you. There, take a drink, dearie, come now, empty the glass, drink it off, monsieur. I tell you the first thing Dr. Poulain said was if Roman 1000 Pons has no mind to go to Père Lachaise, he ought to drink as many buckets full of water in a day as an Auvergnat will sell, so come now, drink." "But I do drink, Cibot, my good woman, I drink and drink till I am deluged." "That is right," said the portress as she took away the empty glass. "That is the way to get better. Dr. Poulain had another patient ill of your complaint, but he had nobody to look after him. His children left him to himself and he died, because he didn't drink enough. So you must drink honey, you see. Died, and they buried him 2 months ago. And if you were to die, you know you would drag down old Roman 1000 Schmuck with you, sir. He is like a child. Ah, he loves you, he does, the dear lamb of a man. No woman never loved a man like that. He doesn't care for meat nor drink. He has grown as thin as you are in the last fortnight. And you are nothing but skin and bones. It makes me jealous to see it, for I am very fond of you, but not to that degree. I haven't lost my appetite. Quite the other way, always going up and down stairs, till my legs are so tired that I drop down of an evening like a lump of lead. Here am I neglecting my poor Cibot for you. Emil Ramonink cooks his victuals for him, and he goes on about it, and says that nothing is right, at that I tell him that one ought to put up with something for the sake of other people, and that you are so ill that I cannot leave you. In the first place, you can't afford a nurse, and before I would have a nurse here I have done for you these 10 years, they want wine and sugar and foot warmers, and all sorts of comforts, and they rob their patients. Unless the patients leave them something in there, we'll have a nurse in here today, and tomorrow we should find a picture or something or other gone." "Oh, Mme Cibot," cried Pons, quite beside himself, "do not leave me. No one must touch anything." "I am here," said La Cibot, "so long as I have the strength. I shall be here. Be easy. There was Dr. Poulain wanting to get a nurse for you. Perhaps he has his eye on your treasures. I just snubbed him. I Roman 999. The gentleman won't have anyone but me. I told him he is used to me, and I am used to him. So he said no more. A nurse indeed, they are all thieves. I hate that sort of woman. I do. Here is a tale that will show you how sly they are. There was once an old gentleman, it was Dr. Poulain himself, mind you, who told me Thiswell, a Mme Sabatier, a woman of 36 that used to sell slippers at the Palais Royal. You remember the gallery at the Palais that they pulled down?" Pons nodded. "Well, at that time, she had not done very well. Her husband used to drink and died of spontaneous combustion, but she had been a fine woman in her time. Truth to tell, not that it did her any good, though she had friends among the lawyers. So being hard up, she became a monthly nurse and lived in the Rue Baridubec. Well, she went out to nurse an old gentleman that had a disease of the urinary guts. Saving your presence, they used to tap him like an artesian well, and he needed such care that she used to sleep on a trucklebbed in the same room with him. You would hardly believe such a thing. Men respect nothing, y'all tell me, so selfish as they are. Well, she used to talk with him. You understand, she never left him. She amused him. She told him stories. She drew him on to talk just as we are chatting away together now, you and I. And she found out that his nephews, old gentleman, had nephews, that his nephews were wretches. They had worried him, and final end of it, they had brought on this illness. Well, my dear sir, she saved his life. He married her, and they have a fine child. Ma'am Bordevin, the butcher's wife in the Rue Charlotte, a relative of hers, stood godmother. There is luck for you. As for me, I am married, and if I have no children, I don't mind saying that it is Cibot's fault. He is too fond of me. But if I cared, never mind what would have become of me and my Cibot, if we had had a family, when we have not a penny to bless ourselves with. After 30 years of faithful service, I have not a farthing belonging to nobody else. That is what comforts me. I have never wronged nobody. Look here, suppose now, there is no harm in supposing when you will be out and about again, in 6 weeks' time, and sauntering along the boulevard, well, suppose that you had put me down in your, well, very good, I shouldn't never rest till I had found your heirs, and given the money back. Such is my horror of anything that is not earned by the sweat of my brow. You will say to me, why, Mme Cibot, why should you worry yourself like that you have fairly earned the money you looked after your 2 gentlemen, as if they had been your children, you saved them 1,000 francs a year, for there are plenty, sir, you know, that would have had their 10,000 francs put out to interest by now if they had been in my place. So, if the worthy gentleman leaves you a trifle of an annuity, it is only right, suppose they told me, that well now I am not thinking of myself, I cannot think how some women can do a kindness thinking of themselves, all the time it is not doing. Good sir, is it, I do not go to church myself, I haven't the time. But my conscience tells me what is right, don't you fidget like that, my lamb, don't scratch yourself, dear me, how yellow you grow, so yellow you are quite brown, how funny it is, that one can come to look like a lemon in 3 weeks, honesty is all that poor folk have, and one must surely have something. Suppose that you were just at death's door, I should be the first to tell you that you ought to leave all that you have to Roman 1,000 schmuck. It is your duty, for he is all the family you have, he loves you, he does as a dog loves his master. Ah yes, said Pons, nobody else has ever loved me all my life long. Ah, that is not kind of you, sir, said Mme Sibbot, then I do not love you, I suppose. I do not say so, my dear Mme Sibbot. Good, you take me for a servant, do you, a common servant, as if I hadn't no heart. Goodness me, for 11 years you do, for 2 old bachelors, you think of nothing. But their comfort, I have turned 50 greengrocers, shops upside down for you, I have talked people round to get you good brie cheese, I have gone down as far as the market for fresh butter for you, I have taken such care of things that nothing of yours hasn't been chipped nor broken in all these 10 years. I have just treated you like my own children, and then to hear my dear Mme Sibbot, that shows that there is not a bit of feeling for you in the heart of an old gentleman, that you have cared for like a king's son, for the little king of Rome was not so well looked after he died in his prime. There is proof for you. Come, sir, you are unjust, you are ungrateful. It is because I am only a poor portress. Goodness me, are you one of those that think we are dogs? But my dear Mme Sibbot, indeed you that know so much tell me why we porters are treated like this, and are supposed to have no feelings. People look down on us in these days when they talk of equality. As for me, am I not as good as another woman? I that was one of the finest women in Paris, and was called La Belle Éclair, and received declarations 7 or 8 times a day. And even now if I like, look here, sir, you know that little scrubby marine store-dealer downstairs very well, he would marry me any day if I were a widow, that is, with his eyes shut. He has had them looking wide open in my direction. So often he is always saying, oh, what fine arms you have, Ma'am Sibbot. I dreamed last night that it was bread, and I was butter, and I was spread on the top. Look, sir, there is an arm. She rolled up her sleeve and displayed the shapeliest arm imaginable, as white and fresh as her hand was red and rough. A plump, round, dimpled arm drawn from its merino sheath like a blade from the scabbard to dazzle Pons, who looked away. For every oyster the knife opened the arm has opened a heart. Well, it belongs to Sibbot, and I did wrong when I neglected him, poor dear. He would throw himself over a precipice at a word from me, while you, sir, that call me my dear Mme Sibbot, when I do impossible things for you. Do just listen to me, broke in the patient. I cannot call you my mother nor my wife. No, never in all my born days will I take again to anybody. Do let me speak, continued Pons. Let me see, I put Roman 1,000 schmuck first. Roman 1,000 schmuck, there is a heart for you, cried La Sibbot. Ah, he loves me. But then he is poor, it is money that deadens the heart. And you are rich. Oh well, take a nurse, you will see what a life she will lead you. She will torment you, you will be like a cockchafer on a string. The doctor will say that you must have plenty to drink. And she will do nothing but feed you. She will bring you to your grave, and rob you. You do not deserve to have a Mme Sibbot there. When Dr. Poulin comes, ask him for a nurse. Oh, fiddlesticken, the patient cried angrily. Will you listen to me when I spoke of my friend Schmuck? I was not thinking of women. I know quite well that no one cares for me so sincerely as you do, you and Schmuck. Have the goodness not to irritate yourself in this way, exclaimed La Sibbot, plunging down upon Pons and covering him by force with the bedclothes. How should I not love you, said poor Pons. You love me really, there, forgive me, sir, she said, crying and wiping her eyes. Ah yes, of course you love me, as you love a servant, that is the way, a servant to whom you throw an annuity of 600 francs like a crust you fling into a dog's kennel. Oh, Mme Sibbot, cried Pons, for what do you take me? You do not know me. Ah, you will care even more than that for me, she said, meeting Pons' eyes. You will love your kind old Sibbot like a mother. Will you not, a mother? That is it, I am your mother. You are both of you my children. Ah, if I only knew them that caused you this sorrow, I would do that which would bring me into the police courts, and even to prison. I would tear their eyes out. Such people deserve to die at the Barrière Saint-Jacques. and that is too good for such scoundrels, so kind, so good as you are, for you have a heart of gold, you were sent into the world to make some woman happy. Yes, you would have her happy as anybody can see. You were cut out for that. In the very beginning, when I saw how you were with Roman 1000 schmuck, I said to myself, Roman 1000 pawns has missed the life he was meant, for he was made to be a good husband. Come now, you like women. Ah yes, said Pons, and no woman has been my. Really, exclaimed La Cibot with a provocative air, as she came nearer, and took Pons' hand in hers. Do you not know what it is to love a woman that will do anything for her lover? Is it possible, if I were in your place, I should not wish to leave this world for another, until I had known the greatest happiness on earth, poor dear? If I was now what I was once, I would leave Cibot for you, upon my word. I would. Why, with a nose shaped like that, for you have a fine nose. How did you manage it, poor cherub? You will tell me that not every woman knows a man when she sees him. And a pity it is, that they marry so at random, as they do. It makes you sorry to see it now. For my own part, I should have thought that you had had mistresses, by the dozen, dancers, actresses, and duchesses, for you went out so much. When you went out, I used to say to Cibot, look, there is Roman 1000 pawns going agalivanting, on my word. I was so sure that women ran after you. Heaven made you for love. Why, my dear sir, I found that out the first day that you dined at home, and you were so touched with Roman 1000 schmuck's pleasure. And next day Roman 1000 schmuck kept saying to me, Montame Zippard, he half-tined Hira with the tears in his eyes, till I cried along with him like a fool, as I am. And how sad he looked when you took to gadding abroad again, and dining out. Poor man, you never saw anyone so disconsolate. Ah, you are quite right to leave everything to him, dear worthy man. Why, he is as good as a family to you. He is. Do not forget him, for if you do, God will not receive you into his paradise. For those that have been ungrateful to their friends, and left them no rents, will not go to heaven. In vain Pons tried to put in a word. La Cibot talked as the wind blows. Means of arresting steam engines have been invented, but it would tax a mechanician's genius to discover any plan for stopping a portress tongue. I know what you mean, continued she, but it does not kill you, my dear gentleman, to make a will when you are out of health, and in your place I might not leave that poor dear alone for fear that something might happen. He is like God Almighty's lamb. He knows nothing about nothing, and I should not like him to be at the mercy of those sharks of lawyers, and a wretched pack of relations. Let us see now, has one of them come here to see you in 20 years? And would you leave your property to them? Do you know they say that all these things here are worth something? Why, yes, said Pons. Ramonenc, who deals in pictures and knows that you are an amateur, says that he would be quite ready to pay you an annuity of 30,000 francs, so long as you live to have the pictures afterwards. There is a change. If I were you, I should take it. Why, I thought he said it for a joke, when he told me that you ought to let Roman 1000 schmuck know the value of all those things, for he is a man that could be cheated like a child. He has not the slightest idea of the value of these fine things that you have. He so little suspects it, that he would give them away for a morsel of bread, if he did not keep them all his life for love of you, always supposing that he lives after you, for he will die of your death. But I am here. I will take his part against anybody, and everybody. I and Cibot will defend him. Dear Mme Cibot, said Pons, what would have become of me if it had not been for you and Schmuck? He felt touched by this horrible prattle. The feeling in it seemed to be ingenuous, as it usually is in the speech of the people. Are we really are your only friends on earth? That is very true. That is, but two good hearts are worth all the families in the world. Don't talk of families to me. A family, as the old actor said of the tongue, is the best and the worst of all things. Where are those relations of yours now? Have you any? I have never seen them. They have brought me to lie here, said Pons with intense bitterness. So you have relations, cried La Cibot, springing up as if her easy-chair had been heated red-hot. Oh well, they are a nice lot, are your relations. What, these 3 weeks? For this is the 20th day today that you have been ill, and like to die in these 3 weeks. They have not come once to ask for news of you. That's a trifle too strong. That is why in your place I would leave all I had to the Foundling Hospital sooner than give them 1 farthing. Well, my dear Mme Cibot, I meant to leave all that I had to a cousin, once removed, the daughter of my first cousin President Camusot, you know, who came here one morning nearly 2 months ago. Oh, a little stout man who sent his servants to beg your pardon for his wife's blunder. The housemaid came asking me questions about you, an affected old creature. She is. My fingers itched to give her velvet tippet a dusting with my broom handle. A servant wearing a velvet tippet. Did anybody ever see the like? No. Upon my word, the world is turned upside down. What is the use of making a revolution? Dine twice a day if you can afford it, you scamps of rich folk. But laws are no good, I tell you, and nothing will be safe if Louis Philippe does not keep people in their places, for after all, if we are all equal, a housemaid didn't ought to have a velvet tippet, while I mme Sibat haven't one after 30 years of honest work there, is a pretty thing for you people ought to be able to tell who you are. A housemaid is a housemaid. Just as I myself am a portress, why do they have silk epaulets in the army? Let everybody keep their place. Look here, do you want me to tell you what all this comes to? Very well, France is going to the dogs. If the emperor had been here things would have been very different, wouldn't they, sir? So, I said to Sibat, I said, see here, Sibat, a house where the servants wear velvet tippets belongs to people that have no heart in them. No heart in them, that is just it, repeated Pons. And with that he began to tell mme Sibat about his troubles and mortifications, she pouring out abuse of the relations the while, and showing exceeding tenderness on every fresh sentence in the sad history. She fairly wept at last. To understand the sudden intimacy between the old musician and mme Sibat, you have only to imagine the position of an old bachelor, lying on his bed of pain, seriously ill. For the first time in his life, Pons felt that he was alone in the world. The days that he spent by himself were all the longer because he was struggling with the indefinable nausea of a liver complaint, which blackens the brightest life. Cut off from all his many interests, the sufferer falls a victim to a kind of nostalgia. He regrets the many sights to be seen for nothing in Paris, the isolation, the darkened days, the suffering that affects the mind and spirits even more than the body, the emptiness of the life. All these things tend to induce him to cling to the human being who waits on him as a drowned man clings to a plank. And this especially if the bachelor patient's character is as weak as his nature is sensitive and incredulous. Pons was charmed to hear La Sibat's tittle-tattle schmuck mme Sibat, and Dr. Poulain meant all humanity to him now, when his sick room became the universe. If invalids' thoughts, as a rule, never travel beyond in the little space over which his eyes can wander, if their selfishness in its narrow sphere subordinates all creatures and all things to itself, you can imagine the lengths to which an old bachelor may go. Before 3 weeks were out, he had even gone so far as to regret once and again that he had not married Madeleine Vivet. mme Sibat, too, had made immense progress in his esteem in those 3 weeks without her. He felt that he should have been utterly lost, for, as for Schmuck, the poor invalid looked upon him as a second. Pons. La Sibat's prodigious art consisted in expressing Pons' own ideas, and this she did quite unconsciously. Ah, here comes the doctor, she exclaimed as the bell rang, and away she went, knowing very well that Ramonenc had come with the Jew. Make no noise, gentlemen, said she, he must not know anything, he is all on the fidget when his precious treasures are concerned. A walk round will be enough, said the Hebrew, armed with a magnifying glass and a lorgnette. The greater part of Pons' collection was installed in a great old-fashioned salon, such as French architects used to build for the old noblesse, a room 25 feet, broad, some 30 feet in length, and 13 in height. Pons' pictures, to the number of 6 to 7, hung upon the whitened gold-panelled walls. Time, however, had reddened the gold, and softened the white to an ivory tint, so that the whole was toned down, and the general effect subordinated to the effect of the pictures. 14 statues stood on pedestals set in the corners of the room, or among the pictures, or on brackets inlaid by bull sideboards of carved ebony royally rich, surrounded the walls to elbow height. All the shelves filled with curiosities. In the middle of the room stood a row of carved credensitables, covered with rare miracles of handicraft, with ivories and bronzes, wood carvings, and enamels, jewelry and porcelain. As soon as Illuminates entered the sanctuary, he went straight to the 4 masterpieces. He saw at a glance that these were the gems of Pons' collection, and masters lacking in his own. For Illuminates, these were the naturalist's desiderata, for which men undertake long voyages from east to west, through deserts and tropical countries, across southern savannas, through virgin forests. The first was a painting by Sebastian del Piombo, the second, a Fra Bartolomeo della Porta, the third, a Hobbema landscape, and the fourth and last a Dürer portrait of a woman. 4 diamonds. Indeed, in the history of art, Sebastian del Piombo is like a shining point, in which 3 schools meet, each bringing its preeminent qualities. A Venetian painter, he came to Rome to learn the manner of Raphael under the direction of Michelangelo, who would fain oppose Raphael on his own ground, by pitting one of his own lieutenants against the reigning king of art. And so it came to pass that in Del Piombo's indolent genius Venetian colour was blended with Florentine composition, and a something of Raphael's manner in the few pictures which he deigned to paint, and the sketches were made for him, it is said, by Michelangelo himself. If you would see the perfection to which the painter attained armed, as he was with triple power, go to the Louvre, and look at the Baccio Bandinelli portrait. You might place it beside Titian's Man with a Glove, or buy that other portrait of an old man in which Raphael's consummate skill blends with Correggio's art, or again, compare it with Leonardo da Vinci's Charles Roman 8, and the picture would scarcely lose. The four pearls are equal, there is the same luster, and sheen the same rounded completeness, the same brilliancy. Art can go no further than this. Art has risen above nature, since nature only gives her creatures a few brief years of life. Pons possessed one example of this immortal great genius and incurably indolent painter. It was a Knight of Malta, a Templar kneeling in prayer. The picture was painted on slate, and in its unfaded colour and its finish was immeasurably finer than the Baccio Bandinelli. Fra Bartolomeo was represented by a Holy Family, which many connoisseurs might have taken for a Raphael. The Hobbema would have fetched 60,000 francs at a public sale. And as for the Dürer, it was equal to the famous Holzschuh portrait at Nuremberg, for which the kings of Bavaria, Holland and Prussia have vainly offered 200,000 francs. Again and again was it the portrait of the wife or the daughter of Holzschuh, Albrecht Dürer's personal friend. The hypothesis seems to be a certainty, for the attitude of the figure in Pons' picture suggests that it is meant for a pendant. The position of the coat of arms is the same as in the Nuremberg portrait. And finally, the Otatis Seu Roman 41 accords perfectly with the age inscribed on the picture, religiously kept by the Holzschuhers of Nuremberg, and but recently engraved. The tears stood in Eli Magus' eyes as he looked from one masterpiece to another. He turned round to Lacibat. "I will give you a commission of 2,000 francs on each of the pictures, if you can arrange that I shall have them for 40,000 francs, he said. Lacibat was amazed at this good fortune, dropped from the sky admiration, or to be more accurate, delirious joy had wrought such havoc in the Jew's brain that it had actually unsettled his habitual greed, and he fell headlong into enthusiasm, as you see. And I put in Ramonenc, who knew nothing about pictures. Everything here is equally good, the Jew said cunningly, lowering his voice for Ramonenc's ears. Take 10 pictures, just as they come, and on the same conditions your fortune will be made." Again the three thieves looked each other in the face, each one of them overcome with the keenest of all joy-sated greed. All of a sudden the sick man's voice rang through the room. The tones vibrated like the strokes of a bell. "Who is there called Pons?" "Monsieur, just go back to bed," exclaimed Lacibat, springing upon Pons and dragging him by main force. "What next? Have you a mind to kill yourself? Very well, then it is not Dr. Poulain, it is Ramonenc, good soul, so anxious that he has come to ask after you. Everybody is so fond of you that the whole house is in a flutter, so what is there to fear?" "It seems to me that there are several of you," said Pons. "Several, that is good. What next? Are you dreaming you will go off your head before you have done? Upon my word, here, look." And Lacibat flung open the door, signed to Magus to go, and beckoned to Ramonenc. "Well, my dear sir," said the Auvergnat, now supplied with something to say, "I just came to ask after you, for the whole house is alarmed about you. Nobody likes death to set foot in a house. And lastly, Daddy Monestral, whom you know very well, told me to tell you that if you wanted money he was at your service. He sent you here to take a look round at my knickknacks," returned the old collector from his bed, and the sour tones of his voice were full of suspicion. A sufferer from liver complaint nearly always takes momentary and special dislikes to some person or thing, and concentrates all his ill humour upon the object. Pons imagined that someone had designs upon his precious collection. The thought of guarding it became a fixed idea with him. Schmuck was continually sent to see if anyone had stolen into the sanctuary. "Your collection is fine enough to attract the attention of China's," Ramonenc answered astutely. "I am not much in the art line myself, but you are supposed to be such a great connoisseur, sir, that with my eyes shut, supposing, for instance, that you should need money some time or other, for nothing costs so much as these confounded illnesses. There was my sister, now, when she would have got better again, just as well without doctors or rascals that take advantage of your condition too." "Thank you, good day," broke in Pons, eyeing the marine store dealer uneasily. "I will go to the door with him, for fear he should touch something," Lacibat whispered to her patient. Yes, answered the invalid, thanking her by a glance. Lacibat shut the bedroom door behind her, and Pons' suspicions awoke again at once. She found Magus standing motionless before the four pictures. His immobility, his admiration, can only be understood by other souls open to ideal beauty, to the ineffable joy of beholding art, made perfect. Such as these can stand for whole hours before the Antiope Correggio's masterpiece, before Leonardo's, Gioconda Titian's, Mistress Andrea del Sarto's, Holy Family Domnicino's children among the flowers, Raphael's little cameo, or his portrait of an old man. Art's greatest masterpieces. "Be quick and go, and make no noise," said Lacibat, The Jew walked slowly backwards, giving the pictures such a farewell gaze, as a lover gives his love outside on the landing la. Sibart tapped his bony arm. His rapt contemplations had put an idea into her head. "Make it 4,000 francs for each picture," said she, "or I do nothing." "I am so poor," began Magus. "I want the pictures simply for their own sake, simply and solely for the love of art, my dear lady. I can understand that, love Sonny, you are so dried up, but if you do not promise me 16,000 francs now before Ramonink here, I shall want 20 tomorrow." 16, I promise," returned the Jew, frightened by the woman's rapacity. La Sibart turned to Ramonink. "What oath can a Jew swear?" she inquired. "You may trust him," replied the marine store dealer. "He is as honest as I am." "Very well, and you asked she if I get him to sell them to you, what will you give me?" "Half share of profits," Ramonink answered briskly. "I would rather have a lump sum," returned La Sibart. "I am not in business myself." "You understand business uncommonly well," put in Eli Magus, smiling. "A famous saleswoman you would make." "I want her to take me into partnership, me and my goods," said the Auvergnat as he took La Sibart's plump arm and gave it playful taps like hammer-strokes. "I don't ask her to bring anything into the firm, but her good looks. You are making a mistake when you stick to your Turk of a Sibart, and his needle is a little bit of a porter the man to make a woman rich. A fine woman like you, ah, what a figure you would make in a shop on the boulevard, all among the curiosities, gossiping with amateurs, and twisting them round your fingers. Just you leave your lodge as soon as you have lined your purse here, and you shall see what will become of us both." "Lined my purse," cried Sibart. "I am incapable of taking the worth of a single pin. You mind that, Ramonink, I am known in the neighborhood, for an honest woman I am." La Sibart's eyes flashed fire. "There, never mind," said Eli Magus. "This Auvergnat seems to be too fond of you to mean to insult you." "How she would draw on the customers," cried the Auvergnat. "Mme." Sibart softened at this. "Be fair, sonnies," quoth she, "and judge for yourselves how I am placed these 10 years past. I have been wearing my life out for these 2 old bachelors yonder, and neither o' them has given me anything but words. Ramonink will tell you that I feed them by contract, and lose 20 or 30 sous a day. All my savings have gone that way, by the soul of my mother, the only author of my days that I ever knew. This is as true as that I live, and that this is the light of day, and may my coffee poison me if I lie about a farthing. Well, there is one up there that will die soon, and he the richer of the 2 that I have treated like my own children. Would you believe it, my dear sir, I have told him over and over again, for days past, that he is at death's door for Dr. Pauline has given him up. He could not say less about putting my name down in his. Well, we shall only get our due by taking it upon my word as an honest woman, for as for trusting to the next of kin, no fear there. Look you here, words don't stink. It is a bad world." "That is true," Eli Magus answered cunningly, "that is true, and it is just the like of us that are among the best," he added, looking at Ramonink. "Just let me be," returned La Sibart. "I am not speaking of you. Pressing company is always accepted, as the old actor said. I swear to you that the 2 gentlemen already owe me nearly 3,000 francs. The little I have is gone by now in medicine and things on their account, and now suppose they refuse to recognize my advances. I am so stupidly honest that I did not dare to say nothing to them about it. Now you, that are in business, my dear sir, do you advise me to go to a lawyer?" "A lawyer," cried Ramonink. "You know more about it than all the lawyers put together." Just at that moment, a sound echoed in the great staircase, a sound as if some heavy body had fallen in the dining-room. "Oh, goodness me," exclaimed La Sibart. "It seems to me that monsieur has just taken a ticket for the ground floor." She pushed her fellow conspirators out at the door, and while the pair descended the stairs with remarkable agility, she ran to the dining-room, and there beheld Pons in his shirt stretched out upon the tiles. He had fainted. She lifted him, as if he had been a feather, carried him back to his room, laid him in bed, burned feathers under his nose, bathed his temples with eau de cologne, and at last brought him to consciousness. When she saw his eyes unclose and life return, she stood over him, hands on hips. "No slippers in your shirt, that is the way to kill yourself. Why do you suspect me if this is to be the way of it? I wish you good day, sir. Here have I served you these 10 years, I have spent money on you, till my savings are all gone to spare trouble to that poor Roman 1,000 schmuck, crying like a child on the stairs, and this is my reward. You have been spying on me. God has punished you. It serves you right. Here I am straining myself to carry you, running the risk of doing myself a mischief that I shall feel all my days. Oh dear, oh dear." And the door left open too. "You were talking with someone. Who was it?" "Here are notions," cried La Sibart. "What next? Am I your bondslave? Am I to give account of myself to you? Do you know that if you bother me like this, I shall clear out, you shall take a nurse. Frightened by this threat, Pons unwittingly allowed La Cibot to see the extent of the power of her sword of Damocles. "It is my illness," he pleaded piteously. "It is as you please," La Cibot answered roughly. She went. Pons, confused, remorseful, admiring his nurse's scolding devotion, reproached himself for his behavior. The fall on the paved floor of the dining-room had shaken and bruised him and aggravated his illness, but Pons was scarcely conscious of his physical sufferings. La Cibot met Schmuck on the staircase. "Come here, sir," she said. "There is bad news, that there is Roman 1,000 Pons is going off his head. Just think of it. He got up with nothing on. He came after me down. He came full length. Ask him why. Knows nothing about it. He is in a bad way. I did nothing to provoke such violence, unless perhaps I waked up ideas by talking to him of his early amours. Who knows men, old libertines, that they are. I ought not to have shown him my arms when his eyes were glittering like carbuncles." Schmuck listened. Cibot might have been talking Hebrew for anything that he understood. "I have given myself a wrench that I shall feel all my days," added she, making as though she were in great pain. Her arms did, as a matter of fact, ache a little, and the muscular fatigue suggested an idea which she proceeded to turn to profit. "So stupid I am. When I saw him lying there on the floor, I just took him up in my arms as if he had been a child, and carried him back to bed. I Roman 999. And I strained myself. I can feel it now. Ah, how it hurts. I am going downstairs. Look after our patient. I will send Cibot for Dr. Poulain. I had rather die outright than be crippled." La Cibot crawled downstairs, clinging to the banisters and writhing and groaning so piteously that the tenants in alarm came out upon their landings. Schmuck supported the suffering creature and told the story of La Cibot's devotion, the tears running down his cheeks as he spoke. Before very long the whole house, the whole neighborhood indeed, had heard of Cibot's heroism. She had given herself a dangerous strain, it was said, with lifting one of the nutcrackers. Schmuck meanwhile went to Pons' bedside, with the tale. Their factotum was in a frightful state. "What shall we do without her?" they said as they looked at each other. But Pons was so plainly the worse for his escapade that Schmuck did not dare to scold him. "Gonfounded prick-a-prack, I would sooner pern dem, den loose main friend," he cried, when Pons told him of the cause of the accident. "To suspect Montame Zippard, dot lend us her savings. It is not goot, but it is der illness." "Ah, what an illness. I am not the same man. I can feel it," said Pons. "My dear Schmuck, if only you did not suffer through me." "Scold me," Schmuck answered, "undlief Montame Zippard in beas." As for Cibot, she soon recovered in Dr. Poulain's hands, and her restoration, bordering on the miraculous, shed additional luster on her name and fame in the Marais. Pons attributed the success to the excellent constitution of the patient, who resumed her ministrations 7 days later, to the great satisfaction of her 2 gentlemen. Her influence in their household and her tyranny was increased 100-fold by the accident. In the course of a week, the 2 nutcrackers ran into debt. Cibot paid the outstanding amounts and took the opportunity to obtain from Schmuck how easily a receipt for 2,000 francs, which she had lent, she said to the friends. "Oh, what a doctor Roman 1,000 Poulain is," cried La Cibot, "for Pons' benefit. He will bring you through, my dear sir, for he pulled me out of my coffin." Cibot, poor man, thought I was dead. "Well, Dr. Poulain will have told you that while I was in bed, I thought of nothing but you. God above said I take me, and let my dear Mr. Pons live." "Poor dear Cibot, you all but crippled yourself for me." "Ah, but for Dr. Poulain, I should have been put to bed with a shovel by now, as we shall all be one day. Well, what must be must, as the old actor said. One must take things philosophically. How did you get on without me?" "Schmuck nursed me," said the invalid, "but our poor money box and our lessons have suffered. I do not know how he managed." "Calm yourself, Bonds," exclaimed Schmuck. "Wie half in Zippard ein Penker." "Do not speak of it, my lamb, you are our children, both of you," cried La Cibot. "Our savings will be well invested. You are safer than the bank so long as we have a morsel of bread. Half of it is yours. It is not worth mentioning." "Bour Montame Zippard," said Schmuck, and he went. Pons said nothing. "Would you believe it, my cherub," said La Cibot, as the sick man tossed uneasily in my agonifer. "It was a near squeak, for meth thing that worried me most was the thought that I must leave you alone, with no one to look after you and my poor Cibot, without a farthing. My savings are such a trifle that I only mention them in connection with my death, and Cibot an angel that he is. No, he nursed me as if I had been a queen, he did, and cried like a calf over me. But I counted on you, upon my word. I said to him, there Cibot, my gentleman will not let you starve." Pons made no reply to this thrust ad testamentum, But as the portress waited for him to say something, "I shall recommend you to Roman 1000 schmuck," he said at last. "Ah," cried La Cibot, "whatever you do will be right, I trust in you. And your heart, let us never talk of this again, you make me feel ashamed, my cherub. Think of getting better, you will outlive us all yet." Profound uneasiness filled Mme. Cibot's mind. She cast about for some way of making the sick man understand that she expected a legacy. That evening, when Schmuck was eating his dinner as usual by Pan's bedside, she went out hoping to find Dr. Poulain at home. Dr. Poulain lived in the Rue d'Orleans in a small ground-floor establishment, consisting of a lobby, a sitting-room, and 2 bedrooms, a closet opening into the lobby. And the bedroom had been turned into a study for the doctor. The kitchen, the servant's bedroom, and a small cellar were situated in a wing of the house, a huge pile built in the time of the Empire on the site of an old mansion, of which the garden still remained, though it had been divided among the 3 ground-floor tenants. Nothing had been changed in the doctor's house. Since it was built, paint and paper and ceilings were all redolent of the Empire. The grimy deposits of 40 years lay thick on walls and ceilings, on paper and paint and mirrors and gilding. And yet this little establishment in the depths of the Marais paid a rent of 1,000 francs. Mme. Poulain, the doctor's mother, aged 67, was ending her days in the 2nd bedroom. She worked for a breeches maker, stitching men's leggings, breeches, belts, and braces, anything in fact that is made in a way of business, which has somewhat fallen off of late years. Her whole time was spent in keeping her son's house, and superintending the one servant. She never went abroad and took the air in the little garden entered through the glass door of the sitting-room. 20 years previously, when her husband died, she sold his business to his best workman, who gave his master's widow work enough to earn a daily wage of 30 sous. She had made every sacrifice to educate her son at all costs. He should occupy a higher station than his father before him. And now she was proud of her Esculapius. She believed in him and sacrificed everything to him. As before, she was happy to take care of him, to work, and put by a little money and dream of nothing but his welfare, and love him with an intelligent love of which every mother is not capable. For instance, Mme. Poulain remembered that she had been a working girl. She would not injure her son's prospects. He should not be ashamed by his mother, for the good woman's grammar was something of the same kind as Mme. Cibot's, and for this reason she kept in the background and went to her room of her own accord if any distinguished patient came to consult the doctor, or if some old schoolfellow or fellow-student chanced to call. Dr. Poulain had never had occasion to blush for the mother whom he revered, and this sublime love of hers more than atoned for a defective education. The breeches maker's business sold for about 20,000 francs, and the widow invested the money in the funds in 1820. The income of 1,100 francs per annum derived from this source was at one time her whole fortune for many a year. The neighbours used to see the doctor's linen hanging out to dry upon a clothesline in the garden, and the servant and Mme. Poulain thriftily washed everything at home, a piece of domestic economy, which did not a little to injure the doctor's practice, for it was thought that if he was so poor it must be through his own fault. Her 1,100 francs scarcely did more than pay the rent during those early days. Mme. Poulain, good stout little old woman, was the breadwinner, and the poor household lived upon her earnings. After 12 years of perseverance upon a rough and stony road, Dr. Poulain at last was making an income of 3,000 francs, and Mme. Poulain had an income of about 5,000 francs at her disposal. 5,000 francs, for those who know Paris, means a bare subsistence. The sitting-room where patients waited for an interview was shabbily furnished. There was the inevitable mahogany sofa, covered with yellow-flowered Utrecht velvet, 4 easy-chairs, a tea table, a console, and half a dozen chairs, all the property of the deceased breeches maker, and chosen by him. A lyre-shaped clock between 2 Egyptian candlesticks still preserved its glass shade intact. You asked yourself how the yellow chintz window curtains covered with red flowers had contrived to hang together for so long, for evidently they had come from the Jowie factory, and Oberkampf received the emperor's congratulations upon similar hideous productions of the cotton industry in 1809. The doctor's consulting room was fitted up in the same style, with household stuff from the paternal chamber. It looked stiff, poverty-stricken, and bare. What patient could put faith in the skill of any unknown doctor who could not even furnish his house, and this in a time when advertising is all-powerful, when we gild the gas lamps in the Place de la Concorde, to console the poor man for his poverty, by reminding him that he is rich as a citizen. The antechamber did duty as a dining-room. The servant sat at her sewing there whenever she was not busy in the kitchen, or keeping the doctor's mother company from the dingy short curtains in the windows. You would have guessed at the shabby thrift behind them, without setting foot in the dreary place. What could those walcott boards contain but stale scraps of food, chipped earthenware corks used over and over again, indefinitely soiled table linen odds and ends that could descend but one step lower into the dust heap, and all the squalid necessities of a pinched household in Paris. In these days when the 5-franc piece is always lurking in our thoughts, and intruding itself into our speech, Dr. Poulain, aged 33, was still a bachelor. Heaven had bestowed on him a mother with no connections in 10 years. He had not met with the faintest pretext for a romance in his professional career. His practice lay among clerks and small manufacturers, people in his own sphere of life with homes very much like his own. His richer patients were butchers, bakers, and the more substantial tradespeople of the neighborhood. These, for the most part, attributed their recovery to nature as an excuse for paying for the services of a medical man who came on foot at the rate of 2 francs per visit. In his profession, a carriage is more necessary than medical skill. A humdrum, monotonous life tells in the end upon the most adventurous spirit. A man fashions himself to his lot, he accepts a commonplace existence, and Dr. Poulain, after 10 years of his practice, continued his labors of Sisyphus without the despair that made early days so bitter. And yet, like every soul in Paris, cherished a dream Ramonec was happy in. His dream La Cibot had a dream of her own, and Dr. Poulain too dreamed some day he would be called in to attend a rich and influential patient, would effect a positive cure, and the patient would procure a post for him. He would be head surgeon to a hospital, medical officer of a prison or police court, or doctor to the boulevard theatres. He had come by his present appointment as doctor to the merry in this very way. La Cibot had called him in when the landlord of the house in the Rue de Normandie fell ill. He had treated the case with complete success. Roman 1000 Pillarolt. The patient took an interest in the young doctor, called to thank him, and saw his carefully hidden poverty. Count Popinot, the cabinet minister, had married Roman 1000 Pillarolt's grandniece, and greatly respected her uncle of him. Therefore Roman 1000 Pillarolt had asked for the post which Poulain had now held for 2 years. That appointment, and its meagre salary, came just in time to prevent a desperate step. Poulain was thinking of emigration, and for a Frenchman, it is a kind of death to leave France. Dr. Poulain went, you may be sure, to thank Count Popinot, but as Count Popinot's family physician was the celebrated Horace Bianchon, it was pretty clear that his chances of gaining a footing in that house were something of the slenderest. The poor doctor had fondly hoped for the patronage of a powerful cabinet minister, one of the 12 or 15 cards which a cunning hand has been shuffling for 16 years on the green baize of the council table, and now he dropped back again into his marais, his old groping life among the poor and the small tradespeople, with the privilege of issuing certificates of death, for a yearly stipend of 1200 francs. Dr. Poulain had distinguished himself to some extent as a house student. He was a prudent practitioner, and not without experience. His deaths caused no scandal. He had plenty of opportunities of studying all kinds of complaints in anima. Roman 55. Judge therefore of the spleen that he nourished. The expression of his countenance, lengthy, and not too cheerful to begin with at times, was positively appalling. Set Tartuffe's all-devouring eyes and the sour humour of an Alceste in a saloparchment visage, and try to imagine for yourself the gait, bearing, and expression of a man who thought himself as good a doctor as the illustrious Bianchon, and felt that he was held down in his narrow lot by an iron hand. He could not help comparing his receipts, 10 francs a day, if he was fortunate, with Bianchon's 500 or 600. Are the hatreds and jealousies of democracy incomprehensible after this ambitious and continually thwarted? He could not reproach himself. He had once already tried his fortune by inventing a purgative pill something like Morrison's, and entrusted the business operations to an old hospital chum, a house student who afterwards took a retail drug business, but unluckily, the druggist, smitten with the charms of a ballet dancer of the ambigue comique, found himself at length in the bankruptcy court, and as the patent had been taken out in his name, his partner was literally without a remedy, and the important discovery enriched the purchaser of the business. The sometime house student set sail for Mexico, that land of gold, taking poor Poulain's little savings with him. And to add insult to injury, the opera dancer treated him as an extortioner when he applied to her for his money. Not a single rich patient had come to him since he had the luck to cure old Roman 1000 Pillarolt. Poulain made his rounds on foot, scouring the marais like a lean cat, and obtained from 2 to 40 sous out of a score of visits. The paying patient was a phenomenon about as rare as that anomalous fowl known as a white blackbird in all sublunary regions. The briefless barrister, the doctor without a patient, are preeminently the two types of a decorous despair peculiar to this city of Paris. It is mute dull despair in human form, dressed in a black coat, and trousers with shining seams that recall the zinc on an attic roof, a glistening satin waistcoat, a hat preserved like a relic, a pair of old gloves, and a cotton shirt. The man is the incarnation of a melancholy poem sombre as the secrets of the conciergerie, other kinds of poverty, the poverty of the artist, actor, painter, musician, or poetaire, relieved and lightened by the artist's joviality, the reckless gaiety of the bohemian border country. First stage of the journey to the Thebaid of genius, but these two black-coated professions that go afoot through the street are brought continually in contact with disease and dishonor. They see nothing of human nature, but it soars in the forlorn first stages and beginnings of their career. They eye competitors suspiciously, and defiantly concentrated dislike and ambition flashes out in glances like the breaking forth of hidden flames. Let two schoolfellows meet after 20 years. The rich man will avoid the poor. He does not recognize him. He is afraid even to glance into the gulf which fate has set between him and the friend of other years. The one has been borne through life on the mettlesome steed called fortune, or wafted on the golden clouds of success. The other has been making his way in underground Paris through the sewers, and bears the marks of his career upon him. How many a chum of old days turned aside at the sight of the doctor's greatcoat and waistcoat. With this explanation, it should be easy to understand how Dr. Poulain came to lend himself so readily to the farce of La Cibot's illness, and recovery. Greed of every kind, ambition of every nature. Is not easy to hide. The doctor examined his patient, found that every organ was sound and healthy, admired the regularity of her pulse and the perfect ease of her movements, and as she continued to moan aloud, he saw that for some reason she found it convenient to lie at death's door. The speedy cure of a serious imaginary disease was sure to cause a sensation in the neighborhood. The doctor would be talked about. He made up his mind at once. He talked of rupture, and of taking it in time, and thought even worse of the case than La Cibot herself. The portress was plied with various remedies, and finally underwent a sham operation crowned with complete success. Poulain repaired to the Arsenal library, looked out a grotesque case in some of Despline's records of extraordinary cures, and fitted the details to Mme Cibot, modestly attributing the success of the treatment to the great surgeon in whose steps he said he walked. Such is the impudence of beginners in Paris. Everything is made to serve as a ladder by which to climb upon the scene. And as everything, even the rungs of a ladder, will wear out in time, the new members of every profession are at a loss to find the right sort of wood of which to make steps for themselves. There are moments when the Parisian is not propitious. He grows tired of raising pedestals, pouts like a spoiled child, and will have no more idols, or to state it more accurately, Paris cannot always find a proper object for infatuation now, and then the vein of genius gives out, and at such times the Parisian may turn supercilious. He is not always willing to bow down and gild mediocrity. Mme Cibot, entering in her usual unceremonious fashion, found the doctor and his mother at table before a bowl of lambs, lettuce, the cheapest of all salad stuffs. The dessert consisted of a thin wedge of brie cheese, flanked by a plate of specked foreign apples, and a dish of mixed dry fruits known as quatremendiants, in which the raisin stalks were abundantly conspicuous. "You can stay, mother," said the doctor, laying a hand on Mme Poulain's arm. "This is Mme Cibot, of whom I have told you." "My respects to you, madame, and my duty to you, sir," said La Cibot, taking the chair which the doctor offered. "Ah, is this your mother, sir? She is very happy to have a son who has such talent. He saved my life. Madame brought me back from the depths." The widow, hearing Mme Cibot praise her son in this way, thought her a delightful woman. "I have just come to tell you that between ourselves poor Roman 1,000 pounds is doing very badly, sir, and I have something to say to you about him." "Let us go into the sitting-room," interrupted the doctor, and with a significant gesture he indicated the servant. In the sitting-room, La Cibot explained her position with regard to the pair of nutcrackers at very considerable length. She repeated the history of her loan with added embellishments, and gave a full account of the immense services rendered during the past 10 years to Roman 2,000 pounds, and Schmuck, the two old men, to all appearance could not exist without her motherly care. She posed as an angel. She told so many lies, one after another, watering them with her tears, that old Mme Poulain was quite touched. "You understand, my dear sir," she concluded, "that I really ought to know how far I can depend on Roman 1,000 pounds intentions, supposing that he should not die, not that I want him to die for looking after those two innocents. Is my life, madame, you see, still when one of them is gone, I shall look after the other. For my own part, I was built by nature to rival mothers. without nobody to care for, nobody to take for a child. I don't know what I should do, so, if Roman 1000 poulain, only would he might do me a service for which I should be very grateful, and that is to say a word to Roman 1000 pounds for me, goodness me, an annuity of 1,000 francs. Is that too much? I ask you to Roman 1000 schmuck. It would be so much gained. Our dear patient said that he should recommend me to the German poor man. It is his idea, no doubt, that Roman 1000 schmuck should be his heir, but what is a man that cannot put two ideas together in French? And besides, he would be quite capable of going back to Germany. He will be in such despair over his friend's death. The doctor grew grave. My dear Mme. Sibat, he said, this sort of thing does not in the least concern a doctor. I should not be allowed to exercise my profession if it was known that I interfered in the matter of my patient's testamentary dispositions. The law forbids a doctor to receive a legacy from a patient. A stupid law. What is to hinder me from dividing my legacy with you? La Sibat said immediately. I will go further, said the doctor. My professional conscience will not permit me to speak to Roman 1000 pounds of his death. In the first place, he is not so dangerously ill that there is any need to speak of it, and in the second, such talk coming from me might give a shock to the system that would do him real harm, and then his illness might terminate fatally. I don't put on gloves to tell him to get his affairs in order, cried Mme. Sibat, and he is none the worse for that. He is used to it. There is nothing to fear. Not a word more about it, my dear Mme. Sibat. These things are not within a doctor's province. It is a notary's business. But my dear Roman 1000 poulain, suppose that Roman 1000 pounds of his own accord should ask you how he is, and whether he had better make his arrangements, then would you refuse to tell him that if you want to get better, it is an excellent plan to set everything in order? Then you might just slip in a little word for me. Oh, if he talks of making his, well, I certainly shall not dissuade him, said the doctor. Very well, that is settled. I came to thank you for your care of me, she added, as she slipped a folded paper containing 3 gold coins into the doctor's hands. It is all I can do at the moment. Ah, my dear Roman 1000 poulain, if I were rich you should be rich, you that are the image of Providence on earth. Madame, you have an angel for a son. La Sibat rose to her feet. Mme. Poulain bowed amiably, and the doctor went to the door with the visitor. Just then, a sudden lurid gleam of light flashed across the mind of this Lady Macbeth of the streets. She saw clearly that the doctor was her accomplice, had taken the fee for the sham illness. Roman 1000 poulain, she began, how can you refuse to say a word or two to save me from want when you helped me in the affair of my accident? The doctor felt that the devil had him by the hair, as the saying is. He felt too that the hair was being twisted round the pitiless red claw. Startled, and afraid lest he should sell his honesty for such a trifle, he answered the diabolical suggestion by another no less diabolical. Listen, my dear Mme. Sibat, he said, as he drew her into his consulting room. I will now pay a debt of gratitude that I owe you for my appointment to the Mary. We go shares, she asked briskly. In what? In the legacy. You do not know me, said Dr. Poulain, drawing himself up like Valerius Publicola. Let us have no more of that. I have a friend, an old schoolfellow of mine, a very intelligent young fellow. And we are so much the more intimate, because our lives have fallen out very much in the same way. He was studying law, while I was a house student. He was engrossing deeds in Maître Couture's office. His father was a shoemaker and mine was a breeches maker. He has not found anyone to take much interest in his career, nor has he any capital, for after all capital is only to be had from sympathizers. He could only afford to buy a provincial connection at Mantasand. So little do provincials understand the Parisian intellect that they set all sorts of intrigues on foot against him. The wretches, cried La Sibat. Yes, said the doctor, they combined against him to such purpose that they forced him to sell his connection. By misrepresenting something that he had done, the attorney for the crown interfered. He belonged to the place, and sided with his fellow townsmen. My friend's name is Frazier. He is lodged as I am, and he is even leaner and more threadbare. He took refuge in our arrondissement, and is reduced to appear for clients in the police court, or before the magistrate. He lives in the Rue de la Perle close by go to no 9 3rd floor, and you will see his name on the door on the landing, painted in gilt letters on a small square of red leather. Frazier makes a special point of disputes among the porters, workmen, and poor folk in the arrondissement, and his charges are low. He is an honest man, for I need not tell you that if he had been a scamp, he would be keeping his carriage by now. I will call and see my friend Frazier this evening, go to him early tomorrow. He knows Roman 1000 Louchard the bailiff, Roman 1000 Taberio the clerk of the court, and the justice of the peace, Roman 1000 Vittel. and Roman 1000 Trognon, the notary he is even now looked upon as one of the best men of business in the quarter, if he takes charge of your interests. If you can secure him as Roman 1000 Pond's advisor, you will have a second self in him, you see, but do not make dishonorable proposals to him, as you did just now to me. He has a head on his shoulders, you will understand each other. And, as for acknowledging his services, I will be your intermediary. Mme. Sibbart looked askance at the doctor. Is that the lawyer who helped Mme. Florimond the haberdasher in the Rue Viollet du Temple, out of a fix, in that matter of her friend's legacy? The very same. Wasn't it a shame that she did not marry him, after he had gained 2,000 francs a year for her, exclaimed La Sibbart, and she thought to clear off scores, by making him a present of a dozen shirts, and a couple of dozen pocket-handkerchiefs, an outfit in short. My dear Mme. Sibbart, that outfit cost 1,000 francs, and Frazier was just setting up for himself in the quarter, and wanted the things very badly, and what was more, she paid the bill without asking any questions. That affair brought him clients, and now he is very busy, but in my line a practice brings. It is only the righteous that suffer here below, said La Sibbart. Well, Roman 1000 Poulin, good day, and thank you. And herewith begins the tragedy, or if you like to have it so, a terrible comedied death of an old bachelor, delivered over by circumstances too strong for him to the rapacity and greed that gathered about his bed. And other forces came to the support of rapacity and greed. There was the picture collector's mania, that most intense of all passions. There was the cupidity of the Sieur Frazier, whom you shall presently behold in his den, a sight to make you shudder. And lastly, there was the Auvergnat thirsting for money, ready for anything Jevon, for a crime that should bring him the capital he wanted. The first part of the story serves in some sort as a prelude to this comedy, in which all the actors who have hitherto occupied the stage will reappear. The degradation of a word is one of those curious freaks of manners upon which whole volumes of explanation might be written. Write to an attorney, and address him as lawyer so-and-so, and you insult him as surely as you would insult a wholesale colonial produce merchant by addressing your letter to Mr. So-and-so grocer. There are plenty of men of the world who ought to be aware, since the knowledge of such subtle distinctions is their province, that you cannot insult a French right more cruelly than by calling him unharmed de lettres, a literary man. The word monsieur is a capital example of the life and death of words, abbreviated from Monseigneur, once so considerable a title, and even now in the form of sire reserved for emperors and kings, it is bestowed indifferently upon all and sundry, while the twin word mesquer, which is nothing, but its double and equivalent if by any chance it slips into a certificate of burial, produces an outcry in the Republican papers. Magistrates, councillors, jurisconsults, judges, barristers, officers for the crown, bailiffs, attorneys, clerks of the court, procurators, solicitors, and agents of various kinds, represent or misrepresent justice. The lawyer, and the bailiff's men, commonly called the brokers, are the two lowest rungs of the ladder. Now the bailiff's man is an outsider, an adventitious minister of justice, appearing to see that judgment is executed. He is in fact a kind of inferior executioner, employed by the county court, but the word lawyer, homme de loi, is a depreciatory term applied to the legal profession, consuming professional jealousy, finds similar disparaging epithets for fellow travellers in every walk of life, and every calling has its special insult. The scorn flung into the words homme de loi, homme de lettres, is wanting in the plural form, which may be used without offence. But in Paris, every profession, learned or unlearned, has its omega, the individual who brings it down to the level of the lowest class, and the written law has its connecting link with the custom right of the streets. There are districts where the pettifogging man of business, known as lawyer so-and-so, is still to be found. Roman 1000 Frazier was to the member of the Incorporated Law Society, as the moneylender of the Hollers, offering small loans for a short period at an exorbitant interest, is to the great capitalist. Working people, strange to say, are as shy of officials as of fashionable restaurants. They take advice from irregular sources, as they turn into a little wine shop to drink. Each rank in life finds its own level, and there abides none but a chosen few care to climb the heights. Few can feel at ease in the presence of their betters, or take their place among them, like a Beaumarchais letting fall the watch of the great lord who tried to humiliate him. And if there are few who can even rise to a higher social level, those among them who can throw off their swaddling clothes are rare and great exceptions. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Mme. Sibbart stood in the Rue de la Perle. She was making a survey of the abode of her future adviser, lawyer Frazier. The house was one of the old-fashioned kind, formerly inhabited by small tradespeople and citizens with small means, a cabinet-maker's shop, occupied almost the whole of the ground floor, as well as the little yard behind which was covered with his workshops and warehouses, the small remaining space being taken up by the porter's lodge, and the passage entry in the middle. The staircase walls were half rotten with damp and covered with saltpeter to such a degree that the house seemed to be stricken with leprosy. Mme. Sibat went straight to the porter's lodge, and there encountered one of the fraternity, a shoemaker, his wife, and two small children, all housed in a room 10 feet square, lighted from the yard at the back. La Sibat mentioned her profession, named herself, and spoke of her house in the Rue de Normandie, and the two women were on cordial terms at once, after a quarter of an hour spent in gossip, while the shoemaker's wife made breakfast ready for her husband, and the children. Mme. Sibat turned the conversation to the subject of the lodgers, and spoke of the lawyer. "I have come to see him on business," she said. "One of his friends, Dr. Poulain, recommended me to him. Do you know Dr. Poulain?" "I should think I do," said the lady of the Rue de la Perle. "He saved my little girl's life when she had the croup." "He saved my life too, madame. What sort of a man is this Roman 1000 Fraisier?" "He is the sort of man, my dear lady, out of whom it is very difficult to get the postage money at the end of the month." To a person of La Sibat's intelligence this was enough. "One may be poor and honest," observed she. "I am sure I hope so," returned Fraisier's portress. "We are not rolling in coppers, let alone gold or silver, but we have not a farthing belonging to anybody else." This sort of talk sounded familiar to La Sibat. "In short, one can trust him, child, eh? Lord, when Roman 1000 Fraisier means well by anyone there is not his like, so I have heard Mme. Florimond say." "And why didn't she marry him when she owed her fortune to him?" La Sibat asked quickly. "It is something for a little haberdasher, kept by an old man, to be a barrister's wife." "Why?" asked the portress, bringing Mme. Sibat out into the passage. "Why, you are going to see him, are you not, madame? Very well, when you are in his office you will know why." From the state of the staircase, lighted by sash windows on the side of the yard, it was pretty evident that the inmates of the house, with the exception of the landlord and Roman 1000 Fraisier himself, were all workmen. There were traces of various crafts in the deposit of mud upon the steps, filings, broken buttons, scraps of gauze and esparto grass lay scattered about. The walls of the upper stories were covered with apprentices' ribald scrolls and caricatures. The portress' last remark had roused La Sibat's curiosity. She decided not unnaturally that she would consult Dr. Poulain's friend, but as for employing him, that must depend upon her impressions. "I sometimes wonder how Mme. Sauvage can stop in his service," said the portress by way of comment. She was following in Mme. Sibat's wake. "I will come up with you, madame," she added. "I am taking the milk and the newspaper up to my landlord." Arrived on the second floor above the entresol, La Sibat beheld a door of the most villainous description. The doubtful red paint was coated for 7 or 8 inches round the keyhole, with a filthy glaze, a grimy deposit from which the modern house decorator endeavours to protect the doors of more elegant apartments by glass, finger plates, a grating almost stopped up with some compound similar to the deposit, with which a restaurant keeper gives an air of cellar-bound antiquity to a merely middle-aged bottle, only served to heighten the general resemblance to a prison door, resemblance further heightened by the trefoil-shaped ironwork, the formidable hinges. The clumsy nailheads. A miser, or a pamphleteer at strife with the world at large, must surely have invented these fortifications. A leaden sink, which received the waste water of the household, contributed its quota to the fetid atmosphere of the staircase, and the ceiling was covered with fantastic arabesques traced by candle smoke. Such arabesques, on pulling a greasy acorn tassel attached to the bell rope, a little bell jangled feebly somewhere within, complaining of the fissure in its metal sides. Every detail was in keeping with the general dismal effect. La Sibat heard a heavy footstep and the asthmatic wheezing of a virago within, and Mme. Sauvage presently showed herself. Adrien Brouwer might have painted just such a hag for his picture of witches, starting for the Sabbath. A stout, unwholesome slattern 5 feet 6 inches in height, with a grenadier countenance, and a beard which far surpassed La Sibat's own. She wore a cheap, hideously ugly cotton gown, a bandana handkerchief knotted over hair, which she still continued to put in curl papers, using for that purpose the printed circulars which her master received, and a huge pair of gold earrings like cartwheels in her ears. This female Cerberus carried a battered skillet in one hand, and opening the door set free an imprisoned odour of scorched milk, a nauseous and penetrating smell that lost itself at once, however, among the fumes outside. "What can I do for you, Mrs.?" demanded Mme. Sauvage, and with a truculent air she looked La Sibat over. Evidently, She was of the opinion that the visitor was too well dressed, and her eyes looked the more murderous because they were naturally bloodshot. "I have come to see Roman 1000 Frazier, his friend Dr. Poulain sent me." "Oh, come in, Mrs.," said La Sauvage grown, very amiable of a sudden, which proves that she was prepared for this morning visit. With a sweeping courtesy, the stalwart woman flung open the door of a private office, which looked upon the street, and discovered the exactorny of Manse. The room was a complete picture of a third-rate solicitor's office, with the stained wooden cases, the letter files so old that they had grown beards in ecclesiastical language, the red tape dangling limp, and dejected the pasteboard boxes, covered with traces of the gambols of mice, the dirty floor, the ceiling tawny with smoke. A frugal allowance of wood was smouldering on a couple of firedogs on the hearth, and on the chimney-piece above stood a foggy mirror, and a modern clock with an inlaid wooden case. Frazier had picked it up at an execution sale together with the tawdry imitation rococo candlesticks, with the zinc beneath showing through the lacquer in several places. Roman 1000 Frazier was small, thin, and unwholesome, looking, his red face covered with an eruption told of tainted blood, and he had moreover a trick of continually scratching his right arm. A wig pushed to the back of his head displayed a brick-coloured cranium of ominous conformation. This person rose from a canciated armchair, in which he sat on a green leather cushion, assumed an agreeable expression, and brought forward a chair. "Mme. Sibat, I believe?" queried he in dulcet tones. "Yes, sir," answered the portress. She had lost her habitual assurance. Something in the tones of a voice, which strongly resembled the sounds of the little doorbell, something in a glance even sharper than the sharp green eyes of her future legal adviser, scared Mme. Sibat. Frazier's presence so pervaded the room that anyone might have thought there was pestilence in the air. And in a flash Mme. Sibat understood why Mme. Florimond had not become Mme. Frazier. "Poulain told me about you, my dear madame," said the lawyer in the unnatural fashion, commonly described by the words mincing tones, sharp, thin, and grating as Verges in spite of all his efforts. Arrived at this point, he tried to draw the skirts of his dressing gown over a pair of angular knees encased in threadbare, felt the robe was an ancient printed cotton garment, lined with wadding, which took the liberty of protruding itself through various slits in it here and there. The weight of this lining had pulled the skirts aside, disclosing a dingy-hued flannel waistcoat beneath with something of a coxcomb's manner. Frazier fastened this refractory article of dress, tightening the girdle to define his reedy figure. Then, with a blow of the tongs, he effected a reconciliation between two burning brands that had long avoided one another like brothers after a family quarrel. A sudden bright idea struck him, and he rose from his chair. "Mme. Sauvage," called he. "Well, I am not at home to anybody." Bless your life, there's no need to say that." "She is my old nurse," the lawyer said in some confusion. "And she has not recovered her figure yet," remarked the heroine of the Hollers. Frazier laughed and drew the bolt, lest his housekeeper should interrupt Mme. Sibat's confidences. "Well, madame, explain your business," said he, making another effort to drape himself in the dressing gown. "Anyone recommended to me by the only friend I have in the world may count upon me, I may say, absolutely." For half an hour Mme. Sibat talked, and the man of law made no interruption of any sort. His face wore the expression of curious interest with which a young soldier listens to a pensioner of the old guard. Frazier's silence and acquiescence, the rapt attention with which he appeared to listen to a torrent of gossip similar to the samples previously given, dispelled some of the prejudices inspired in La Sibat's mind by his squalid surroundings. The little lawyer with the black-speckled green eyes was in reality making a study of his client. When at length she came to a stand, and looked to him to speak, he was seized with a fit of the complaint known as a churchyard cough, and had recourse to an earthenware basin half full of herb tea, which he drained. "But for Poulain, my dear madame, I should have been dead before this," said Frazier, by way of answer to the portress' look of motherly compassion. "But he will bring me round, he says." As all the client's confidences appeared to have slipped from the memory of her legal adviser, she began to cast about for a way of taking leave of a man so apparently near death. "In an affair of this kind, madame," continued the attorney from Manse, suddenly returning to business, "there are two things which it is most important to know. In the first place, whether the property is sufficient to be worth troubling about, and in the second, who the next of kin may be, for if the property is the booty, the next of kin is the enemy." La Sibat immediately began to talk of Ramonenc and illuminates, and said that the shrewd couple valued the pictures at 600,000 francs. Would they take them themselves at that price? Inquired the lawyer. You see, madame, that men of business are shy of pictures. A picture may mean a piece of canvas worth a couple of francs, or a painting worth 200,000. Now paintings worth 200,000 francs are usually well known. And what errors in judgment people make in estimating even the most famous pictures. Of all, there was once a great capitalist whose collection was admired, visited, and engraved, actually engraved. He was supposed to have spent millions of francs on it. He died, as men must, and well, his genuine pictures did not fetch more than 200,000 francs. You must let me see these gentlemen now for the next of kin. And Fraisier again relapsed into his attitude of listener. When President Camusat's name came up, he nodded with a grimace which riveted Mme. Sibat's attention. She tried to read the forehead and the villainous face, and found what is called in business a wooden head. Yes, my dear sir, repeated La Sibat. Yes, my Roman 1,000 pounds is own cousin to President Camusat de Marville. He tells me that 10 times a day Roman 1,000 Camusat, the silk mercer, was married twice. He that has just been nominated for a peer of France, and his first wife was a Emilpans Roman 1,000 pounds, first cousin. Then they are first cousins once removed. They are not cousins, they have quarrelled. It may be remembered that before Roman 1,000 Camusat de Marville came to Paris, he was president of the Tribunal of Mantes for 5 years, and not only was his name still remembered there, but he had kept up a correspondence with Mantes, Camusat's immediate successor. The judge with whom he had been most intimate during his term of office was still president of the tribunal, and consequently knew all about Fraisier. Do you know, Madame, Fraisier said when at last the red sluices of La Sibat's torrent tongue were closed, do you know that your principal enemy will be a man who can send you to the scaffold? The portress started on her chair, making a sudden spring like a jack-in-the-box. Calm yourself, dear Madame, continued Fraisier. You may not have known the name of the president of the Chamber of Indictments at the Court of Appeal in Paris, but you ought to have known that Roman 1,000 pounds must have an heir at law. Roman 1,000, le President de Marville is your invalid's sole heir, but as he is a collateral in the 3rd degree, Roman 1,000 pounds is entitled by law to leave his fortune as he pleases. You are not aware either that 6 weeks ago at least Roman 1,000, le President's daughter, married the eldest son of Roman 1,000, le Comte Popinot, peer of France, once Minister of Agriculture and President of the Board of Trade. One of the most influential politicians of the day. President de Marville is even more formidable through this marriage than in his own quality of head of the Court of Assize. At that word La Sibat shuddered. Yes, and it is he who sends you there, continued Fraisier. Ah, my dear madame, you little know what a red robe means. It is bad enough to have a plain black gown against you. You see me here ruined, bold, broken in health, all because unwittingly I crossed a mere attorney for the crown in the provinces. I was forced to sell my connection at a loss, and very lucky I was to come off with the loss of my money. If I had tried to stand out, my professional position would have gone as well. One thing more you do not know, he continued, and this it is: if you had only to do with President Camusat himself, it would be nothing, but he has a wife, mind you, and if you ever find yourself face to face with that wife, you will shake in your shoes as if you were on the first step of the scaffold. Your hair will stand on end. The President is so vindictive that she would spend 10 years over setting a trap to kill you. She sets that husband of hers spinning like a top. Through her, a charming young fellow committed suicide at the conciergerie. A count was accused of forgery, made his character as white as snow. She all but drove a person of the highest quality from the court of Charles Roman 10. Finally, she displaced the Attorney General Roman 1000 de Granville, that lived in the Rue Violet du Temple at the corner of the Rue Saint-François. The very same they say that she means to make her husband Home Secretary, and I do not know that she will not gain her end if she were to take it into her head to send us both to the criminal court first, and the hulks afterwards. I should apply for a passport and set sail for America, though I am as innocent as a newborn babe. So well I know what justice means. Now see here, my dear Mme. Sibat, to marry her only daughter to young Vicomte Popinot, heir to Roman 1000 Pillarolt, your landlord. It is said to make that match she stripped herself of her whole fortune, so much so that the President and his wife have nothing at this moment, except his official salary. Can you suppose, my dear madame, that under the circumstances Mme. la President will let Roman 1000 pounds property go out of the family without a word? Why, I would sooner face guns loaded with grape shot than have such a woman for my enemy. But they have quarrelled, put in La Sibat. What has that got to do with it? Asked Fraisier. It is one reason the more for fearing her to kill a relative of whom you are tired is something, but to inherit his property afterwards, that is a real pleasure. But the old gentleman has a horror of his relatives. He says over and over again that these people Roman 1000 Cardot Roman 1000 Berthia, and the rest of them I can't remember their nameshave crushed him as a tumbrel cart crushes an egg. Have you a mind to be crushed too? Oh dear, cried La Cibot. Our Mame Fontaine was right when she said that I should meet with difficulties still. She said that I should succeed. Listen, my dear Mme Cibot, as for making some 30,000 francs out of this business, that is possible, but for the whole of the property it is useless to think of it. We talked over your case yesterday evening, Dr. Poulain and I. La Cibot started again. Well, what is the matter? But if you knew about the affair, why did you let me chatter away like a magp? Mme Cibot, I knew all about your business, but I knew nothing of Mme Cibot. So many clients, so many characters. Mme Cibot gave her legal adviser a queer look at this. All her suspicions gleamed in her eyes. Fraisier saw this. I resume, he continued, so our friend Poulain was once called in by you to attend old Roman 1000 Pillarolt, the Countess Popinot's great-uncle. That is one of your claims to my devotion. Poulain goes to see your landlord, Mark, this once a fortnight. He learned all these particulars from him. Roman 1000 Pillarolt was present at his grandnephew's wedding fair. He is an uncle with money to leave. He has an income of 15,000 francs, though he has lived like a hermit for the last 25 years, and scarcely spends 1,000 crownswell. He told Poulain all about this marriage. It seems that your old musician was precisely the cause of the row. He tried to disgrace his own family by way of revenge. If you only hear one bell, you only hear one sound, you're invalid. Says that he meant no harm, but everybody thinks him a monster of. And it would not astonish me if he was, cried La Cibot. Just imagine it. For these 10 years past, I have been money out of pocket for him, spending my savings on him, and he knows it. And yet he will not let me lie down to sleep on a legacy. No, sir, he will not. He is obstinate, a regular mule. He is. I have talked to him these 10 days, and the cross-grained cur won't stir no more than a signpost. He shuts his teeth and looks at me like the most that he would say was that he would recommend me to Roman 1000 schmuck. Then he means to make his will in favor of this schmuck. Everything will go to him. Listen, my dear Mme Cibot, if I am to arrive at any definite conclusions, and think of a plan, I must know Roman 1000 schmuck. I must see the property, and have some talk with this Jew of whom you speak, and then let me direct you. We shall see Roman 1000 Fraisier. What is this we shall see? Repeated Fraisier, speaking in the voice natural to him, as he gave La Cibot a viperous glance. Am I your legal adviser, or am I not? I say, let us know exactly where we stand. La Cibot felt that he read her thoughts. A cold chill ran down her back. I have told you all I know, she said. She saw that she was at the tiger's mercy. We attorneys are accustomed to treachery. Just think carefully over your position. It is superb if you follow my advice. Point by point you will have 30 or 40,000 francs. But there is a reverse side to this beautiful medal. How if the president comes to hear that Roman 1000 pounds property is worth 1,000,000 of francs, and that you mean to have a bit out of it? For there is always somebody ready to take that kind of errand, he added parenthetically. This remark, and the little pause that came before and after it, sent another shudder through La Cibot. She thought at once that Fraisier himself would probably undertake that office. And then, my dear client, in 10 minutes old Pillarolt is asked to dismiss you, and then on a couple of hours' notice. What does that matter to me? Said La Cibot, rising to her feet like a bellona. I shall stay with the gentlemen as their housekeeper. And then a trap will be set for you, and some fine morning you and your husband will wake up in a prison cell to be tried for your lives. I, cried La Cibot, I that have not a farthing that doesn't belong to me. I. For 5 minutes she held forth, and Fraisier watched the great artist before him as she executed a concerto of self-praise. He was quite untouched, and even amused by the performance. His keen glances pricked La Cibot like stilettos. He chuckled inwardly, till his shrunken wig was shaking with laughter. He was a Robespierre at an age when the Scylla of France was make couplets. And how and why, and on what pretext, demanded she when she had come to an end. You wish to know how you may come to the guillotine? La Cibot turned pale as death at the words. The words fell like a knife upon her neck. She stared wildly at Fraisier. Listen to me, my dear child, began Fraisier, suppressing his inward satisfaction at his client's discomfiture. I would sooner leave things as they are, murmured La Cibot, and she rose to go. Stay, Fraisier said imperiously. You ought to know the risks that you are running. I am bound to give you the benefit of my lights. You are dismissed by Roman 1000 pillar Rolt. We will say, there is no doubt about that, is there? You enter the service of these two gentlemen. Very good, that is a declaration of war against the president. You mean to do everything you can to gain possession of the property, and to get a slice of it at any rate. Oh, I am not blaming you, Frazier continued in answer to a gesture from his client. It is not my place to do so. This is a battle, and you will be led on further than you think, for one grows full of one's ideas, one hits hard. Another gesture of denial. This time La Cibot tossed her head. There, old lady, said Frazier with odious familiarity, you will go a very long way. You take me for a thief, I suppose. Come now, Mama, you hold a receipt in Roman 1000 Schmuck's hand, which did not cost you much. You are in the confessional, my lady. Don't deceive your confessor, especially when the confessor has the power of reading your thoughts. La Cibot was dismayed by the man's perspicacity. Now she knew why he had listened to her so intently. Very good, continued he, you can admit at once that the president will not allow you to pass her in the race for the property. You will be watched and spied upon. You get your name into Roman 1000 pawns. Well, nothing could be better, but some fine day the law steps in arsenic, is found in a glass, and you and your husband are arrested, tried, and condemned for attempting the life of the seer pawns, so as to come by your legacy. I once defended a poor woman at Versailles. She was in reality as innocent as you would be in such a case. Things were as I have told you, and all that I could do was to save her life. The unhappy creature was sentenced to 20 years penal servitude. She is working out her time now at St. Lazare. Mme. Cibot's terror grew to the highest pitch. She grew paler and paler, staring at the little thin man with the green eyes, as some wretched Moor accused of adhering to her own religion might gaze at the inquisitor who doomed her to the stake. Then do you tell me that if I leave you to act and put my interests in your hands, I shall get something without fear? I guarantee you 30,000 francs, said Frazier, speaking like a man sure of the fact. After all, you know how fond I am of dear Dr. Poulain, she began again in her most coaxing tones. He told me to come to you, worthy man, and he did not send me here to be told that I shall be guillotined for poisoning someone. The thought of the guillotine so moved her that she burst into tears. Her nerves were shaken, terror clutched at her heart. She lost her head. Frazier gloated over his triumph. When he saw his client hesitate, he thought that he had lost his chance. He had set himself to frighten and quell La Cibot, till she was completely in his power, bound hand and foot. She had walked into his study as a fly walks into a spider's web. There she was doomed to remain entangled in the toils of the little lawyer who meant to feed upon her out of this bit of business. Indeed, Frazier meant to gain the living of old days, comfort, competence, and consideration. He and his friend Dr. Poulain had spent the whole previous evening in a microscopic examination of the case. They had made mature deliberations. The doctor described Schmuck for his friend's benefit, and the alert pair had plumbed all hypotheses and scrutinized all risks and resources, till Frazier, exultant, cried aloud, both our fortunes lie in this. He had gone so far as to promise Poulain a hospital, and as for himself, he meant to be justice of the peace of an arrondissement. To be a justice of the peace for this man, with his abundant capacity, for this doctor of law, without a pair of socks to his name. The dream was a hippogriff so restive that he thought of it as a deputy advocate thinks of the silk gown, as an Italian priest thinks of the tiara. It was indeed a wild dream. Roman 1000 Vittel, the justice of the peace before whom Frazier pleaded, was a man of 69 in failing health. He talked of retiring on a pension, and Frazier used to talk with Poulain of succeeding him, much as Poulain talked of saving the life of some rich heiress and marrying her. Afterwards, no one knows how greedily every post in the gift of authority is sought after in Paris. Every one wants to live in Paris. If a stamp or tobacco license falls in 100, women rise up as one, and stir all their friends to obtain it. Any vacancy in the ranks of the 24 collectors of taxes sends a flood of ambitious folk surging in upon the Chamber of Deputies. Decisions are made in committee, all appointments are made by the government. Now the salary of a justice of the peace, the lowest stipendiary magistrate in Paris, is about 6,000 francs. The post of registrar to the court is worth 100,000 francs. Few places are more coveted in the administration. Frazier, as a justice of the peace, with the head physician of a hospital for his friend, would make a rich marriage himself, and a good match for Dr. Poulain. Each would lend a hand to each. Night set its leaden seal upon the plans made by the sometime attorney of Mance, and a formidable scheme sprouted up, a flourishing scheme fertile in harvests of gain and intrigue. La Cibot was the hinge upon which the whole matter turned, and for this reason any rebellion on the part of the instrument must be at once put down. Such action on her part was quite unexpected, but Frazier had put forth all the strength of his rancorous nature, and the audacious portress lay trampled under his feet. "Come, reassure yourself, my dear madame," he remarked, holding out his hand. The touch of the cold serpent-like skin made a terrible impression upon the portress. It brought about something like a physical reaction, which checked her emotion. Mme. Fontaine's taux de Staroth seemed to her to be less deadly than this poison sac that wore a sandy wig, and spoke in tones like the creaking of a hinge. "Do not imagine that I am frightening you to no purpose, Frazier," continued La Cibot's feeling of repulsion had not escaped him. "The affairs which made Mme. la Président's dreadful reputation are so well known at the law courts that you can make inquiries there, if you like. The great person who was all but sent into a lunatic asylum was the Marquis d'Espard. The Marquis d'Esgrignon was saved from the hulks, the handsome young man with wealth and a great future before him, who was to have married a daughter of one of the first families of France, and hanged himself in a cell of the conciergerie, was the celebrated Lucien de Rubempré. The affair made a great deal of noise in Paris at the time. That was a question of a will. His mistress, the notorious Esther, died, and left him several millions, and they accused the young fellow of poisoning her. He was not even in Paris at the time of her death, nor did he so much as know the woman had left the money to him. One cannot well be more innocent than that. Well, after Roman 1000 Camusot examined him, he hanged himself in his cell. Law, like medicine, has its victims. In the first case, one man suffers for the many, and in the second he dies for science," he added, and an ugly smile stole over his lips. "Well, I know the risks myself. You see, poor and obscure little attorney as I am, the law has been the ruin of me. My experience was dearly bought. It is all at your service." "Thank you, no," said La Cibot. "I will have nothing to do with it, upon my word. I shall have nourished ingratitude, that is all. I want nothing but my due. I have 30 years of honesty behind me. Sir Roman 1000 pounds says that he will recommend me to his friend, Schmuck. Well and good, I shall end my days in peace with the German goodman." Frazier had overshot his mark. He had discouraged La Cibot. Now he was obliged to remove these unpleasant impressions. "Do not let us give up," he said. "Just go away quietly home. Come now, we will steer the affair to a good end." "But what about my rents? What am I to do to get them? And feel no remorse," he interrupted quickly. It is precisely for that men of business were invented. Unless you keep within the law you get nothing. You know nothing of law. I know a good deal. I will see that you keep on the right side of it, and you can hold your own in all men's sight. As for your conscience, that is your own affair." "Very well, tell me how to do it," returned La Cibot, curious and delighted. "I do not know how yet. I have not looked at the strong points of the case, yet I have been busy with the obstacles. But the first thing to be done is to urge him to make a will. You cannot go wrong over that. And find out first of all how Pons means to leave his fortune, for if you were his heir—" No, he does not like me. If I had but known the value of his gimcracks, and if I had known what I know now about his amours, I should be easy in my mind this day." "Keep on, in fact," broke in Frazier. "Dying folk have queer fancies, my dear madame. They disappoint hopes many a time. Let him make his will, and then we shall see. And of all things the property must be valued, so I must see this Ramonink and the Jew. They will be very useful to us. Put entire confidence in me. I am at your disposal. When a client is a friend to me, I am his friend, through thick and thin, friend or enemy. That is my character." "Very well," said La Cibot. "I am yours entirely, and as for fees, Roman 1000 poulain—" "Let us say nothing about that," said Frazier. "Think how you can keep Poulain at the bedside. He is one of the most upright and conscientious men I know, and you see we want someone there whom we can trust. Poulain would do better than I have lost my character." "You look as if you had said, La Cibot, but for my own part I should trust you. And you would do well. Come to see me whenever anything happens, and there you are, an intelligent woman. All will go well. Good day, Roman 1000. Frazier, I hope you will recover your health. Your servant, sir." Frazier went to the door with his client, but this time it was he, and not La Cibot, who was struck with an idea on the threshold. "If you could persuade Roman 1000 pounds to call me in, it would be a great step." "I will try," said La Cibot. Frazier drew her back into his sanctum. "Look here, old lady, I know Roman 1000 Trognon, the notary of the quarter, very well. If Roman 1000 pounds has not a notary, mention Roman 1000 Trognon to him. Make him take Roman 1000 Trognon." "Right," returned La Cibot. And as she came out again, she heard the rustle of a dress and the sound of a stealthy, heavy footstep. Out in the street, and by herself, Mme. Cibot to some extent recovered her liberty of mind, as she walked though the influence of the conversation was still upon her, and she had always stood in dread of scaffolds, justice, and judges, she took a very natural resolution, which was to bring about a conflict of strategy between her and her formidable legal adviser. "What do I want with other folk?" said she to herself. "Let us make a round sum, and afterwards I will take all that they offer me to push their interests." And this thought, as will shortly be seen, hastened the poor old musician's end. "Well, dear Roman 1000 schmuck, and how is our dear adored patient?" asked La Cibot, as she came into the room. "Furry pad bonds half peen vandering all der night." "Then what did he say?" "Just nonsense, he would dot I half all his fortune on condition dot I sell nodings. Den, he cried, poor man, it made me ver sad." "Never mind, honey," returned the portress, "I have kept you waiting for your breakfast. It is 9 o'clock, and past. But don't scold me, I have business on hand. You see, business of yours here, are we without any money, and I have been out to get some." "Veer asked Schmuck." "Of my uncle." "Uncle." "Up the spout." "Sh pout." "Oh, the dear man, how simple he is. No, you are a saint, a love, an archbishop of innocence, a man that ought to be stuffed, as the old actor said. What, you have lived in Paris for 29 years, you saw the Revolution of July, you did, and you have never so much as heard tell of a pawnbroker man that lends you money on your things. I have been pawning our silver spoons and forks, 8 of them thread pattern. Pooh Cibot can eat his victuals with German silver. It is quite the fashion now. They say it is not worth while to say anything to our angel there, it would upset him, and make him yellower than before, and he is quite cross enough as it is. Let us get him round again first, and afterwards we shall see what must be must, and we must take things as we find them, eh?" "Gut Vamen noble heart," cried poor Schmuck with a great tenderness in his face. He took La Cibot's hand, and clasped it to his breast. When he looked up there were tears in his eyes. "There, that will do, Papa Schmuck, how funny you are. This is too bad. I am an old daughter of the people. Me heart is in my hand. I have something here, you see, like you have hearts of gold, that you are," she added, slapping her chest. "Baba Schmuck," continued the musician, "no to know de depths of sorrow, to cry mit tears of blood, to mount up in der Heffendet, is main lot. I shall not live after bonds." "Gracious, I am sure you are killing yourself. Listen, pet." "Bet." "Very well, my sonny." "Zani." "My lamb, then, if you like it better." "It is not more clear." "Oh well, let me take care of you, and tell you what to do, for if you go on like this, I shall have both of you laid up on my hands. You see, to my little way of thinking, we must do the work between us. You cannot go about Paris to give lessons, for it tires you, and then you are not fit to do anything afterwards, and somebody must sit up of a night with Roman 1000 pounds now that he is getting worse and worse. I will run round today to all your pupils, and tell them that you are ill, is it not so, and then you can spend the nights with our lamb and sleep of a morning from 5 o'clock till, let us say, 2 in the afternoon. I myself will take the day. The most tiring part, for there is your breakfast and dinner to get ready, and the bed to make, and the things to change, and the doses of medicine to give. I could not hold out for another 10 days at this rate. What would become of you if I were to fall ill, and you yourself? It makes one shudder to see you. Just look at yourself, after sitting up with him last night." She drew Schmuck to the glass, and Schmuck thought that there was a great change. "So if you are of my mind, I'll have your breakfast ready in a jiffy. Then you will look after our poor dear again, till 2 o'clock. Let me have a list of your people, and I will soon arrange it. You will be free for a fortnight. You can go to bed when I come in and sleep till night." So prudent did the proposition seem that Schmuck then and there agreed to it. Not a word to Roman 1000 pounds. He would think it was all over with him, you know, if we were to tell him in this way that his engagement at the theatre and his lessons are put off. He would be thinking that he should not find his pupils again. Poor gentleman stuff. And nonsense. Roman 1000 poulain says that we shall save our Benjamin if we keep him as quiet as possible. "Och, very gut, preing up der breakfast. I shall make der bet, and gif you die atresses, you are right, it would be too much for me." An hour later La Cibot, in her Sunday clothes, departed in great state, to the no small astonishment of the Ramonencs. She promised herself that she would support the character of confidential servant of the pair of nutcrackers in the boarding schools and private families in which they gave music lessons. It is needless to repeat all the gossip in which La Cibot indulged on her round. The members of every family, the head mistress of every boarding school, were treated to a variation upon the theme of pawns, illness. A single scene which took place in the illustrious Gaudissart's private room will give a sufficient idea of the rest. La Cibot met with unheard-of difficulties, but she succeeded in penetrating at last to the presence kings and cabinet ministers are less difficult of access than the manager of a theatre in Paris, nor is it hard to understand why such prodigious barriers are raised between them and ordinary mortals. A king has only to defend himself from ambition. The manager of a theatre has reason to dread the wounded vanity of actors and authors. La Cibot, however, struck up an acquaintance with the portress, and traversed all distances in a brief space. There is a sort of freemasonry among the porter tribe, and indeed among the members of every profession, for each calling has its shibboleth as well as its insulting epithet, and the mark with which it brands its followers. "Ah, madame, you are the portress here," began La Cibot. "I myself am a portress in a small way in a house in the Rue de Normandie, Roman 1000 pounds. Your conductor lodges with us. Oh, how glad I should be to have your place. And see the actors and dancers and authors go past. It is the marshal's baton in our profession, as the old actor said." "And how is Roman 1000 pounds going on, good man?" inquired the portress. "He is not going on at all. He has not left his bed these 2 months. He will only leave the house feet foremost, that is certain." "He will be missed." "Yes, I have come with a message to the manager from him. Just try to get me a word with him, dear." "A lady from Roman 1000 pounds to see you, sir, after this fashion," did the youth attached to the service of the manager's office announce La Cibot, whom the portress below had particularly recommended to his care. Gaudissart had just come in for a rehearsal. Chance so ordered it that no one wished to speak with him. Actors and authors were alike late, delighted to have news of his conductor. He made a Napoleonic gesture, and La Cibot was admitted. The sometime commercial traveller, now the head of a popular theatre, regarded his sleeping partners in the light of a legitimate wife. They were not informed of all his doings. The flourishing state of his finances had reacted upon his person, grown big and stout, and high-coloured with good cheer and prosperity. Gaudissart made no disguise of his transformation into a mondor. "We are turning into a citifather," he once said, trying to be the first to laugh. "You are only in the Turcaret stage." "Yet though," retorted Bixiou, who often replaced Gaudissart in the company of the leading lady of the ballet, the celebrated Heloise Bristout. The former illustrious Gaudissart, in fact, was exploiting the theatre simply and solely for his own particular benefit, and with brutal disregard of other interests. He first insinuated himself as a collaborator in various ballet plays and vaudevilles. Then he waited till the author wanted money, and bought up the other half of the copyright. These afterpieces and vaudevilles, always added to successful plays, brought him in a daily harvest of gold coins. He trafficked by proxy in tickets, allotting a certain number to himself as the manager's share, till he took in this way a tithe of the receipts. And Gaudissart had other methods of making money besides these official contributions. He sold boxes, he took presents from indifferent actresses burning to go upon the stage to fill small speaking parts, or simply to appear as queens or pages, and the like. He swelled his nominal third share of the profits, to such purpose that the sleeping partners scarcely received 1/10, instead of the remaining 2/3 of the net receipts. Even so, however, the 10th paid them a dividend of 15% on their capital. On the strength of that 15%, Gaudissart talked of his intelligence, honesty, and zeal, and the good fortune of his partners. When Count Popinot, showing an interest in the concern, asked Matifat or General Goriot, Matifat's son-in-law, or Crevel, whether they were satisfied with Gaudissart, Goriot, now a peer of France, answered, "They say he robs us, but he is such a clever, good-natured fellow that we are quite satisfied." "This is like La Fontaine's fable," smiled the ex-cabinet minister. Gaudissart found investments for his capital in other ventures. He thought well of Schwab-Brunner and the Grafs. That firm was promoting railways. He became a shareholder in the lines. His shrewdness was carefully hidden beneath the frank carelessness of a man of pleasure. He seemed to be interested in nothing but amusements and dress, yet he thought everything over, and his wide experience of business gained as a commercial traveller stood him in good stead. A self-made man, he did not take himself seriously. He gave suppers and banquets to celebrities in rooms sumptuously furnished by the house decorator, showy by nature with a taste for doing things handsomely. He affected an easy-going air, and seemed so much the less formidable because he had kept the slang of the road. To use his own expression with a few greenroom phrases, superadded. Now artists in the theatrical profession are wont to express themselves with some vigour. Gaudissart borrowed sufficient racy greenroom talk to blend with his commercial traveller's lively jocularity, and passed for a wit. He was thinking at that moment of selling his licence and going into another line, as he said he thought of being chairman of a railway company, of becoming a responsible person and an administrator, and finally of marrying Emile Maynard, daughter of the richest mayor in Paris, he might hope to get into the chamber through his line, and with Popinot's influence to take office under the government. Whom have I the honour of addressing? Inquired Gaudissart, looking magisterially at La Cibot. I am Roman 1,000 pounds, confidential servant, sir. Well, and how is the dear fellow? Il servery Roman 99. The devil he is, I am sorry to hear it. I must come and see him, he is such a man as you don't often find. Ah yes, sir, he is a cherub, he is. I have always wondered how he came to be in a theatre. Why, madame, the theatre is a house of correction for morals, said Gaudissart. Poor puns upon my word, one ought to cultivate the species to keep up the stock. T's a pattern man, and has talent too. When will he be able to take his orchestra again? Do you think a theatre, unfortunately, is like a stagecoach, empty or full? It starts at the same time here at 6 o'clock, every evening up goes the curtain, and if we are never sorry for ourselves, it won't make good music. Let us see, how is he? La Cibot pulled out her pocket handkerchief and held it to her eyes. It is a terrible thing to say, my dear sir, said she, but I am afraid we shall lose him, though we are as careful of him as of the apple of our eyes. And at the same time I came to say that you must not count on Roman 1,000 schmuck-worthy man, for he is going to sit up with him at night. One cannot help doing as if there was hope still left, and trying one's best to snatch the dear good soul from death, but the doctor has given him up. What is the matter with him? He is dying of grief, jaundice and liver complaint, with a lot of family affairs to complicate matters. And a doctor as well, said Gaudissart. He ought to have had Lebrun, our doctor, it would have cost him nothing. Roman 1,000 pounds doctor is a providence on earth, but what can a doctor do, no matter how clever he is with such complications? I wanted the good pair of nutcrackers badly for the accompaniment of my new fairy piece. Is there anything that I can do for them? Asked La Cibot, and her expression would have done credit to a jocriss. Gaudissart burst out laughing. I am their housekeeper, sir, and do many things for my gentlemen. She did not finish her speech, for in the middle of Gaudissart's roar of laughter, a woman's voice exclaimed, If you are laughing, old man, one may come in. And the leading lady of the ballet rushed into the room, and flung herself upon the only sofa. The newcomer was Heloise Bristout, with a splendid Algerienne, such as scarves used to be called about her shoulders. Who is amusing you? Is it this lady? What post does she want? Asked this nymph, giving the manager such a glance, as artist gives artist a glance, that would make a subject for a picture. Heloise, a young woman of exceedingly literary tastes, was on intimate terms with great and famous artists in Bohemia, elegant, accomplished, and graceful. She was more intelligent than dancers usually, or as she put her question, she sniffed at a scent bottle full of some aromatic perfume. One fine woman is as good as another, madame, and if I don't sniff the pestilence out of a scent bottle, nor daub brickdust on my cheeks, that would be a sinful waste, child, when nature put it on for you to begin with, said Heloise, with a side glance at her manager. I am an honest woman. So much the worse for you. It is not every one by a long chalk that can find someone to keep them, and kept I am, and in slap-up style, madame. So much the worse. What do you mean? Oh, you may toss your head, and go about in scarves, you will never have as many declarations as I have had, missus, you will never match the belle éclair of the cadran bleu. Heloise Bristout rose at once to her feet, stood at attention, and made a military salute like a soldier who meets his general. What? Asked Gaudissart. Are you really la belle éclair of whom my father used to talk? In that case the cachucha and the polka were after your time, and madame has passed her 50th year, remarked Heloise, and striking an attitude she declaimed, Sinner, let us be friends. Come, Heloise, the lady is not up to this, let her alone. Madame is perhaps the new Heloise, suggested La Cibot with sly innocence. Not bad, old lady, cried Gaudissart. It is a venerable joke, said the dancer, a grizzled pun. Find us another old lady, or take a cigarette. I beg your pardon, madame, I feel too unhappy to answer you. My two gentlemen are very ill, and to buy nourishment for them, and to spare them trouble, I have pawned everything down to my husband's clothes, that I pledged this morning. Here is the ticket. Oh, here the affair is becoming tragic, cried the fair Heloise. What is it all about? Madame drops down upon us like a dancer, said Heloise. Let me prompt you, missus. Come, I am busy, said Gaudissart. The joke has gone far enough, Heloise. This is Roman 1,000 pounds confidential servant. She had come to tell me that I must not count upon him. Our poor conductor is not expected to live. I don't know what to do. Oh, poor man, why he must have a benefit. It would ruin him, said Gaudissart. He might find next day that he owed 500 francs to charitable institutions, and they refuse to admit that there are any sufferers in Paris, except their own. No, look here, my good woman, since you are going in for the Montian prize. He broke off, rang the bell, and the youth before mentioned suddenly appeared. Tell the cashier to send me up 1,000-franc note. Sit down, madame. Our poor woman, look, she is crying, exclaimed Heloise. How stupid, their mother. We will go to see him. Don't cry, I say now, she continued, taking the manager into a corner. You want to make me take the leading part in the ballet in Arion, you Turk. You are going to be married, and you know how I can make you miserable. Heloise, my heart is copper-bottomed like a metaphor. I shall bring your children on the scene. I will borrow some somewhere. I have owned up about the attachment. Do be nice and give Pons post to Goriot. He has talent, poor fellow, and he has not a penny, and I promise peace. But wait till Pons is dead, in case the good man may come back again. Oh, as to that, no, sir, said La Cibot. He began to wander in his mind last night, and now he is delirious. It will soon be over, unfortunately. At any rate, take Goriot as a stopgap, pleaded Heloise. He has the whole press on his side. Just at that moment, the cashier came in with a note for 1,000 francs in his hand. Give it to madame here, said Gaudissart. Good day, my good woman, take good care of the dear man, and tell him that I am coming to see him tomorrow or sometime soon as I can, in short. A drowning man, said Heloise. Ah, sir, hearts like yours are only found in a theatre. May God bless you. To what account shall I post this item? Asked the cashier. I will countersign the order. Post it to the bonus account. Before La Cibot went out, she made Emile Bryst out a fine courtesy, and heard Gaudissart remark to his mistress. Can Goriot do the dance music for the Mohicans in 12 days? If he helps me out of my predicament, he shall have Pons' place. La Cibot had cut off the incomes of the two friends. She had left them without means of subsistence, if Pons should chance to recover, and was better rewarded for all this mischief than for any good that she had done. In a few days' time, her treacherous trick would bring about the desired result. Illuminates would have his coveted pictures, but if this first spoliation was to be effected, La Cibot must throw dust in Fraisier's eyes, and lull the suspicions of that terrible fellow conspirator of her own seeking, and Illuminates and Remonink must be bound over to secrecy. As for Remonink, he had gradually come to feel such a passion as uneducated people can conceive when they come to Paris from the depths of the country, bringing with them all the fixed ideas bred of the solitary country life, all the ignorance of a primitive nature, all the brute appetites that become so many fixed ideas. Mme. Cibot's masculine beauty, her vivacity, her marketwoman's wit had all been remarked by the marine store dealer. He thought at first of taking La Cibot from her husband. Bigamy among the lower classes in Paris being much more common than is generally supposed, but greed was like a slipknot drawn more and more tightly about his heart, till reason at length was stifled, when Remonink computed that the commission paid by himself and Illuminates amounted to about 40,000 francs. He determined to have La Cibot for his legitimate spouse, and his thoughts turned from a misdemeanor to a crime. A romantic, purely speculative dream, persistently followed through a tobacco-smoker's long musings, as he lounged in the doorway, had brought him to the point of wishing that the little tailor were dead at a stroke. He beheld his capital trebled, and then he thought of La Cibot. What a good saleswoman she would be, what a handsome figure she would make in a magnificent shop on the boulevards. The twofold covetousness turned Remonink's head in fancy. He took a shop that he knew of on the Boulevard de la Madeleine. He stocked it with Pons' treasures, and then, after dreaming his dream in sheets of gold, after seeing millions in the blue spiral wreaths that rose from his pipe, he awoke to find himself face to face with the little tailor. Cibot was sweeping the yard, the doorstep, and the pavement just as his neighbour was taking down the shutters and displaying his wares, for since Pons fell ill La Cibot's work had fallen to her husband. The Auvergnat began to look upon the little swarthy, stunted, copper-coloured tailor as the one obstacle in his way, and pondered how to be rid of him. Meanwhile, this growing passion made La Cibot very proud, for she had reached an age when a woman begins to understand that she may grow old. So early one morning, she meditatively watched Remonink as he arranged his odds and ends for sale. She wondered how far his love could go. He came across to her. Well, he said, are things going as you wish? It is you who makes me uneasy, said La Cibot. I shall be talked about. The neighbors will see you making sheep's eyes at me." She left the doorway and dived into the Auvergnat's back shop. "What a notion," said Ramonenc. "Come here, I have something to say to you," said La Cibot. "Roman 1,000 pounds heirs are about to make a stir. They are capable of giving us a lot of trouble. God knows what might come of it if they send the lawyers here to poke their noses into the affair like hunting dogs. I cannot get Roman 1,000 schmuck to sell a few pictures, unless you like me well enough to keep the secret with your head on the block. You must not say where the pictures come from nor who it was that sold them. When Roman 1,000 pounds is once dead and buried, you understand, nobody will know how many pictures there ought to be. If there are 53 pictures instead of 67, nobody will be any the wiser. Besides, if Roman 1,000 pounds sold them himself while he was alive, nobody can find fault." "No," agreed Ramonenc, "it is all one to me, but Roman 1,000 illuminates will want receipts in due form." "And you shall have your receipt too, bless your life. Do you suppose that I should write them?" "No, Roman 1,000 schmuck will do that, but tell your Jew that he must keep the secret as closely as you do," she continued. "We will be as mute as fishes. That is our business. I myself can read, but I cannot write, and that is why I want a capable wife that has had education like you. I have thought of nothing but earning my bread all my days, and now I wish I had some little." "Ramonencs, do leave that Cibot of yours." "Why, here comes your Jew," said the portress. "We can arrange the whole business." Illuminates came every third day very early in the morning to know when he could buy his pictures. "Well, my dear lady," said he, "how are we getting on? Has nobody been to speak to you about Roman 1,000 pounds and his gimcracks?" asked La Cibot. "I received a letter from a lawyer," said Illuminates, "a rascal that seems to me to be trying to work for himself. I don't like people of that sort, so I took no notice of his letter. 3 days afterwards, he came to see me and left his card. I told my porter that I am never at home when he calls." "You are a love of a Jew," said La Cibot. Little did she know Illuminates' prudence. "Well, sonnies, in a few days' time, I will bring Roman 1,000 schmuck to the point of selling you 7 or 8 pictures, 10 at most, but on 2 conditions: absolute secrecy. In the first place, Roman 1,000 schmuck will send for you, sir. Is not that so? And Roman 1,000 Ramonenc suggested that you might be a purchaser, and come what may, I will not meddle in it. For nothing you are giving 4 to 6,000 francs for 4 pictures, are you not?" "So be it," groaned the Jew. "Very good, this is the second condition. You will give me 4 to 3,000 francs, and pay 3,000 only to Roman 1,000 schmuck. Ramonenc will buy 4 for 2,000 francs, and hand over the surplus to me. But at the same time, you see, my dear Roman 1,000 magus, I am going to help you and Ramonenc to a splendid bit of business on condition that the profits are shared among the 3 of us. I will introduce you to that lawyer, as he no doubt will come here. You shall make a valuation of Roman 1,000 pounds things at the prices which you can give for them, so that Roman 1,000 Frazier may know how much the property is worth, but not until after our sale, you understand." "I understand," said the Jew, "but it takes time to look at the things and value them." "You shall have half a day, but there, that is my affair. Talk it over between yourselves, my boys, and for that matter the business will be settled by the day after tomorrow. I will go round to speak to this Frazier, for Dr. Poulain tells him everything that goes on in the house, and it is a great bother to keep that scarecrow quiet." La Cibot met Frazier halfway between the Rue de la Perle and the Rue de Normandie. So impatient was he to know the elements of the case, to use his own expression, that he was coming to see her. "I say I was going to you," said she. Frazier grumbled because Illuminates had refused to see him, but La Cibot extinguished the spark of distrust that gleamed in the lawyer's eyes by informing him that Illuminates had returned from a journey, and that she would arrange for an interview in Pond's rooms, and for the valuation of the property for the day after tomorrow at latest. "Deal frankly with me," returned Frazier. "It is more than probable that I shall act for Roman 1,000 pounds next of kin. In that case, I shall be even better able to serve you." The words were spoken so dryly that La Cibot quaked. This starving limb of the law was sure to maneuver on his side, as she herself was doing. She resolved forthwith to hurry on the sale of the pictures. La Cibot was right. The doctor and lawyer had clubbed together to buy a new suit of clothes, in which Frazier could decently present himself before Mme. La Présidente Camusot de Marville. Indeed, if the clothes had been ready, the interview would have taken place sooner, for the fate of the couple hung upon its issues. Frazier left Mme. Cibot and went to try on his new clothes. He found them waiting for him, went home, adjusted his new wig, and towards 10 o'clock that morning set out in a carriage from a livery stable for the Rue de Hanover, hoping for an audience in his white tie, yellow gloves, and new wig redolent of eau de Portugal. He looked something like a poisonous essence kept in a cut-glass bottle seeming, but the more deadly because everything about it is daintily neat from the stopper covered with white kid to the label, and the thread his peremptory manner, the eruption on his blotched countenance, the green eyes, and a malignant something about him. All these things struck the beholder with the same sense of surprise as storm clouds in a blue sky if in his private office, as he showed himself to La Cibot. He was the common knife that a murderer catches up for his crime. No, at the president's door. He was the daintily wrought dagger which a woman sets among the ornaments on her whatnot. A great change had taken place in the Rue de Hanover. The Count and Countess Popinot and the young people would not allow the president and his wife to leave the house that they had settled upon their daughter, to pay rent elsewhere Roman 1000, and Mme la President therefore were installed on the second floor, now left at liberty, for the elderly lady had made up her mind to end her days in the country. Mme Camusot took Madeleine Vivet with her cook and her manservant to the second floor, and would have been as much pinched for money as in the early days if the house had not been rent-free, and the president's salary increased to 10,000 francs. This aurea mediocritas was but little satisfactory to Mme de Marville. Even now, she wished for means more in accordance with her ambitions, for when she handed over their fortune to their daughter she spoiled her husband's prospects. Now Amélie had set her heart upon seeing her husband in the Chamber of Deputies. She was not one of those women who find it easy to give up their way, and she by no means despaired of returning her husband for the arrondissement in which Marville is situated. So for the past 2 months, she had teased her father-in-law Roman 1000 le Baron Camusot, for the new peer of France had been advanced to that rank and done her utmost to extort an advance of 100,000 francs of the inheritance which one day would be theirs. She wanted, she said, to buy a small estate worth about 2,000 francs per annum, set like a wedge within the Marville lands. There she and her husband would be near their children, and in their own house, while the addition would round out the Marville property, with that the president laid stress upon the recent sacrifices which she and her husband had been compelled to make in order to marry Cecile to Viscount Popinot, and asked the old man how he could bar his eldest son's way to the highest honours of the magistracy, when such honours were only to be had by those who made themselves a strong position in Parliament. Her husband would know how to take up such a position, he would make himself feared by those in office, and so on and so on. They do nothing for you unless you tighten a halter round their necks, to loosen their tongues, said she. They are ungrateful. What do they not owe to Camusot? Camusot brought the House of Orleans to the throne by enforcing the ordinances of July. Roman 1000 Camusot Sr. answered that he had gone out of his depth in railway speculations. He quite admitted that it was necessary to come to the rescue, but put off the day until shares should rise as they were expected to do. This half-premise extracted some few days before Fraysier's visit had plunged the president into depths of affliction. It was doubtful whether the ex-proprietor of Marville was eligible for re-election without the land qualification. Fraysier found no difficulty in obtaining speech of Madeleine Vivet, such viper natures on their kinship at once. I should like to see Mme la President for a few moments, Mademoiselle Fraysier said in bland accents. I have come on a matter of business which touches her fortune. It is a question of a legacy. Be sure to mention that I have not the honour of being known to Mme la President, so my name is of no consequence. I am not in the habit of leaving my chambers, but I know the respect that is due to a president's wife, and I took the trouble of coming myself to save all possible delay. The matter thus broached, when repeated and amplified by the waiting-maid, naturally brought a favourable answer. It was a decisive moment for the double ambition hidden in Fraysier's mind, bold as a petty provincial attorney, sharp, rough-spoken, and curt as he felt as captains feel before the decisive battle of a campaign. As he went into the little drawing-room where Amélie was waiting for him, he felt a slight perspiration breaking out upon his forehead, and down his back. Every sudorific hitherto employed had failed to produce this result upon a skin which horrible diseases had left impervious. Even if I fail to make my fortune, said he to himself, I shall recover. Pauline said that if I could only perspire I should recover. The president came forward in her morning gown. Madame, said Fraysier, stopping short to bow with the humility by which officials recognize the superior rank of the person whom they address. Take a seat, monsieur, said the president. She saw at a glance that this was a man of law. Mme la President, if I take the liberty of calling your attention to a matter which concerns Roman 1000 le President, It is because I am sure that Roman 1000 de Marville, occupying, as he does, a high position, would leave matters to take their natural course, and so lose 700,000 or 800,000 francs, a sum which ladies who, in my opinion, have a far better understanding of private business than the best of magistrates, a sum which ladies, I repeat, would by no means despise. You spoke of a legacy, interrupted the lady, dazzled by the wealth and anxious to hide her surprise. Emilie de Marville, like an impatient novel reader, wanted the end of the story. Yes, madame, a legacy that you are like to lose, yes, to lose altogether, but I could recover it for you if— Speak out, Monsieur. Mme de Marville spoke frigidly, scanning Fraisier, as she spoke with a sagacious eye. Madame, your eminent capacity is known to me. I was once at Mantes. Roman 1000 Lebreuf, president of the tribunal, is acquainted with Roman 1000 de Marville, and can answer inquiries about me. The president's shrug was so ruthlessly significant that Fraisier was compelled to make short work of his parenthetic discourse. So distinguished a woman will at once understand why I speak of myself in the first place. It is the shortest way to the property. To this acute observation, the lady replied by a gesture. Fraisier took the sign for a permission to continue. I was an attorney, madame, at Mantes. My connection was all the fortune that I was likely to have. I took over Roman 1000 Levru's practice. You knew him, no doubt. The president inclined her head. With borrowed capital and some 10,000 francs of my own, I went to Mantes. I had been with Desroches, one of the cleverest attorneys in Paris. I had been his head clerk for 6 years. I was so unlucky as to make an enemy of the attorney for the crown at Mantes, Monsieur Olivier Vinet, son of the Attorney General. Yes, madame, he was paying his court to a little person. Whom? Mme Vatinelle. Oh, Mme Vatinelle, she was very pretty and very when I was there. She was not unkind to me, and de Hero. Fraisier continued. I was industrious. I wanted to repay my friends, and to marry. I wanted work. I went in search of it. And before long I had more on my hands than anybody else bar. I had every soul in Mantes against me. Tourney's notaries, and even the bailiffs, they tried to fasten a quarrel on me in our ruthless profession. As you know, madame, if you wish to ruin a man, it is soon done. I was concerned for both parties in a case, and they found it out. It was a trifle irregular, but it is sometimes done in Paris. Attorneys in certain cases hand the rhubarb, and take the senna. They do things differently at Mantes. I had done Roman 1000 bauyonnet this little service before, but egged on by his colleagues, and the attorney for the crown, he betrayed me. I am keeping back nothing. You see, there was a great hue and cry about it. I was a scoundrel. They made me out blacker than Marat, forced me to sell out, ruined me, and I am in Paris now. I have tried to get together a practice, but my health is so bad that I have only 2 quiet hours out of the 24. At this moment I have but one ambition, and a very small one. Some day, he continued, you will be the wife of the keeper of the seals, or of the Home Secretary, it may be. But I, poor and sickly as I am, desire nothing but a post in which I can live in peace for the rest of my life, a place without any opening in which to vegetate. I should like to be a justice of the peace in Paris. It would be a mere trifle for you and Roman 1000 le President to gain the appointment for me, for the present keeper of the seals must be anxious to keep on good terms with you. And that is not all, madame, added Fraisier, seeing that Mme de Marville was about to speak. He cut her short with a gesture. I have a friend, the doctor, in attendance on the old man, who ought to leave his property to Roman 1000 le President. We are coming to the point. You see, the doctor's cooperation is indispensable, and the doctor is precisely in my position. He has abilities. He is unlucky. I learned through him how far your interests were imperiled, for even as I speak all may be over, and the will disinheriting Roman 1000 le President may have been made. This doctor wishes to be head surgeon of a hospital or of a government school. He must have a position in Paris equal to mine. Pardon me if I have enlarged on a matter so delicate, but we must have no misunderstandings in this business. The doctor is besides much respected and learned. He saved the life of the Comtesse Popinot's great-uncle, Roman 1000 Pillarolt. Now, if you are so good as to promise these 2 posts, appointment of Justice of the Peace and the sinecure for my friend, I will undertake to bring you the property, almost intact, I say, for the cooperation of the legatee and several other persons, is absolutely indispensable, and some obligations will be incurred. You will not redeem your promises until I have fulfilled mine. The president had folded her arms, and for the last minute or two sat like a person compelled to listen to a sermon. Now she unfolded her arms and looked at Fraisier as she said, Monsieur, all that you say concerning your interests has the merit of clearness, but my own interests in the matter are by no means so clear. A word or two will explain everything. Madame Roman 1000 Le President is Roman 1000 Pons, first cousin once removed, and his sole heir Roman 1000 Pons is very ill. He is about to make his will, if it is not already made in favor of a German, a friend of his named Schmuck, and he has more than 700,000 francs to leave. I hope to have an accurate valuation made in 2 or 3 days. If this is so, said the President, I made a great mistake in quarrelling with him, and throwing the blame, she thought aloud, amazed by the possibility of such a sum. No, madame, if there had been no rupture, he would be as blithe as a lark at this moment, and might outlive you and Roman 1000 Le President and me. The ways of Providence are mysterious, let us not seek to fathom them. He added, to palliate to some extent the hideous idea, it cannot be helped, we men of business look at the practical aspects of things. Now you see clearly, madame, that Roman 1000 de Marville in his public position would do nothing, and could do nothing as things are. He has broken off all relations with his cousin. You see nothing now of Pons. You have forbidden him the house. You had excellent reasons, no doubt, for doing as you did, but the old man is ill, and he is leaving his property to the only friend left to him, a president of the Court of Appeal in Paris, could say nothing under such circumstances if the will was made out in due form. But between ourselves, madame, when one has a right to expect 700,000 or 800,000 francs or 1,000,000, it may be, how should I know it, is very unpleasant to have it slip through one's fingers, especially if one happens to be the heir at law. But on the other hand, to prevent this, one is obliged to stoop to dirty work so difficult, so ticklish, bringing you cheek by jowl with such low people, servants and subordinates, and into such close contact with them too, that no barrister, no attorney in Paris could take up such a case. What you want is a briefless barrister like me, said he, a man who should have real and solid ability, who has learned to be devoted, and yet being in a precarious position, is brought temporarily to a level with such people. In my arrondissement, I undertake business for small tradespeople and working folk. Yes, madame, you see the straits to which I have been brought by the enmity of an attorney for the crown, now a deputy public prosecutor in Paris, who could not forgive me my superiority. I know you, madame, I know that your influence means a solid certainty, and in such a service rendered to you I saw the end of my troubles and success, for my friend Dr. Poulain. The lady sat pensive during a moment of unspeakable torture for Fraisier Vinnet, an orator of the Centre, Attorney General, Procureur General, for the past 16 years, nominated half a score of times for the chancellorship, the father moreover of the attorney for the crown at Mance, who had been appointed to a post in Paris within the last year. Vinnet was an enemy and a rival for the malignant president. The haughty Attorney General did not hide his contempt for President Camusot. This fact Fraisier did not know and could not know. Have you nothing on your conscience but the fact that you were concerned for both parties? Asked she, looking steadily at Fraisier. MME la President can see Roman 1000 Leberoff, Roman 1000 Leberoff was favourable to me. Do you feel sure that Roman 1000 Leberoff will give Roman 1000 de Marville and Roman 1000 Lecomte Popinot a good account of you? I will answer for it, especially now that Roman 1000 Olivier Vinnet has left Mance, for between ourselves, good Roman 1000 Leberoff was afraid of that crabbed little official. If you will permit me, madame la President, I will go to Mance and see Roman 1000 Leberoff. No time will be lost, for I cannot be certain of the precise value of the property for 2 or 3 days. I do not wish that you should know all the ins and outs of this affair. You ought not to know them, MME la President. But is not the reward that I expect for my complete devotion a pledge of my success? Very well, if Roman 1000 Leberoff will speak in your favour, and if the property is worth as much as you think, I doubt it myself, you shall have both appointments if you succeed, mind you. I will answer for it, madame, only you must be so good as to have your notary and your attorney here when I shall need them. You must give me a power of attorney to act for Roman 1000 Le President, and tell those gentlemen to follow my instructions, and to do nothing on their own responsibility. The responsibility rests with you, the President answered solemnly, so you ought to have full powers. But is Roman 1000 Pons very ill? She asked, smiling. Upon my word, madame, he might pull through, especially with so conscientious a doctor as Poulain, in attendance for this friend of mine, madame, is simply an unconscious spy directed by me in your interests. Left to himself, he would save the old man's life, but there is someone else by the sickbed, a portress, who would push him into the grave for 30,000 francs. Not that she would kill him outright, She will not give him arsenic, she is not so merciful, she will do worse, she will kill him by inches, she will worry him to death day by day, if the poor old man were kept quiet, and left in peace if he were taken into the country, and cared for and made much of by friends he would get well again. But he is harassed by a sort of Mme Evrard. When the woman was young, she was one of 30 belles éclairs famous in Paris. She is a rough, greedy, gossiping woman. She torments him to make a will, and to leave her something handsome, and the end of it will be induration of the liver calculi, are possibly forming at this moment. And he has not enough strength to bear an operation. The doctor, noble soul, is in a horrible predicament. He really ought to send the woman away. Why then this vixen is a monster, cried the lady in thin flute-like tones. Frazier smiled inwardly at the likeness between himself and the terrible president. He knew all about those suave modulations of a naturally sharp voice. He thought of another president, the hero of an anecdote, related by Louis Roman XI, stamped by that monarch's final praise, blessed with a wife after the pattern of Socrates' spouse. And ungifted with the sage's philosophy, he mingled salt with the corn in the mangers and forbade the grooms to give water to the horses. As his wife rode along the Seine, towards their country house, the animals bolted into the river with the lady. And the magistrate returned, thanks to Providence for ridding him of his wife in so natural a manner at this present moment. Mme de Marville thanked heaven for placing at Pons' bedside a woman so likely to get him decently out of the way. Aloud she said, I would not take 1,000,000 at the price of a single scruple. Your friend ought to speak to Roman 1,000 Pons, and have the woman sent away. In the first place, Madame Messrs. Schmuck and Pons think the woman an angel, they would send my friend away. And secondly, the doctor lies under an obligation to this horrid oysterwoman. She called him in to attend Roman 1,000 Pillarolt. When he tells her to be as gentle as possible with the patient, he simply shows the creature how to make matters worse. What does your friend think of my cousin's condition? This man's clear businesslike way of putting the facts of the case frightened Mme de Marville. She felt that his keen gaze read the thoughts of a heart as greedy as La Cibot's own. In 6 weeks the property will change hands. The president dropped her eyes. Poor man, she sighed, vainly striving after a dolorous expression. Have you any message, madame, for Roman 1,000 Lebruff? I am taking the train to Mantes. Yes, wait a moment, and I will write to ask him to dine with us tomorrow. I want to see him so that he may act in concert to repair the injustice to which you have fallen a victim. The president left the room. Frazier saw himself a justice of the peace. He felt transformed at the thought. He grew stouter, his lungs were filled with the breath of success. The breeze of prosperity. He dipped into the mysterious reservoirs of volition for fresh and strong doses of the divine essence to reach success. He felt as Ramonink half felt that he was ready for anything, for crime itself, provided that no proofs of it remained. He had faced the president boldly. He had transmuted conjecture into reality. He had made assertions right and left all to the end, that she might authorize him to protect her interests and win her influence. As he stood there, he represented the infinite misery of 2 lives, and the no less boundless desires of 2 men. He spurned the squalid horrors of the Rue de la Perle. He saw the glitter of 1,000 crowns in fees from La Cibot, and 5,000 francs from the president. This meant an abode such as befitted his future prospects. Finally, he was repaying Dr. Poulain. There are hard, ill-nurtured beings goaded by distress or disease into active malignity, that yet entertain diametrically opposed sentiments, with a like degree of vehemence. If Richelieu was a good hater, he was no less a good friend. Frazier, in his gratitude, would have let himself be cut in 2 for Poulain. So absorbed was he in these visions of a comfortable and prosperous life, that he did not see the president come in with the letter in her hand, and she, looking at him, thought him less ugly now than at first. He was about to be useful to her, and as soon as a tool belongs to us, we look upon it with other eyes. Roman 1,000, Frazier, said she, you have convinced me of your intelligence, and I think that you can speak frankly. Frazier replied by an eloquent gesture. Very well, continued the lady, I must ask you to give a candid reply to this question. Are we either of us Roman 1,000 de Marville, or I likely to be compromised directly or indirectly by your action in this matter? I would not have come to you, madame, if I thought that some day I should have to reproach myself for bringing so much as a splash of mud upon you, for in your position, a speck, the size of a pin's head, is seen by all the world. You forget, madame, that I must satisfy you if I am to be a justice of the peace in Paris. I have received one lesson at the outset of my life. It was so sharp that I do not care to lay myself open to a second thrashing. To sum it up in a last word, madame, I will not take a step in which you are indirectly involved, without previously consulting you. Very good, here is the letter, and now I shall expect to be informed of the exact value of the estate. There is the whole matter, said Frazier, shrewdly making his bow to the president, with as much graciousness as his countenance could exhibit. What a providence, thought Mme Camusat de Marville, so I am to be rich. Camusat will be sure of his election. If we let loose this Frazier upon the Balbec constituency, what a tool! What a providence, Frazier said to himself as he descended the staircase, and what a sharp woman Mme Camusat is. I should want a woman in these circumstances now to work. And he departed for Manse to gain the good graces of a man he scarcely knew, but he counted upon Mme Vatinelle, to whom unfortunately he owed all his troubles, and some troubles are of a kind that resemble a protested bill, while the defaulter is yet solvent in that they bear interest. 3 days afterwards, while Schmuck slept, for in accordance with the compact, he now sat up at night with the patient, La Cibot had a tiff, as she was pleased to call it, with Pons. It will not be out of place to call attention to one particularly distressing symptom of liver complaint. The sufferer is always more or less inclined to impatience, and fits of anger, an outburst of this kind, seems to give relief at the time much as a patient, while the fever fit is upon him, feels that he has boundless strength, but collapse sets in so soon as the excitement passes off, and the full extent of mischief sustained by the system is discernible. This is especially the case when the disease has been induced by some great shock, and the prostration is so much the more dangerous because the patient is kept upon a restricted diet. It is a kind of fever affecting neither the blood nor the brain, but the humoristic mechanism, fretting the whole system, producing melancholy, in which the patient hates himself. In such a crisis, anything may cause dangerous irritation. In spite of all that the doctor could say, La Cibot had no belief in this wear and tear of the nervous system. By the humoristic, she was a woman of the people without experience or education. Dr. Poulain's explanations for her were simply doctor's notions. Like most of her class, she thought that sick people must be fed, and nothing short of Dr. Poulain's direct order prevented her from administering ham, a nice omelette, or vanilla chocolate upon the sly. The infatuation of the working classes on this point is very strong. The reason of their reluctance to enter a hospital is the idea that they will be starved there. The mortality caused by the food smuggled in by the wives of patients on visiting days was at one time so great that the doctors were obliged to institute a very strict search for contraband provisions. If La Cibot was to realize her profits at once, a momentary quarrel must be worked up in some way. She began by telling Pons about her visit to the theatre, not omitting her passage at arms with Emile Helois the dancer. But why did you go? The invalid asked for the third time. La Cibot once launched on a stream of words, he was powerless to stop her. So then, when I had given her a piece of my mind, Mademoiselle Helois saw who I was and knuckled under, and we were the best of friends. And now do you ask me why I went? She added, repeating Pons' question. There are certain babblers of genius, are they, who sweep up interruptions, objections, and observations in this way, as they go along, by way of provision to swell the matter of their conversation, as if that source were ever in any danger of running dry. Why I went, repeated she. I went to get your Roman 1000 Gaudissart out of a fix. He wants some music for a ballet, and you are hardly fit to scribble on sheets of paper, and do your work, dearie. So I understood, things being so, that a Roman 1000 Garingiot was to be asked to set the Mohicans to music. Garingiot, roared Pons in fury. Garingiot, a man with no talent. I would not have him for first violin. He is very clever, he is very good at musical criticism, but as to composing I doubt it. And what the devil put the notion of going to the theatre into your head? How confoundedly contrary the man is. Look here, dearie, we mustn't boil over like milk on the fire. How are you to write music in the state that you are in? Why, you can't have looked at yourself in the glass. Will you have the glass, and see you are nothing but skin and bone? You are as weak as a sparrow. And do you think that you are fit to make your notes? Why, you would not so much as make out mine. And that reminds me that I ought to go up to the third-floor lodgers that owes us 17 francs, for when the chemist has been paid, we shall not have 20 left. So I had to tell Roman 1000 Gaudissart. I like that name, a good sort. He seems to be regular Roger Bontemps, that would just suit me. He will never have liver complaint. Well, so I had to tell him how you were, Lord, you are not well, and he has put someone else in your place for a bit. Someone else in my place, cried Pons in a terrible voice, as he sat right up in bed. Sick people, generally speaking, and those most particularly who lie within the sweep of the scythe of death, cling to their places with the same passionate energy that the beginner displays to gain a start in life, To hear that someone had taken his place was like a foretaste of death to the dying man. Why the doctor told me that I was going on as well as possible continued. He said that I should soon be about again. As usual, you have killed me, ruined me, murdered me. Tut, 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 cried La Cibot, there you go, I am killing you, am I, mercy on us. These are the pretty things that you are always telling, Roman 1000 schmuck. When my back is turned I hear all that you say, that I do, you are a monster of ingratitude. But you do not know that, if I am only away for another fortnight, they will tell me that I have had my day, that I am old-fashioned, out-of-date Empire Rococo. When I go back, Goriot will have made friends all over the theatre high, and lo, he will lower the pitch to suit some actress that cannot sing, he will lick Roman 1000 Gaudissart's boots, cried the sick man who clung to life. He has friends that will praise him in all the newspapers. And when things are like that in such a shop, mme Cibot, they can find holes in anybody's coat. What fiend drove you to do it? Why, plague take it, Roman 1000 schmuck, talked it over with me for a week. What would you have? You see nothing but yourself. You are so selfish that other people may die. If you can only get better, why, poor Roman 1000 schmuck has been tired out this month past. He is tied by the leg, he can go no where, he cannot give lessons nor take his place at the theatre. Do you really see nothing? He sits up with you at night, and I take the nursing in the day. If I were to sit up at night with you, as I tried to do at first when I thought you were so poor I should have to sleep all day, and who would see to the house and look out for squalls? Illness is illness, it cannot be helped, and here are you. This was not Schmuck's idea, it is quite impossible. That means that it was I who took it into my head to do it, does it? Do you think that we are made of iron? Why, if Roman 1000 schmuck had given 7 or 8 lessons every day, and conducted the orchestra every evening at the theatre from 6 o'clock till 11:30 at night, he would have died in 10 days' time. Poor man, he would give his life for you, and do you want to be the death of him? By the authors of my days, I have never seen a sick man to match you. Where are your senses? Have you put them in pawn? We are all slaving our lives out for you, we do all for the best. And you are not satisfied. Do you want to drive us raging mad? I myself, to begin with, am tired out as it is. La Cibot rattled on at her ease. Pons was too angry to say a word. He writhed on his bed, painfully uttering inarticulate sounds. The blow was killing him. And at this point, as usual, the scolding turned suddenly to tenderness. The nurse dashed at her patient, grasped him by the head, made him lie down by main force, and dragged the blankets over him. How anyone can get into such a state, exclaimed she. After all, it is your illness, dearie. That is what good Roman 1000 Poulain says. See, now keep quiet, and be good, my dear little sonny. Everybody that comes near you worships you, and the doctor himself comes to see you twice a day. What would he say if he found you in such a way? You put me out of all patience. You ought not to behave like this. If you have Mom Cibot to nurse you, you should treat her better. You shout, and you talk. You ought not to do it. You know that talking irritates you. And why do you fly into passion? The wrong is all on your side. You are always bothering me. Look here, let us have it out. If Roman 1000 schmuck, and I, who love you like our life, thought that we were doing right, well, my cherub, it was right, you may be sure. Schmuck never could have told you to go to the theatre without speaking to me about it. And must I wake him, poor dear, when he is sleeping like one of the blessed, and call him in as a witness? No, no, cried Pons. If my kind and loving Schmuck made the resolution, perhaps I am worse than I thought. His eyes wandered round the room, dwelling on the beautiful things in it, with a melancholy look painful to see. So I must say good-bye to my dear pictures, to all the things that have come to be like so many friends to me, and to my divine friend, Schmuck. Oh, can it be true? La Cibot, acting her heartless comedy, held her handkerchief to her eyes, and at that mute response the sufferer fell to dark musing. So sorely stricken was he by the double stab dealt to health and his interests, by the loss of his post, and the near prospect of death, that he had no strength left for anger. He lay ghastly, and wan like a consumptive patient after a wrestling bout with the destroyer. In Roman 1000 Schmuck's interests, you see, you would do well to send for Roman 1000 Trognon. He is the notary of the quarter, and a very good man, said La Cibot, seeing that her victim was completely exhausted. You are always talking about this Trognon. Oh, he or another, it is all one to me. For anything you will leave me. She tossed her head to signify that she despised riches. There was silence in the room. A moment later Schmuck came in. He had slept for 6 hours. Hunger awakened him, and now he stood at Pons' bedside watching his friend, without saying a word, for Mme Cibot had laid a finger on her lips. Hush, she whispered. Then she rose and went up to add under her breath, he is going off to sleep at last. Thank heaven, he is as cross as a red donkey. What can you expect? He is struggling with his illness. No, on the contrary, I am very patient, said the victim in a weary voice that told of a dreadful exhaustion. But oh, Schmuck, my dear friend, she has been to the theatre to turn me out of my place. There was a pause. Pons was too weak to say more. La Cibot took the opportunity and tapped her head significantly. Do not contradict him, she said to Schmuck, it would kill him. Pons gazed into Schmuck's honest face. And she says that you sent her, he continued. Yes, Schmuck affirmed heroically. It had to be. Hush, let us save your life. It is absurd to walk and train your strength. Gif, you have a treasure, get better. We will sell some pric-a-prac und endorses, caveatly in a corner. Samvers mit kind montame zipard. She has perverted you, moaned Pons. Mme Cibot had taken up her station behind the bed to make signals unobserved. Pons thought that she had left the room. She is murdering me, he added. What is that I am murdering you, am I? Cried La Cibot, suddenly appearing, hand on hips and eyes aflame. I am as faithful as a dog, and this is all I get, God Almighty. She burst into tears and dropped down into the great chair, a tragical movement, which wrought a most disastrous revulsion in Pons. Very good, she said, rising to her feet. The woman's malignant eyes looked poison and bullets at the two friends. Very good, nothing that I can do is right here, and I am tired of slaving my life out. You shall take a nurse. Pons and Schmuck exchanged glances in dismay. Oh, you may look at each other like actors. I mean it. I shall ask Dr. Poulain to find a nurse for you, and now we will settle accounts. You shall pay me back the money that I have spent on you, and that I would never have asked you for. I that have gone to Roman 1,000 Pillarolt to borrow another 500 francs of him. It ease his illness, cried Schmucke, sprang to Mme Cibot, and put an arm round her waist. Thaf Bashance. As for you, you are an angel. I could kiss the ground you tread upon, said she. But Roman 1,000 Pons never liked me. He always hated me. Besides, he thinks perhaps that I want to be mentioned in his will. Hush, you will kill him, cried Schmuck. Goodbye, sir, said La Cibot with a withering look at Pons. You may keep well for all the harm I wish you. When you can speak to me pleasantly, when you can believe that what I do is done for the best, I will come back again. Till then I shall stay in my own room. You were like my own child to me. Did anybody ever see a child revolt against its mother? No, no, Roman 1,000 Schmuck. I do not want to hear more. I will bring you your dinner and wait upon you. But you must take a nurse. Ask Roman 1,000 Poulain about it. And she went out, slamming the door after her so violently that the precious fragile objects in the room trembled. To Pons in his torture, the rattle of china was like the final blow dealt by the executioner to a victim broken on the wheel. An hour later La Cibot called to Schmuck through the door, telling him that his dinner was waiting for him in the dining room. She would not cross the threshold. Poor Schmuck went out to her with a haggard, tear-stained face. Mein Bourbons in Vandering, said he says dat you are ein pad varman, it ease his illness. He added hastily to soften La Cibot and excuse his friend. Oh, I have had enough of his illness. Look here, he is neither father nor husband nor brother nor child of mine. He has taken a dislike to me. Well and good. That is enough. As for you, you see, I would follow you to the end of the world. But when a woman gives her life, her heart, and all her savings, and neglects her husband for here, has Cibot fallen ill, and then hears that she is a bad woman, it is coming it rather too strong. It is too strong. Too strong, yes. Never mind idle words, let us come to the facts. As to that, you owe me for 3 months at 190 francs, that is 570 francs. Then there is the rent that I have paid twice here, are the receipts 600 more including rates, and the sou in the franc for the porter, something under 1,200 francs altogether. And with the 2,000 francs besides, without interest, mind you, the total amounts to 3,192 francs, and remember that you will want at least 2,000 francs before long for the doctor, and the nurse, and the medicine, and the nurse's board. That was why I borrowed 1,000 francs of Roman 1,000 Pillarolt, and with that she held up Gaudissart's banknote. It may readily be conceived that Schmuck listened to this reckoning with amazement, for he knew about as much of business as a cat knows of music. Montame Zippard, he expostulated, Barnes half lost his head. Pardon him, and nurse him as before, und Pr Providence, I peg it of you on mine knees. And he knelt before La Cibot and kissed the tormentor's hands. La Cibot raised Schmuck and kissed him on the forehead. Listen, my lamb, said she, here is Cibot ill in bed. I have just sent for Dr. Poulain, so I ought to set my affairs in order. And what is more, Cibot saw me crying, and flew into such a passion that he will not have me set foot in here again. It is he who wants the money, it is his. You see, we women can do nothing when it comes to that. But if you let him have his money back again, 3,200 francs will be quiet. Perhaps, poor man, It is his all earned by the sweat of his brow, the savings of 26 years of life together. He must have his money tomorrow. There is no getting round him. You do not know Sibbart. When he is angry he would kill a man. Well, I might perhaps get leave of him to look after you both as before. Be easy, I will just let him say anything that comes into his head. I will bear it all for love of you, an angel as you are. No, I am ein poor man, laugh his friend, and would give his life to save him. But the money broke in, la Sibbart, my good Roman 1,000 schmuck. Let us suppose that you pay me nothing, you will want 3,000 francs, and where are they to come from? Upon my word, do you know what I should do in your place? I should not think twice. I should just sell 7 or 8 good-for-nothing pictures, and put up some of those instead that are standing in your closet with their faces to the wall for want of room. One picture or another, what difference does it make? Und why? He is so cunning, it is his illness, for he is a lamb. When he is well he is capable of getting up and prying about, and if by any chance he went into the salon, he is so weak that he could not go beyond the door. He would see that they are all still there. Drew. And when he is quite well we will tell him about the sale, and if you wish to confess, throw it all upon me. Say that you were obliged to pay me. Come, I have a broad back. I cannot dispose of dings dart, are not mine. The good German answered simply. Very well, I will summons you and Roman 1,000 pounds. It would kill him. Take your choice, dear me, sell the pictures, and tell him about it afterwards. You can show him the summons. Ver gut summons us dart, shall be mine excuse. I shall show him der judgment. Mme Sibbart went down to the court, and that very day at 7 o'clock she called to Schmuck, found himself confronted with Roman 1,000 Taberiou, the bailiff, who called upon him to pay Schmuck, made answer trembling from head to foot, and was forthwith summoned together with pawns to appear in the county court, to hear judgment against him. The sight of the bailiff, and a bit of stamped paper, covered with scrolls, produced such an effect upon Schmuck, that he held out no longer. Sell die Beichte res, he said with tears in his eyes. Next morning, at 6 o'clock, illuminates and Ramonenc took down the paintings of their choice. 2 receipts for 2,500 francs were made out in correct form. I, the undersigned, representing Roman 1,000 pounds, acknowledged the receipt of 2,500 francs from Roman 1,000 illuminates for the 4 pictures sold to him, the said sum being appropriated to the use of Roman 1,000 pounds. The first picture, attributed to Dürer, is a portrait of a woman, the second, likewise a portrait, is of the Italian school, the third a Dutch landscape by Brueghel, and the fourth a Holy Family by an unknown master of the Florentine school. Ramonenc's receipt was worded in precisely the same way, a Greuze, a Claude Lorraine, a Rubens, and a Van Dyck, being disguised as pictures of the French and Flemish schools. Der money makes me belief. The chimcracks half some value, said Schmuck, when the 5,000 francs were paid over. They are worth something, said Ramonenc. I would willingly give you 100,000 francs for the lot. Ramonenc asked to do a trifling service, hung 8 pictures of the proper size in the same frames, taking them from among the less valuable pictures, in Schmuck's bedroom. No sooner was illuminates in possession of the 4 great pictures than he went taking la Sibbart with him under pretence of settling accounts, but he pleaded poverty. He found fault with the pictures, they needed rebacking. He offered la Sibbart 30,000 francs by way of commission, and finally dazzled her with the sheets of paper, on which the Bank of France engraves the words 1,000 francs in capital letters. Magus thereupon condemned Ramonenc to pay the like sum to la Sibbart, by lending him the money on the security of his 4 pictures, which he took with him as a guarantee. So glorious were they that Magus could not bring himself to part with them, and next day he bought them of Ramonenc for 6,000 francs over and above the original price, and an invoice was duly made out for the 4. Mme Sibbart, the richer, by 68,000 francs, once more swore her 2 accomplices to absolute secrecy. Then she asked the Jew's advice. She wanted to invest the money in such a way that no one should know of it. Buy shares in the Orleans Railway, said he. They are 30 francs below par. You will double your capital in 3 years. They will give you scraps of paper which you keep safe in a portfolio. Stay here, Roman 1,000 Magus. I will go and fetch the man of business who acts for Roman 1,000 pounds. Family, he wants to know how much you will give him for the whole bag of tricks upstairs. I will go for him now. If only she were a widow, said Ramonenc when she was gone. She would just suit me. She will have plenty of money now. Especially if she puts her money into the Orleans Railway, she will double her capital in 2 years' time. I have put all my poor little savings into it, added the Jew, for my daughter's portion. Come, let us take a turn on the boulevard, until this lawyer arrives. Sibat is very bad as it is, continued Remonink. If it should please God to take him to himself, I should have a famous wife to keep a shop I could set up on a large scale. Good day, Roman 1000, Frazier La Sibat began in an ingratiating tone, as she entered her legal advisor's office. Why, what is this that your porter has been telling me? Are you going to move? Yes, my dear Mme Sibat, I am taking the first floor above Dr. Poulain, and trying to borrow 2,000 or 3,000 francs so as to furnish the place properly. It is very nice, upon my word. The landlord has just papered and painted it. I am acting, as I told you, in President de Marvel's interests and yours. I am not a solicitor now. I mean to have my name entered on the roll of barristers, and I must be well lodged. A barrister in Paris cannot have his name on the rolls unless he has decent furniture and books, and the like. I am a doctor of law. I have kept my terms, and have powerful interest already. Well, how are we getting on? Perhaps you would accept my savings, said La Sibat. I have put them in a savings bank. I have not much, only 3,000 francs, the fruits of 25 years of stinting and scraping. You might give me a bill of exchange, as Remonink says, for I am ignorant myself. I only know what they tell me. No, it is against the rules of the guild for a barrister avocat to put his name to a bill. I will give you a receipt bearing interest at 5% per annum, on the understanding that if I make an income of 1,200 francs for you out of old Pons estate, you will cancel it. La Sibat, caught in the trap, uttered not a word. Silence gives consent, Frazier continued. Let me have it tomorrow morning. Oh, I am quite willing to pay fees in advance, said La Sibat. It is one way of making sure of my money. Frazier nodded. How are you getting on? He repeated. I saw Poulain yesterday. You are hurrying your invalid along. It seems one more scene such as yesterday's and gallstones will form. Be gentle with him, my dear Mme Sibat. Do not lay up remorse for yourself. Life is not too long. Just let me alone with your remorse. Are you going to talk about the guillotine again? Roman 1000 Pons is a contrary old thing. You don't know him. It is he that bothers me. There is not a more cross-grained man alive. His relations are in the right of it. He is sly, revengeful, and contrary. Roman 1000 Magus has come, as I told you, and is waiting to see you. Right, I will be there as soon as you. Your income depends upon the price the collection will fetch. If it brings in 800,000 francs, you shall have 1,500 francs a year. It is a fortune. Very well, I will tell them to value the things on their consciences. An hour later, Pons was fast asleep. The doctor had ordered a soothing draught, which Schmuck administered, all unconscious that La Sibat had doubled the dose. Frazier, Remonink, and Magus, 3 gallows birds, were examining the 1,700 different objects which formed the old musician's collection one by one. Schmuck had gone to bed. The 3 kites, drawn by the scent of a corpse, were masters of the field. Make no noise, said La Sibat, whenever Magus went into ecstasies, or explained the value of some work of art to Remonink. The dying man slept on in the neighbouring room, while greed in 4 different forms appraised the treasures that he must leave behind, and waited impatiently for him to dear sight to wring the heart. 3 hours went by before they had finished the salon. On an average, said the grimy old Jew, everything here is worth 1,000 francs. 1,700,000 francs, exclaimed Frazier in bewilderment. Not to me, Magus answered promptly, and his eyes grew dull. I would not give more than 100,000 francs myself for the collection. You cannot tell how long you may keep a thing on hand. There are masterpieces that wait 10 years for a buyer, and meanwhile the purchase money is doubled by compound interest. Still, I should pay cash. There is stained glass in the other room, as well as enamels and miniatures, and gold and silver snuff-boxes, put in Remonink. Can they be seen? Inquired Frazier. I'll see if he is sound asleep, replied La Sibat. She made a sign, and the 3 birds of prey came in. There are masterpieces yonder, said Magus, indicating the salon, every bristle of his white beard twitching as he spoke. But the riches are here, and what riches! Kings have nothing more glorious in royal treasuries. Remonink's eyes lighted up till they glowed like carbuncles at the sight of the gold snuff-boxes. Frazier, cool and calm as a serpent or some snake creature, with the power of rising erect, stood with his viper head stretched out in such an attitude as a painter would choose for Mephistopheles. The 3 covetous beings, thirsting for gold as devils thirst for the dew of heaven, looked simultaneously, as it chanced, at the owner of all this wealth. Some nightmare troubled Pons. He stirred, and suddenly, under the influence of those diabolical glances, he opened his eyes with a shrill cry. Thieves, there they are! Help, murder, help! The nightmare was evidently still upon him, for he sat up in bed staring before him with blank, wide-open eyes, and had not the power to move. Illuminates and restraint made for the door, but a word glued them to the spot. Magus, here I am betrayed. Instinctively, the sick man had known that his beloved pictures were in danger, a thought that touched him at least as closely as any dread for himself, and he awoke. Frazier, meanwhile, did not stir. Mme Sibat, who is that gentleman? Cried Pons, shivering at the sight. Goodness me, how could I put him out of the door? She inquired with a wink and gesture for Frazier's benefit. This gentleman came just a minute ago from your family. Frazier could not conceal his admiration for La Sibat. Yes, sir, he said, I have come on behalf of Mme, la President de Marville, her husband and her daughter, to express their regret. They learned quite by accident that you are ill, and they would like to nurse you themselves. They want you to go to Marville and get well there. Mme la Vicomtesse Popinot, the little Cecile that you love so much, will be your nurse. She took your part with her mother. She convinced Mme de Marville that she had made a mistake. So my next of kin have sent you to me, have they? Pons exclaimed indignantly. And sent the best judge and expert in all Paris with you to show you the way. Oh, a nice commission, he cried, bursting into wild laughter. You have come to value my pictures and curiosities. My snuff-boxes and miniatures make your valuation. You have a man there who understands everything, and Mort can buy everything, for he is a millionaire 10 times over. My dear relatives will not have long to wait, he added with bitter irony. They have choked the last breath out of me. Ah, Mme Sibat, you said you were a mother to me, and you bring dealers into the house and my competitor. And the camusats, while I am asleep, get out, all of you. The unhappy man was beside himself with anger and fear. He rose from the bed and stood upright, a gaunt, wasted figure. Take my arm, sir, said La Sibat, rushing to the rescue, lest Pons should fall prey. Calm yourself, the gentlemen are gone. I want to see the salon, said the death-stricken man. La Sibat made a sign to the 3 ravens to take flight. Then she caught up Pons as if he had been a feather, and put him in bed again in spite of his cries. When she saw that he was quite helpless and exhausted, she went to shut the door on the staircase. The 3 who had done Pons to death were still on the landing. La Sibat told them to wait. She heard Frazier say to Magus, let me have it in writing and sign it. Both of you undertake to pay 900,000 francs in cash for Roman 1,000 Pons collection, and we will see about putting you in the way of making a handsome profit. With that he said something to La Sibat in a voice so low that the others could not catch it, and went down after the 2 dealers to the porter's room. Have they gone? Mme Sibat asked the unhappy Pons when she came back again. Gone? Who? Asked she. Those men. What men? There now you have seen men, said she. You have just had a raving fit. If it hadn't been for me, you would have gone out the window, and now you are still talking of men in the room. Is it always to be like this? What, was there not a gentleman here just now saying that my relatives had sent him? Will you still stand me out, said she. Upon my word, do you know where you ought to be sent? To the asylum at Charenton. You see men. Magus, Remonenc, and... Oh, as for Remonenc, you may have seen him, for he came up to tell me that my poor Sibat is so bad that I must clear out of this and come down. My Sibat comes first, you see. When my husband is ill, I can think of nobody else. Try to keep quiet and sleep for a couple of hours. I have sent for Dr. Poulain, and I will come up with him, take a drink, and be good. Then, was there no one in the room just now when I waked? No one, said she. You must have seen Roman 1,000 Remonenc in one of your looking-glasses. You are right, Mme Sibat, said Pons, meek as a lamb. Well, now you are sensible again. Goodbye, my cherub, keep quiet. I shall be back again in a minute. When Pons heard the outer door close upon her, he summoned up all his remaining strength to rise. They are cheating me, he muttered to himself. They are robbing me. Schmuck is a child that would let them tie him up in a sack. The terrible scene had seemed so real it could not be a dream. He thought a desire to throw light upon the puzzle excited him. He managed to reach the door, opened it after many efforts, and stood on the threshold of his salon. There they were, his dear pictures, his statues, his Florentine bronzes, his porcelain. The sight of them revived him. The old collector walked in his dressing gown along the narrow spaces between the credentials and the sideboards that lined the wall. His feet bare, his head on fire. His first glance of ownership told him that everything was there. He turned to go back to bed again, when he noticed that a Greuze portrait looked out of the frame that had held Sebastian del Piombo's Templar. Suspicion flashed across his brain, making his dark thoughts apparent to him as a flash of lightning marks the outlines of the cloud bars on a stormy sky. He looked round for the 8 capital pictures of the collection. Each one of them was replaced by another, a dark film, suddenly overspread his eyes, his strength failed him, he fell fainting upon the polished floor. So heavy was the swoon that for 2 hours he lay as he fell till Schmuck awoke and went to see his friend, and found him lying unconscious in the salon. With endless pains Schmuck raised the half-dead body and laid it on the bed, but when he came to question the death-stricken man, and saw the look in the dull eyes, and heard the vague inarticulate words, the good German so far from losing his head rose to the very heroism of friendship. Man and child as he was with the pressure of despair, came the inspiration of a mother's tenderness, a woman's love. He warmed towels, he found towels, he wrapped them about Pan's hands, he laid them over the pit of the stomach, he took the cold, moist forehead in his hands, he summoned back life with a might of will worthy of Apollonius of Tyana, laying kisses on his friend's eyelids, like some Mary bending over the dead Christ in a Pieta, carved in bas-relief by some great Italian sculptor. The divine effort, the outpouring of one life into another, the work of mother and of lover, was crowned with success. In half an hour the warmth revived Pons, he became himself again, the hues of life returned to his eyes, suspended faculties gradually resumed their play under the influence of artificial heat. Schmuck gave him balm water with a little wine in it. The spirit of life spread through the body, intelligence lighted up the forehead, so short a while ago insensible as a stone, and Pons knew that he had been brought back to life. By what sacred devotion, what might of friendship? But for you I should die, he said, and as he spoke he felt the good German's tears falling on his face. Schmuck was laughing and crying at once. Poor Schmuck, he had waited for those words with a frenzy of hope as costly as the frenzy of despair, and now his strength utterly failed him, he collapsed like a rent balloon. It was his turn to fall, he sank into the easy-chair, clasped his hands, and thanked God in fervent prayer for him. A miracle had just been wrought. He put no belief in the efficacy of the prayer of his deeds. The miracle had been wrought by God in direct answer to his cry. And yet that miracle was a natural effect, such as medical science often records. A sick man surrounded by those who love him, nursed by those who wish earnestly that he should live, will recover, other things being equal, when another patient tended by hirelings will die. Doctors decline to see unconscious magnetism in this phenomenon. For them, it is the result of intelligent nursing, of exact obedience to their orders, but many a mother knows the virtue of such ardent projection of strong unceasing prayer. My good Schmuck, say nodings, I shall hear you mit main heart. Rest, said Schmuck, smiling at him. Poor friend, noble creature, child of God, living in God, the one being that has loved me. The words came out with pauses between them. There was a new note, a something never heard before in Pan's voice. All the soul so soon to take flight found utterance in the words that filled Schmuck with happiness, almost like a lover's rapture. Yes, I shall be strong as a lion, I shall walk for two. Listen, my good, my faithful, adorable friend, let me speak. I have not much time left, I am a dead man, I cannot recover from these repeated shocks. Schmuck was crying like a child. Just listen, continued Pons, and cry afterwards. As a Christian you must submit. I have been robbed, it is La Cibat's doing. I ought to open your eyes. Before I go, you know nothing of life. Somebody has taken away 8 of the pictures, and they were worth a great deal of money. Vorgif me, I sold them. You sold them? Yes, I said. Poor Schmuck, they summoned us to their court. Summoned? Who summoned us? Wait, said Schmuck. He went for the bit of stamped paper left by the bailiff, and gave it to Pons. Pons read the scroll through with close attention. Then he let the paper drop, and lay quite silent for a while, a close observer of the work of men's hands, unheedful, so far, of the workings of the brain. Pons finally counted out the threads of the plot woven about him by La Cibat, the artist's fire, the intellect that won the Roman scholarship. All his youth came back to him for a little. My good Schmuck, he said at last, you must do as I tell you, and obey like a soldier. Listen, go downstairs into the lodge, and tell that abominable woman that I should like to see the person sent to me by my cousin the president, and that unless he comes I shall leave my collection to the Musée. Say that a will is in question. Schmuck went on his errand, but at the first word La Cibat answered by a smile. My good Roman 1000, Schmuck, our dear invalid, has had a delirious fit. He thought that there were men in the room. On my word, as an honest woman, no one has come from the family. Schmuck went back with his answer, which he repeated word for word. She is cleverer, more astute and cunning and wily than I thought, said Pons with a smile. She lies even in her room. Imagine it, this morning she brought a Jew here, Magus by name, and Ramonink, and a third whom I do not know, more terrific than the other two put together. She meant to make a valuation while I was asleep. I happened to wake, and saw them all three estimating the worth of my snuff-boxes. The stranger said indeed that the Camusarts had sent him here. I spoke to him, that shameless woman stood me out, that I was dreaming my good. Schmuck, it was not a dream, I heard the man perfectly plainly. He spoke to me, the two dealers took fright, and made for the door. I thought that La Cibot would contradict herself. The experiment failed. I will lay another snare, and trap the wretched woman. Poor Schmuck, you think that La Cibot is an angel, and for this month past she has been killing me by inches to gain her covetous ends. I would not believe that a woman who served us faithfully for years could be so wicked. That doubt has been my ruin. How much did the 8 pictures fetch? 5.000 francs. Good heavens, they were worth 20 times as much, cried Pons, the gems of the collection. I have not time now to institute proceedings, and if I did you would figure in court as the dupe of those rascals. A lawsuit would be the death of you. You do not know what justice means. A court of justice is a sink of iniquity. At the sight of such horrors a soul like yours would give way, and besides you will have enough. The pictures cost me 40,000 francs. I have had them for 36 years. Oh, we have been robbed with surprising dexterity. I am on the brink of the grave. I care for nothing now, but thiefer thee the best soul under the sun. I will not have you plundered. All that I have is yours, so you must trust nobody. Schmuck, you that have never suspected anyone in your life, I know God watches over you, but he may forget for one moment, and you will be seized like a vessel among pirates. La Cibot is a monster. She is killing me, and you think her an angel. You shall see what she is. Go and ask her to give you the name of a notary, and I will show you her with her hand in the bag. Schmuck listened as if Pons proclaimed an apocalypse could so depraved a creature as La Cibot exist. If Pons was right, it seemed to imply that there was no God in the world. He went right down again to Mme Cibot. Mein boer vriend Barnes feel so ill, he said, dat he wished to make his Roman 104 go und preying ein notary. This was said in the hearing of several persons, for Cibot's life was despaired of Ramonenc, and his sister 2 women from neighbouring porters' lodges, 2 or 3 servants, and the lodger from the first floor on the side next. The street were all standing outside in the gateway. Oh, you can just fetch a notary yourself, and have your will made as you please, cried La Cibot with tears in her eyes. My poor Cibot is dying, and it is no time to leave him. I would give all the Ponses in the world to save Cibot, that has never given me an ounce of unhappiness in these 30 years since we were married. And in she went, leaving Schmuck in confusion. Is Roman 1000 Pons really seriously ill? Sir, asked the first-floor lodger, one Jolivard, a clerk in the registrar's office at the Palais de Justice. He nearly died just now, said Schmuck with deep sorrow in his voice. Roman 1000 Trognon lives nearby in the Rue Saint-Louis, said Roman 1000 Jolivard. He is the notary of the quarter. Would you like me to go for him? Asked Ramonenc. I should be very glad, said Schmuck, for gif montame Zippard cannot be mit mine vriend. I shall not wish to leave him in der state he is in. Mme Cibot told us that he was going out of his mind, resumed Jolivard. Barnes out of his mind, cried Schmuck, terror-stricken by the idea. Nefer was he so clear in der head dat is just der reason why I am anxious for him. The little group of persons listened to the conversation with a very natural curiosity which stamped the scene upon their memories. Schmuck did not know Frazier, and could not note his satanic countenance and glittering eyes, but 2 words whispered by Frazier in La Cibot's ear had prompted a daring piece of acting somewhat beyond La Cibot's range. It may be, though she played her part throughout in a masterly style to make others believe that the dying man was out of his mind, it was the very cornerstone of the edifice reared by the petty lawyer. The morning's incident had done Frazier good service, but for him, La Cibot in her trouble might have fallen into the snare innocently spread by Schmuck when he asked her to send back the person sent by the family. Ramonenc saw Dr. Poulain coming towards them, and asked no better than to vanish. The fact was that for the last 10 days the Auvergnat had been playing Providence in a manner singularly displeasing to justice, which claims the monopoly of that part. He had made up his mind to rid himself at all costs of the one obstacle in his way to happiness, and happiness for him meant capital trebled and marriage with the irresistibly charming portress. He had watched the little tailor drinking his herbtea, and a thought struck him he would convert the ailment into mortal sickness. His stock of old metals supplied him with the means. One morning, as he leaned against the doorpost, smoking his pipe and dreaming of that fine shop on the Boulevard de la Madeleine, where Mme Cibot, gorgeously arrayed, should some day sit enthroned, his eyes fell upon a copper disc about the size of a 5-franc piece, covered thickly with verdigris. The economical idea of using Cibot's medicine to clean the disc immediately occurred to him. He fastened the thing in a bit of twine, and came over every morning to inquire for tidings of his friend, the tailor, timing his visit during La Cibot's visit to her gentleman upstairs. He dropped the disc into the tumbler, allowed it to steep there, while he talked and drew it out again by the string when he went away. The trace of tarnished copper, commonly called verdigris, poisoned the wholesome draught a minute dose administered by stealth, did incalculable mischief. Behold the results of this criminal homeopathy. On the third day poor Cibot's hair came out, his teeth were loosened in their sockets, his whole system was deranged by scarcely perceptible trace of poison. Dr. Poulain racked his brains. He was enough of a man of science to see that some destructive agent was at work. He privately carried off the decoction, analyzed it himself, but found nothing. It so chanced that Ramoninck had taken fright, and omitted to dip the disc in the tumbler that day. Then Dr. Poulain fell back on himself and science, and got out of the difficulty with a theory: a sedentary life, in a damp room, a cramped position before the barred window. These conditions had vitiated the blood, in the absence of proper exercise especially, as the patient continually breathed an atmosphere saturated with the fetid exhalations of the gutter. The Rue de Normandie is one of the old-fashioned streets that slope towards the middle. The municipal authorities of Paris as yet have laid on no water supply to flush the central canal, which drains the houses on either side, and as a result a stream of filthy ooze meanders among the cobblestones, filters into the soil, and produces the mud peculiar to the city. La Cibot came and went, but her husband, a hard-working man, sat day in day out like a fakir on the table in the window, till his knee joints were stiffened, the blood stagnated in his body, and his legs grew so thin and crooked that he almost lost the use of them. The deep copper tint of the man's complexion naturally suggested that he had been out of health for a very long time. The wife's good health and the husband's illness seemed to the doctor to be satisfactorily accounted for by this theory. "Then what is the matter with my poor Cibot?" asked the portress. "My dear Mme. Cibot, he is dying of the porter's disease," said the doctor. "Incurable vitiation of the blood is evident from the general anemic condition." No one had anything to gain by a crime so objectless. Dr. Poulain's first suspicions were effaced by this thought: who could have any possible interest in Cibot's death? His wife. The doctor saw her taste the herb tea as she sweetened it. Crimes which escape social vengeance are many enough, and as a rule they are of this order: to wit, murders committed without any startling sign of violence, without bloodshed, bruises, marks of strangling, without any bungling of the business. In short, if there seems to be no motive for the crime, it most likely goes unpunished, especially if the death occurs among the poorer classes. Murder is almost always denounced by its advanced guards, by hatred or greed, well known to those under whose eyes the whole matter has passed. But in the case of the Cibots, no one save the doctor had any interest in discovering the actual cause of death. The little copper-faced tailor's wife adored her husband. He had no money and no enemies. La Cibot's fortune and the marine store dealer's motives were alike hidden in the shade. Poulain knew the portress and her way of thinking perfectly well. He thought her capable of tormenting pawns, but he saw that she had neither motive enough nor wit enough for murder, and besides, every time the doctor came and she gave her husband a draught, she took a spoonful herself. Poulain himself, the only person who might have thrown light on the matter, inclined to believe that this was one of the unaccountable freaks of disease, one of the astonishing exceptions which make medicine so perilous a profession. And in truth, the little tailor's unwholesome life and unsanitary surroundings had unfortunately brought him to such a pass that the trace of copper poisoning was like the last straw. Gossips and neighbours took it upon themselves to explain the sudden death, and no suspicion of blame lighted upon Ramoninck. "Oh, this long time past, I have said that Roman 1000 Cibot was not well," cried one. "He worked too hard," he did, said another. "He heated his blood. He would not listen to me," put in a neighbour. "I advised him to walk out of a Sunday, and keep Saint Monday 2 days in the week. Is not too much for amusement." In short, the gossip of the quarter, the telltale voice to which justice, in the person of the commissary of police, the king of the poorer classes, lends an attentive ear, gossip, explained the little tailor's demise in a perfectly satisfactory manner. Yet Roman 1000 Poulain's pensive air and uneasy eyes embarrassed Ramoninck not little, and at sight of the doctor, he offered eagerly to go in search of Roman 1000 Trognon Fraisier's acquaintance. Fraisier turned to La Cibot to say in a low voice, "I shall come back again as soon as the will is made. In spite of your sorrow, you must look for squalls." Then he slipped away like a shadow and met his friend the doctor. "Ah, Poulain," he exclaimed, "it is all right, we are safe. I will tell you about it tonight. Look out a post that will suit you. You shall have it. For my own part, I am a justice of the peace. Tableaux will not refuse me now for a son-in-law." And as for you, I will undertake that you shall marry Emile Vittel, granddaughter of our Justice of the Peace. Frazier, left Poulain reduced to dumb bewilderment by these wild words, bounced like a ball into the boulevard, hailed an omnibus, and was set down 10 minutes later by the modern coach at the corner of the Rue de Choiseul. By this time, it was nearly 4 o'clock. Frazier felt quite sure of a word in private with the president, for officials seldom leave the Palais de Justice before 5 o'clock. Mme de Marville's reception of him assured Frazier that Roman 1000 Lebroff had kept his promise made to Mme Vatinel, and spoken favourably of the sometime attorney at Mance Emilie's manor, was almost caressing. So might the Duchesse de Montpensier have treated Jacques Clement. The petty attorney was a knife to her hand, but when Frazier produced the joint letter signed by Elie Magus and Ramonenc, offering the sum of 900,000 francs in cash for Pond's collection, then the president looked at her man of business, and the gleam of the money flashed from her eyes. That ripple of greed reached the attorney. Roman 1000, le President left a message with me. She said he hopes that you will dine with us tomorrow. It will be a family party. Roman 1000, Godeshall Desroches' successor, and my attorney will come to meet you, and Berthier, our notary, and my daughter and son-in-law. After dinner you and I and the notary and attorney will have the little consultation for which you ask, and I will give you full powers. The 2 gentlemen will do as you require and act upon your inspiration, and see that everything goes well. You shall have a power of attorney from Roman 1000 de Marville as soon as you want it. I shall want it on the day of the decease. It shall be in readiness. Mme la President, if I ask for a power of attorney, and would prefer that your attorney's name should not appear, I wish it less in my own interest than in yours when I give myself. It is without reserve, and in return, madame, I ask the same fidelity I ask my patrons. I do not venture to call you my clients to put the same confidence in me. You may think that in acting thus I am trying to fasten upon this affair. No, madame, there may be reprehensible things done with an inheritance in view. One is dragged on especially with 900,000 francs in the balance. Well now, you could not disavow a man like Maître Godeshall honesty itself, but you can throw all the blame on the back of a miserable pettifogging lawyer. Mme Camusot de Marville looked admiringly at Frazier. You ought to go very high, said she, or sink very low in your place. Instead of asking to hide myself away, as a justice of the peace I would aim at the crown attorney's appointment at, say Mantes, and make a great career for myself. Let me have my way, madame. The post of justice of the peace is an ambling pad. For Roman 1000 Vittel, for me, it shall be a warhorse. And in this way the president proceeded to a final confidence. You seem to be so completely devoted to our interests, she began, that I will tell you about the difficulties of our position, and our hopes. The president's great desire, ever since a match was projected between his daughter and an adventurer who recently started a bank, the president's wish, I say, has been to round out the Marville estate with some grazing land. At that time in the market, we dispossessed ourselves of fine property, as you know, to settle it upon our daughter. But I wish very much, my daughter being an only child, to buy all that remains of the grass land. Part has been sold already. The estate belongs to an Englishman who is returning to England after a 20 years' residence in France. He built the most charming cottage in a delightful situation between Marville Park and the meadows, which once were part of the Marville lands. He bought up covers, copse and gardens at fancy prices to make the grounds about the cottage, the house, and its surroundings make a feature of the landscape. And it lies close to my daughter's park. Palings. The land and house should be bought for 700,000 francs, for the net revenue is about 20,000 francs. But if Mr. Wadman finds out that we think of buying it, he is sure to add another 200,000 or 300,000 francs to the price, for he will lose money if the house counts for nothing, as it usually does when you buy land in the country. Why, Madame, Frazier broke in my opinion, you can be so sure that the inheritance is yours that I will offer to act the part of purchaser for you. I will undertake that you shall have the land at the best possible price, and have a written engagement made out under private seal, like a contract to deliver goods. I will go to the Englishman in the character of buyer. I understand that sort of thing. It was my specialty at Mance. Vatinel doubled the value of his practice while I worked in his name. Hence your connection with little Madame Vatinel. He must be very well off. But Mme Vatinel has expensive tastes, so be easy, madame, I will serve you up the Englishman done to a turn. If you can manage that, you will have eternal claims to my gratitude. Good day, my dear Roman 1000 Frazier, till tomorrow. Frazier went. His parting bow was a degree less cringing than on the first occasion. I am to dine tomorrow with President de Marville. He said to himself, "Come now, I have these folk in my power only to be absolute master. I ought to be the German's legal adviser in the person of Taberiot. The justice's clerk Taberiot will not have me now for his daughter, his only daughter, but he will give her to me when I am a justice of the peace. I shall be eligible. Emile Taberiot, that tall consumptive girl with the red hair, has a house in the Place Royale in right of her mother at her father's death. She is sure to come in for 6,000 francs. You must not look too hard at the plank." As he went back to the Rue de Normandie by way of the boulevards, he dreamed out his golden dream. He gave himself up to the happiness of the thought that he should never know want again. He would marry his friend Pauline to Emile Vittel, the daughter of the Justice of the Peace. Together he and his friend, the doctor, would reign like kings in the quarter. He would carry all the elections, municipal, military, or political. The boulevards seem short, if while you pace afoot you mount your ambition on the steed of fancy in this way. Schmuck meanwhile went back to his friend Pons, with the news that Sibat was dying, and Ramonink gone in search of Roman 1000 Trognon. The notary Pons was struck by the name. It had come up again, and again, in La Sibat's interminable talk, and La Sibat always recommended him as honesty incarnate. And with that a luminous idea occurred to Pons, in whom mistrust had grown paramount since the morning, an idea which completed his plan for outwitting La Sibat, and unmasking her completely for the too credulous Schmuck. So many unexpected things had happened that day, that poor Schmuck was quite bewildered. Pons took his friend's hand. "There must be a good deal of confusion in the house, Schmuck, if the porter is at death's door. We are almost free for a minute or two, that is to say, there will be no spiesver. We are watched, you may be sure of that. Go out, take a cab, go to the theatre, and tell Emil Helles Breistout that I should like to see her before I die. Ask her to come here tonight. When she leaves the theatre, then go to your friends Brunner and Schwab, and beg them to come tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, to inquire after me. Let them come up as if they were just passing by and called in to see me." The old artist felt that he was dying, and this was the scheme that he forged. He meant Schmuck to be his universal legatee, to protect Schmuck from any possible legal quibbles. He proposed to dictate his will to a notary in the presence of witnesses, lest his sanity should be called in question, and the Camusats should attempt upon that pretext to dispute the will at the name of Trognon. He caught a glimpse of machinations of some kind, perhaps a flaw purposely inserted or premeditated treachery on La Sibat's part. He would prevent this. Trognon should dictate a holograph, will which should be signed and deposited in a sealed envelope in a drawer. Then Schmuck, hidden in one of the cabinets in his alcove, should see La Sibat search for the will, find it, open the envelope, read it through, and seal it again next morning at 9 o'clock. He would cancel the will and make a new one in the presence of 2 notaries, everything in due form and order. La Sibat had treated him as a madman and a visionary. He saw what this means, saw the president's hate and greed, her revenge in La Sibat's behavior in the sleepless hours and lonely days of the last 2 months. The poor man had sifted the events of his past life. It has been the wont of sculptors ancient and modern to set a tutelary genius with a lighted torch upon either side of a tomb. Those torches that light up the paths of death throw light for dying eyes upon the spectacle of a life's mistakes and sins. The carved stone figures express great ideas. They are symbols of a fact in human experience. The agony of death has its own wisdom. Not seldom a simple girl, scarcely more than a child, will grow wise with the experience of 100 years, will gain prophetic vision, judge her family, and see clearly through all pretenses at the near approach of death. Herein lies death's poetry, but strange and worthy of remark it is there are 2 manners of death. The poetry of prophecy, the gift of seeing clearly into the future or the past, only belongs to those whose bodies are stricken, to those who die by the destruction of the organs of physical life. Consumptive patients, for instance, or those who die of gangrene like Louis Roman, 14 of fever like Pons, of a stomach complaint like Mme de Mortsauf, or of wounds received in the full tide of life like soldiers on the battlefield. All these may possess this supreme lucidity to the full. Their deaths fill us with surprise and wonder, but many on the other hand die of intelligential diseases, as they may be called, of maladies seated in the brain, or in that nervous system, which acts as a kind of purveyor of thought fuel, and these die, wholly body and spirit, are darkened together. The former are spirits deserted by the body, realizing for us our ideas of the spirits of Scripture. The latter are bodies untenanted by a spirit. Too late the virgin nature, the epicure Cato, the righteous man almost without sin, was discovering the president's real character, the sack of Gaul, that did duty for her heart. He knew the world now that he was about to leave it, and for the past few hours he had risen gaily to his part like a joyous artist finding a pretext for caricature and laughter. In everything the last links that bound him to life, the chains of admiration, the strong ties that bind the art lover to art's masterpieces, had been snapped that morning. When Pons knew that La Cibot had robbed him, he bade farewell like a Christian to the pomps and vanities of art, to his collection, to all his old friendships, with the makers of so many fair things. Our forefathers counted the day of death as a Christian festival, and in something of the same spirit Pons' thoughts turned to the coming end in his tender love. He tried to protect Schmuck when he should be low in the grave. It was this father's thought that led him to fix his choice upon the leading lady of the ballet. Emil Breistout should help him to baffle surrounding treachery, and those who in all probability would never forgive his innocent universal legatee. Helene Breistout was one of the few natures that remained true in a false position. She was an opera girl of the school of Josepha, and Jenny Cadine, capable of playing any trick on a paying adorer. Yet she was a good comrade, dreading no power on earth, accustomed, as she was, to see the weak side of the strong, and to hold her own with the police at the scarcely idyllic Bal de Mabille and the Carnival. If she asked for my place for Garigiot, she will think that she owes me a good turn, by so much the more, said Pons to himself. Thanks to the prevailing confusion in the porter's lodge, Schmuck succeeded in getting out of the house. He returned with the utmost speed, fearing to leave Pons too long alone. Roman 1000. Trognon reached the house just as Schmuck came in, albeit Cibot was dying. His wife came upstairs with the notary, brought him into the bedroom and withdrew, leaving Schmuck and Pons with Roman 1000 Trognon, but she left the door ajar and went no further than the next room, providing herself with a little handglass of curious workmanship. She took up her station in the doorway so that she could not only hear but see all that passed at the supreme moment. So said Pons, I am in the full possession of my faculties, unfortunately for me, for I feel that I am about to die, and doubtless by the will of God I shall be spared nothing of the agony of death. This is Roman 1000 Schmucketh. Notary bowed to Roman 1000 Schmuckamy. One friend on earth, continued Pons. I wish to make him my universal legatee. Now tell me how to word the will, so that my friend, who is a German and knows nothing of French law, may succeed to my possessions without any dispute. Anything is liable to be disputed, so said the notary. That is the drawback of human justice, but in the matter of wills there are wills so drafted that they cannot be upset. In what way? Queried Pons. If a will is made in the presence of a notary and before witnesses who can swear that the testator was in the full possession of his faculties, and if the testator has neither wife nor children nor father nor mother. I have none of these. All my affection is centered upon my dear friend Schmuck here. The tears overflowed Schmuck's eyes. Then if you have none but distant relatives, the law leaves you free to dispose of both personalty and real estate as you please, so long as you bequeath them for no unlawful purpose, for you must have come across cases of wills disputed on account of the testator's eccentricities. Made in the presence of a notary, is considered to be authentic, for the person's identity is established. The notary certifies that the testator was sane at the time, and there can be no possible dispute over the signature. Still, a holograph will, properly and clearly worded, is quite as safe. I have decided, for reasons of my own, to make a holograph will at your dictation, and to deposit it with my friend here. Is this possible? Quite possible, said the notary. Will you write? I will begin to dictate. Schmuck, bring me my little bull writing desk. Speak low, sir, he added, we may be overheard. Just tell me first of all what you intend, demanded the notary. 10 minutes later La Cibot saw the notary look over the will, while Schmuck lighted a taper. Pons watching her reflection all the while in a mirror. She saw the envelope sealed, saw Pons give it to Schmuck, and heard him say that it must be put away in a secret drawer in his bureau. Then the testator asked for the key, tied it to the corner of his handkerchief, and slipped it under his pillow. The notary himself, by courtesy, was appointed executor to him. Pons left a picture of price, such a thing as the law permits a notary to receive. Trognon went out, and came upon Mme Cibot in the salon. Well, sir, did Roman 1000 Pons remember me? You do not expect a notary to betray secrets confided to him, my dear, returned Roman 1000 Trognon. I can only tell you this: there will be many disappointments, and some that are anxious after the money will be foiled. Roman 1000 Pons has made a good and very sensible will, a patriotic will which I highly approve. La Cibot's curiosity, kindled by such words, reached an unimaginable pitch. She went downstairs and spent the night at Cibot's bedside, inwardly resolving that Emile Ramonenc should take her place towards 2 or 3 in the morning, when she would go up and have a look at the document. Emile Breistout's visit towards 10:30 that night seemed natural enough to La Cibot, But in her terror lest the ballet girl should mention Gaudissart's gift of 1,000 francs, she went upstairs with her lavishing polite speeches and flattery, as if Emile Heloise had been a queen. "Ah, my dear, you are much nicer here on your own ground than at the theatre," Heloise remarked. "I advise you to keep to your employment." Heloise was splendidly dressed. Bixiou, her lover, had brought her in his carriage on the way to an evening party at Mariette's. It so fell out that the first-floor lodger Roman 1000, Chapelot, a retired braid manufacturer from the Rue Saint-Denis, returning from the Ambigue Comique, with his wife and daughter, was dazzled by a vision of such a costume, and such a charming woman upon their staircase. "Who is that Mme. Sibat?" asked Mme. Chapelot. "A nobtithantia should be light skirts that you may see half-naked any evening for a couple of francs," La Sibat answered in an undertone for Mme. Chapelot's ear. Victorine called the braid manufacturer's wife. "Let the lady pass, child." The matron's alarm signal was not lost upon Hale. "Your daughter must be more inflammable than tinder, madame, if you are afraid that she will catch fire by touching me," she said. Roman 1000 Chapelot waited on the landing. "She is uncommonly handsome off the stage," he remarked, whereupon Mme. Chapelot pinched him sharply and drove him indoors. "Here is a second-floor lodger that has a mind to set up for being on the 4th floor," said Heloise, as she continued to climb. "But mademoiselle is accustomed to going higher and higher." "Well, old boy," said Heloise, entering the bedroom, and catching sight of the old musician's white-wasted face. "Well, old boy, so we are not very well. Everybody at the theatre is asking after you. But though one's heart may be in the right place, every one has his own affairs, you know, and cannot find time to go to see friends. Gaudissart talks of coming round every day, and every morning the tiresome management gets hold of him. Still, we are all of us fond of you." Mme. Sibat said, "The patient be so kind as to leave us. We want to talk about the theatre, and my post as conductor with this lady Schmuck. Will you go to the door with Mme. Sibat?" At a sign from Pons, Schmuck saw Mme. Sibat out at the door and drew the bolts. "Ah, that blackguard of a German, is he spoiled too?" La Sibat said to herself, as she heard the significant sounds that his Roman 1000 Pons doing. "He taught him those disgusting tricks. But you shall pay for this, my dears," she thought, as she went downstairs. "Pooh, if that tightrope dancer tells him about the 1,000 francs, I shall say that it is a farce." She seated herself by Sibat's pillow. Sibat complained of a burning sensation in the stomach. Ramonenc had called in and given him a draught while his wife was upstairs. As soon as Schmuck had dismissed, La Sibat Pons turned to the ballet girl. "Dear child, I can trust no one else to find me a notary, an honest man, and send him here to make my will tomorrow morning at 9:30 precisely. I want to leave all that I have to Schmuck. If he is persecuted, poor German that he is, I shall reckon upon the notary. The notary must defend him, and for that reason I must have a wealthy notary, highly thought of, a man above the temptations to which pettifogging lawyers yield. He must succor my poor friend. I cannot trust Berthier Cardot's successor, and you know so many people." "Oh, I have the very man for you," Heloise broke in. "There is the notary that acts for Florine, and the Comtesse du Breul, Leopold Hannequin, a virtuous man that does not know what a lorette is. He is a sort of chancicum father, a good soul, that will not let you play ducks and drakes with your earnings. I call him Le Pire aux Rats, because he instills economical notions into the minds of all my friends. In the first place, my dear fellow, he has a private income of 60,000 francs, and he is a notary of the real old sort. A notary, while he walks or sleeps his children, must be little notaries and nodesses. He is a heavy pedantic creature, and that's the truth. But on his own ground he is not the man to flinch before any power in creation. No woman ever got money out of him. He is a facile paterfamilias. His wife worships him, and does not deceive him, although she is a notary's wife. What more do you want as a notary? He has not his match in Paris. He is in the patriarchal style, not queer and amusing as Cardot used to be with Malaga, but he will never decamp like little what's-his-name that lived with Antonia. So I will send round my man tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. You may sleep in peace, and I hope in the first place that you will get better and make charming music for us again. And yet after all, you see, life is very dreary. Managers chisel you, and kings mizzle, and ministers fizzle, and rich fold economizel. Artists have nothing left here." Tapping her breast. "It is a time to die in. Goodbye, old boy. Heloise, of all things I ask you to keep my counsel. It is not a theatre affair," she said. "It is sacred for an artist." "Who is your gentleman, child?" "Roman 1000 Bodger, the mayor of your arrondissement, a man as stupid as the late Crevel once financed Gaudissart, you know, and a few days ago he died, and left me nothing, not so much as a pot of pomatum that made me say just now that this age of ours is something sickening. What did he die of? Of his wife. If he had stayed with me, he would be living now. Goodbye, dear old boy. I am talking of going off, because I can see that you will be walking about the boulevards in a week or two, hunting up pretty little curiosities again. You are not ill. I never saw your eyes look so bright. And she went fully convinced that her protégé Goriot would conduct the orchestra for good. Every door stood ajar as she went downstairs. Every lodger on tiptoe watched the lady of the ballet pass on her way out. It was quite an event in the house. Fraisier, like the bulldog that sets his teeth and never lets go, was on the spot. He stood beside La Cibot when Emile Brystout passed under the gateway, and asked for the door to be opened, knowing that a will had been made. He had come to see how the land lay, for Maître Trognon notary had refused to say a syllable. Fraisier's questions were as fruitless as Mme Cibot's. Naturally, the ballet girl's visit in extremis was not lost upon Fraisier. He vowed to himself that he would turn it to good account. My dear Mme Cibot, he began, now is the critical moment for you. Ah yes, my poor Cibot, said she, when I think that he will not live to enjoy anything I may get. It is a question of finding out whether Roman 1,000 pounds has left you anything at all, whether your name is mentioned or left out. In fact, he interrupted, I represent the next of kin, and to them you must look. In any case it is a holograph will, and consequently very easy to upset. Do you know where our man has put it? In a secret drawer in his bureau, and he has the key of it. He tied it to a corner of his handkerchief and put it under his pillow. I saw it all. Is the will sealed? Yes, alas. It is a criminal offence if you carry off a will and suppress it, but it is only a misdemeanor to look at it, and anyhow what does it amount to? A peccadillo, and nobody will see you. Is your man a heavy sleeper? Yes, but when you tried to see all the things and value them, he ought to have slept like a top. And yet he woke up still. I will see about it. I will take Roman 1,000 Schmuck's place about 4 o'clock this morning, and if you care to come, you shall have the will in your hands for 10 minutes. Good, I will come up about 4 o'clock, and I will knock very softly. Emile Ramonink will take my place with Cibot. She will know and open the door, but tap on the window so as to rouse nobody in the house. Right, said Fraisier. You will have a light, will you not? A candle will do. At midnight poor Schmuck sat in his easy-chair watching with a breaking heart that shrinking of the features that comes with death. Pons looked so worn out with the day's exertions that death seemed very near. Presently Pons spoke. I have just enough strength, I think, to last till tomorrow night, he said philosophically. Tomorrow night the death agony will begin. Poor Schmuck, as soon as the notary and your 2 friends are gone, go for our good Abbe Duplanty, the curate of St. Francois. Good man, he does not know that I am ill, and I wish to take the Holy Sacrament tomorrow at noon. There was a long pause. God so willed it that life has not been as I dreamed. Pons resumed. I should so have loved wife and children, and home to be loved by a very few in some corner. That was my whole ambition. Life is hard for everyone. I have seen people who had all that I wanted so much and could not have, and yet they were not happy. Then at the end of my life, God put untold comfort in my way when he gave me such a friend. And one thing I have not to reproach myself with, that I have not known your worth nor appreciated you, my good Schmuck. I have loved you with my whole heart, with all the strength of love that is in me. Do not cry, Schmuck. I shall say no more if you cry. And it is so sweet to me to talk of ourselves to you. If I had listened to you, I should not be dying. I should have left the world and broken off my habits, and then I should not have been wounded to death. And now I want to think of no one but you at the last. You are mistaken. Do not contradict Melisande, dear friend. You are as guileless and simple as a 6-year-old child that has never left its mother. One honors you for it. It seems to me that God himself must watch over such as you, but men are so wicked that I ought to warn you beforehand, and then you will lose your generous trust, your saint-like belief in others, the bloom of a purity of soul that only belongs to genius or to hearts like yours. In a little while you will see Mme Cibot, who left the door ajar and watched us closely while Roman 1,000 Trognon was here. In a little while you will see her come for the will, as she believes it to be. I expect the worthless creature will do her business this morning, when she thinks you are asleep. Now mind what I say, and carry out my instructions to the letter. Are you listening? Asked the dying man. But Schmuck was overcome with grief. His heart was throbbing painfully. His head fell back on the chair. He seemed to have lost consciousness. Yes, he answered, I can hear, but it is as if you veer do huntet bases afay from me. It seemed to me dat I am going town into der Grafe. Mit you, said Schmuck, crushed with pain. He went over to the bed, took one of Pons' hands in both his own, and within himself put up a fervent prayer. What is that you are mumbling in German? I asked got dat he would take us path tolders to himself Schmuck, answered simply when he had finished his prayer. Pons bent over it was a great effort for he was suffering intolerable pain, but he managed to reach Schmuck, and kissed him on the forehead, pouring out his soul, as it were in benediction, upon a nature that recalled the lamb that lies at the foot of the throne of God. See here, listen, my good Schmuck, you must do as dying people tell you. I am listening. The little door in the recess in your bedroom opens into that closet. Yes, but it is blocked up mit Beichtures. Clear them away at once without making too much noise. Yes. Clear a passage on both sides, so that you can pass from your room into mine. Now leave the door ajar when La Cibot comes to take your place, and she is capable of coming an hour earlier than usual. You can go away to bed, as if nothing had happened, and look very tired. Try to look sleepy as soon as she settles down into the armchair. Go into the closet, draw aside the muslin curtains over the glass door, and watch her. Do you understand? I understand you belief dat die Pad Varman is going to pern der Roman 104. I do not know what she will do, but I am sure of this, that you will not take her for an angel afterwards. And now play for me, improvise, and make me happy. It will divert your thoughts, your gloomy ideas will vanish, and for me the dark hours will be filled with your dreams. Schmuck sat down at the piano. Here he was in his element, and in a few moments musical inspiration, quickened by the pain with which he was quivering, and the consequent irritation that followed, came upon the kindly German, and after his wont he was caught up and borne above the world on one sublime theme after another. He executed variations, putting into them sometimes Chopin's sorrow, Chopin's Raphaelite perfection, sometimes the stormy Dante's grandeur of Liszt, the two musicians who most nearly approach Paganini's temperament. When execution reaches this supreme degree, the executant stands beside the poet, as it were he is to the composer, as the actor is to the writer of plays, a divinely inspired interpreter of things divine. But that night, when Schmuck gave Pons an earnest of diviner symphonies of that heavenly music, for which Saint Cecile let fall her instruments, he was at once Beethoven and Paganini, creator and interpreter. It was an outpouring of music, inexhaustible as the nightingale's song, varied and full of delicate undergrowth, as the forest flooded with her trills, sublime as the sky overhead. Schmuck played as he had never played before, and the soul of the old musician listening to him rose to ecstasy such as Raphael once painted in a picture which you may see at Bologna. A terrific ringing of the doorbell put an end to these visions. The first-floor lodgers sent up a servant with a message. Would Schmuck please stop the racket overhead? Madame, Monsieur, and Mademoiselle Chapoulot had been wakened, and could not sleep for the noise. They called his attention to the fact that the day was quite long enough for rehearsals of theatrical music, and added that people ought not to strum all night in a house in the Marais. It was then 3 o'clock in the morning. At 3:30, La Cibot appeared just as Pons had predicted. He might have actually heard the conference between Fraisier and the portress, did I not guess exactly how it would be. His eyes seemed to say as he glanced at Schmuck, and turning a little, he seemed to be fast asleep. Schmuck's guileless simplicity was an article of belief with La Cibot, and be it noted that this faith in simplicity is the great source and secret of the success of all infantine strategy. La Cibot therefore could not suspect Schmuck of deceit when he came to say to her, with a face half of distress, half of glad relief, I have had a terrible night, a terrible dime of it. I vas obliged to play to keep him caveat, and the first-floor lodgers vas come up to tell me to be caveat. It was frightful for der life of main friend vas at sh take. I am so tired mit der blaying all night dat dis morning, I am all knocked up. My poor Cibot is very bad too. One more day like yesterday, and he will have no strength left. One can't help it, it is God's will. You have a heart so honest, a soul so beautiful. Gift der Zipad Divi shall lift Hodger, said the cunning Schmuck. The craft of simple, straightforward folk is formidable indeed. They are exactly like children setting their unsuspected snares, with the perfect craft of the savage. Oh well, go and sleep, sonny, returned La Cibot. Your eyes look tired, they are as big as my fist. But there, if anything could comfort me for losing Cibot, it would be the thought of ending my days with a good man like you. Be easy, I will give Mimi Chapoulot a dressing down. To think of a retired haberdasher's wife giving herself such airs. Schmuck went to his room and took up his post in the closet. La Cibot had left the door ajar on the landing. Fraisier came in and closed it noiselessly as soon as he heard Schmuck shut his bedroom door. He had brought with him a lighted taper and a bit of very fine wire to open the seal of the will. La Cibot, meanwhile, looking under the pillow, found the handkerchief with the key of the bureau knotted to one corner. and this so much the more easily because Pons purposely left the end hanging over the bolster, and lay with his face to the wall. La Cibot went straight to the bureau, opened it cautiously so as to make as little noise as possible, found the spring of the secret drawer, and hurried into the salon with the will in her hand. Her flight roused Pons' curiosity to the highest pitch, and as for Schmuck, he trembled as if he were the guilty person. "Go back," said Frasier when she handed over the will. "He may wake, and he must find you there." Frasier opened the seal with a dexterity which proved that his was no prentice hand, and read the following curious document, headed "My will," with ever-deepening astonishment. "On this 15th day of April 1845, I being in my sound mind, as this my will drawn up in concert with Roman 1000 Trognon will testify, and feeling that I must shortly die of the malady from which I have suffered since the beginning of February last, am anxious to dispose of my property and have herein recorded my last wishes. I have always been impressed by the untoward circumstances that injure great pictures and not unfrequently bring about total destruction. I have felt sorry for the beautiful paintings, condemned to travel from land to land, never finding some fixed abode whither admirers of great masterpieces may travel to see them, and I have always thought that the truly deathless work of a great master ought to be national property, put where every one of every nation may see it, even as the light God's masterpiece shines for all his children. And as I have spent my life in collecting together and choosing few pictures, some of the greatest masters' most glorious work, and as these pictures are as the master left them, genuine examples, neither repainted nor retouched, it has been a painful thought to me that the paintings which have been the joy of my life may be sold by public auction, and go some to England, some to Russia, till they are all scattered abroad again, as if they had never been gathered together. From this wretched fate I have determined to save both them and the frames in which they are set, all of them the work of skilled craftsmen. On these grounds, therefore, I give and bequeath the pictures which compose my collection to the King for the gallery in the Louvre, subject to the charge, if the legacy is accepted, of a life annuity of 2,400 francs to my friend Wilhelm Schmuck. If the King, as usufructuary of the Louvre collection, should refuse the legacy with the charge upon it, the said pictures shall form a part of the estate which I leave to my friend Schmuck, on condition that he shall deliver the monkey's head by Goya to my cousin President Camusot, a flower piece, the tulips by Abraham Mignon, to Roman 1000 Trognon notary, whom I appoint as my executor, and allow Mme Cibot, who has acted as my housekeeper for 10 years, the sum of 200 francs per annum. Finally, my friend Schmuck is to give the descent from the cross Rubens sketch for his great picture at Antwerp to adorn a chapel in the parish church in grateful acknowledgement of Roman 1000 Duplanty's kindness to me, for to him I owe it that I can die as a Christian and a Catholic. So ran the will. This is ruin, mused Frasier, the ruin of all my hopes. Ha! I begin to believe all that the President told me about this old artist and his cunning. Well, La Cibot came back to say, "Your gentleman is a monster. He is leaving everything to the Crown. Now you cannot plead against the Crown. The will cannot be disputed. We are robbed, ruined, spoiled, and murdered. What has he left to me? 200 francs a year. A pretty come down. Why, he is a finished scoundrel." "Go and see," said Frasier, "and I will put your scoundrels will back again in the envelope." While Mme Cibot's back was turned, Frasier nimbly slipped a sheet of blank paper into the envelope. The will he put in his pocket. He next proceeded to seal the envelope again so cleverly that he showed the seal to Mme Cibot. When she returned and asked her if she could see the slightest trace of the operation, La Cibot took up the envelope, felt it over, assured herself that it was not empty, and heaved a deep sigh. She had entertained hopes that Frasier himself would have burned the unlucky document while she was out of the room. "Well, my dear Roman 1000 Frasier, what is to be done?" "Oh, that is your affair. I am not one of the next of kin myself, but if I had the slightest claim to any of that indicating the collection, I know very well what I should do." "That is just what I want to know," La Cibot answered with sufficient simplicity. "There is a fire in the grate," he said. Then he rose to go. After all, no one will know about it, but you and me, began La Cibot. It can never be proved that a will existed, asserted the man of law. And you? If Roman 1,000 pounds dies, intestate, you shall have 100,000 francs. Oh yes, no doubt, returned she. People promise you heaps of money, and when they come by their own, and there is talk of paying, they swindle you like illuminates, she was going to say, but she stopped herself just in time. I am going, said Frazier. It is not to your interest that I should be found here, but I shall see you again downstairs. La Cibot shut the door and returned with the sealed packet in her hand. She had quite made up her mind to burn it, but as she went towards the bedroom fireplace, she felt the grasp of a hand on each arm, and saw Schmuck on one hand, and Pons himself on the other, leaning against the partition wall on either side of the door. La Cibot cried out and fell face downwards in a fit. Real or feign, no one ever knew the truth. This sight produced such an impression on Pons that a deadly faintness came upon him, and Schmuck left the woman on the floor to help Pons back to bed. The friends trembled in every limb. They had set themselves a hard task. It was done, but it had been too much for their strength when Pons lay in bed again, and Schmuck had regained strength to some extent. He heard a sound of sobbing. La Cibot, on her knees, bursting into tears, held out supplicating hands to them in very expressive pantomime. It was pure curiosity, she sobbed, when she saw that Pons and Schmuck were paying attention to her proceedings. Pure curiosity, a woman's fault, you know, but I did not know how else to get a sight of your will, and I brought it back again. Go, said Schmuck, standing erect, his tall figure gaining in height. By the full height of his indignation, you are a monster, you tried to kill Main Goot Barnes. He is right, you are worse than a monster, you are a lost soul. La Cibot saw the look of abhorrence in the frank German's face. She rose proud, as Tartuffe gave Schmuck a glance which made him quake, and went out, carrying off under her dress an exquisite little picture of Metzos, pointed out by Illuminates. A diamond, he had called it. Frazier, downstairs in the porter's lodge, was waiting to hear that La Cibot had burned the envelope, and the sheet of blank paper inside it. Great was his astonishment when he beheld his fair client's agitation and dismay. What has happened? This has happened, my dear Roman 1,000 Frazier, under pretence of giving me good advice, and telling me what to do, you have lost me my annuity, and the gentleman's confidence. One of the word tornadoes in which she excelled was in full progress, but Frazier cut her short. This is idle talk, the facts, and be quick about it. Well, it came about in this way, and she told him of the scene which she had just come through. You have lost nothing through me, was Frazier's comment. The gentlemen had their doubts, or they would not have set this trap for you. They were lying in wait, and spying upon you. You have not told me everything, he added with a tiger's glance at the woman before him. I hide anything from you, cried Shifter, all that we have done together, she added with a shudder. My dear madame, I have done nothing blameworthy, returned Frazier. Evidently, he meant to deny his nocturnal visit to Pons' rooms. Every hair on La Cibot's head seemed to scorch her, while a sense of icy cold swept over her from head to foot. What, she faltered in bewilderment. Here is a criminal charge on the face of it. You may be accused of suppressing the will, Frazier made answer dryly. La Cibot started. Don't be alarmed, I am your legal adviser. I only wish to show you how easy it is in one way or another to do. As I once explained to you, let us see now. What have you done that this simple German should be hiding in the room? Nothing at all, unless it was that scene the other day when I stood Roman 1,000 pounds out that his eyes dazzled, and ever since the two gentlemen have been as different as can be, so you have brought all my troubles upon me. I might have lost my influence with Roman 1,000 pounds, but I was sure of the German just now. He was talking of marrying me, or of taking me with him. It is all one. The excuse was so plausible that Frazier was fain to be satisfied with it. You need fear nothing, he resumed. I gave you my word that you shall have your money, and I shall keep my word. The whole matter so far was up in the air, but now it is as good as banknotes. You shall have at least 1,200 francs per annum, but my good lady, you must act intelligently under my orders. Yes, my dear Roman 1,000 Frazier, said La Cibot with cringing civility. She was completely subdued. Very good, goodbye, and Frazier went, taking the dangerous document with him. He reached home in great spirits. The will was a terrible weapon. Now, thought he, I have a hold on Mme la Presidente de Marville. She must keep her word with me. If she did not, she would lose the property. At daybreak, when Ramonenc had taken down his shutters and left his sister in charge of the shop, he came after his wont of late to inquire for his good friend Cibot. The portress was contemplating the Metzu, privately wondering how a little bit of painted wood could be worth such a lot of money. Aha, said he, looking over her shoulder, that is the one picture which Roman 1000 illuminates regretted. With that little bit of a thing, he says his happiness would be complete. What would he give for it? Asked La Cibot. Why, if you will promise to marry me within a year of widowhood, I will undertake to get 20,000 francs for it from illuminates, and unless you marry me you will never get 1,000 francs for the picture. Why not? Because you would be obliged to give a receipt for the money, and then you might have a lawsuit with the heirset law. If you were my wife, I myself should sell the thing to Roman 1000 magus, and in the way of business, it is enough to make an entry in the daybook, and I should note that Roman 1000 schmuck sold it to me. There, leave the panel with me. If your husband were to die you might have a lot of bother over it, but no one would think it odd that I should have a picture in the shop. You know me quite well. Besides, I will give you a receipt if you like. The covetous portress felt that she had been caught. She agreed to a proposal, which was to bind her for the rest of her life to the marine store dealer. You are right, said she, as she locked the picture away in a chest. Bring me the bit of writing. Ramonenc beckoned her to the door. I can see, neighbour, that we shall not save our poor dear Cibot, he said, lowering his voice. Dr. Poulain gave him up yesterday evening, and said that he could not last out the day. It is a great misfortune. But after all, this was not the place for you. You ought to be in a fine curiosity shop on the Boulevard des Capucines. Do you know that I have made nearly 100,000 francs in 10 years, and if you will have as much some day, I will undertake to make a handsome fortune for you as my wife. You would be the mistress. Me sister should wait on you, and do the work of the house, and a heartrending moan from the little tailor cut the tempter short. The death agony had begun. Go away, said La Cibot, you are a monster to talk of such things, and my poor man dying like this. Ah, it is because I love you, said Ramonenc. I could let everything else go to have you. If you loved me, you would say nothing to me just now, returned she, and Ramonenc departed to his sharp sure of marrying La Cibot. Towards 10 o'clock, there was a sort of commotion in the street. Roman 1000 Cibot was taking the sacrament. All the friends of the pair, all the porters and porters' wives in the Rue de Normandie and neighbouring streets had crowded into the lodge under the archway, and stood on the pavement outside. Nobody so much as noticed the arrival of Roman 1000 Leopold Hannequin and a brother lawyer Schwab, and Brunner reached Pons' rooms unseen by Mme. Cibot. The notary inquiring for Pons was shown upstairs by the portress of a neighbouring house. Brunner remembered his previous visit to the museum, and went straight in with his friend Schwab. Pons formally revoked his previous will, and constituted Schmuck his universal legatee. This accomplished, he thanked Schwab and Brunner, and earnestly begged Roman 1000 Leopold Hannequin to protect Schmuck's interests. The demands made upon him by last night's scene with La Cibot and this final settlement of his worldly affairs left him so faint and exhausted that Schmuck begged Schwab to go for the Abbé Duplanty. It was Pons' great desire to take the sacrament, and Schmuck could not bring himself to leave his friend. La Cibot, sitting at the foot of her husband's bed, gave not so much as a thought to Schmuck's breakfast, for that matter had been forbidden to return, but the morning's events, the sight of Pons' heroic resignation in the death agony, so oppressed Schmuck's heart that he was not conscious of hunger. Towards 2 o'clock, however, as nothing had been seen of the old German, La Cibot sent Ramonenc's sister to see whether Schmuck wanted anything. Prompted not so much by interest as by curiosity, the Abbé Duplanty had just heard the old musician's dying confession, and the administration of the sacrament of extreme unction was disturbed by repeated ringing of the doorbell. Pons, in his terror of robbery, had made Schmuck promise solemnly to admit no one into the house, so Schmuck did not stir again, and again Emile Ramonenc pulled the cord, and finally went downstairs in alarm to tell La Cibot that Schmuck would not open the door. Frazier made a note of this. Schmuck had never seen anyone die in his life before. Long he would be perplexed by the many difficulties which beset those who are left with a dead body in Paris, this more especially if they are lonely and helpless, and have no one to act for them. Frazier knew moreover that in real affliction people lose their heads, and therefore immediately after breakfast he took up his position in the porter's lodge, and sitting there in perpetual committee with Dr. Poulain, conceived the idea of directing all Schmuck's actions himself. To obtain the important result, the doctor and the lawyer took their measures on this wise. The beadle of St. Francois Cantinet by name, at one time a retail dealer in glassware, lived in the Rue d'Orleans next door to Dr. Poulain, and under the same roof Mme. Cantinet, who saw to the letting of the chairs at St. Francois once, had fallen ill, and Dr. Poulain had attended her gratuitously. She was, as might be expected, grateful, and often confided her troubles to him. The Nutcrackers, punctual in their attendance at St. Francois on Sundays and Saints' days, were on friendly terms with the beadle and the lowest ecclesiastical rank and file commonly called in Paris le bas clerge, to whom the devout usually give little presents from time to time. Mme Cantinet therefore knew Schmuck almost as well as Schmuck knew her, and Mme Cantinet was afflicted with two sore troubles, which enabled the lawyer to use her as a blind and involuntary agent. Cantinet Jr., a stage-struck youth, had deserted the paths of the church, and turned his back on the prospect of one day becoming a beadle, to make his debut among the supernumeraries of the Cercle Impique. He was leading a wild life, breaking his mother's heart, and draining her purse by frequent forced loans. Cantinet Sr., much addicted to spirituous liquors and idleness, had in fact been driven to retire from business by those two failings. So far from reforming, the incorrigible offender had found scope in his new occupation. For the indulgence of both cravings he did nothing, and he drank with drivers of wedding coaches, with the undertaker's men at funerals, with poor folk, relieved by the vicar, till his morning's occupation was set forth in rubric on his countenance by noon. Mme Cantinet saw no prospect but want in her old age, and yet she had brought her husband 12,000 francs. She said the tale of her woes, related for the 100th time, suggested an idea to Dr. Poulain, once introduce her into the old bachelor's quarters, and it would be easy by her means to establish Mme Sauvage there, as working housekeeper. It was quite impossible to present Mme Sauvage herself, for the Nutcrackers had grown suspicious of every one. Schmuck's refusal to admit Emile Ramoninck had sufficiently opened Fraisier's eyes. Still, it seemed evident that Pons and Schmuck, being pious souls, would take anyone recommended by the Abbé with blind confidence. Mme Cantinet should bring Mme Sauvage with her, and to put in Fraisier's servant was almost tantamount to installing Fraisier himself. The Abbé Duplanty, coming downstairs, found the gateway blocked by the Sibat's friends, all of them bent upon showing their interest in one of the oldest and most respectable porters in the Marais. Dr. Poulain raised his hat and took the Abbé aside. "I am just about to go to poor Roman 1,000 pounds. He said there is still a chance of recovery, but it is a question of inducing him to undergo an operation. The calculi are perceptible to the touch. They are setting up an inflammatory condition, which will end fatally, but perhaps it is not too late to remove them. You should really use your influence to persuade the patient to submit to surgical treatment. I will answer for his life, provided that no untoward circumstance occurs during the operation. I will return as soon as I have taken the sacred ciborium back to the church," said the Abbé Duplanty. "For Roman 1,000 Schmuck's condition claims the support of religion." "I have just heard that he is alone," said Dr. Poulain. "The German good soul had a little altercation this morning with Mme Sibat, who has acted as housekeeper to them, both for the past 10 years. They have quarrelled for the moment only, no doubt, but under the circumstances, they must have some one in to help upstairs. It would be a charity to look after him. I say, Cantinet," continued the doctor, beckoning to the beadle, "just go and ask your wife if she will nurse Roman 1,000 Pons, and look after Roman 1,000 Schmuck, and take Mme Sibat's place for a day or two. Even without the quarrel, Mme Sibat would still require a substitute. Mme Cantinet is honest," added the doctor, turning to Roman 1,000 Duplanty. "You could not make a better choice," said the good priest. "She is entrusted with the letting of chairs in the church." A few minutes later Dr. Poulain stood by Pons' pillow, watching the progress made by Death and Schmuck's vain efforts to persuade his friend to consent to the operation. To all the poor German's despairing entreaties Pons only replied by a shake of the head and occasional impatient movements, till after a while he summoned up all his fast-failing strength to say with a heart-rending look, "Do let me die in peace." Schmuck almost died of sorrow, but he took Pons' hand and softly kissed it, and held it between his own, as if trying a second time to give his own vitality to his friend. Just at this moment, the bell rang, and Dr. Poulain, going to the door, admitted the Abbé Duplanty. "Our poor patient is struggling in the grasp of death," he said. "All will be over in a few hours. You will send a priest, no doubt, to watch tonight. But it is time that Mme Cantinet came as well as a woman to do the work for Roman 1,000 Schmuck. Is quite unfit to think of anything, I am afraid, for his reason, and there are valuables here which ought to be in the custody of honest persons." The Abbé Duplanty, a kindly upright priest, guileless and unsuspicious, was struck with the truth of Dr. Poulain's remarks. He had moreover a certain belief in the doctor of the quarter, so on the threshold of the death chamber he stopped, and beckoned to Schmuck, But Schmuck could not bring himself to loosen the grasp of the hand that grew tighter and tighter. Pons seemed to think that he was slipping over the edge of a precipice and must catch at something to save himself. But as many know, the dying are haunted by an hallucination that leads them to snatch at things about them like men, eager to save their most precious possessions from a fire. Presently Pons released Schmuck to clutch at the bedclothes, dragging them and huddling them about himself with a hasty, covetous movement, significant and painful to see. "What will you do left alone with your dead friend?" asked Roman 1000 El Ab Duplanty. When Schmuck came to the door. "You have not mme Sibat now. Ein Monster dat half-killed Barnes." "But you must have somebody with you," began Dr. Poulain. "Someone must sit up with the body tonight." "I shall sit up, I shall say die prayers to God," the innocent German answered. "But you must eat, and who is to cook for you now?" asked the doctor. "Grief half taken of a main appetite," Schmuck said simply. "And someone must give notice to the registrar," said Poulain, "and lay out the body, and order the funeral, and the person who sits up with the body, and the priest will want meals." "Can you do all this by yourself? A man cannot die like a dog in the capital of the civilized world." Schmuck opened wide eyes of dismay. A brief fit of madness seized him. "But Barnes shall not die," he cried aloud. "I shall save him." "You cannot go without sleep much longer, and who will take your place? Someone must look after Roman 1000 Pons, and give him drink and nurse him." "Ah, dat is Drew." "Very well," said the Ab. "I am thinking of sending your mme Cantinet, a good and honest creature." The practical details of the care of the dead bewildered Schmuck, till he was fain to die with his friend. "He is a child," said the doctor, turning to the Ab Duplanty. "Ein child," Schmuck repeated mechanically. "There then," said the curate, "I will speak to mme Cantinet, and send her to you." "Do not trouble yourself," said the doctor. "I am going home, and she lives in the next house." The dying seemed to struggle with death, as with an invisible assassin in the agony at the last, as the final thrust is made. The act of dying seems to be a conflict, a hand-to-hand fight for life. Pons had reached the supreme moment at the sound of his groans and cries. The three standing in the doorway hurried to the bedside. Then came the last blow, smiting us under the barns between soul and body, striking down to life sources, and suddenly Pons regained for a few brief moments the perfect calm that follows the struggle. He came to himself, and with the serenity of death in his face, he looked round almost smilingly at them. "Ah, doctor, I have had a hard time of it, but you were right. I am doing better, thank you, my good Ab. I was wondering what had become of Schmuck." "Schmuck has had nothing to eat since yesterday evening, and now it is 4 o'clock. You have no one with you now, and it would be wise to send for mme Sibat." "She is capable of anything," said Pons, without attempting to conceal all his abhorrence at the sound of her name. "It is true Schmuck ought to have some trustworthy person." "Roman 1000 Duplanty, and I have been thinking about you both." "Ah, thank you, I had not thought of that." "And Roman 1000 Duplanty suggests that you should have mme Cantinet." "Oh, mme Cantinet who lets the chairs," exclaimed Pons. "Yes, she is an excellent creature." "She has no liking for mme Sibat," continued the doctor, "and she would take good care of Roman 1000 Schmuck." "Send her to me, Roman 1000 Duplanty, send her, and her husband too. I shall be easy, nothing will be stolen here." Schmuck had taken Pons' hand again, and held it joyously in his own. Pons was almost well again, he thought. "Let us go, Monsieur El Ab," said the doctor. "I will send mme Cantinet round at once. I see how it is. She perhaps may not find Roman 1000 Pons alive." While the Ab Duplanty was persuading Pons to engage mme Cantinet, as his nurse Frazier had sent for her, he had plied the beadle's wife with sophistical reasoning and subtlety. It was difficult to resist his corrupting influence, and as for mme Canton, a lean sal woman with large teeth and thin lips, her intelligence, as so often happens with women of the people, had been blunted by a hard life, till she had come to look upon the slenderest daily wage as prosperity. She soon consented to take mme Sauvage with her, as general servant. Mme Sauvage had had her instructions already. She had undertaken to weave a web of iron wire about the two musicians, and to watch them as a spider watches a fly caught in the toils, and her reward was to be a tobacconist's license. Frazier had found a convenient opportunity of getting rid of his so-called foster-mother, while he posted her as a detective and policeman to supervise mme Cantinet, as there was a servant's bedroom and a little kitchen included in the apartment. La Sauvage could sleep on a trucklebbed and cook for the German. Dr. Poulain came with the two women just as Pons drew his last breath. Schmuck was sitting beside his friend, all unconscious of the crisis, holding the hand that slowly grew colder in his grasp. He signed to Mme Cantinet to be silent, but Mme Sauvage's soldierly figure surprised him so much that he started in spite of himself a kind of homage to which the virago was quite accustomed. Roman 1000 duplanty answers for this lady, whispered Mme Cantinet by way of introduction. She once was cook to a bishop, she is honesty itself, she will do the cooking. Oh, you may talk out loud, wheezed the stalwart dame, the poor gentleman is dead, he has just gone. A shrill cry broke from Schmuck. He felt Pon's cold hand stiffening in his, and sat staring into his friend's eyes. The look in them would have driven him mad if Mme Sauvage, doubtless accustomed to scenes of this sort, had not come to the bedside with a mirror which she held over the lips of the dead. When she saw that there was no mist upon the surface, she briskly snatched Schmuck's hand away. Just take away your hand, sir, you may not be able to do it in a little while. You do not know how the bones harden. A corpse grows cold very quickly. If you do not lay out a body, while it is warm, you have to break the joints later on. And so it was this terrible woman who closed the poor dead musician's eyes. With a business-like dexterity acquired in 10 years of experience, she stripped and straightened the body, laid the arms by the sides, and covered the face with the bedclothes exactly as a shopman wraps a parcel. A sheet will be wanted to lay him out. Where is there a sheet? She demanded, turning on the terror-stricken Schmuck. He had watched the religious ritual with its deep reverence for the creature made for such high destinies in heaven, and now he saw his dead friend treated simply as a thing in this packing processor, with the sharp pain that dissolves the very elements of thought. Do as you will, he answered mechanically. The innocent creature for the first time in his life had seen a man die, and that man was Pons, his only friend, the one human being who understood him and loved him. I will go and ask Mme Sibat where the sheets are kept, said La Sauvage. A trucklebed will be wanted for the person to sleep upon. Mme Cantinet came to tell Schmuck. Schmuck nodded and broke out into weeping. Mme Cantinet left the unhappy man in peace, but an hour later she came back to say, "Have you any money, sir, to pay for the things?" The look that Schmuck gave Mme Cantinet would have disarmed the fiercest hate. It was the white, blank, peaked face of death that he turned upon her as an explanation that met everything. "Take it all and leave me to main prayers and tears," he said, and knelt. Mme Sauvage went to Frazier with the news of Pon's death. Frazier took a cab and went to the president tomorrow. She must give him the power of attorney to enable him to act for the heirs. Another hour went by, and Mme Cantinet came again to Schmuck. "I have been to Mme Sibat, sir, who knows all about things here. She said I asked her to tell me where everything is kept, but she almost jawed me to death with her abuse, so do listen to me." Schmuck looked up at the woman, and she went on, innocent of any barbarous intention, for women of her class are accustomed to take the worst of moral suffering passively, as a matter of course. "We must have linen for the shroud, sir, we must have money to buy a trucklebed for the person to sleep upon, and some things for the kitchen, plates and dishes and glasses for a priest will be coming to pass the night here, and the person says that there is absolutely nothing in the kitchen. And what is more, sir, I must have coal and firing if I am to get the dinner ready," echoed La Sauvage, "and not a thing can I find. Not that there is anything so very surprising in that, as La Sibat used to do everything for you." Schmuck lay at the feet of the dead. He heard nothing, knew nothing, saw nothing. Mme Cantinet pointed to him. "My dear woman, you would not believe me," she said. "Whatever you say, he does not answer." "Very well, child," said La Sauvage. "Now, I will show you what to do in a case of this kind." She looked round the room as a thief looks in search of possible hiding places for money. Then she went straight to Pon's chest, opened the first drawer, saw the bag in which Schmuck had put the rest of the money after the sale of the pictures, and held it up before him. He nodded mechanically. "Here is money, child," said La Sauvage, turning to Mme Cantinet. "I will count it first, and take enough to buy everything we want, wine, provisions, wax candles, all sorts of things. In fact, for there is nothing in the house, just look in the drawers for a sheet to bury him in. I certainly was told that the poor gentleman was simple, but I don't know what he is worse, he is like a newborn child. We shall have to feed him with a funnel." The women went about their work, and Schmuck looked on precisely as an idiot might have done, broken down with sorrow, wholly absorbed in a half-cataleptic state. He could not take his eyes from the face that seemed to fascinate him. Pon's face, refined by the absolute repose of death. Schmuck hoped to die. Everything was alike indifferent. If the room had been on fire, he would not have stirred. "There are 1,250 francs here," La Sauvage told him. Schmuck shrugged his shoulders. But when Larsovage came near to measure the body by laying the sheet over it before cutting out the shroud, a horrible struggle ensued between her and the poor German schmuck. Was furious he behaved like a dog that watches by his dead master's body, and shows his teeth at all who try to touch it. Larsovage grew impatient. She grasped him, set him in the armchair, and held him down with Herculean strength. "Go on, child, sew him in his shroud," she said, turning to Mme. Cantinet. As soon as this operation was completed, Larsovage set Schmuck back in his place at the foot of the bed. "Do you understand?" said she. "The poor dead man lying there must be done up. There is no help for it." Schmuck began to cry. The women left him, and took possession of the kitchen with her. They brought all the necessaries in a very short time. Larsovage made out a preliminary statement, accounting for 360 francs, and then proceeded to prepare a dinner for 4 persons, and what a dinner! A fat goose, the cobbler's pheasant by way of a substantial roast, an omelette with preserves, a salad, and the inevitable broth, quantities of the ingredients for this last being so excessive that the soup was more like a strong meat jelly. At 9 o'clock, the priest sent by the curate to watch by the dead came in with Cantinet, who brought 4 tall wax candles and some tapers in the death chamber. Schmuck was lying with his arms about the body of his friend, holding him in a tight clasp. Nothing but the authority of religion availed to separate him from his dead. Then the priest settled himself comfortably in the easy-chair and read his prayers, while Schmuck, kneeling beside the couch, besought God to work a miracle and unite him to Pons, so that they might be buried in the same grave, and Mme. Cantinet went on her way to the temple to buy a pallet and complete bedding for Mme. Sauvage. The 1,250 francs were regarded as plunder. At 11 o'clock, Mme. Cantinet came in to ask if Schmuck would not eat a morsel, but with a gesture he signified that he wished to be left in peace. "Your supper is ready, Roman 1,000 pastelot," she said, addressing the priest, and they went. Schmuck, left alone in the room, smiled to himself like a madman. Free, at last, to gratify a desire like the longing of pregnancy, he flung himself down beside Pons, and yet again he held his friend in a long, close embrace. At midnight the priest came back and scolded him, and Schmuck returned to his prayers. At daybreak the priest went, and at 7 o'clock in the morning the doctor came to see Schmuck, and spoke kindly and tried hard to persuade him to eat, but the German refused. "If you do not eat now you will feel very hungry when you come back," the doctor told him, "for you must go to the mayor's office and take a witness with you so that the registrar may issue a certificate of death." "I must go," cried Schmuck in frightened tones. "Who else? You must go, for you were the one person who saw him die." "Mein legs will nicht carry me," pleaded Schmuck, imploring the doctor to come to the rescue. "Take a cab," the hypocritical doctor blandly suggested. "I have given notice already. Ask someone in the house to go with you. The 2 women will look after the place while you are away." No one imagines how the requirements of the law jar upon a heartfelt sorrow. The thought of it is enough to make one turn from civilization, and choose rather the customs of the savage. At 9 o'clock that morning Mme. Sauvage half-carried Schmuck downstairs, and from the cab he was obliged to beg Ramonenc to come with him to the registrar, as a second witness here in Paris, in this land of ours, besotted with equality. The inequality of conditions is glaringly apparent everywhere, and in everything the immutable tendency of things peeps out, even in the practical aspects of death. In well-to-do families, a relative, a friend, or a man of business spares the mourners these painful details. But in this, as in the matter of taxation, the whole burden falls heaviest upon the shoulders of the poor. "Ah, you have good reason to regret him," said Ramonenc, in answer to the poor martyr's moan. "He was a very good, a very honest man, and he has left a fine collection behind him, but being a foreigner, sir, do you know that you are like to find yourself in a great predicament, for everybody says that Roman 1,000 pounds left everything to you." Schmuck was not listening. He was sounding the dark depths of sorrow that border upon madness. "There is such a thing as tetanus of the soul, and you would do well to find some man of business to advise you and act for you," pursued Ramonenc. "Ein man of business," echoed Schmuck. "You will find that you will want someone to act for you. If I were you, I should take an experienced man, somebody well known to you in the quarter, a man you can trust. I always go to Tableaux myself for my bits of affaires. Is the bailiff. If you give his clerk power to act for you, you need not trouble yourself any further." Ramonenc and La Cibot, prompted by Frazier, had agreed beforehand to make a suggestion which stuck in Schmuck's memory, for there are times in our lives when grief as it were congeals the mind by arresting all its functions, and any chance impression made at such moments is retained by a frost-bound memory. Schmuck heard his companion with such a fixed, mindless stare that Ramonenc said no more. If he is always to be idiotic like this, thought Remonink, I might easily buy the whole bag of tricks up yonder for 100,000 francs. If it is really his, here we are at the mayor's office, sir. Remonink was obliged to take Schmuck out of the cab, and to half-carry him to the registrar's department, where a wedding party was assembled. Here they had to wait for their turn, for by no very uncommon chance the clerk had 5 or 6 certificates to make out that morning, and here it was appointed that poor Schmuck should suffer excruciating anguish. Monsieur is Roman 1000 Schmuck, remarked a person in a suit of black, reducing Schmuck to stupefaction. By the mention of his name he looked up with the same blank, unseeing eyes that he had turned upon Remonink, who now interposed. What do you want with him? He said. Just leave him in peace. You can plainly see that he is in trouble. The gentleman has just lost his friend, and proposes no doubt to do honor to his memory, being, as he is the sole heir, the gentleman no doubt will not haggle over it. He will buy a piece of ground outright for a grave. And as Roman 1000 Pons was such a lover of the arts, it would be a great pity not to put music, painting, and sculpture on his tomb, 3 handsome full-length figures weeping. Remonink waved the speaker away in Auvergnat fashion, but the man replied with another gesture, which being interpreted means, don't spoil sport, a piece of commercial Freemasonry, as it were, which the dealer understood. I represent the firm of Sonnet and Company, monumental stonemasons. Sir Walter Scott would have dubbed me young mortality, continued this person. If you, sir, should decide to entrust your orders to us, we would spare you the trouble of the journey to purchase the ground necessary for the interment of a friend lost to the arts. At this Remonink nodded assent and jogged Schmuck's elbow. Every day we receive orders from families to arrange all formalities, continued he of the black coat, thus encouraged by Remonink. In the first moment of bereavement, the heir at law finds it very difficult to attend to such matters, and we are accustomed to perform these little services for our clients. Our charges, sir, are on a fixed scale, so much per foot, freestone or marble. Family vaults a specialty we undertake. Everything at the most moderate prices. Our firm executed the magnificent monument erected to the fair Esther Gobseck and Lucien de Rubempré, one of the finest ornaments of Père Lachaise. We only employ the best workmen, and I must warn you, sir, against small contractors who turn out nothing but trash, he added, seeing that another person in a black suit was coming up to say a word for another firm of marble workers. It is often said that death is the end of a journey, but the aptness of the simile is realized most fully in Paris. Any arrival, especially of a person of condition upon the dark brink, is hailed in much the same way as the traveller recently landed is hailed by hotel touts, and pestered with their recommendations, with the exception of a few philosophical-minded persons, or here and there a family secure of handing down a name to posterity. Nobody thinks beforehand of the practical aspects of death. Death always comes before he is expected, and from a sentiment easy to understand, the heirs usually act as if the event were impossible, for which reason almost every one that loses father or mother, wife or child, is immediately beset by scouts that profit by the confusion caused by grief to snare others. In former days agents for monuments used to live round about the famous cemetery of Père Lachaise, and were gathered together in a single thoroughfare, which should by rights have been called the Street of Tombs. Issuing thence they fell upon the relatives of the dead as they came from the cemetery or even at the graveside, but competition and the spirit of speculation induced them to spread themselves further and further afield, till descending into Paris itself, they reached the very precincts of the mayor's office. Indeed, the stonemason's agent has often been known to invade the house of mourning with a design for the sepulchre in his hand. I am in treaty with this gentleman, said the representative of the firm of Sonnet to another agent who came up. Pons deceased called the clerk at this moment. Where are the witnesses? This way, sir, said the stonemason's agent, this time addressing Remonink. Schmuck stayed where he had been placed on the bench, an inert mass. Remonink begged the agent to help him, and together they pulled Schmuck towards the balustrade behind which the registrar shelters himself from the morning public. Remonink, Schmuck's providence, was assisted by Dr. Poulain, who filled in the necessary information as to Pons' age and birthplace. The German knew but one thing, that Pons was his friend. So soon as the signatures were affixed, Remonink and the doctor, followed by the stonemason's man, put Schmuck into a cab, the desperate agent whisking in afterwards, bent upon taking a definite order. La Sauvage on the lookout in the gateway half-carried Schmuck's almost unconscious form upstairs. Remonink and the agent went up with her. He will be ill, exclaimed the agent, anxious to make an end of the piece of business, which according to him was in progress. I should think he will return mme Sauvage. He has been crying for 24 hours on end, and he would not take anything. There is nothing like grief for giving one a sinking in the stomach. My dear client, urged the representative of the firm of Sonnet, do take some broth, you have so much to do. Someone must go to the Hotel de Ville, to buy the ground in the cemetery, on which you mean to erect a monument, to perpetuate the memory of the friend of the arts, and bear record to your gratitude. Why, there is no sense in this, added mme Cantonet, coming in with broth and bread. If you are as weak as this, you ought to think of finding someone to act for you, added Ramonink, for you have a good deal on your hands, my dear sir. There is the funeral to order, you would not have your friend buried like a pauper. Come, come, my dear sir, put in La Sauvage, seizing a moment when Schmuck laid his head back in the great chair to pour a spoonful of soup into his mouth. She fed him as if he had been a child, and almost in spite of himself. Now, if you were wise, sir, since you are inclined to give yourself up quietly to grief, you would find someone to act for you. As you are thinking of raising a magnificent monument to the memory of your friend, sir, you have only to leave it all to me. I will undertake. What is all this? What is all this? Asked La Sauvage. Has Roman 1000 Schmuck ordered something? Who may you be? I represent the firm of Sonnet, my dear madame, the biggest monumental stonemasons in Paris, said the person in black, handing a business card to the stalwart Sauvage. Very well, that will do. Someone will go with you when the time comes, but you must not take advantage of the gentleman's condition. Now you can quite see that he is not himself. The agent led her out upon the landing. If you will undertake to get the order for us, he said confidentially, I am empowered to offer you 40 francs. Mme Sauvage grew placable. Very well, let me have your address, said she. Schmuck, meantime, being left to himself, and feeling the stronger for the soup and bread that he had been forced to swallow, returned at once to Pan's rooms, and to his prayers. He had lost himself in the fathomless depths of sorrow, when a voice sounding in his ears drew him back from the abyss of grief, and a young man in a suit of black returned for the 11th time to the charge, pulling the poor tortured victim's coat sleeve until he listened. Sir, said he, that is it now. Sir, we owe a supreme discovery to Dr. Ganel. We do not dispute his fame. He has worked miracles of Egypt afresh, but there have been improvements made upon his system. We have obtained surprising results, so if you would like to see your friend again as he was when he was alive. See him again, cried Schmuck. Shall he speak to me? Not exactly, speech is the only thing wanting, continued the embalmer's agent, but he will remain as he is after embalming for all eternity. The operation is over in a few seconds, just an incision in the carotid artery, and an injection, but it is high time. If you wait 1/4 of an hour, sir, you will not have the sweet satisfaction of preserving the body. Go to der Teufel bonds is ein Spiritund, dat spirit is in heaven. That man has no gratitude in his composition, remarked the youthful agent of one of the famous Ganel's rivals. He will not embalm his friend. The words were spoken under the archway and addressed to La Cibot, who had just submitted her beloved to the process. What would you have, sir? She said. He is the heir, the universal legatee. As soon as they get what they want, the dead are nothing to them. An hour later Schmuck saw Mme Sauvage come into the room, followed by another man, in a suit of black, a workman to all appearance. Cantonet has been so obliging as to send this gentleman, sir. She said he is coffin-maker to the parish. The coffin-maker made his bow with a sympathetic and compassionate air, but none the less he had a business-like look, and seemed to know that he was indispensable. He turned an expert's eye upon the dead. How does the gentleman wish it to be made? Deal plain oak, or oak lead-lined oak, with a lead lining, is the best style. The body is a stark size, felt for the feet, and proceeded to take the measure 1 meter 70. He added, you will be thinking of ordering the funeral service at the church, sir, no doubt. Schmuck looked at him as a dangerous madman might look before striking a blow. La Sauvage put in a word. You ought to find somebody to look after all these things, she said. Yes, the victim murmured at length. Shall I fetch Roman 1000 Taberiufer? You will have a good deal on your hands. Before long Roman 1000 Taberio is the most honest man in the quarter, you see. Yes, Menasir Daperio, somebody was speaking of him just now, said Schmuck, completely beaten. Very well, you can be quiet, sir, and give yourself up to grief when you have seen your deputy. It was nearly 2 o'clock when Roman 1000 Taberius, head clerk, a young man who aimed at a bailiff's career, modestly presented himself. Youth has wonderful privileges. No one is alarmed by youth. This young man, Villemot by name, sat down by Schmuck's side, and waited his opportunity to speak. His diffidence touched Schmuck very much. "I am Roman 1000 Tiberius head clerk, sir. He said he sent me here to take charge of your interests, and to superintend the funeral arrangements. Is this your wish? You cannot save my life. I have not long to live, but you will leave me in peace." "Oh, you shall not be disturbed," said Willemart. "Ver gut, vat must I do for dat? Sign this paper appointing Roman 1000 Tiberio to act for you in all matters relating to the settlement of the affairs of the deceased." "Gut, give it to me," said Schmuck, anxious only to sign it at once. "No, I must read it over to you first." "Read it over." Schmuck paid not the slightest attention to the reading of the power of attorney, but he set his name to it. The young clerk took Schmuck's orders for the funeral, the interment, and the burial service, undertaking that he should not be troubled again in any way nor asked for money. "I would give all dat I have to be left in peace," said the unhappy man, and once more he knelt beside the dead body of his friend. Frazier had triumphed. Willemart and Lausovage completed the circle which he had traced about Pons. There is no sorrow that sleep cannot overcome. Towards the end of the day, Lausovage coming in found Schmuck stretched asleep at the bed foot. She carried him off, put him to bed, tucked him in maternally. Until the morning Schmuck slept. When he awoke, or rather when the truce was over, and he again became conscious of his sorrows, Pons' coffin lay under the gateway in such a state as a third-class funeral may claim, and Schmuck, seeking vainly for his friend, wandered from room to room across vast spaces, as it seemed to him empty of everything save hideous memories. Lausovage took him in hand much as a nurse manages a child. She made him take his breakfast before starting for the church, and while the poor sufferer forced himself to eat, she discovered with lamentations worthy of Jeremiah that he had not a black coat in his possession. La Cibot took entire charge of his wardrobe. Since Pons fell ill, his apparel, like his dinner, had been reduced to the lowest termsto, a couple of coats, and 2 pairs of trousers. "And you are going just as you are to Roman 1000 Pons' funeral. It is an unheard of thing. The whole quarter will cry shame upon us." "Und how will you dat I go?" "Why, in Mordingt." "Mordingt. It is the proper thing." "Der proper ding, confound all dis stupid nonsense," cried poor Schmuck, driven to the last degree of exasperation, which a childlike soul can reach under stress of sorrow. "Why, the man is a monster of ingratitude," said Lausovage, turning to a personage, who just then appeared at the sight of this functionary. Schmuck shuddered. The newcomer wore a splendid suit of black knee breeches, black silk, stockings, a pair of white cuffs, an extremely correct white muslin tie and white gloves. A silver chain with a coin attached ornamented his person, a typical official, stamped with the official expression of decorous gloom, an ebony wand in his hand, by way of insignia of office. He stood waiting with a 3-cornered hat, adorned with the tricolour cockade under his arm. "I am the master of the ceremonies," this person remarked in a subdued voice. Accustomed daily to superintend funerals, to move among families plunged in one and the same kind of tribulation real, or feigned, this man, like the rest of his fraternity, spoke in hushed and soothing tones. He was decorous, polished, and formal, like an allegorical stone figure of death. Schmuck quivered through every nerve as if he were confronting his executioner. "Is this gentleman the son, brother, or father of the deceased?" inquired the official. "I am all dat and more besides. I am his friend," said Schmuck through a torrent of weeping. "Are you his heir?" "Heir," repeated Schmuck, nodding. "Matters to me more in dis world," returning to his attitude of hopeless sorrow. "Where are the relatives?" the friends asked the master of the ceremonies. "All here," exclaimed the German, indicating the pictures and rarities. "Not van of dem haf, effer giffen bane to main Bourbons here is everydings dot he loafed after me." Schmuck had taken his seat again, and looked as vacant as before. He dried his eyes mechanically. Willemart came up at that moment. He had ordered the funeral, and the master of the ceremonies, recognizing him, made an appeal to the newcomer. "Well, sir, it is time to start the hearses here, but I have not often seen such a funeral as this. Where are the relatives and friends?" "We have been pressed for time," replied Willemart. "This gentleman was in such deep grief that he could think of nothing, and there is only one relative." The master of the ceremonies looked compassionately at Schmuck. This expert in sorrow knew real grief. When he saw it, he went across to him. "Come, take heart, my dear sir. Think of paying honor to your friend's memory. We forgot to send out cards, but I took care to send a special message to Roman 1000 Le President de Marville. The one relative that I mentioned to you there are no friends. Roman 1000 Pons was conductor of an orchestra at a theatre. But I do not think that anyone will come. This gentleman is the universal legatee, I believe. Then he ought to be chief mourner, said the master of the ceremonies. Have you a black coat? He continued, noticing Schmuck's costume. I am all in black in sight, poor Schmuck replied in heartrending tones. So black it is dot I feel death in me got in heaven, is going to have pity upon me. He will send me to main friend in der grave, and I thank him for it. He clasped his hands. I have told our management before now that we ought to have a wardrobe department, and lend the proper mourning costumes on hire, said the master of the ceremonies, addressing Villemot. It is a want that is more and more felt every day, and we have even now introduced improvements. But as this gentleman is chief mourner, he ought to wear a cloak, and this one that I have brought with me will cover him from head to foot. No one need know that he is not in proper mourning costume. Will you be so kind as to rise? Schmuck rose, but he tottered on his feet. Support him, said the master of the ceremonies, turning to Villemot. You are his legal representative. Villemot held Schmuck's arm, while the master of the ceremonies invested Schmuck with the ample dismal-looking garment worn by Ersetlaw in the procession, to and from the house and the church. He tied the black silken cords under the chin, and Schmuck as heir was in full dress. And now comes a great difficulty, continued the master of the ceremonies. We want 4 bearers for the pall. If nobody comes to the funeral, who is to fill the corners? It is 10:30 already. He added, looking at his watch. They are waiting for us at the church. Oh, here comes Frazier, Villemot exclaimed very imprudently, but there was no one to hear the tacit confession of complicity. Who is this gentleman? Inquired the master of the ceremonies. Oh, he comes on behalf of the family. Whose family? The disinherited family. He is Roman 1000 Camusat de Marvel's representative. Good, said the master of the ceremonies with a satisfied air. We shall have 2 pallbearers at any rate, you and he. And happy to find 2 of the places filled up, he took out some wonderful white buckskin gloves, and politely presented Frazier and Villemot with a pair apiece. If you gentlemen will be so good as to act as pallbearers, said he. Frazier, in black from head to foot, pretentiously dressed with his white tie and official air, was a sight to shudder at. He embodied 100 briefs. Willingly, sir, said he. If only 2 more persons will come, the 4 corners will be filled up, said the master of the ceremonies. At that very moment, the indefatigable representative of the firm of Sonnet came up, and closely following him the man who remembered Pons and thought of paying him a last tribute of respect. This was a supernumerary at the theatre. The man who put out the scores on the music stands for the orchestra. Pons had been wont to give him a 5-franc piece once a month, knowing that he had a wife and family. Oh, Darbinard, Topinard, Schmuck cried out at the sight of him. You love Barnes. Why, I have come to ask news of Roman 1000 Pons every morning, sir. Every morning, bore Darbinard, and Schmuck squeezed the man's hand. But they took me for a relation, no doubt, and did not like my visits at all. I told them that I belonged to the theatre, and came to inquire after Roman 1000 Pons. But it was no good. They saw through that dodge. They said I asked to see the poor dear man, but they never would let me come upstairs. Dat abominable Zippard, said Schmuck, squeezing Topinard's horny hand to his heart. He was the best of men, that good Roman 1000 Pons every month. He used to give me 5 francs. He knew that I had 3 children, and a wife. My wife has gone to the church. I shall diffide main pre-admit you, cried Schmuck in his joy at finding at his side someone who loved Pons. If this gentleman will take a corner of the pole, we shall have all 4 filled up, said the master of the ceremonies. There had been no difficulty over persuading the agent for monuments. He took a corner the more readily when he was shown the handsome pair of gloves, which according to custom was to be his property. 11:15, we absolutely must go down. They are waiting for us at the church. The 6 persons thus assembled went down the staircase. The cold-blooded lawyer remained a moment to speak to the 2 women on the landing. Stop here, and let nobody come in, he said, especially if you wish to remain in charge. Mme Cantonet, 2 francs a day, you know. By a coincidence in nowise extraordinary in Paris, 2 hearses were waiting at the door and 2 coffins standing under the archway. Sibat's funeral, and the solitary state in which Pons was lying, was made even more striking in the street. Schmuck was the only mourner that followed Pons' coffin. Schmuck, supported by one of the undertaker's men, for he tottered at every step from the Rue de Normandie to the Rue d'Orleans, and the Church of Saint Francois. The 2 funerals went between. Double row of curious onlookers, for everything, as was said before, makes a sensation in the quarter, Everyone remarked the splendor of the white funeral car, with a big embroidered P suspended on a hatchment, and the one solitary mourner behind it, while the cheap beer that came after it was followed by an immense crowd happily schmuck, was so bewildered by the throng of idlers and the rows of heads in the windows that he heard no remarks, and only saw the faces through a mist of tears. "Oh, it is the Nutcracker," said one, "the musician, you know." "Who can the pallbearers be?" "Pooh, play actors." "I say, just look at poor old Sibat's funeral. There is one worker the less. What a man, he could never get enough of work. He never went out. He never kept Saint Monday. How fond he was of his wife. Ah, there is an unhappy woman." Ramonenc walked behind his victims, coffin people condoled with him on the loss of his neighbor. The two funerals reached the church cantinet, and the doorkeeper saw that no beggar's troubled schmuck Villemot had given his word that Pan's heir should be left in peace. He watched over his client, and gave the requisite sums, and Sibat's humble bier, escorted by 60 or 80 persons, drew all the crowd after it to the cemetery at the church door. Pan's funeral procession mustered 4 mourning coaches, 1 for the priest and 3 for the relations, but 1 only was required for the representative of the firm of Sonnet, departed during Mass to give notice to his principal that the funeral was on the way, so that the design for the monument might be ready for the survivor at the gates of the cemetery. A single coach sufficed for Frazier, Villemot, Schmuck, and Topinard, but the remaining 2, instead of returning to the undertaker, followed in the procession to Père Lachaise, a useless procession, not unfrequently seen. There are always too many coaches when the dead are unknown beyond their own circle, and there is no crowd at the funeral. Dear, indeed, the dead must have been in their lifetime, if relative or friend will go with them, so far as the cemetery in this Paris, where everyone would fain have 25 hours in the day, but with the coachmen it is different. They lose their tips if they do not make the journey so empty or full. The mourning coaches go to the church and cemetery, and return to the house for gratuities. A death is a sort of drinking fountain for an unimagined crowd of thirsty mortals. The attendants at the church, the poor, the undertaker's men, the drivers and sextons are creatures like sponges that dip into a hearse and come out again saturated. From the church door, where he was beset with a swarm of beggars, promptly dispersed by the beadle, to Père Lachaise, poor schmuck, went as criminals went in old times from the Palais de Justice to the Place de Grève. It was his own funeral that he followed, clinging to Topinard's hand, to the one living creature besides himself, who felt a pang of real regret for Pan's death. As for Topinard, greatly touched by the honor of the request to act as pallbearer, content to drive in a carriage the possessor of a new pair of gloves, it began to dawn upon him that this was to be one of the great days of his life. Schmuck was driven passively along the road, as some unlucky calf is driven in a butcher's cart to the slaughterhouse. Frazier and Villemot sat with their backs to the horses, now, as those know whose sad fortune it has been to accompany many of their friends to their last resting place. All hypocrisy breaks down in the coach during the journey, often a very long one, from the church to the Eastern Cemetery, to that one of the burying grounds of Paris, in which all vanities, all kinds of display are met. So rich is it in sumptuous monuments on these occasions, those who feel least begin to talk soonest, and in the end the saddest listen, and their thoughts are diverted. Roman 1000, Le President had already started for the court, Frazier told Villemot, and I did not think it necessary to tear him away from business. He would have come too late in any case. He is the next of kin, but as he has been disinherited, and Roman 1000 Schmuck gets everything, I thought that if his legal representative were present, it would be enough. Topinard lent an ear to this. Who was the queer customer that took the 4th corner, continued Frazier. He is an agent for a firm of monumental stonemasons. He would like an order for a tomb, on which he proposes to put 3 sculptured marble figures, music painting, and sculpture shedding tears over the deceased. It is an idea, said Frazier. The old gentleman certainly deserved that much, but the monument would cost 700 or 800 francs. Oh, quite that. If Roman 1000 Schmuck gives the order, it cannot affect the estate. You might eat up a whole property with such expenses. There would be a lawsuit, but you would gain it. Very well, said Frazier, then it will be his affair. It would be a nice practical joke to play upon the monument makers. Frazier added in Villemot's ear, for if the will is upset, and I can answer for that, or if there is no will at all, who would pay them? Villemot grinned like a monkey, and the pair began to talk confidentially, lowering their voices, but the man from the theatre, with his wits and senses sharpened in the world behind the scenes, could guess at the nature of their discourse, In spite of the rumbling of the carriage and other hindrances, he began to understand that these representatives of justice were scheming to plunge poor Schmuck into difficulties. And when at last he heard the ominous word Clichy, the honest and loyal servitor of the stage made up his mind to watch over Pan's friend. At the cemetery, where 3 square yards of ground had been purchased through the good offices of the firm of Sonnet Villemot, having announced Schmuck's intention of erecting a magnificent monument, the master of ceremonies led Schmuck through a curious crowd to the grave into which Pan's coffin was about to be lowered. But here, at the sight of the square hole, the 4 men waiting with ropes to lower the bier, and the clergy saying the last prayer for the dead at the graveside, something clutched tightly at the German's heart. He fainted away. Sonnet's agent and Roman 1000 Sonnet himself came to help Topinard to carry poor Schmuck into the marbleworks hard, by where Mme Sonnet and Mme Weitlot Sonnet's partner's wife were eagerly prodigal of efforts to revive him. Topinard stayed. He had seen Frazier in conversation with Sonnet's agent, and Frazier, in his opinion, had Gallowsbird written on his face. An hour later, towards 2:30, the poor innocent German came to himself. Schmuck thought that he had been dreaming for the past 2 days. If he could only wake, he should find Pons still alive. So many wet towels had been laid on his forehead. He had been made to inhale salts and vinegar to such an extent that he opened his eyes at last. Mme Sonnet, make him take some meat soup, for they had put the pot on the fire at the marbleworks. Our clients do not often take things to heart like this, still it happens once in a year or two. At last Schmuck talked of returning to the Rue de Normandie, and at this Sonnet began at once. "Here is the design, sir," he said. "Weitlot drew it expressly for you, and sat up last night to do it, and he has been happily inspired. It will look fine." "One of the finest in Père Lachaise," said the little Mme Sonnet, "but you really ought to honor the memory of a friend who left you all his fortune." The design, supposed to have been drawn on purpose, had as a matter of fact been prepared for de Marsay, the famous cabinet minister. His widow, however, had given the commission to Stidman. People were disgusted with the tawdriness of the project, and it was refused. The 3 figures at that period represented the 3 days of July, which brought the eminent minister to power. Subsequently Sonnet and Weitlot had turned the 3 glorious Daisels trois glorieuses into the army, finance, and the family, and sent in the design for the sepulchre of the late lamented Charles Keller. And here again, Stidman took the commission. In the 11 years that followed, the sketch had been modified to suit all kinds of requirements, and now in Weitlot's fresh tracing, they reappeared as music, sculpture, and painting. It is a mere trifle when you think of the details and cost of setting it up, for it will take 6 months, said Weitlot. Here is the estimate, and the order form 7,000 francs, sketch in plaster, not included. If Roman 1000 Schmuck would like marble put in, Sonnet marble being his special department, it would cost 12,000 francs, and Monsieur would immortalize himself as well as his friend. Topinard turned to Weitlot's. "I have just heard that they are going to dispute the will," he whispered, "and the relatives are likely to come by their property. Go and speak to Roman 1000 Camusot, for this poor harmless creature has not a farthing." "This is the kind of customer that you always bring us," said Mme Weitlot, beginning a quarrel with the agent. Topinard led Schmuck away, and they returned home on foot to the Rue de Normandie, for the morning coaches had been sent back. "Do not leave me," Schmuck said when Topinard had seen him safe into Mme Sauvage's hands and wanted to go. "It is 4:00, dear Roman 1000 Schmuck. I must go home to dinner. My wife is a Boxopenersh, will not know what has become of me. The theatre opens at 5:45, you know." "Yes, I know, but remember dat I am alone in die earth, dat I have no friend, you dat half shed a tear for bonds in Leiden. Me, I am in deep darkness und bonds, said dat I vas in der midst of sh scoundrels. I have seen that plainly already. I have just prevented them from sending you to Clichy." "Glige," repeated Schmuck, "I do not understand." "Poor man, well, never mind, I will come to you. Goodbye." "Goodbye, come again soon," said Schmuck, dropping half dead with weariness. "Goodbye, monsieur," said Mme Sauvage, and there was something in her tone that struck Topinard. "Oh, come, what is the matter now?" he asked banteringly. "You are attitudinizing like a traitor in a melodrama." "Traitor yourself, why have you come meddling here? Do you want to have a hand in the master's affairs, and swindle him, eh?" "Swindle him, your very humble servant," Topinard answered with superb disdain. "I am only a poor super at a theatre, but I am something of an artist, and you may as well know that I never asked anything of anybody. Yet who asked anything of you who owes you anything, old lady?" You are employed at a theatre and your name is Topinard at your service. Kind regards to all at home, said La Sauvage, and my compliments to your missus. If you are married, mister, that was all I wanted to know. Why, what is the matter, dear? Asked Mme Cantonet, coming out. This child stop here and look after the dinner, while I run round to speak to monsieur. He is down below talking with poor Mme Sibot, that is crying her eyes out, said Mme Cantonet. La Sauvage dashed down in such headlong haste that the stairs trembled beneath her tread. Monsieur, she called, and drew him aside a few paces to point out Topinard. Topinard was just going away proud at heart to have made some return already to the man who had done him so many kindnesses. He had saved Pon's friend from a trap, by a stratagem from that world behind the scenes, in which every one has more or less ready wit, and within himself, he vowed to protect a musician in his orchestra from future snares, set for his simple sincerity. Do you see that little wretch, said La Sauvage, he is a kind of honest man that has a mind to poke his nose into Roman 1000 schmucks affairs. Who is he? Asked Frazier. Oh, he is a nobody. In business there is no such thing as a nobody. Oh, he is employed at the theatre, said she. His name is Topinard. Good Mme Sauvage, go on like this, and you shall have your tobacconist's shop. And Frazier resumed his conversation with Mme Sibot. So I say, my dear client, that you have not played openly and above board with me, and that one is not bound in any way to a partner who cheats. And how have I cheated you? Asked La Sibot, hands on hips. Do you think that you will frighten me with your sour looks, and your frosty airs? You look about for bad reasons for breaking your promises, and you call yourself an honest man. Do you know what you are? You are a blackguard. Yes, scratch your arm, but just pocket that. No words and keep your temper, dearie. Listen to me. You have been feathering your nest. I found this catalogue this morning, while we were getting ready for the funeral. It is all in Roman 1000 Pons handwriting, and made out in duplicate, and as it chanced my eyes fell on this. And opening the catalogue he read, No. 7 magnificent portrait, painted on marble by Sebastian Del Piombo in 1546, sold by a family who had it removed from Terni. Cathedral, the picture which represents a Knight Templar kneeling in prayer, used to hang above a tomb of the Rossi family, with a companion portrait of a bishop afterwards purchased by an Englishman. The portrait might be attributed to Raphael, but for the date this example is to my mind superior to the portrait of Baccio Bandinelli in the Musi. The latter is a little hard, while the Templar, being painted upon lavagna or slate, has preserved its freshness of colouring. When I come to look for No. 7, continued Frazier, I find a portrait of a lady signed Chardin without a number on it. I went through the pictures with the catalogue, while the master of ceremonies was making up the number of pallbearers, and found that 8 of those, indicated as works of capital importance by Roman 1000 Pons, had disappeared, and 8 paintings of no special merit, and without numbers, were there instead. And finally one was missing altogether, a little panel painting by Metsu described in the catalogue as a masterpiece. And was I in charge of the pictures? Demanded La Sibot. No, but you were in a position of trust. You were Roman 1000 Pons housekeeper. You looked after his affairs, and he has been robbed. Robbed, let me tell you this, sir. Roman 1000 schmuck sold the pictures by Roman 1000 Pons orders to meet expenses. And to whom? To Messrs. Eli Magus and Ramonenk. For how much? I am sure I do not remember. Look here, my dear madame, you have been feathering your nest, and very snugly. I shall keep an eye upon you. I have you safe, help me. I will say nothing in any case, you know, that, since you deemed it expedient to plunder Roman 1000, le President Camusot, you ought not to expect anything from him. I was sure that this would all end in smoke for me, said La Sibot, mollified by the words I will say nothing. Ramonenk chimed in at this point. Here are you finding fault with Mme Sibot. That is not right, he said. The pictures were sold by private treaty, between Roman 1000 Pons, Roman 1000 Magus, and me. We waited for 3 days, before we came to terms with the deceased. He slept on his pictures, we took receipts in proper form. And if we gave Madame Sibot a few 40-franc pieces, it is the custom of the trade to always do so in private houses, when we conclude a bargain. Ah, my dear sir, if you think to cheat defenceless woman, you will not make a good bargain. Do you understand, Master Lawyer? Roman 1000 Magus rules the market, and if you do not come down off the high horse, if you do not keep your word to Mme Sibot, I shall wait till the collection is sold, and you shall see what you will lose if you have Roman 1,000 magus and me against you. We can get the dealers in a ring. Instead of realizing 700,000 or 800,000 francs, you will not so much as make 200,000. Good, we shall see. We are not going to sell, or if we do it will be in London. We know London, said Ramonenc. Roman 1,000 magus is as powerful there as at Paris. Good day, madame, I shall sift these matters to the bottom, said Frasironless. You continue to do as I tell you, he added. You little pickpocket. Take care, I shall be a justice of the peace before long, and with threats understood to the full upon either side, they separated. Thank you, Ramonenc, said La Cibot. It is very pleasant to a poor widow to find a champion. Towards 10 o'clock that evening, Gaudissart sent for Topinard. The manager was standing with his back to the fire in a Napoleonic attitude, a trick which he had learned since he began to command his army of actors, dancers, figurants, musicians, and stage carpenters. He grasped his left-hand brace with his right hand, always thrust into his waistcoat. He head was flung far back, his eyes gazed out into space. I say, Topinard, have you independent means? No, sir. Are you on the lookout to better yourself somewhere else? No, sir, said Topinard with a ghastly countenance. Why, hang it all, your wife takes the first row of boxes out of respect to my predecessor, who came to grief. I gave you the job of cleaning the lamps in the wings in the daytime, and you put out the scores, and that is not all either. You get 20 sous for acting monsters and managing devils when a hell is required. There is not a super that does not covet your post, and there are those that are jealous of you, my friend. You have enemies in the theatre. Enemies, repeated Topinard. And you have 3 children. The oldest takes children's parts at 50 centimes. Sir, you want to meddle in other people's business, and put your finger into a will case. Why, you wretched man, you would be crushed like an eggshell. My patron is His Excellency Monseigneur le Comte Popinot, a clever man, and a man of high character, whom the king in his wisdom has summoned back to the Privy Council. This statesman, this great politician, has married his eldest son to a daughter of Roman 1,000 le President de Marville, one of the foremost men among the high courts of justice, one of the leading lights of the law courts. Do you know the law courts very good? Well, he is cousin and heir to Roman 1,000 pounds, to our old conductor, whose funeral you attended this morning. I do not blame you for going to pay the last respects to him, poor man, but if you meddle in Roman 1,000 schmuck's affairs, you will lose your place. I wish very well to Roman 1,000 schmuck, but he is in a delicate position with regard to the Hersand, as the German is almost nothing to me, and the President and Count Popinot are a great deal. I recommend you to leave the worthy German to get out of his difficulties by himself. There is a special providence that watches over Germans, and the part of deputy guardian angel would not suit you at all. Do you see? Stay, as you are, you cannot do better. Very good, Monsieur le Directeur, said Topinard, much distressed, and in this way Schmuck lost the protector sent to him by fate, the one creature that shed a tear for Pons, the poor super for whose return he looked on the morrow. Next morning poor Schmuck awoke to a sense of his great and heavy loss. He looked round the empty rooms yesterday, and the day before yesterday the preparations for the funeral had made a stir and bustle which distracted his eyes, but the silence which follows the day when the friend, father, son, or loved wife has been laid in the graveth, dull, cold silence of the morrow is terrible, is glacial. Some irresistible force drew him to Pons' chamber, but the sight of it was more than the poor man could bear. He shrank away, and sat down in the dining-room, where Mme. Sauvage was busy making breakfast ready. Schmuck drew his chair to the table, but he could eat nothing. A sudden, somewhat sharp ringing of the doorbell rang through the house, and Mme. Cantinet and Mme. Sauvage allowed 3 black-coated personages to pass. First came Vittel, the justice of the peace, with his highly respectable clerk. Third was Frazier, neither sweeter nor milder for the disappointing discovery of a valid will cancelling the formidable instrument so audaciously stolen by him. We have come to affix seals on the property, the justice of the peace said, gently addressing Schmuck, but the remark was Greek to Schmuck. He gazed in dismay at his 3 visitors. We have come at the request of Roman 1,000 Frazier, legal representative of Roman 1,000 Camusot de Marville, heir of the late Pons, added the clerk. The collection is here in this great room, and in the bedroom of the deceased, remarked Frazier. Very well, let us go into the next room. Pardon us, sir, do not let us interrupt with your breakfast. The invasion struck an icy chill of terror into poor Schmuck. Frazier's venomous glances seemed to possess some magnetic influence over his victims, like the power of a spider over a fly. Roman 1000 Schmuck understood how to turn a will made in the presence of a notary to his own advantage, he said, and he surely must have expected some opposition from the family. A family does not allow itself to be plundered by a stranger without some protest, and we shall see so which carries the defraud and corruption, or the rightful heirs. We have a right as next of kin to affix seals, and seals shall be affixed. I mean to see that the precaution is taken with the utmost strictness. Och mein Gott, how half I offended against Heffen, cried the innocent Schmuck. There is a good deal of talk about you in the house, said Lasovich. While you were asleep, a little whippersnapper in a black suit came here, a puppy that said he was Roman 1000 Hannequin's head clerk, and must see you at all costs. But as you were asleep, and tired out with the funeral yesterday, I told him that Roman 1000 Willemot Tiberius head clerk was acting for you, and if it was a matter of business, I said, he might speak to Roman 1000 Willemot. Ah, so much the better, the youngster said. I shall come to an understanding with him. We will deposit the will at the tribunal, after showing it to the president. So at that, I told him to ask Roman 1000 Willemot to come here as soon as he could be easy. My dear sir, there are those that will take care of you. They shall not shear the fleece off your back. You will have someone that has beak and claws. Roman 1000 Willemot will give them a piece of his mind. I have put myself in a passion once already with that abominable hussy, La Cibot, a porter's wife, that sets up to judge her lodgers forsooth, and insists that you have filched the money from the heirs. You locked Roman 1000 pawns up, she says, and worked upon him, till he was stark staring mad. She got as good as she gave, though the wretched woman, you are a thief, and a bad lot. I told her you will get into the police courts for all the things that you have stolen from the gentlemen, and she shut up. The clerk came out to speak to Schmuck. Would you wish to be present, sir, when the seals are affixed in the next room? Go on, said Schmuck. I shall be allowed to die in peace, I presume. Oh, under any circumstances, a man has a right to die, the clerk answered, laughing. Most of our business relates to wills, but in my experience the universal legatee very seldom follows the testator to the tomb. I am going, said Schmuck. Blow after blow had given him an intolerable pain at the heart. Oh, here comes Roman 1000 Willemot, exclaimed Lasovich. Menacere Philemard, said poor Schmuck, represent me. I hurried here at once, said Willemot. I have come to tell you that the will is completely in order. It will certainly be confirmed by the court, and you will be put in possession. You will have a fine fortune. I ein fein Vorjun, cried Schmuck despairingly, that he of all men should be suspected of caring for the money. And meantime, what is the justice of the peace doing here with his wax candles and his bits of tape? Asked Lasovich. Oh, he is affixing seals. Come, Roman 1000 Schmuck, you have a right to be present. No, go in yourself. But where is the use of the seals, if Roman 1000 Schmuck is in his own house, and everything belongs to him? Asked Lasovich, doing justice in feminine fashion, and interpreting the code according to their fancy like one and all of her sex. Roman 1000 Schmuck is not in possession, madame. He is in Roman 1000 Pawn's house. Everything will be his, no doubt, but the legatee cannot take possession without an authorization and order from the tribunal, and if the next of kin set aside by the testator should dispute the order, a lawsuit is the result, and as nobody knows what may happen, everything is sealed up, and the notaries representing either side proceed to draw up an inventory during the delay prescribed by the law, and there you are. Schmuck, hearing such talk for the first time in his life, was completely bewildered by it. His head sank down upon the back of his chair, could not support it, it had grown so heavy. Willemot meanwhile went off to chat with the justice of the peace, and his clerk assisting with professional coolness to affix the sealsa ceremony, which always involves some buffoonery and plentiful comments on the objects thus secured, unless indeed one of the family happens to be present at length. The party sealed up the chamber and returned to the dining room, whither the clerk betook himself. Schmuck watched the mechanical operation, which consists in setting the justice's seal at either end of a bit of tape, stretched across the opening of a folding door, or in the case of a cupboard or ordinary door, from edge to edge above the door handle. Now for this room, said Frazier, pointing to Schmuck's bedroom, which opened into the dining room. But that is Roman 1000 Schmuck's own room, remonstrated Lasovich, springing in front of the door. We found the lease among the papers, Frazier said ruthlessly. There was no mention of Roman 1000 Schmuck. In it is taken out in Roman 1000 Pawn's name only, the whole place, and every room in it is a part of the estate, and besides, flinging open the door, look, here, Monsieur le Juge de la Paix, it is full of pictures. So it is, answered the justice of the peace, and Frazier thereupon gained his point. Wait a bit, gentlemen, said Villemot. Do you know that you are turning the universal legatee out of doors, and as yet his right has not been called in question? Yes, it has, said Frazier. We are opposing the transfer of the property. And upon what grounds? You shall know that by and by, my boy, Frazier replied banteringly. At this moment, if the legatee withdraws everything that he declares to be his, we shall raise no objections, but the room itself will be sealed, and Roman 1000 schmuck may lodge where he pleases. No, said Villemot, Roman 1000 schmuck is going to stay in his room. And how? I shall demand an immediate special inquiry, continued Villemot, and prove that we pay half the rent. You shall not turn us out, take away the pictures, decide on the ownership of the various articles. But here my client stops me, boy. I shall go out. The old musician suddenly said he had recovered energy during the odious dispute. You had better, said Frazier, your course will save expense to you, for your contention would not be made good. The lease is evidence. The lease, cried Villemot, it is a question of good faith. That could only be proved in a criminal case, by calling witnesses. Do you mean to plunge into experts' fees and verifications and orders, to show cause why judgment should not be given, and law proceedings generally? No, no, cried Schmuck in dismay, I shall turn out. I am used to it. In practice Schmuck was a philosopher and unconscious cynic, so greatly had he simplified his life: 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of boots, a couple of suits of clothes, a dozen shirts, a dozen bandana handkerchiefs, 4 waistcoats, a superb pipe, given to him by pawns with an embroidered tobacco pouch. These were all his belongings. Overwrought by a fever of indignation, he went into his room and piled his clothes upon a chair. All desserts are mine, he said, with simplicity worthy of Cincinnatus d'Erbiano, is also mine. Frazier turned to La Sauvage. Madame, get help, he said. Take that piano out and put it on the landing. You are too rough into the bargain, said Villemot, addressing Frazier. The justice of the peace gives orders here, he is supreme. There are valuables in the room, put in the clerk. And besides, added the justice of the peace, Roman 1000 schmuck is going out of his own free will. Did anyone ever see such a client? Villemot cried indignantly, turning upon Schmuck. You are as limp as a rag. That does it matter, wir von die Schmuck said as he went out. Dessert men half tiger faces. I shall send somebody to fetch main bits of dings. Where are you going, sir? Wir it shall Bleescott, returned Pons universal legatee, with supreme indifference. Send me word, said Villemot. Frazier turned to the head clerk. Go after him, he whispered. Mme Cantinet was left in charge, with a provision of 50 francs paid out of the money that they found. The justice of the peace looked out. There Schmuck stood in the courtyard, looking up at the windows for the last time. You have found a man of butter, remarked the justice. Yes, said Frazier, yes, the thing is as good as done. You need not hesitate to marry your granddaughter to Poulain. He will be head surgeon at the Quin's Vinks, the asylum founded by St. Louis for 300 blind people. We shall see. Good day, Roman 1000 Frazier, said the justice of the peace with a friendly air. There is a man with a head on his shoulders, remarked the justice's clerk. The dog will go a long way. By this time it was 11 o'clock. The old German went like an automaton down the road along which Pons, and he had so often walked together. Wherever he went he saw Pons. He almost thought that Pons was by his side, and so he reached the theatre just as his friend Topinard was coming out of it, after a morning spent in cleaning the lamps and meditating on the manager's tyranny. Oh, schust der Ding for me, cried Schmuck, stopping his acquaintance Topinard. You have a lodging somewheres, eh? Yes, sir. A home off your own? Yes, sir. Are you willing to take me for ein porter? Oh, I shall pay ver well. I have 900 francs of income, and I have not ver long to live. I shall gif no drubel wait for. I can eat onedings. I only vant to sh mok main bipen diu, or dare only von dat half shed a tear for bonds mit me, und so I laugh you. I should be very glad, sir, but to begin with, Roman 1000 Gaudissart has given me a proper wigging. Wigging? That is one way of saying that he combed my hair for me. Combed your hair? He gave me a scolding for meddling in your affairs, so we must be very careful if you come to me. But I doubt whether you will stay when you have seen the place. You do not know how we poor devils live. I should rather der boor home of a good-hearted man, half mourned bonds, den der duilleries, mit men, half ein tiger face. I have just left tigers in Bond's house. They will eat up everydings. Come with me, sir, and you shall see. But well, anyhow, there is a garret. Let us see what Mme Topinard says. Schmuck followed like a sheep, while Topinard led the way into one of the squalid districts, which might be called the cancers of Paris, a spot known as the Site Bourdon. It is a slum out of the Rue de Bondy, a double row of houses run up by the speculative builder under the shadow of the huge mass of the Porte Saint-Martin Theatre. The pavement at the higher end lies below the level of the Rue de Bondy. At the lower it falls away towards the Rue des Mathurins du Temple. Follow its course, and you find that it terminates in another slum running at right angles to the first. The Site Bourdon is in fact a T-shaped blind alley. Its two streets, thus arranged, contain some 30 houses, 6 or 7 stories high, and every story and every room in every story is a workshop, and a warehouse for goods of every sort and description. For this wart upon the face of Paris is a miniature Faubourg Saint-Antoine cabinetwork and brasswork, theatrical costumes, blown glass, painted porcelainal. The various fancy goods known as l'article Paris are made here dirty and productive like commerce, always full of traffic. Footpassengers, vans, and draced. Site Bourdon is an unsavory-looking neighbourhood, with a seething population in keeping with the squalid surroundings. It is a not unintelligent, artisan population, though the whole power of the intellect is absorbed by the day's manual labour. Topinard, like every other inhabitant of the Site Bourdon, lived in it, for the sake of comparatively low rent, the cause of its existence and prosperity. His 6th-floor lodging in the second house to the left looked out upon the belt of green garden still in existence at the back of 3 or 4 large mansions in the Rue de Bondy. Topinard's apartment consisted of a kitchen and 2 bedrooms. The first was a nursery with 2 little deal bedsteads and a cradle in it. The second was the bedroom, and the kitchen did duty as a dining room above, reached by a short ladder known among builders as a trap ladder. There was a kind of garret 6 feet high with a sash window let into the roof. This room, given as a servant's bedroom, raised the Topinard's establishment from mere rooms to the dignity of a tenement, and the rent to a corresponding sum of 400 francs. An arched lobby lighted from the kitchen by a small round window did duty as an antechamber, and filled the space between the bedroom, the kitchen, and house doors. 3 doors in all. The rooms were paved with bricks, and hung with a hideous wallpaper at 3d a piece. The chimney pieces that adorned them were of the kind called capucines, a shelf set on a couple of brackets painted to resemble wood. Here in these 3 rooms dwelt 5 human beings, 3 of them children. Anyone, therefore, can imagine how the walls were covered with scores and scratches, so far as an infant arm can reach. Rich people can scarcely realize the extreme simplicity of a poor man's kitchen: a Dutch oven, a kettle, a gridiron, a saucepan, 2 or 3 dumpy cooking pots, and a frying pan. That was all the crockery in the place. White and brown earthenware together was not worth more than 12 francs. Dinner was served on the kitchen table, which with a couple of chairs and a couple of stools completed the furniture. The stock of fuel was kept under the stove with a funnel-shaped chimney, and in a corner stood the washtub in which the family linen lay, often steeping overnight in soap suds. The nursery ceiling was covered with clotheslines. The walls were variegated with theatrical placards and woodcuts from newspapers or advertisements. Evidently the eldest boy, the owner of the school books stacked in a corner, was left in charge, while his parents were absent at the theatre. In many a French working-man's family, so soon as a child reaches the age of 6 or 7, it plays the part of mother to younger sisters and brothers. From this bare outline, it may be imagined that the Topinards, to use the hackneyed formula, were poor, but honest Topinard himself was verging on 40. Topinard, once leader of a chorus mistress too, it was said of Gaudissart's predecessor, was certainly 30 years old. Lalotte had been a fine woman in her day, but the misfortunes of the previous management had told upon her to such an extent that it had seemed to her to be both advisable and necessary to contract a stage marriage with Topinard. She did not doubt, but that as soon as they could muster the sum of 150 francs, her Topinard would perform his vows agreeably to the civil law, were it only to legitimize the 3 children whom he worshipped. Meantime Topinard sewed for the theatre wardrobe in the morning, and with prodigious effort the brave couple made 900 francs per annum between them. One more flight Topinard had twice repeated since they reached the 3rd floor. Schmuck, engulfed in his sorrow, did not so much as know whether he was going up or coming down. In another minute Topinard had opened the door, but before he appeared in his white workman's blouse, Topinard's voice rang from the kitchen. There, children, be quiet, here comes Papa." But the children no doubt did as they pleased with Papa, for the oldest member of the family, sitting astride a broomstick, continued to command a charge of cavalry, a reminiscence of the Cirque Olympique. The second blew a tin trumpet, while the third did its best to keep up with the main body of the army, Their mother was at work on a theatrical costume. "Be quiet or I shall slap you," shouted Topinard in a formidable voice. Then in an aside for Schmuck's benefit always have to say that here little one, he continued addressing his Lalut. "This is Roman 1000 Schmuck, poor Roman 1000 Pan's friend. He does not know where to go and he would like to live with us. I told him that we were not very spick and span up here, that we lived on the 6th floor, and had only the garret to offer him, but it was no use, he would come." Schmuck had taken the chair which the woman brought him, and the children, stricken with sudden shyness, had gathered together to give the stranger that mute, earnest, so soon finished scrutiny, characteristic of childhood for a child like a dog, is wont to judge by instinct rather than reason. Schmuck looked up, his eyes rested on that charming little picture. He saw the performer on the tin trumpet, a little 5-year-old maiden with wonderful golden hair. "She looks like ein little German girl," said Schmuck, holding out his arms to the child. "Monsieur will not be very comfortable here," said Mme. Topinard. "I would propose that he should have our room at once, but I am obliged to have the children near me." She opened the door as she spoke, and bade Schmuck come in. Such splendor as their abode possessed was all concentrated here. Blue cotton curtains, with a white fringe, hung from the mahogany bedstead, and adorned the window. The chest of drawers, bureau, and chairs, though all made of mahogany, were neatly kept. The clock and candlesticks on the chimney-piece were evidently the gift of the bankrupt manager, whose portrait, a truly frightful performance of Père Goriot, looked down upon the chest of drawers. The children tried to peep in at the forbidden glories. "Monsieur might be comfortable in here," said their mother. "No, no," Schmuck replied, "I have not ver long to live, I only vant a corner to die." The door was closed, and the three went up to the garret. "Dis is der ding for me," Schmuck cried at once. "Pefor, I lift mid barns, I vas never better lodged." "Very well, a trucklebbed, a couple of mattresses, a bolster, a pillow, a couple of chairs, and a table. That is all that you need to buy. That will not ruin you. It may cost 150 francs, with the crockeryware and strip of carpet for the bedside." Everything was settled save the money, which was not forthcoming. Schmuck saw that his new friends were very poor, and recollecting that the theatre was only a few steps away, it naturally occurred to him to apply to the manager for his salary. He went at once, and found Gaudissart in his office. Gaudissart received him in the somewhat stiffly polite manner which he reserved for professionals. Schmuck's demand for a month's salary took him by surprise, but on inquiry he found that it was due. "Oh, confound it, my good man, a German can always count even if he has tears in his eyes. I thought that you would have taken the 1,000 francs that I sent you into account as a final year's salary, and that we were quits." "We have received noding," said Schmuck, "und gif. I come to you at ease, because I am in der sh Street, und have not ein Benny. How did you send us der bonus?" "By your portress." "By Montame Zippard," exclaimed Schmuck. "She killed Barnes, she robbed him, she sold him, tried to pern his vilsh, is a pad creature, a monster." "But my good man, how come you to be out in the street, without a roof over your head or a penny in your pocket, when you are the sole heir? That does not necessarily follow, as the saying is." "They have put me out at der door. I am a foreigner, I know nodings of die laws." Poor man, thought Gaudissart, foreseeing the probable end of the unequal contest. "Listen," he began, "do you know what you ought to do in this business?" "I have ein man of business." "Very good, come to terms at once with the next of kin, make them pay you a lump sum of money down, and an annuity, and you can live in peace." "I ask nodding more." "Very well, let me arrange it for you," said Gaudissart. Frazier had told him the whole story only yesterday, and he thought that he saw his way to making interest out of the case. With the young Vicomtesse Popinot and her mother he would finish a dirty piece of work, and some day he would be a privy councillor at least, or so he told himself. "I give you full powers." "Well, let me see now, to begin with," said Gaudissart. "Napoleon of the Boulevard Theatres, to begin with. Here are 100 crowns. He took 15 louis from his purse and handed them to Schmuck. "That is yours on account of 6 months' salary. If you leave the theatre you can repay me the money now for your budget. What are your yearly expenses? How much do you want to be comfortable? Come now, scheme out a life for a Sardanapalus." "I only need 2 suits of clothes, von for der Winter, von for der Sommer." 300 francs, said Gaudissart. "Shoes ver bears." 60 francs. Sh talkings. A dozen pairs, 36 francs. Half a dozen shirts. 6 calico shirts, 24 francs. As many linen shirts, 48 francs. Let us say 7 to 2, that makes 400, and 68 francs altogether, say 500, including cravats and pocket handkerchiefs. 100 francs for the laundress 600, and now how much for your board 3 francs a day? No, it is too much. After all you want hats, that brings it to 1500 500 more for rent, that makes 2000 if I can get 2000 francs per annum, for you are you willing good securities? Und main tobacco, 2400, then, oh Papa Schmuck, do you call that tobacco? Very well, the tobacco shall be given in so, that is 2400 francs per annum. Dat is not all I should like so money. Pin money just so owe these Germans, and calls himself an innocent. The old Robert Macaire thought Gaudissart. Aloud he said, how much do you want? But this must be the last. It is to pay a sacred debt. A debt, said Gaudissart to himself. What a shark it is, he is worse than an eldest son, he will invent a bill or two next. We must cut this short, this Frazier cannot take large views. What debt is this, my good man, speak out. Der was, but von man dot half mourned bonds mit me he, half a tear little girl mit, wonderscones horrit was, as if I saw main board Deutschland dot. I should never half left Boris, is no place for die Germans day laugh at dem, with a little nod as he spoke, and the air of a man who knows something of life in this world below. He is off his head, Gaudissart said to himself, and a sudden pang of pity for this poor innocent before him brought a tear to the manager's eyes. Ah, you understand, Menessier le directeur vergut dat man mit die little totter, is da Bernard vat tidies der orchestra, and lights die lamps bonds vas very fond of him und, helped him he vas der only von dat accompanied main, only friend to die church und to die grave. I vent 3000 francs for him und 3000 for die little von. Poor fellow, said Gaudissart to himself. Rough self-made man though he was, he felt touched by this nobleness of nature, by a gratitude for a mere trifle as the world views it, though for the eyes of this divine innocence, the trifle like Bossuet's cup of water, was worth more than the victories of great captains. Beneath all Gaudissart's vanity, beneath the fierce desire to succeed in life at all costs, to rise to the social level of his old friend, Popinot there lay a warm heart and a kindly nature, wherefore he cancelled his too hasty judgments and went over to Schmuck's side. You shall have it all, but I will do better still. My dear Schmuck Topinard is a good sort. Yes, I have just been to see him in his boor home weer, he is happy mit his children. I will give him the cashier's place, old Bodrand is going to leave. Ah, God bless you, cried Schmuck. Very well, my good kind fellow, meet me at Berthier's office about 4 o'clock. This afternoon everything shall be ready, and you shall be secured from want for the rest of your days. You shall draw your 6,000 francs. And you shall have the same salary with Garingiot that you used to have with Pons. No, Schmuck answered, I shall not live. I have no heart for anythings, I feel that I am attacked. Poor lamb, Gaudissart muttered to himself as the German took his leave, but after all one lives on mutton, and as the sublime Beranger says, poor sheep, you were made to be shorn, and he hummed the political squib by way of giving vent to his feelings. Then he rang for the office boy. Call my carriage, he said. Rue de Hanover, he told the coachman. The man of ambitions by this time had reappeared. He saw the way to the Council of State lying straight before him. And Schmucky was busy buying flowers and cakes for Topinard's children, and went home almost joyously. I am giving die presents, he said, and he smiled. It was the first smile for 3 months, but anyone who had seen Schmuck's face would have shuddered to see it there. But derer is ein Condition. It is too kind of you, sir, said the mother. The little girl shall give me a kiss, and put die flowers in her hair like die little German maidens. Olga, child, do just as the gentleman wishes, said the mother, assuming an air of discipline. Do not scold, main little German girl, implored Schmuck. It seemed to him that the little one was his dear Germany. Topinard came in. 3 porters are bringing up the whole bag of tricks, he said. Oh, here are 200 francs to pay for efferiding, said Schmuck. But main friend, your Montame d'Aubernard is ver nice, you shall marry her, is it not so? I shall give you 1000 crowns, and die little Vone shall have 1000 crowns for her Touri, and you shall infest it in her name, und you are not to pay ein Super, any more you are to pay de cashier at de Tita. Instead of old Bodrand.